The Elbas family could still be in the world. Noah had spent the last year of the dimensional portal in seclusion, so he didn't confirm whether they had left the plane. Noah didn't sense anyone observing him during his hunts, but the royals were experts in fields that he couldn't even fathom. There was a chance that they had seen his battles without alerting his innate awareness. The cave in the seabed didn't have any defense. Noah couldn't relax there, and his mental state was crucial for the success of the procedure. Noah rested inside the separate dimension for a few weeks and started training only after he felt sure that his centers of power had dispersed the stress accumulated in the last battle. Once Noah returned to his peak, he began the preparation for the procedure. Noah had already completed all the steps required for the success of the procedure. He had changed the nature of the eternal snake's glands without breaking them. Now he only had to do the same before proceeding with the fusion. The head of the peak rank 6 snake was in his possession. Noah only had to seize the glands and perform the transformation he had mastered to become ready for the fusion. The alteration of the glands' nature went perfectly. The fact that they were organs at the peak of the 6th rank didn't matter in front of Noah's higher energy. His wills and dark matter turned those organs into dark sturdy sacs that didn't contain anything. They could still produce an altered version of the silver liquid, but Noah needed them devoid of any foreign substance. It's finally time, Noah thought as he summoned Snore. The blood companion formed next to him and shrunk as it followed his orders. Snore became a small winged snake that wasn't even 1 meter long. Noah couldn't escape its usual issue in those procedures. His natural defense was too high, and it was hard to create precise wounds that could allow him to perform his fusion. The demonic sword could solve that if Noah decided to go all out, but Snore could do the same without wasting his precious energy. After all, Noah wanted to remain at his peak even when his torso was open. Noah took some blood from the dissected reptilian head and traced 2 lines on his naked torso. Snore charged its innate ability and released a small dark beam that moved on those marks. Even Noah's incredible skin broke under Snore's dark beam. That violent energy could hurt its caster, so it wasn't a surprise that it could damage his body. It's easier when my body is my weakest center of power, Noah thought as pain began to spread in his mind. Noah had faced problems whenever he had to modify certain parts of his body because his cultivation level wasn't high enough to hurt him. Elder Austin had often helped him solving that issue, but Noah's attacks were now stronger than his tissues. He could take care of that issue on his own. It even felt refreshing to handle everything without external help. The dark beam pierced his body from side to side, but it left his lungs untouched. Noah immediately focused on stopping his black hole from improving his recovery, but his 4th center of power didn't seem interested in that damage. You understand me, Noah thought as he heaved a sigh. His 4th center of power was mostly autonomous, but it depended on his subconscious. It couldn't possibly stop Noah from becoming stronger now that his whole existence desired that fusion. My last problem is gone, Noah concluded as he spread those cuts to expose his insides. He had already planned how to approach that fusion. He wouldn't need to break his rib cage to reach his lungs since the glands would liquefy during the forging. Noah laid his back on the floor and placed the altered glands inside his injuries. The forging only needed the organs to be close, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to their position. Blood tainted the floor of the reinforced room in which he had chosen to perform the fusion. His hands rose to touch the glands, and his mind focused on the only emotion that could make that forging possible. Dark matter came out of his chest and flowed through his mind. When it came out of his mental sphere, the higher energy carried an intense ambition. That wasn't the usual ambition shown when he pushed his centers of power beyond their actual level. That feeling carried unquenchable greed, which was what Noah needed. Only a fool would try to improve his body even after it had reached such an unfathomable level. Yet, Noah couldn't give up on possible empowerments because he was already strong. His ambition always made him desire more power, giving birth to intense greed that wouldn't feel satisfied until it had obtained everything it wanted. Noah's constant hunger had stopped bothering him after he had obtained the 4th center of power. However, his instincts had become more intense and deeper since they had fused with the very core of his individuality. A vague shade in his existence would become a flashy characteristic of his individuality. Anything fueled by his ambition would reach intensity levels that could even lead Noah away from his original path. That was the real drawback of his ambition. A bit of stress on his centers of power was nothing compared to the constant worry that his individuality could render him blind. The dark matter covered Noah's chest as it poured his ambition into the glands. The structure of those organs trembled as a new drive fused with their fabric and forced them to liquefy. The same fabric of the glands began to desire that fusion. Noah was affecting the laws in their structure with his will. His creation allowed him to modify the matter without much effort. Coldness spread in his chest, but an intense pain soon suppressed all his senses. The entirety of his mind fell victim to that sensation, and Noah could only spare some attention to the actual procedure while it endured that suffering. Noah had become used to those procedures by then. Pain couldn't make him lose focus nor control of the fusion. He was a real expert in those fields. The glands liquefied and fused with his lungs. Noah soon found himself unable to breathe, and even the few grunts that tried to come out of his mouth ended up being nothing more than silent gestures. Dark matter flowed inside his body together with the liquefied glands. Noah's higher energy worked as a glue capable of filling every flaw in the organ stabilizing inside his chest. Noah's felt his lungs growing before shrinking again. They then expanded to restart that cycle of absorption and distribution of the new material in their structure. The fusion went smoothly. Both lungs and the glands already knew what they had to do. Noah's body followed his desires, and the snake's organs carried his ambition, so they accepted themselves. The same went for the nature of those organs. After the modifications, the glands had become suitable for Noah's body, and they accepted their new structure and nature. A few problems arose after the entirety of the glands had fused with his lungs. Those organs carried two different innate abilities in the end. It was only normal for their laws to fight for the ownership of that matter. However, the black hole released more dark matter at that point. A thick layer of higher energy covered Noah's lungs and isolated them from the rest of his body. The dark matter created two incubators that suppressed those conflicts and helped to adjust the structure of those organs. Part of the energy absorbed by the black hole also flowed inside their structure and pushed them to fuse completely. Noah heaved a sigh of relief when he inspected the incubators. He had been ready to throw away his lungs in case they threatened to explode, but his fourth center of power had behaved according to his predictions. The fusion was complete, but Noah's lungs needed some time to adapt to the changes in their structure and learn how to activate their new innate ability. Noah couldn't even test his organs for the time being. He couldn't know if the forging were a success until his lungs stabilized. However, his dark matter took care of them, and the incubators didn't affect Noah's lifestyle. It was harder to breathe with his lungs in that condition, but he didn't need air to survive. Noah could only wait and hope that his dark matter would take care of any flaws in his new organs. He felt quite optimistic about the whole fusion, but his eagerness to test his new power made him impatient. Luckily for Noah, he had plenty of things to do. He had completed all his projects, but there was still a world to save. He could also spend more time training since the packs on the surface needed to reallocate their forces to occupy the now empty lands. The world was still too damaged to endure harsh battles. Noah would have to slowly kill all the rank 6 creatures until the net of cracks started to close before he could test his limits. That strategy would be even easier if Noah let the magical beast fill the lands he had cleared. He wouldn't need to resort to baits if the snakes began to separate on their own. The desire for a larger lair was an innate instinct in the magical beasts. Noah was sure that the 2 remaining packs in the old continent would become thinner after some of their specimens moved in the Nation. Noah trained for a while without losing track of the passage of time. A few decades went by and his power slightly improved in those years. His Danteon continued to approach the peak of the liquid stage while his body grew quickly due to the many preys that he had hunted in the last years. It had never happened in a lower plane that a magical beast or a hybrid could improve their bodies so quickly. Yet, Noah had already done something similar, and the current situation with the eternal snakes could only benefit him even more. His greatest advantage was that his battle prowess allowed him to hunt prey on a higher level than his body. He didn't have limits now that the lack of suitable targets wasn't an issue anymore. Noah decided to come out of the separate dimension after 50 years spent training. His lungs were still inside the incubators made of dark matter, but he felt that the modifications were almost complete. His mission was the main reason behind his decision to interrupt his training. He had to save the world to survive. He didn't expect to ascend in the next centuries. The net of cracks had continued to expand in those years, but Noah felt glad to see that the destruction of the world had slowed down. It seemed that his hunts had finally brought some results. Noah tried to calculate how much the world had left before the void swept it, but that field was outside his capabilities. He could only guess that he had gained a few decades after his hunts. I still have 300 years, according to Chandal's evaluation, Noah thought as he inspected the sky. I don't plan on fixing this problem in more than that. Noah flew toward the old continent after he gave up on evaluating the state of the world. The packs there had behaved as he had predicted. Some of the weaker specimens had migrated to the Nation to create a third pack. The migration didn't involve only the creatures in the old continent. Some snakes from the other landmass decided to move toward a less crowded area. A few even decided to venture through the sea since it was mostly empty. Noah didn't do anything reckless. The fauna's changes had revealed to him that the packs were quite easygoing when it came to the migration of a few specimens. They didn't incur any punishment from the leaders. Part of the mindset developed in the immortal lands still occupied the eternal snake's minds. Those creatures were far stronger than beasts on the same level due to their previous environment, but their aggression couldn't compare with those living in a lower plane since birth. On a purely evolutionary aspect, magical beasts that had grown in a lower plane would find it easier to survive. Instead, the heroic creatures in the immortal lands had never suffered from a shortage of food, so they didn't learn what it could mean to let go of one of their underlings. The eternal snakes were slowly learning the true meaning of hunger. Noah was sure that their instincts told them to keep a low profile due to the state of the world, but a war among those packs was imminent. Noah took his time to clear the sea again and hunt the creatures in the Nation through baits and sudden attacks. His kill count quickly rose to 56, but the world still didn't show any progress. I can either wait or cause a mess, Noah concluded after he reviewed his options. The remaining eternal snakes had many underlings, and there was a limit to how much Noah's baits could work. He didn't fear jumping right in the middle of those packs, but the condition of the world worried him. He couldn't let too many rank 6 existences clash. That could only enlarge the cracks and bring the world closer to its destruction. Yet, he didn't want to wait for some creatures to occupy the free lands either. Noah couldn't decide which was the best course of action, so he returned to his training. The incubators were about to open anyway. He could think about that issue only after he had tested his new innate ability. Something strange happened while Noah was in the separate dimension. Golden lines rose from the seabed and created tall pillars of light that touched the sky and created a second net. The second net was golden, and it covered the pieces of the sky that the void had yet to take. It was as if a dome had suddenly appeared to protect the entire world. Noah overlooked that event while he was inside the separate dimension. Still, he wouldn't have paid attention to it anyway because the layers of protection around his lungs had finally broken in that period. The incubators made of dark matter opened, and his body reabsorbed the higher energy. Noah could finally start to breathe properly again, but his eagerness to test made him ignore that detail. Noah came out of the separate dimension in a hurry, but he remained speechless when he saw the golden net that had appeared in the sky. He couldn't fail to recognize that golden light. That was the iconic color of the Elbas family, and there was no one else in the world capable of such a feat. That event confirmed that the Elbas family had remained in the lower plane and worked on something that could fix the world. The golden net had that exact purpose. It forced the various pieces of the sky to remain in one place and make it harder for the instabilities to affect them. Beautiful, isn't it? A voice resounded from behind Noah while he studied the golden net. The owner of that voice didn't try to hide its presence. Noah recognized him as soon as he sensed his aura. Second Prince had come to visit him. Is this your way of ambushing me? Noah asked without turning. Noah had asked Second Prince to remain a constant threat in his life, but the royal had disappeared from the political scene after that conversation. The world is too frail to endure a battle between us, Second Prince replied. Saving this plane has the priority. We can go back to our games only after everything stabilizes. You aren't helping the world if the rest of your family is still here, Noah said while turning. Second Prince hadn't changed in those years, but his expression appeared more relaxed. He didn't carry his wide smile or his expressionless face anymore. He seemed at peace. This net should stop the expansion of the cracks for a whole century, Second Prince replied without giving importance to Noah's comment. I can create more of these and find a permanent solution in those years. Noah's eyes lit up at those words. He didn't care that Second Prince was an exceptional inscription master, but the capabilities of the golden net interested him. How much can this protection endure? Noah asked as he pointed at the net. Second Prince's expression froze for an instant at those words. He knew what Noah would do if he told him the truth. After all, he had observed his feats during the past years. Yet Noah's approach wasn't wrong, and Second Prince knew that. The royal tried to fix the world through inscriptions, while Noah aimed to kill all the powerful creatures that prevented the healing process with their pressure. I guess, Second Prince said before stopping to think. You should be able to go all out once. The royal reinforcement will lose most of its energy to suppress you. But I know you will take down a considerable number of eternal snakes. Oh, Noah continued. Will you let me destroy your creation? I can't stop you anyway, Second Prince replied. I might as well wish you good luck. Second Prince had remained calm even after Noah had tried to taunt him. He didn't seem to care about his creation at all. He had accepted that Noah would create a mess anyway, and it was better to do it while his golden net was active. Moreover, Second Prince exuded newfound confidence in his aura, which was the opposite of his face. The royal's expression expressed laziness and aloofness. The red crystal still occupied the center of his forehead. That was Second Prince's core in the end. The royal was an inscribed human created by King Elbaz. Did you find your path? Noah asked as he turned to look at the magical beasts in the distance. The new continent was nearby, so Noah could sense the different packs and creatures near the coastline. Second Prince had told him that he had one battle available, and he wanted to choose his target well. Second Prince didn't answer immediately. He turned to look in the same direction as Noah for a while before replying. Yes, you were right, but I won't give up on my legacy. Noah didn't answer. He had been slightly curious about the issue, but he didn't need to know anything else. He only wanted to know if Second Prince could remain a threat for him even in the solid stage. I will surpass my father, Second Prince continued. King Elbaz was a monster, but I'm his rightful heir. I must do better. Noah shrugged his shoulders and left for the southern coast of the new continent. He had chosen his target, so he had no reason to hesitate. Moreover, his hunts were more interesting than his conversations with Second Prince since he couldn't gain anything out of him. The golden net was the only reason why the royal had earned some of his respect. His ambition began to push his centers of power beyond their limits as he flew toward a specific pack. His cultivation level reached the solid stage in no time now that his real strength was bordering that breakthrough. The southern coast of the new continent held one of the best training areas in the entire landmass. Even King Elbaz didn't dare to modify that region after he had conquered it. The lava lake was the best training area for heroic cultivators with a fire aptitude, but it also contained a divine creature's remains at its bottom. No one confirmed that, and those who could explore its bottom didn't bother to inform the others. The ancient aura that it radiated was an irresistible bait for the eternal snakes since it reminded them of the immortal lands. The same went for the regions frozen by the divine being's silver liquid. The central areas of the new continent had the highest density of beast in the world now. Noah wanted to go to the lava lake to seize the remains at its bottom. He didn't know if his space ring could hold them or if he could reach the bottom. However, he could use that region to test how close he was to the divine ranks. Since the last opponent in the world was the massive quasi-rank 7 snake, he wanted to have something that told him how close he was to that level. The lava lake was the home of 3 packs, but only 2 had peak rank 6 specimens. The other had 2 creatures in the upper tier, which balanced the overall power of those groups. Noah's centers of power had long surpassed the solid stage, and they were still growing. His ambition was overflowing now that he had obtained the chance to go all out. He didn't even hide his presence. Noah descended toward the lava lake and waited for all the eternal snakes in the area to notice him. He had to try something before going all out. The snakes felt suspicious at first, but they sent the middle-tier specimens to investigate. Those creatures converged toward while using both their necks and tail as whips. Noah didn't move. He let the array of tails and heads land on his body and fling him away. He ended up in the sea, but his ambition didn't stop overflowing. "Can't they damage me a bit more?" Noah complained in his mind as he shot back in the sky and returned to the lava lake. The attacks had created multiple bruises and a few cuts in Noah's body, but he limited himself to inhale as much air as possible to launch his new innate ability. The world lost its light for an instant, and a starry sky appeared right above the lava lake. All the beasts in the area could understand that the invader had returned, and they didn't hesitate to charge toward him. Noah waited for the flames to do something different while he watched middle-tier snakes drawing closer. The attack he had launched was identical to his previous ability, but he couldn't believe that he had failed. The snakes drew even closer, but a strange radiance soon began to shine from the black flames. A silverish light created a halo around the tongues of fire and divided them. Then, a few tongues of flames separated from the main attack and converged toward Noah. They landed on his body and recreated his skin to heal his injuries. They couldn't do much against the bruises, but those small cuts vanished without leaving any trace. All in all, the ability was powerful, far better than his previous innate ability. However, Noah had yet to master it. The silver halo didn't appear immediately during his attack, and that couldn't happen again. Noah inhaled again while the middle-tier snakes leaped toward him. Those creatures attacked him without holding back, but they could only fling him further away. His skin opened in a few spots, and more bruises appeared on his body as he fell into the sea. Creatures on that level couldn't hurt him more than that. Noah was too strong for magical beasts on that level. Noah came out of the sea and focused on the group of middle-tier snakes. The creatures had flown past the continent's edges during their last attack, but they began to retreat when they saw that the invader was still alive. Those underlings knew that they weren't a match for Noah. Their leaders had sent them to test his prowess, and the result of those exchanges worried them. It was clear that they couldn't hurt Noah. Their bodies were on the same level, but the quality of Noah's tissues was almost on par with creatures in the upper tier. Moreover, his ambition empowered him as a whole, which made him express an even superior power. Creatures in the middle tier had become nothing more than ants in Noah's eyes. It didn't matter that the eternal snake state was perfect due to the environment of the immortal lands. They lacked the power to threaten his life. Noah barely considered those creatures as enemies. They were nothing more than target dummies useful while he learned to release his new lungs' real power. The lungs didn't lose their ability to cast simple flames. Noah had simply added a new function to their structure. In theory, they could also use the healing skill without relying on the fire. However, Noah didn't need the weaker versions of his innate ability. He wanted to express the fusion of the two skills and see the new power of his organs. "I have already learned how to do it," Noah thought while he flew toward the retreating creatures. "My body knows what to do. My mind only needs to understand that." Noah closed his eyes as he entered the new continent again. The middle-tier snakes charged toward him at that point, but he ignored them to focus on his lungs. His organs seemed to react to his concentration. The laws in their fabric began to work together to express the real power that his lungs were capable of. The world suddenly went dark, and cries of pain resounded in the area before light returned in those lands. Black flames covered by a silver halo had filled the sky, and the middle-tier specimens couldn't ignore them at that time. The snake's flesh burned while they remained immersed in those peculiar flames. Noah's attack forced them to interrupt their assault to fill the area with their silver liquid, but their innate ability crumbled due to the destructiveness carried by the fire. Then, the pieces of burning flesh separated from the snakes and converged toward Noah. Those fiery chunks of skin and scales turned into ashes before fusing with his body and redirecting the energy they carried toward his injuries. Even the bruises began to heal after that wave of energy entered Noah's body. It was as if the flames had consumed the snake's flesh only to take the breath that it contained and transfer it to Noah. Not yet, Noah thought as he analyzed the effects of his attack. Noah knew that he had failed again. His mind had told him that he didn't express his lungs' true potential as soon as the flames came out of his mouth. Still, that only made him more enthusiastic about his new ability. All his injuries had healed in a few seconds at that time. He had returned at his peak instantly, and that wasn't even the full power of his lungs. The leaders of the packs couldn't ignore that threat anymore. Their underlings had revealed to them that Noah was too dangerous and that they had to handle him properly if they wanted to beat him. A series of roars echoed in the region after the four leaders gave voice to a battle cry. All the creatures in the three packs spewed silver liquid to fill the environment with ice shards as they rose in the sky to face the invader. The middle-tier snakes managed to escape the silver starry sky and reunite with the rest of the packs during that call to arms. Noah's flames even dispersed shortly afterward, but his focus remained on his organs. Second Prince had given him the chance to go all out, and Noah intended to kill every specimen in the area. Yet, he wouldn't start fighting for real until he learnt how to express his innate ability properly. The sky above the lava lake turned into a massive structure made of ice in a few seconds. The three packs counted more than 40 specimens, and all of them were pouring their silver liquid into the environment to prepare for the imminent clash. The leaders acknowledged Noah as a worthy opponent and used their numerical advantage to modify the environment according to their needs. The eternal snakes would almost be immortal with so much ice lingering in the air. Noah ignored the behavior of those creatures and closed his eyes again. His lungs began to tremble as dark matter flowed into their fabric. The primary energy that they contained fused with the higher energy to activate the functions of his organs. A smile appeared on Noah's face when he felt the reaction of his lungs. He knew that he had succeeded before he even launched his flames. The world went dark for an instant, and a blinding silver radiance filled the environment when the light illuminated that area again. The halo almost hid the pitch-black flames that crackled in the sky and surrounded the frozen structure. The ice created by the eternal snakes melted, and the energy that it contained entered tongues of flames that separated from the main attack and converged toward Noah. Flames surrounded Noah's figure and transferred their energy to him. His black hole then absorbed it to purify it and distribute it on his tissues. Noah could directly absorb the energy seized by the flames if he didn't have any injury. He could make that power his as long as his fire managed to burn the matter that contained it. Countless small flames flew toward Noah to transfer the energy that they had gathered while they melted the frozen structure. All the ice in the sky soon vanished and revealed the eternal snakes, who kept spitting silver liquid. Only a few chunks of ice remained in the sky. They were the result of the leader's innate abilities, and Noah's flames couldn't burn them easily. Their power was on a similar level. Noah still came out as the winner of that clash of innate abilities. His flames spread in the sky and engulfed the weaker creatures who had lost the protection of the ice. Many specimens in the lower tier couldn't escape them. Casualties immediately mounted. Noah's flames burned to death the lower tier specimens that didn't manage to escape toward their leaders. 11 creatures died before the fire depleted its energy. Most of the other weaker beasts ended up badly injured. The effects of Noah's flames were devastating for the weaker creatures. His innate ability surpassed the level of power of normal middle-tier creatures even without the help of his ambition. Noah had fused 2 different organs into one. That didn't only add another feature to his flames. It also empowered them. The fusion didn't double the flame's power since the eternal snake's glands weren't as strong as his lungs. However, the many precious metals and the wills he had used during the procedure raised his final product's overall level by a lot. His lungs were an inscribed weapon now. It was only normal for their power to go beyond their structural limits. The wills that Noah had forged together with the other material made them surpass what a simple fusion could produce. Without the empowerment of his ambition, His flame's level of power was in the upper tier. His body alone could almost match magical beasts in the last part of the heroic ranks, so his new ability could go beyond that. Once his individuality raised the level of his centers of power, Noah's flames could match spells launched by solid-stage cultivators. They had become useful again after the fusion, and Noah could only rejoice as he learnt about their features. The power of his innate ability had surpassed his predictions. The incubators made of dark matter had improved part of the new features and had adapted them to Noah's existence. That was the reason why they could fix even internal injuries. Noah's healing ability had surpassed its source. He now wielded a superior version of the silver liquid, which also had a destructive effect in his case. The weaker specimens had retreated after they tasted the power of Noah's flames. The lower-tier snakes that had survived that attack had suffered severe injuries, and the situation of those in the middle tier wasn't any better. Large patches of charred skin filled the weaker creatures. Some of them had directly lost pieces of their bodies among the flames. After the attack, the only ones that had remained unscathed were the 4 leaders and the snakes hidden behind their ice. I don't even lose their energy if I happen to burn them, Noah thought as coldness came out of his reptilian eyes. Noah would usually avoid destructive abilities when it came to creatures that he could eat. He didn't like to waste resources that could improve his body. Yet, his innate ability gave him the energy contained in the burned flesh. Part of it would disperse while his flames defeated his opponent's innate defenses, but that loss wasn't too significant. Noah still obtained the majority of the energy contained in what he burned. That alone made his innate ability more valuable and ideal for every situation. A chill ran down the leaders' spines when Noah's coldness reached them. They understood that the invader could kill all of them if they let him act freely. A few roars came out of their mouths, and Noah's eyes widened when he heard them. The cries carried precise orders directed at the weaker creatures. The leaders were rearranging them to deploy a battle formation. How can they know this? Noah shouted in his mind. He had already accepted that the eternal snakes were almost intelligent magical beasts. Still, that formation was something that only creatures of the caliber of the winged beast could use properly. Noah didn't know how the eternal snakes could know that battle formation even if they didn't classify as intelligent beasts. Still, he obtained his answer as soon as he saw the packs deploying that technique. The 4 leaders retreated and began to fill the environment with silver liquid while the other creatures advanced. The middle-tier snakes occupied the group's external spots, while the lower-tier ones remained in the center. The sky soon froze, but the ice shattered and converged toward the weaker creatures. The leaders didn't stop spitting silver liquid, so more frozen layers appeared in a few seconds. Noah could interrupt that procedure, but his interest in the magical beast's field didn't allow him to charge ahead. He wanted to see what those creatures could create when they deployed their techniques. Armors made of ice shards took form around the group of weaker snakes. Most of them covered the middle-tier creatures, but they didn't leave those in the lower tier unprotected. That was a proper platoon made of eternal snakes. Noah and Scully had used the hybrids in the same way against King Elba's, but those creatures were pulling that off without having a single intelligent beast among them. They must have seen their divine leaders doing it, Noah thought when he understood how the snakes had managed to come up with that battle formation. They are replicating what they have done in the Immortal lands. Noah had understood those details from the flaws in the battle formation. The armors weren't complete. The ice shards had left many vulnerable spots, which meant that the 4 leaders' control wasn't perfect. It was clear that eternal snakes in the heroic ranks couldn't express that technique's real power. They could arrange themselves in an orderly formation and imitate annoying strategies, but they couldn't perform them perfectly. Yet, that strategy could still improve their overall prowess. The weaker snakes would become useful now that they wore armors ready to heal them. Noah could understand the power behind that battle formation in an instant. The eternal snakes wanted to use their nigh-infinite endurance and their healing abilities to exhaust him. The ice created by the leaders would defend against most abilities, and the weaker snakes didn't need to hurt their opponents to make them waste energy. That was a technique that made use of the qualities of their species. Noah guessed that the eternal snakes had improved it multiple times until it had reached its current form. Truly spectacular, Noah thought as he analyzed the battle formation. Noah felt glad that he had let the eternal snakes complete their technique. He had learnt an important detail about the fauna in the immortal lands in that battle. Generally speaking, the weaker specimens in a pack would be nothing more than cannon fodder against a powerful opponent. However, the creatures in the immortal lands turned their underlings into weapons that could put even strong enemies in danger. Noah didn't know which species could deploy a similar technique or even make use of their weaker specimens. Yet, those abilities wouldn't surprise him anymore once he reached the immortal lands since he had learnt about their existence. It's time to end this, Noah thought when he saw the group of armored snakes charging toward him while ice shards followed their figures. Those techniques could work against magical beasts that found it hard to defeat the leader's ice. But Noah had yet to show his real power in that battle. His ambition surged, and an armor made of dark matter appeared around his figure. That layer of protection took a fiendish shape once corrosive smoke started to come out of his skin. Second Prince had given him the chance to go all out, and Noah wouldn't hold back as long as the golden net shone above his head. The armored snakes charged at Noah while more ice spread behind them. Ice shards detached from the frozen structures and followed them in their flight. The armors had closed the injuries created by Noah's flames, so the weaker snakes could express most of their power. 30 creatures in the lower and middle tier charged at him without showing any fear. They appeared to have full confidence in their tactic. The demonic sword came out of Noah's space ring and landed in his hand. A shadow also flew out of his storage item and vanished while a massive figure formed behind his back. Snore hissed at the incoming snakes as it prepared its innate ability. A dark beam made of violent higher energy landed on the creatures before they could reach Noah. The group of snakes didn't even try to dodge that attack. The dark beam crashed on the middle-tier creature in the front line and divided the battle formation as it pierced through everything in its path. The middle-tier snake died on the spot, and even the creature in the lower tier behind it fell prey to Snore's threatening attack. However, the beasts behind them managed to move their heads away from the beam's range and continued to fly even if large holes appeared on their bodies. The frozen armors healed the injured, and the ice shards converged on them to restore their defenses. The snakes were almost back at their peak by the time they surrounded Noah. Countless attacks flew in his direction. The snakes used their flexible body to crack their heads and tails at him in a reckless offensive that disregarded the damages caused by his corrosive smoke. The world went dark for an instant while the attacks flew toward Noah. A blinding silver radiance filled the area when the light returned, and the snakes found themselves inside a sea of black flames. Their frozen armors managed to fend off the destructive properties of Noah's innate ability and allowed them to complete their attacks. A series of heads, teeth, and tails crashed on Noah's figure, and shockwaves spread in the impacts. I can understand how this can work in a battle among magical beasts, Noah thought when he saw that the attacks couldn't even make a dent on his armor. But they must have overestimated their abilities if they think to exhaust me with this. Noah's free hand shot to grab the nearest middle-tier snake. The creature's head was still in his range, and it couldn't escape his claws. Those sharp fingers pierced its skin and kept it stuck in Noah's grasp. Noah swung the snake as if it was a mace. The creature's massive body slammed on its companions and amassed them on a side so that Snore could target them with its threatening beam. A few snakes died on the spot after the beam pierced their heads. Night killed others by seeping through the openings in their armors and making a mess of their insides. More died due to the corrosive smoke that Noah released continuously. The frozen armors would have been troublesome to handle if they were perfect, but they couldn't stop Noah's abilities in their flawed state. Small flames flew toward Noah and transferred energy to his body. His innate ability never stopped providing him with the power contained in the flesh that it burned. Green blood fell everywhere in the area since the snake kept getting injured by the flames and the corrosive smoke. Still, the ice continued to heal them. Noah could defeat that group easily. He only needed a few exchanges to kill those weak creatures. Yet, he risked losing his main targets if he focused too much on the snakes that had charged at him. The snakes continued to launch their reckless offensive, but they abruptly stopped at some point. Angry roars came out of their mouths when they saw that Noah had disappeared, replaced only by a human-shaped figure. Noah sprinted toward the 4 leaders. Dark matter flowed inside the demonic sword and prepared one of his stronger attacks. There were only 2 peak rank 6 specimens among the leaders. The other 2 were only in the upper tier, so Noah felt confident that his blade could cut them from side to side once fully charged. Noah reappeared behind the frozen structures that acted as a shield for the leaders. The 4 snakes were pouring silver liquid in the environment by the time he came out of his dimension and pointed his blade toward one of the weaker specimens. He would typically aim for the strongest ones, but he preferred to wait for Snore to handle the peak rank 6 specimens. Its dark beam was the strongest attack in his arsenal, and it was better to reduce the numerical advantage when it came to beings that could hurt him. Noah pulled his blade backward before lunging it toward one of the upper-tier snakes. A torrent of dark matter came out of the demonic sword, and an intense sharpness began to leak in the environment. The dark matter engulfed the creature's head and startled its companions, who began to roar. Their underlings didn't hesitate to charge in their aid after those orders, but Noah still had the time for another attack before they arrived. Snore formed while the torrent of dark matter engulfed one of the leaders. Night also reached Noah and fused with his attack to secure the kill in case the snake survived. When Noah's lunge vanished, the headless corpse of the eternal snake fell toward the ground. That sight made the other leaders angry, but Noah acted before they could make a move. Noah charged toward the other weaker leader. He let go of his demonic sword as he slammed on the creature's head and stabbed his clawed hands in its flesh. Dark matter came out of his armor and converged toward the demonic sword that had followed Noah's movements. The blade absorbed the higher energy while Noah tore the snake's head open. The peak rank 6 leaders tried to come in their companion's aid, but Snore released a dark beam to stop them. The blood companion had moved so that its beam could hit both of them, but the second snake dodged the attack when it sensed its dangerousness. The first snake also tried to dodge the attack, but the dark beam was too fast. It landed on its head and created a large hole that took away its brain in one go. The demonic sword returned in Noah's grasp after it had finished absorbing higher energy. Noah swung it in the opening created with his claws, and a torrent of dark matter destroyed the snake's insides. Night also arrived to make sure that the creature didn't survive. It took Noah only 2 exchanges to kill 3 leaders. Those creatures wielded enough power to hurt him properly, but Noah's approach had been flawless. He had never given them the chance to attack him. Only 1 peak rank 6 snake remained on the battlefield, but the creature began to escape as soon as it saw its companions die. It wouldn't stay there to fight a monster that had killed 3 of them in a few seconds. Noah sprinted toward the escaping creature and reached it in an instant, but a deafening roar filled the sky above the new continent and forced him to ignore his target. Noah didn't dare to turn as he flew toward the sea while collecting the corpses that had accumulated on the ground. The quasi-rank 7 eternal snake had become angry, so he had to leave the continent as soon as possible. The air shattered as the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake roared. Noah immediately turned back when he heard that, but he couldn't escape the shockwave that the cry generated. Noah had faced beings capable of wielding divine might in his life. His cultivation level had always been inadequate on those occasions, and the current situation wasn't any different. The gap between the heroic and divine ranks wasn't something that secret arts or special techniques could cover. Gods lived in a league of their own. All those powerful beings had managed to elevate their existences past their mortal restraints. They had obtained power that went past what a lower plane could contain. Noah knew how even a small shard of divine might could unleash a power that no heroic being could face. That level wouldn't be so difficult to reach otherwise. Yet, he had always felt a rush of ambition whenever he came into contact with one of those existences. Noah couldn't wait to reach that level. His whole life was about getting stronger, and that league was the final stage. Noah felt exactly like that when the shockwave swept him, but his rush of ambition was far more intense at that time. Every fiber of his existence shook in excitement when he saw that he could withstand that catastrophic event. "I'm only 1 step behind you," Noah thought as he rushed toward the southern coast. He could feel it in his very core. He didn't have a chance against the leader of the eternal snakes, but he was close, closer than he had ever been in his entire life. The divine ranks were right around the corner. Noah only had to cross the last hurdle and elevate his existence to where it strived to be. Noah's battle had awakened the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake. A creature on that level couldn't fail to sense the commotion happening above the lava lake. Someone had dared to invade its domain, and that couldn't go unpunished. The quasi-divine creature had to show the world that it was the true king of that landmass. The shockwave shattered the ground and opened large cracks in many regions. Cliffs appeared everywhere in the new continent, and only the central lands remained unaffected by that pressure. A thick layer of ice created with the silver liquid of the divine leaders covered the central lands. A quasi-rank 7 creature couldn't destroy it with a simple roar. Matter on that level wouldn't normally be in a lower plane. The snake's gaze inspected the lands around it once it finished expressing its anger. It didn't sense any trace of the invader, but it could see the state of the packs that had faced him. The 3 packs had suffered a lot during Noah's assault. He had killed 1 specimen at the peak of the 6th rank, 2 in the upper tier, and almost 20 among middle and lower tier. That loss wasn't something that the quasi-rank 7 creature could ignore. Those were powerful underlings that the leader treasured for many reasons, especially its hunger. Less than 70 rank 6 snakes remained in the world after Noah's assault. The quasi-rank 7 creature wanted to return to the immortal lands one day, but it didn't know if that number was enough to ascend. Noah was a threat to its ascension. It had to eliminate anyone who put its reserve of food in danger. The snake shot toward the southern coast when it made sure that Noah had left the continent. Its sprint through the sky made the whole golden net tremble, and shards of that inscription fell before dispersing in the air. Its sole movements were enough to damage the formation that Second Prince had created after decades of study. The creature didn't even care that its actions were bringing the world closer to its end. The quasi-rank 7 creature reached the coast in less than an hour. Its speed went beyond any other existence in the lower plane, and the violence released during its leaps was enough to threaten the very structure of the world. It was as if the world itself was saying that something on that level couldn't be there. The snake's power had already surpassed the heroic ranks, so it had to go in a world that could contain it. Noah had long since left the area by the time the leader arrived. He had sensed its anger, and he didn't hesitate to sprint toward the nearest entrance to the separate dimension while the creature reached the coast. Yet, he didn't use the teleportation matrix to leave. He held back from activating it because he wanted to see what the quasi-rank 7 snake would do and learn more about its power. Quasi-rank 7 beings were slightly different from complete divine existences. They had access to power that went beyond the heroic ranks, but they weren't proper gods. The ape god couldn't express divine might too often, and the winged beast was nothing but a fly in Chandal's eyes. The god of the empire also had its limits. He had a limited amount of divine breath. The quasi-rank 7 snake was similar to the leader of the winged beasts. This power wasn't wholly divine, but it didn't have limitations when it came to expressing its might. It was always above the heroic ranks in terms of battle prowess. The snake's leader released another angry roar when it sensed that Noah's tracks led to the sea. He had gone underwater to return to the teleportation matrix, and that had made him hard to track. The snake wasn't a marine beast. That environment couldn't affect its battle prowess, but it reduced the range of its awareness. The creature wouldn't be able to sense him even if he was nearby. Noah kept his mind focused on the creature. His attention was on the final target of his hunt, and he didn't care if his consciousness ended up revealing his position. He wouldn't let go of that chance. Learning about his prey was a crucial aspect of his hunt, and he had another reason to delay his return in the separate dimension. His ambition was exploding. Feeling so close to that level of power had put his existence aflame. His dantian began to improve on its own during that process. His individuality also helped his other centers of power, and his black hole activated on its own to support that process. It had sensed Noah's peculiar mental state, and it didn't hesitate to provide dark matter to quicken that improvement. The quasi-rank 7 snake began to slam its tail on the southern coast's lands, avoiding the lava lake in the process. The terrain sunk under those repeated blows, and the sea soon took over the area. The sea submerged entire regions. The weaker snakes could only escape during that expression of pure anger, and some of them even suffered injuries in the process. The quasi-rank 7 snake stopped attacking the coast only after the sea had invaded most of its lands. Its mouth opened at that point, and a wave of silver liquid fell on the ground as it flew across the areas that it had destroyed. The sea froze. A thick layer of ice replaced the lost territories and created lands that radiated the leader's aura. It was as if those regions were now an extension of the snake's senses. The snake then raised its head at the sky and spat more of its liquid. A vast cloud soon formed, and silver drops began to fall everywhere on the new continent. The golden net had continued to crumble while the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake expressed its anger. The appearance of the cloud filled with silver liquid wasn't an exception. Each drop that fell through the sky helped in destroying Second Prince's formation. Trails of ice formed in the sky as the drops fell, and the lands froze once they touched the ground. The new continent transformed as that peculiar rain kept falling. The quasi-rank 7 snake was transforming the landmass into its ideal lair. The ice also spread to the sea. The new continent enlarged as the water froze. It didn't take much before new regions appeared around the landmass. Except for the central regions, all the frozen lands radiated the quasi-rank 7 snake violent aura. The creature had used its ice to expand its mind's range and increase its control over the landmass. That was its home now, and the eternal snakes living there would benefit from the changes in the environment. Noah guessed that more creatures of that species would also appear due to those favorable conditions. The golden net couldn't endure that show of power. Only a few golden shards remained in the sky when the cloud depleted its reserves of silver liquid. A few attacks from the quasi-rank 7 specimen had been enough to destroy Second Prince's formation. Its might wasn't something that inscriptions in the heroic ranks could contain. Noah's ambition calmed down after that process ended. That feeling remained intense, but it stopped empowering his centers of power. The drawbacks soon arrived, but Noah didn't mind them. He remained on top of the teleportation matrix and waited for his peculiar mindset to end. The quasi-rank 7 eternal snake had stated that it wouldn't stand by while Noah killed its pack. He couldn't even go all out anymore since it had destroyed the golden net. The leader had brought him back to square one, with the only difference that the population of eternal snakes had decreased by a lot in the past years. Noah had almost halved the original number of specimens in the world. Noah gazed at the sky while he remained on the teleportation matrix. The net of cracks didn't enlarge during his observation. It seemed that the last hunt had finally slowed down the deterioration of the world. He didn't know if the world had already reached a stable condition, but he wouldn't spend years observing the cracks to understand that. That was Second Prince's role. Noah's preferred to hunt. I can only play it smart now, Noah thought as he activated the teleportation matrix to return inside the separate dimension. The last hunt had brought many benefits, which went beyond the mastering of his new innate ability. He had also seized many valuable corpses. Noah went into seclusion once he returned to the separate dimension. He ate, cultivated, and trained with the 7th Xianxia rune to improve his base power and bring him closer to the last stage of the heroic ranks. His mind continued to expand without encountering any hindrance, and his body finally neared the breakthrough after eating those prey. As for his dantian, Noah's cultivation sessions ended up triggering peculiar mental states that made him wander in the world of laws. Noah spent years observing how his influence affected the world's structure. His destruction shattered the breath, while his creation reassembled it in the form of his darkness. Still, those were only some aspects of his individuality. Noah knew that his ambition was the core of his existence. He had to make that feeling reach a higher state if he wanted to advance. Heroic cultivators had to become laws to reach the divine ranks. The process was slow, and it often failed due to the many impurities that their individualities carried. Laws expressed true meanings, which were some of the simplest forms of energy in the world. They carried an immense power, but they weren't complex in their structure. Noah had to bring his individuality to a similar level to become a god, and that required him to find a true meaning capable of expressing all the features of his existence. He had learnt about the effects of his individuality during the liquid stage, but he needed to elevate his existence to make it to the next phase. It wasn't a matter of abilities or techniques anymore. Noah now had to be a superior existence to reach the last stage. My ambition doesn't have a fixed form, Noah thought as he remained immersed in his training. It can fuel all the aspects of my existence and make them go beyond their normal level. It is a miraculous power that forces the very matter to ignore its limits. Noah's ambition defied logic. It behaved as a secret art that could empower all his techniques and centers of power without leading to harsh repercussions. His individuality was the realization of Noah's greatest dream. He had always desired a power that ignored external restraints and weaknesses. Those meditations eventually led to a memory that he knew far too well. A scene that had remained stuck in his mind for his entire life resurfaced and filled his thoughts. Even after all these years, Noah thought as a smile appeared on his face. Noah had barely been 5 months old when he saw that scene. He didn't have any goal back then. Life appeared valueless in his eyes, and he believed that nothing could stir his feelings. However, a dragon had appeared on the Bulvin mansion's doorsteps, and Thomas Bulvin had fended it off with his bare hands. To think that it has always been here, Noah thought as he stopped cultivating to explode in a loud laugh. Noah couldn't believe that he still remembered that memory so vividly. He was a 2,000-years-old monster, but that scene didn't disappear among the many events of his life. It took me so long to understand this, Noah thought as he laid on the floor of the separate dimension and continued to laugh. Throughout his life, Noah's desire for power had taken many forms. The cultivation world had techniques, spells, and martial arts, so his craving took those forms. The world had already tainted his desire by then. Noah's feeling lost part of its purity as he advanced through the cultivation journey. That process was inevitable, but Noah reached that conclusion only when he reviewed his life from his current level of power. Techniques, spells, martial arts, Noah shouted in his mind. They are only things. I've desired them because they gave me power, but my ambition transcends what items can accomplish. Noah's cultivation level increased as those thoughts filled his mind. He had found his true meaning, and his whole existence reacted to that event. The ambition felt when Thomas Bulvin fended off the dragon was pure. It was the simple desire for power of a man that knew nothing about the cultivation world. Noah couldn't apply his ambition to actual methods because he didn't know anything. He was only a child filled with an unstoppable drive. His ignorance about the cultivation world had made his ambition reach a level of purity that disregarded the restraints and laws around him. Not knowing had allowed his feeling to be devoid of any impurity. Now, Noah felt the same pure ambition running through his existence. It was a feeling that ignored all the things that he had learnt through his life. It was a form of energy that did whatever it desired and disregarded whether that was doable. Noah couldn't stop laughing. He found it ironic that his cultivation journey had brought him back to his first step. But he didn't fail to notice the changes in his cultivation level. His dantian advanced to the solid stage while that feeling filled his existence. Noah had found his true meaning in his oldest memory. His experiences paled in front of the purity that his ambition had been able to express when it first formed. His ambition was an energy that defied levels of power, limits, and laws. Its only purpose was to bring Noah more power, and it didn't matter which method it used to do it. The structure of the separate dimension changed as Noah's aura filled the area. His cultivation level exploded and spread through the environment around him while carrying his ambition. The invisible walls of that dark place expanded. The separate dimension enlarged due to the pressure radiated by Noah's aura, but his ambition modified their very structure. Matter began to appear on those walls. Large patches of a gaseous material condensed inside the limits of the separate dimension and improved their sturdiness. The gas expanded until it filled the walls of the corridors near Noah. Their structure improved when his ambition seeped into their fabric and made them reach their best state. Something similar happened to the buildings around him. Dark lines appeared on their structure as Noah's ambition forced them to become their best version of themselves. It was as if Noah's individuality was forcing the matter to express its true potential. His sole existence was enough to bring buildings and ethereal walls on a level that they wouldn't normally reach without the addition of more inscriptions. The ground of the separate dimension also changed. Noah's ambition elevated the nature of a few patches of that fake terrain and turned them into real ground. Those changes weren't temporary empowerment obtained while Noah was there. His ambition had altered their structure forever and pushed it beyond its limits. That area of the separate dimension became remarkably similar to the outside world. Noah's ambition had elevated its state, and that matter couldn't regress to its previous level anymore. Noah sensed those changes and understood that he had succeeded in bringing out the real nature of his true meaning. His existence didn't affect only himself anymore. He had begun to alter the laws in the matter. His true meaning now altered the structure of the world by merely existing. His law was finally forming, and the matter around him couldn't escape the effects of his individuality. Noah's existence held the same authority as the other laws in the world. He only needed to make his influence grow to reach the divine ranks now. A long time has passed again, Noah thought as he suppressed his aura. Heaven and earth couldn't notice the separate dimension because of the precautions taken by 37. However, they also ignored that area because its structure was far inferior to the surface. Divine Architect's separate dimension aimed to replicate the mortal lands, and Noah's ambition risked to fulfill that goal. He couldn't let that area evolve into a real lower plane if he wanted heaven and earth to continue ignoring it. Noah had needed a whole century to advance. His training always required a lot of time, and he couldn't quicken the arrival of his enlightenment. Yet, he had still reached the last stage of the heroic ranks at an unbelievable speed. He wasn't sure whether he had crossed the 2,000 years mark already, but he knew that no other cultivator was his match when it came to his growth. Noah didn't waste time comparing himself to other famous existences. His mind had reached a new level of clarity, and his thoughts had attuned with his individuality. He could only think about his power now. Noah spent a few more decades cultivating. He needed to stabilize his power, and he wanted to see if the demonic sword would advance in those years. The living weapon's potential depended on his cultivation level. Noah's breakthroughs would often lead to the growth of the demonic sword. The blade improved quickly in those years. Noah's breakthrough had unleashed its potential. Moreover, the demonic sword hated to remain behind the other companions, so it did its best to reach its master's level. The structure of the demonic sword changed as it improved. Noah had fused dark matter with its fabric, so its growth didn't affect only its base power. The blade evolved as it used Noah's ambition as a guideline for its growth. It became longer, and its fabric obtained new features as it improved. The demonic sword was a unique life form. It was a hybrid with the shape of a blade. However, Noah had long since surpassed the limits of those species. He had fused dark matter with its fabric, but that had only improved its overall structure. Its nature had also changed, but it still lacked one aspect of Noah's power. That changed after Noah obtained his true meaning. The demonic sword transformed into strands of gas once its breakthrough began, and it entered Noah's body to seep inside the black hole. Noah's fourth center of power purified its structure, and his ambition forced its nature to express its true potential. When the strands of gas came out of his body, the demonic sword had reached the upper tier, and it had become able to generate that matter. Fusing with the dark matter wasn't enough to express Noah's existence. The demonic sword had to obtain the fourth center of power to become a weapon worthy of its master. The demonic sword roared when it reformed in front of Noah. The dark matter that leaked out of its shape began to generate a cloud of higher energy, but Noah promptly wielded it to teach it how to control its new power. The blade couldn't create the dark world, but it could reach new levels of sharpness now that it owned Noah's higher energy. The breakthrough to the upper tier had given the sword an innate ability. "I have the dark world," Noah thought as a smile appeared on his face. "Snore has the dark beam, and now my sword has something similar. I've never felt so complete." Noah waited a few more years before leaving the separate dimension. He had to make sure that he was in control of his new power before returning to the outside world. The surface had changed in that period. Most of the new continent had turned into a frozen landmass capable of improving the eternal snake's reproductive capacity. Many new specimens had appeared in those years, and most of them had reached the 3rd rank while Noah was in seclusion. The quasi-rank 7 snake had also eaten some of its underlings in the 6th rank, but it had held its hunger back while its new home formed. The world lacked magical beasts. The snake's leader had prioritized rebuilding a fauna over its hunger to ensure that it would have reserves of food in case its tribulation failed. Having many powerful specimens spread through the world would quicken the birth of new creatures. The leader's aura couldn't fill the whole plane, so it had to rely on its underlings to complete that task. Noah's actions had delayed its plans, but the world had finally turned into a suitable breeding ground after those 3 centuries. The leader could now eat some of its underlings from time to time while it waited for more powerful specimens to appear. It was the same with the rank 5 albino snake, with the only difference that the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake wanted to apply that system to the whole world. Noah didn't like that the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake had begun to eat its underlings. He also had an interest in those creatures since they were the best food for his current state. His body had begun to approach the breakthrough to the upper tier, but Noah was aware of its insane requirements. All the creatures hunted in those years had only managed to push its power across 1 tier, and he had reached the point when his center of power would need even more energy. That was a drawback that would accompany him for his whole life. A higher power required more energy to advance, and Noah knew that he had the best body available. His recent project had also increased those requirements. His body had become even stronger after the fusion with the snake's glands. The empowerment had raised the amount of energy needed for his breakthrough. Noah didn't regret his choice. He would never give up on power because it made his cultivation journey harsher. He actually considered those severe hindrances the proof that he had become far stronger than his peers. Noah studied the surface for a while, and he analyzed how his new level affected the world around him. His hunts had to continue, but he needed to prepare a proper strategy. Killing the quasi-rank 7 snake would relieve the world of a lot of pressure, but Noah didn't know if he could face a creature on that level. Moreover, he was sure that the plane couldn't endure his full power until it started recovering. The presence of the quasi-rank 7 snake also prevented him from using some approaches. Noah couldn't be as reckless as before due to the frozen lands. The snake's leader would immediately notice him if he stepped on the new continent. Noah could only rely on hit-and-run tactics there. Yet, he had another continent at his disposal. Noah could clear the old landmass and see if the world returned to a decent state. That would give him the chance to deploy different tactics, and it would make the hunts on the new continent more entertaining. There was another positive aspect in that otherwise awful situation. Noah's ambition managed to affect the world's structure just like it did with the separate dimension. More matter would appear wherever his aura spread. That eased his worries about the world's frailty since his ambition made it more stable. He only needed to let his ambition affect his battlefields before starting his assaults. The hunts would be even less entertaining, but Noah couldn't risk destroying the world. I wonder how strong I have become, Noah thought as he moved toward the old continent. It annoyed him that he couldn't test his new power properly, but he couldn't avoid that issue in his current situation. Saving the world came before his whims. His very future depended on his hunts. I guess I will be able to go all out only during the last battle, Noah concluded as his attention went inside his special space ring. Upper-tier specimens shouldn't even come close to my level now. The demonic sword let out a roar from inside the space ring as it understood Noah's mindset. The blade had experienced a breakthrough after the last training session, and its very nature had changed during that process. Noah didn't know how strong his living weapon had become, but he knew that simple upper-tier magical beasts wouldn't be enough to test its power. He could easily kill those creatures when he was in the liquid stage and the demonic sword was in the middle tier. He didn't believe it would take more than one slash to take care of them at his current level. The creatures on the old continent had divided themselves again, and Noah didn't hesitate to exploit that flaw in their defenses. There were less than 25 rank 6 specimens in those lands, so he could take care of them without needing unique strategies. Noah hunted those specimens by repeating the same approach. He flew inside the continent, slashed at the first creature that he found, seized its body, and returned in the sea. He didn't need to do anything else to clear the old continent. He only had to let some time pass between one hunt and the other to avoid spreading chaos too often. The old continent was the home of 2 peak rank 6 snakes, but even they couldn't do anything against Noah's new prowess. The demonic sword divided their heads in half as soon as he launched an attack. The blade could generate dark matter on its own now. Whenever Noah slashed, the demonic sword would release a sharp dark line that cut everything on its path. The sharpness that the living weapon was capable of reached an insane intensity when Noah performed his techniques. It was as if the demonic sword benefited from 2 rounds of empowerment during the same attack. Moreover, that was only the basic form of the blade's innate ability. It was a simple release of higher energy in the shape of a sharp line. The demonic sword could do much more, but the eternal snakes never gave it the chance to show other abilities. I have reached the point when peak rank 6 creatures can't do anything against me, Noah thought while he inspected his space ring as he sat on the teleportation matrix connected to the separate dimension. His storage item contained 23 corpses of rank 6 eternal snakes that featured almost identical injuries. A sharp cut had severed their heads into 2 parts. The only difference was in how deeply each slash had managed to dig their bodies. The bodies of the peak rank 6 snakes had managed to stop the slashes right below their neck. The sturdiness of their scales was extraordinary. Still, it was pointless since they could block Noah's attacks only after the vertical cuts divided their heads. Noah had needed less than 4 months to take care of the creatures on the old continent, and he had returned to the entrance of the separate dimension once that landmass was empty. His body could probably reach the upper tier if he used part of the stuffed winged beast, but Noah wanted to see how the situation on the surface evolved before deciding on his next move. The quasi-rank 7 snake didn't react to his hunts since its home was in the new continent, and the creatures had died before they could release a cry. However, the leader would surely do something once it noticed that 23 valuable specimens had disappeared from its pack. Noah's prediction turned out to be on point. A deafening roar echoed through the sky a week after he had completed his clearing operation, and the massive figure of the snake's leader became visible above the new continent. The snake appeared wary of the world's condition. It didn't let its anger rule its actions, but it still used its silver liquid to modify the environment again. The creature didn't rely on any special technique at that time. It flew above the sea that divided the 2 continents and spat silver liquid to freeze it. A frozen platform soon connected the 2 landmasses and turned them into one giant continent that the other specimens began to occupy under the leader's orders. Every pack and valuable specimen began to live on the ice that radiated the leader's violent aura after that migration ended. Noah's actions wouldn't go unnoticed anymore. Noah returned inside the separate dimension after he witnessed the changes caused by the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake. It was time to make his body advance so the hunts could wait until he came out of his seclusion. Every breakthrough of his body would often force him into hibernation. Advancing from one rank to another would also create a chrysalis, but it was hard to calculate how long they would take. It was the same with his dark matter. Noah's higher energy depended on his darkness, but it didn't have a clear behavior. His breakthrough to the solid stage didn't make it evolve. Noah could guess that the dark matter would reach the next state when he advanced to the divine ranks. He could predict that his higher energy couldn't remain the same after his darkness went through that massive change. It wouldn't make sense if the black hole didn't change at that point. Yet, Noah still couldn't be entirely sure about that due to the higher energy's peculiar properties. The same applied to his body. After the many improvements, his center of power had reached an incredible state, so it was only normal for the periods of hibernation connected to his breakthroughs to be longer. However, his black hole optimized most processes when it came to his existence. Noah almost expected his hibernation to take less time since his 4th center of power would help during the breakthrough. The main issue was that the world had less than 250 years left, according to Chandal's initial calculations. Noah had killed many rank 6 creatures, so he guessed that he had gained a few centuries in the process. Yet, the world didn't remain calm in those years. The golden net had stopped part of the quasi-rank 7 snake's first outbreak, but the plane had to endure the second one on its own. The leader had tried to be gentle when it fused the two continents because its instincts had warned it about the dangers connected to its actions. Still, magical beasts didn't excel in controlling themselves, especially when it came to problems they couldn't understand. Noah didn't stay put in those years either. He had hunted as many creatures as possible, and even all his precautions couldn't prevent him from spreading chaos in the world. Those actions had shortened the lifespan of the world. Noah had made sure that the net of cracks was stable before returning inside the separate dimension, but some concern had inevitably remained inside him. Still, that gave him some hope. His black hole reacted to his mindset so it would feel his concern about the length of the hibernation. Noah didn't expect the hibernation to last more than a century, especially if he stuffed his body with a lot of energy. He could still decide to wait for the world to stabilize fully before approaching the breakthrough, but he believed that he could avoid facing the quasi-rank 7 creature for now if he let his body improve. Noah resumed his usual training routine after returning to the separate dimension, but he focused mostly on his body at that time. Eating his new praise gave his body the boost needed to reach the peak of the middle tier, but that point always marked the beginning of his problems. Reaching the peak wasn't enough for bodies, especially those that carried features belonging to the magical beast's world. Noah needed to accumulate enough energy to advance, or he could end up failing the breakthrough. The world had more rank 6 creatures, but they couldn't satisfy Noah. He had used the stuffed winged beast in the past, and he would do the same now that he was approaching the last part of the heroic ranks. Drowsiness began to fill his mind, but Noah didn't let that feeling affect his power. He had enough experience in that process to know that he still had time to prepare. Noah took out the stuffed winged beast from his space ring. He could recognize the spots on its skin where he had previously sucked some breath, and he didn't hesitate to point his blade at them. Sucking the breath coming out of the stuffed creature's skin wouldn't be enough at his level. His instincts told him that he needed actual flesh to meet the requirements of his body. The demonic sword trembled while Noah kept it pointed at the weakened spots on the stuffed creature's skin. The living weapon's tip touched those quasi-divine tissues and accumulated power as it prepared an attack. Noah's ambition surged as he focused on his target. He knew that he could crack that skin. He had finally reached the level when he could start dealing with materials that carried some divine power. The demonic sword didn't change shape during that accumulation of energy, but dark matter soon began to leak out of it. Noah understood that the weapon had reached its structural limits at that point, and he closed his eyes as he focused on his sharpness. Both Noah and the demonic sword began to radiate an intense sharpness. Those auras fused and flowed through the weapon as Noah launched his attack. The separate dimension trembled, but Noah kept his eyes closed during the attack. When he opened them, he ignored the destruction that his lunge had caused to focus on the stuffed winged beast. Noah could see how a fist-sized opening had appeared on the creature's arm. The skin in that spot had shattered and fallen on the floor after the attack. The broken winged beast's skin resembled dark shards of glass, but Noah didn't have time to appreciate it. The drowsiness had begun to fill his mind faster after the attack. It seemed that it had felt the temporary weakness that had followed his surge of ambition. Noah stored the stuffed winged beast and sat on the ground to eat the pieces of skin. He ignored the surges of energy that those materials generated inside him and focused only on completing his meal. His mind went dark as soon as he ate the last piece of skin. He laid back without even fully digesting that meal, but a smile appeared on his face as he fell asleep. Noah had understood that he had met the requirements of his body as soon as he finished eating. He wanted to quantify how much energy was filing his insides, but his mind went dark before he could make any comparisons between the 6th and the quasi-7th rank. No dreams appeared in his vision during his sleep. Noah could only see images sent by his demonic sword and companions in his rare conscious moments. His black hole absorbed the energy contained in the winged beast's skin and spread it through his body to make it reach the next tier. The 4th center of power quickened that natural process and improved it with its constant purification. Noah smiled again when he reopened his eyes. The separate dimension was still in one piece, which meant that the outside world didn't crumble during his sleep. An intense feeling of power began to fill his body as Noah became aware of the changes that happened during the breakthrough. His nails had become shorter, and his skin paler. He was abandoning the features obtained by the light-devouring dragons. Except for those features, his appearance didn't change much. Noah felt that his eyes had become colder, but he guessed that the eternal snake's bloodline was to blame for that. After all, his body now carried part of that species. I can't test my power here, Noah thought after he gazed at the state of the separate dimension. The lunge launched before falling asleep had enlarged part of the separate dimension and destroyed many buildings. Noah couldn't risk making it even larger for fear that heaven and earth could notice it. So he decided to study the condition of the world before planning his next move. It was the same as the demonic sword. Noah couldn't test its new strength until the world stabilized. Noah's smile widened when he came out of the separate dimension. He had yet to inspect the world, but the golden light that he saw from the bottom of the sea was enough to make him feel elated. Second Prince had created another golden net. He also appeared to have improved the structure of that formation since it now had more lines and nodes. How long have I slept? Noah wondered as he inspected the world. The continent didn't go through many changes during his sleep. The frozen lands had enlarged a bit, but they had yet to cover the whole landmass. Moreover, the number of weaker specimens didn't increase by much. A few rank 4 eternal snakes had appeared among the packs, but the number of new creatures in the human ranks told Noah that he had been asleep for less than 80 years. His math wasn't perfect, but he felt sure that the real answer was close to his guess. His expertise in the magical beasts field wasn't only for show in the end. The presence of the golden net was a gift that Noah intended to use to its fullest. He had the chance to go all out again, and he had just gone past an important breakthrough. That gift couldn't have come at a better time. Noah now had the chance to test his new power and kill many rank 6 snakes in the process. The quantity would depend on whether he could escape the anger of the quasi-rank 7 leader. Noah performed a thorough analysis of the continent before finding a spot high in the sky where he could let his ambition run freely. He was about to enter the domain of a quasi-rank 7 creature, so he had to push his centers of power far beyond their limits to ensure his survival. His cultivation level increased. Noah's empowerment would start from the solid stage now, so his ambition could raise his power more smoothly than before. Lumps of darkness appeared around Noah as his ambition filled the sky. His individuality also affected the golden net, and black lines appeared on its structure as its nodes enlarged. Of course, Noah could choose to consider the golden net as an enemy and deny it of that empowerment. Still, the appearance of Second Prince's formation was the best thing that could happen to him in that situation, and he didn't mind letting his ambition improve it. Noah's body also improved. It grew inside the upper tier and reached levels that it would typically take centuries to touch. Even his mind went through a similar process, but Noah couldn't quantify how far he was from the divine ranks once it stopped. The empowerment that he obtained through his ambition didn't reflect the actual growth of his existence, so he couldn't understand where his breakthrough stood. Overall, Noah became a powerhouse near the peak of the 6th rank after his ambition finished elevating his might. He didn't know how strong he had become after that process, but he was about to find that out. Only 5 large packs remained on the continent. The 5 peak rank 6 snakes were their leaders, and they counted a dozen underlings each. They also had countless creatures in the human ranks under their rule, but Noah didn't waste time considering them. The quasi-rank 7 snake was alone at the center of the landmass. Its home was in the territories where the divine silver liquid had fallen. The creature could enjoy an environment that resembled the immortal lands there, and it didn't allow anyone near it. The leader wanted the precious energy contained in those frozen regions all for itself. It wasn't willing to share it with anyone, even if that could bring him valuable food in the future. Magical beasts usually preferred immediate gains, and Noah could understand that mindset. I wonder how many of them can I kill before it forces me to escape? Noah questioned himself as he prepared a strategy. The main issue about the 5 packs was the ice where they lived. Those frozen lands worked as an extension of the leader's mind and would notify it once Noah attacked. My only option is to be quick and relentless, Noah concluded as a cold smile appeared on his face. The demonic sword flew out of his space ring and landed on his hand as Noah crouched in the air. His legs bent as he turned toward one of the packs, and a human-shaped crack replaced his figure as he sprinted. The eternal snakes on the landmass ignored that an enemy had observed their arrangement from a spot that their awareness couldn't reach. Still, their instincts warned them about an imminent danger after Noah sprinted. Yet it was already too late to stop Noah. They didn't even have the time to raise their heads to the sky that one of the frozen regions exploded into a storm of ice shards and black smoke. Noah came out of his dimension to land on the head of one of the peak rank 6 snakes. His momentum was so intense that he ended up destroying a large chunk of the region after he pierced the creature. The peak rank 6 snake suddenly found that a large hole had appeared at the center of its head, and its vision went dark as life abandoned its body. "I didn't expect this," Noah thought as he stored the corpse while inspecting the destruction that his landing had caused. "I didn't want the whole world to learn about my attack." Noah didn't know the extent of his new level, so he had decided to go all out as long as the golden net continued to remain in one piece. Yet, he didn't expect that his simple landing would have destroyed a good part of that region. "Now that I think about it," Noah realized, "it would have been strange if I did less than this. I'm currently near the peak of the 6th rank. I'm supposed to destroy entire regions with my attacks." Noah didn't stop moving while those considerations filled his mind. Killing only one peak rank 6 specimen wasn't nearly enough in that situation. The underlings in that pack roared when they saw that their leader had died, but black lines suddenly appeared at the center of their mouths and cut their heads in half. Noah had swung his blade while focusing on the sharpness radiated by his existence. That gesture had created a series of thick lines on the opponents in the range of his consciousness. 8 rank 6 eternal snakes died in the attack. Noah had only needed an instant to kill them. There were even a few creatures in the upper tier among them. Still, that didn't make any difference for him. Noah could sense that the specimens on the borders of the region had managed to escape his attack. They had also begun to flee toward the quasi-rank 7 leader, but he didn't have time to intercept them. The leader would sense Noah's presence anyway. He would rather move toward the next pack than try to avoid the inevitable. As he had predicted, a deafening roar echoed through the sky before the escaping snakes could even enter the leader's lair. The continent shook, and the golden net began to tremble under the might released by that cry. The quasi-rank 7 snake had awakened, and it knew where Noah was. A dangerous sensation appeared in his mind when he sensed a pair of intense reptilian eyes landing on his back. Noah knew that the leader had set its eyes on him, but that sensation vanished when he entered his dimension. He didn't even pick the other corpses since he couldn't afford to waste precious seconds. 8 underlings, 1 peak rank, Noah thought as he sprinted through the frozen lands. The kill count in his mind was still too small to call the hunt off. Noah needed to get rid of more eternal snakes if he wanted to have a final battle with the quasi-rank 7 leader. The leader roared in anger when it lost vision of Noah. Without special abilities, magical beasts couldn't follow his movements when he entered his dimension, but that didn't stop it from chasing after him. The quasi-rank 7 creature leapt in the sky and created a trail of ice to slither toward Noah's previous location. It didn't care that it couldn't sense the invader anymore. Reaching its fallen underlings would give it a head start for when Noah reappeared. The leader couldn't believe that Noah could outrun it. Following his tracks would eventually make the two of them meet. Noah flew faster than he even had before. He knew that the leader would come for him, so he had to make the best of that attack. He had learnt where the packs were during his inspection of the continent. He had clear targets, and his goal went past the accumulation of resources at that time. Second Prince had given him a valuable chance, and he wouldn't waste it. His greed could wait for the world to recover. He only had to kill now. The roars of the leader reached him inside his dimension, but Noah remained focused on his mission. His new level allowed him to sprint as long as he wanted at the cost of more energy, but he would gladly end up exhausted if that led to the restoration of the world. Also, he barely needed to use energy to kill the weaker specimens. His battle prowess had surpassed what magical beasts in the heroic ranks could reach. He guessed that even peak rank 6 cultivators couldn't see that realm. Obtaining such power without taking even a small step into the divine ranks was incredible. Noah's achievements defied logic, and that wasn't even the best that he would be capable of in the heroic ranks. Noah had barely stepped into the last stage of the heroic ranks, but he could already express a miraculous battle prowess. No one could predict how strong he would become once his centers of power arrived at the peak of the rank. A few lights eventually appeared in Noah's vision as he sprinted through his dark dimension. He had reached the next pack in no time, and he didn't hesitate to swing his blade at that point. The demonic sword opened a path through the fabric of the world. A series of frantic rank 6 eternal snakes appeared in his vision when he crossed that passage. Noah didn't even look at them as he expanded his consciousness and bent his legs. His mental waves managed to identify 11 creatures while he raised his blade to place it on his forehead. The snakes wanted to roar to notify their leader about the presence of the invader, but black lines suddenly pierced the center of their heads. Those attacks then expanded to divide their heads in half. The only creature that managed to escape the black line was the peak rank 6 snake in the pack, but the beast suffered serious injuries in the process. The snake had managed to dodge the black line's expansion that had pieced its head by moving away from that spot. Yet, the attack was still there when it performed the evasive maneuver, so the creature ended up losing a third of its skull in the process. Noah noticed that a creature had survived, but he didn't have time to finish it. He didn't know what that beast could do in that state, but he had far bigger problems to handle in that situation. Noah released the strength accumulated in his legs to sprint again. He only had the chance to seize a couple of corpses before entering his dimension and flying toward the next pack. 18 underlings, 1 peak rank. Noah thought as he updated the kill count in his mind. He didn't fail to kill the peak rank 6 snake due to a lack of power. He had yet to become used to his new level, so his control over his slashes had been slightly off. That slight delay in the expansion of the black lines had given the peak rank 6 snake the chance to dodge, even if its messy attempt had ended up inflicting a considerable injury anyway. Still, Noah now knew what he had done wrong, so he was confident that it wouldn't happen again. The quasi-rank 7 eternal snake didn't fail to notice that Noah's aura had reappeared for an instant. The creature had reached his previous location, and it didn't hesitate to shoot after him. Noah knew that his situation had just worsened. The leader was now aware of his direction, so it wouldn't stop at his last location. The creature would continue charging forward until it either met him or sensed his aura again. However, there wasn't much that he could do about that. Noah had been aware of that danger when he decided to attack the continent. He didn't fear the quasi-rank 7 specimen with his new power. His ambition became more intense as Noah felt a pressure building up inside his mind. The danger felt in that situation made his individuality express more power, and his level grew as he continued to fly in his dark dimension. The quasi-rank 7 snake roared to no end. Its anger knew no limits. Noah had destroyed centuries of planning and preparations in mere hours. The golden net couldn't endure the pressure radiated by the leader even after the empowerment of Noah's ambition. The quasi-rank 7 creature wasn't holding back either. Pieces of Second Prince's formation fell non-stop from the sky as that chase continued. Noah came out of his dimension when he reached the 3rd pack. His mind expanded to lock on the 10 rank 6 snakes in its range, and his blade touched his forehead to launch his quickest attack. The eternal snakes wanted to release roars, but storms of dark matter formed above them and fell on their heads. That violent energy took the shape of 10 massive blades that pierced the terrain as they destroyed everything on their path. Noah almost cursed his greed when he saw that attack. He didn't want to release so much power at once. Still, the recent empowerment of his ambition altered his control over those slashes. The storms of dark matter killed the snakes instantly. 10 headless corpses fell on the ground after the attacks ended. Still, his actions worsened the condition of the golden net. Noah didn't want that, but he still lacked control over his strength, especially when his ambition pushed his centers of power beyond their actual level. However, Noah didn't lose even an instant in that region. He picked the corpses near him and sprinted again. He still had 2 packs to destroy, and he couldn't waste time with the quasi-rank 7 snake chasing after him. 27 underlings, 2 peak rank. Noah updated the kill count in his mind as he pressed forward. He knew that he didn't have much time left. The quasi-rank 7 eternal snake never stopped. It chased after Noah even when his presence vanished. The creature wasn't stupid. The underlings in the heroic ranks were almost intelligent beasts, so the leader was even smarter. Could vaguely understand what Noah was trying to do. That understanding mostly came from its instincts. The leader knew that the world was in danger, and Noah's actions taught it about the solution to that issue. Still, the quasi-rank 7 snake was a magical beast. There was a limit to how much it could care about Noah's good intentions. The creature mostly felt anger at the sight of its dying pack. Anger wasn't the only feeling that spread in its mind. The leader saw how Noah never spent more than a few instants in each region, and the destruction that he could unleash in that short time was worthy of respect. Tens of rank 6 snakes had already died by his hand, and the leader had yet to reach him. The quasi-rank 7 specimen had to accept that its opponent wasn't a simple invader. That acknowledgement gave birth to another feeling inside the leader. A tinge of fear appeared among its anger. Noah had managed to make the quasi-rank 7 creature worried. Of course, Noah wasn't aware of that. He could learn about it if he paid attention to the leader, but his mind could only think about the location of the next packs. The continuous sprint through his dimension had yet to affect his centers of power, but Noah knew that drawbacks would arrive soon. His movement technique wasn't ideal for long distances, and he had to pay a hefty price to cross entire regions with it. Noah didn't have any other option. The warp spell was too slow and would ultimately let the leader reach him if he started to rely on it. Moreover, he wouldn't mind dealing with the consequences of his actions if he succeeded in his mission. The 4th pack eventually appeared in his vision. Noah saw 12 snakes after he came out of his dimension, and he didn't hesitate to place his blade on his forehead once his mental waves branded those creatures. 12 black lines formed and severed the heads of those creatures in half. Noah had managed to perform a perfect attack in that harsh situation. He had finally become used to his current level of power. Noah stored a few corpses and sprinted again. Yet, a deafening roar reached his ears before he entered his dimension. The cry was close. The leader had almost reached him, and that put even more pressure on Noah's mind. 38 underlings, 3 peak rank. Noah updated the kill count in his mind as he flew through his dimension. He didn't know if he could make it till the last pack before the leader caught up with him. Still, he wasn't willing to stop now that he had come so closer to completing his goal. A massive presence became visible in his dark dimension. Noah could see that the leader was gaining ground. According to his calculations, the two would meet as soon as he reached the last pack. His math wasn't perfect, but he had a chance of ending his mission during that hunt. Noah didn't even think about escaping when he understood that he could fix the world in one last sprint. The presence behind Noah became bigger. Noah heard the leader's roars from inside his dimension, and the pressure they generated threatened to interrupt his movement technique. Yet Noah endured that pressure as he pressed forward. His ambition also reappeared to raise his centers of power a bit more and give him the chance to reach the last pack before the leader. The leader moved faster than him even after the last empowerment. Noah was almost about to give up on his hunt at some point, but a few lights suddenly appeared in his vision and made him throw those thoughts in the back of his mind. Noah came out of his dimension and turned. A dozen rank 6 eternal snakes were in front of him, but he had to take care of the threat behind him before aiming for those creatures. A massive reptilian head filled his vision when he turned. Noah saw the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake up close for the first time. The creature resembled a slithering dark green river that filled the world with a silver radiance. The leader leapt toward Noah as soon as it sensed his aura. It had waited for that moment since the beginning of that chase. Its anger was about to explode. Couldn't wait to rip the intruder to pieces. The world in Noah's eyes slowed down as his concentration reached its peak. He could see the leader spreading its mouth as it flew toward him, and he raised his sword as he prepared his attack. Laws replaced the matter in his vision. Noah had less than an instant to prepare his attack, but that time was more than enough to call upon all his power. Black smoke and dark matter flowed out of his body to create layers of armors that empowered his physical might. His figure began to radiate a sharpness that opened cuts in the fabric of the sky. The demonic sword began to radiate a similar sharpness. The blade trembled as dark matter started to leak out of its body. The leader reached him as soon as Noah completed those preparations. He didn't have the time to perform a slash, but he didn't need to deploy a sword art in that situation. The leader's upper mouth and the demonic sword clashed as Noah wielded it with both his hands. A massive pressure fell on his arms as he and the creature exchanged their first attacks. The layers of armors on his arms and shoulders exploded into a storm of corrosive gas and raging dark matter. His bones also screeched as he tried to fend that creature off. Noah eventually had to give in to the massive physical strength that had landed on his body. Still, a cold smile appeared on his face when he saw the leader in a similar situation. The clash had flung Noah away, but it had also stopped the leader's charge. A deep cut had appeared on the creature's mouth too, and Noah's sharpness continued to inflict damages in that spot even after the main slash lost its power. Noah had just confirmed that he could injure a quasi-rank 7 creature, and that his physical might was almost on its level. Moreover, he had obtained those results without learning the depths of his new power. There was a chance that he could defeat the quasi-rank 7 specimen already if he went all out. However, the world had yet to return to a condition when it could withstand a battle between the two. Noah crashed on the frozen region, and he disregarded his momentum to focus on the creatures around him. His mind could only sense 8 rank 6 snakes in that situation, and Noah quickly placed his blade on his forehead to kill them. Black lines appeared in front of the snakes and cut their heads in half. Those creatures died right after announcing their leader's arrival, and the quasi-rank 7 creature watched that happening in front of its eyes. Noah created a deep pit on the frozen region after the clash with the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake, but he straightened himself as soon as he completed his attack. The leader roared in anger when it saw the death of its underlings. Its cries also carried pain since Noah's sharpness kept opening cuts inside the injury on its mouth. The quasi-rank 7 creature was livid. It could barely contain its feelings, but Noah didn't remain still to watch how it would react. He had completed his mission. His kill count amounted to 46 underlings and 3 peak rank, and the continent contained less than 20 rank 6 specimens after that hunt. Noah didn't know if the world could start healing now, but he couldn't prolong his hunt anymore. He had to get away from the snake's leader and let his centers of power recover. Noah sprinted as soon as he straightened his position. The leader released another angry roar at that sight, and it spread its mouth to spit a torrent of silver liquid toward the sky. A cloud soon formed, and silver rain began to fall from its surface. Trails of ice and frozen lands began to fill the environment, but the snake's leader wasn't satisfied with that outcome. The quasi-rank 7 specimen didn't know where Noah had gone at that time. There wasn't any other target worth defending on the continent, so the creature felt no need to move from its position. Yet it still wanted to kill Noah. The massive rain was only the beginning of its outburst. The snake wouldn't let that invader catch it unprepared again. The snake continued to spit its silver liquid in the sky. The cloud slowly enlarged, and it eventually grew past the edges of the continent. Its rain began to fall on the sea and enlarge the landmass. The leader didn't stop there. It wasn't satisfied with a bigger lair. It wanted the whole world to become its home and radiate its aura. The cloud kept growing since the snake's leader didn't stop pouring silver liquid in the sky. The creature continued to use its innate ability for entire days, and it halted only when its rain fell everywhere in the world. The whole world transformed as the cloud released the silver rain. Layers of ice spread wherever the drops fell, and the entirety of the sea soon became nothing more than a frozen landmass. The few regions that had yet to freeze didn't escape that transformation either. The leader's patience had ended. In a bit more than a week, the creature transformed the world into an endless frozen land. The quasi-rank 7 creature stopped releasing silver liquid at that point and began a thorough inspection of the world. The leader couldn't find Noah, but it ended up eating the corpses that he had left behind when he escaped. Then, the leader returned to the lands frozen by the divine silver liquid. The whole world was an extension of its mind now. Nothing could escape its eyes anymore. Noah had watched the whole transformation. He had returned on the entrance to the separate dimension after escaping from the continent, and he had paid particular attention to the leader. He didn't care if the world froze. Those changes couldn't affect him. Yet, he wanted to know if the leader could express that power without incurring any negative repercussions. After all, the quasi-rank 7 snake could have just transformed the world in the past centuries. There was no need to wait for an invader to decimate its underlings to deploy that strategy. Noah's guess was on point. He had seen with his consciousness how the leader lost its scales during its long attack. Pieces of its body had fallen as it pushed the limits of its innate ability. That kind of injury wasn't enough to weaken it permanently. The leader had just overworked itself, using a lot of energy in the process. Noah guessed that it would now enter a long hibernation to recover and wait for a new pack to form. This would be the perfect moment to attack, Noah thought, but he soon threw that idea in the back of his mind. His ambition had run off and the drawbacks had arrived. Noah also needed to recover after going through such a long and dangerous hunt. Moreover, the main problem was still there. The world was too frail. The events in the past days had even enlarged the cracks in the sky after the golden net crumbled. Noah had failed to hold back a few times during the hunt, and he had also clashed with the quasi-rank 7 creature once. The snake's leader had done the same, and its actions had brought even more destruction to the world. It was customary for the world to suffer when existences at the peak of the 6th rank expressed their power. Their basic aura was so intense that it could shatter the fabric of the sky. However, Noah knew that too much had happened in those days. The world needed a long period of peace to understand if it could begin its restoration now that a lot of internal pressure was no more. Noah returned inside the separate dimension and immersed himself in his training while waiting for the world to stabilize. He had confirmed that his current power was enough to face a creature on that level, and that had given birth to a constant craving for a good battle inside him. The years passed quickly, but Noah didn't bother to check the situation in the outside world. He would have to make a hole in the frozen layers above the sea to inspect the changes thoroughly, and he didn't want to end up fighting the quasi-rank 7 snake unless he had confirmed that the world could take it. That required a long time. Noah guessed that even a few centuries wouldn't be enough to fix the damage accumulated since the divine leaders tried to destroy the world. That was the reason behind Noah's lack of hurry. He had no reason to go outside and alert the snake's leader that he was still around. Noah always lost track of time during his training sessions. 200 years had to pass before he understood that it was time to take a good look at the world. Ice welcomed him once he came out of the separate dimension. The underwater area was the only zone above the seabed that hadn't fallen prey to the leader's innate ability. But pieces of the frozen landmass fell there from time to time. Noah focused before sprinting toward the surface. His demonic sword couldn't cut through the frozen lands on its own. He had to rely on his ambition if he wanted to go past that blockage. His individuality brought him near the peak of the 6th rank. The frozen layers crumbled under his attacks after he reached that level, but he still sprinted to leave as few tracks as possible. The snake's leader noticed that something had come out from an area near its home. It didn't hesitate to roar at the sky while ordering to mobilize the troops. Noah could hear those cries, but he ignored them to focus on the world. The net of cracks had shrunk by a lot in the last 2 centuries. It seemed that the plane had finally started healing. Noah had succeeded. He had saved the world after centuries of struggles. The closing of the cracks had signaled that the plane could endure the internal pressure caused by its inhabitant and resume its normal functions. "I have time now," Noah thought as the roars of the snake's leader filled the sky. The pressure radiated by the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake opened cracks in the sky, but the world fixed them in a matter of seconds. The plane now had enough extra energy to deal with those issues. Noah observed the snake's leader and the world for a while before deciding to return to the separate dimension. His approach could finally change now that he had saved the plane. He could deal with his problems without taking unnecessary risks. His final opponent was a creature that had taken a step into the divine ranks. He couldn't underestimate it, especially since it was a magical beast. Noah knew how resilient those creatures were, and the eternal snakes even excelled in that quality. He couldn't underestimate how hard it would be to kill a quasi-divine specimen. He had already confirmed that his attacks could hurt the leader. The issue was whether he had enough energy to kill it. Also, The whole world had turned into a frozen landmass due to the creature's silver liquid. Noah believed that the leader could use all the ice around it for its healing ability, which would make it virtually immortal unless he managed to kill it in one blow. Can I even reach that level with training alone? Noah wondered as he meditated in between his training sessions. Killing rank 6 magical beasts with a single attack was easy for him. His centers of power had reached the last part of the 6th rank, so he could express far more might than creatures on a similar level. Noah had a body that surpassed magical beasts and hybrids in every aspect. His dantian contained energy that he had created to be perfect for his individuality. His mind carried features of both cultivators and beasts. Those features were enough to place him above normal beings on a similar level. Those 3 centers of power could make him defy logic already, but Noah had reached a superior realm with his black hole. The 4th center of power made his might skyrocket. His black hole affected every aspect of his existence, and his dark matter was an energy that he actively used to empower most of his attacks. The black hole and his superior features made his prowess impossible to evaluate. Even Noah didn't know how strong he was right now, but he didn't plan to remain on the same level for long. He had to kill a quasi-rank 7 magical beast that could use the entire world to fuel its innate ability. Noah had to raise his base power so that his ambition could push him on a level where he could defeat the snake's leader. Noah had completed every project, and his mind struggled to give birth to ideas that could lead to an increase in his power. He felt as if he had reached the limits of his rank. It was as if existences in the heroic ranks couldn't become stronger than that. Noah had improved in every field of the cultivation journey connected to him. He had the best living weapon, and some of the world's strongest creatures were his puppets. His darkness expressed his individuality, and his body had just gone through an improvement that had made his innate ability useful again. His sword arts already went beyond what heroic cultivators could do. Noah had inherited Sword Saint's 3 main techniques, and he could perform them with ease. He had even begun to develop personal slashes since relying on his individuality would bring him more benefits in the long run. His mind was improving with the 7th Xianxia rune. Noah could use his mental energy's peculiar properties to devour wills and force his sea of consciousness to grow faster. Still, that could hinder his stable progress with the rune. The 7th Xianxia rune was too good. Other methods might make his mind grow faster in the short run at the price of its stability, but they would still lose in the long run against the rune. Noah had a side project that he could complete. His many spells still required a martial art to express might worthy of an existence with a powerful body. However, he mostly disregarded that since he knew it couldn't lead to a sharp improvement in his battle prowess. His most powerful spells already had martial arts attached. Also, most of the diagrams that he had rebuilt didn't pair well with his expertise. After all, Noah's strongest martial arts were his sword arts. That left Noah without a clear goal. He only knew that he had to kill the quasi-rank 7 snake and seize its corpse. That resource was precious for him. How can I even defeat it? Noah thought as he tried to imagine the battle in his mind. The main issue in that battle was the ice spread in the world. Noah would normally take his time to destroy the frozen lands and leave the quasi-rank 7 snake unprepared. Still, the creature could recreate those regions easily. That approach would never work, especially since the snake's leader could sense Noah whenever he damaged the frozen landmass. He couldn't catch the creature by surprise even when it was recovering. The only option for him was to be stronger than the snake. Tricks couldn't work against the creature, and the ice accumulated in the world could solve most of its issues. Noah entered a long period of seclusion now that he had all the time that he desired. He couldn't find any reason to jump directly into a battle that he wasn't sure he could win. The world still needed to heal completely, so Noah didn't mind spending a few more centuries in seclusion. His power grew well due to his determination and incredible assets. His body and dantian had remained near their previous level, but his mind had improved at a decent speed. The 7th Xianxia rune made it ignore most of the limitations on the centers of power. His existence slowly grew inside the last part of the 6th rank. Noah could feel himself changing every day. It was as if his individuality knew that he was steadily striving to evolve into something more. The seclusion continued for 2 centuries. Noah's thirst for battles was about to explode after so long spent inside that boring place. He needed to vent his feelings and take care of the main problem in the world. There are still a few powerful underlings, Noah thought as he flew out of the separate dimension to approach the surface. The underlings didn't scare him since they wouldn't be capable of joining the battle between Noah and their leader. It was hard to kill eternal snakes, but they couldn't affect a fight on that level. I can only go there and see for myself if my prowess has reached that realm, Noah concluded as he let his ambition run wild. His centers of power reached the peak of the 6th rank before the empowerment stopped. A slash then shot out of his figure and created an opening in the frozen layer above the sea. A flawless dark sky appeared in his vision after he pierced the frozen land. The world had recovered completely. Noah could go all out without worrying about the plane's condition. Noah's ambition couldn't push his centers of power past the peak of the 6th rank. His individuality didn't appear able to cross that limit just yet. That wasn't a surprise. The divine ranks marked the beginning of an entirely new type of cultivation journey. That level also brought an immense amount of power with it, and Noah didn't know if his existence could contain it. His individuality couldn't replace actual growth. Noah's real strength came from his foundation, and his ambition reflected the power of a cultivator who had just reached the last stage of the heroic ranks. He was sure that his individuality would eventually manage to make him cross the limits of the heroic ranks. Yet, he needed his centers of power to be closer to the divine realm to achieve that. His ambition needed to grow before it could succeed in that task. Still, Noah knew that he would obtain more significant gains if he tested his prowess against the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake. Noah flew in the sky above the snake's leader. His desire to kill that powerful creature didn't make him forget about the advantages that he could wield. Cultivators were stronger than magical beasts for many reasons, which was even truer for an existence like Noah. He knew how to exploit his superior awareness and abilities, and he didn't hesitate to rely on his knowledge to obtain the upper hand in the battle. The snake's leader had begun to express its anger as soon as Noah made a hole in the frozen layer. The creature recognized the aura of the invader that had almost destroyed its plans to return to the immortal lands. Its anger was boundless, but the creature didn't let its feelings blind its mind. The quasi-rank 7 snake knew that Noah was resourceful and elusive, so it began to deploy its abilities before he could make his move. The snake's leader raised its head and began to fill the sky with its silver liquid. Its instincts told it that the world could finally endure its power, so the creature didn't try to hold back anymore. A massive cloud formed high in the sky, and silver rain started to fall from its surface. The creature had already turned the whole world into its lair, but its abilities could transform the area around it into its ideal battlefield. Noah observed how frozen structures formed above and around his target's lair. That ice carried the entirety of its power, making it impossible to cut unless he used his full strength. However, that was what Noah had come out of the separate dimension to do. He wanted to test his power against a specimen that stood on the absolute limit of a lower plane. The world in Noah's vision changed as he focused on the presence hidden by the frozen structures. Laws became visible in his eyes as he gathered his power to release his strongest attack. He didn't have the chance to test how strong he was in the past. Noah had yet to polish his fighting style, but he planned to complete that task in the next exchanges. It was finally time to learn how strong he was, and the best way to do it was to go all out since the first attack. Corrosive smoke and dark matter seeped out of his skin and created 2 fiendish armors around his figure. The demonic sword began to tremble as higher energy amassed inside its structure. Dark matter eventually came out of the demonic sword after it filled every inch of its fabric. The living weapon had reached its peak form, but it didn't stop producing higher energy. The world didn't restrain Noah anymore. He could finally reach his real limits and see how the snake's leader reacted to that. Pierce the cloud, the ice, and your enemy. Noah repeated those words inside his mind as he raised his weapon above his head. The dark matter leaked by the demonic sword condensed to enlarge its shape. The weapon became bigger and larger, and dense trails of higher energy began to flow around its form. Those trails soon became storms of dark matter that surrounded the demonic sword while it kept growing. It was as if Noah's blade had started to generate pure destruction. The sky couldn't endure the pressure radiated by Noah and his weapon. His sharpness filled every brim of dark matter that flew out of them, and cracks opened even if his ambition had improved the area's structure. The quasi-rank 7 snake sensed the events happening in the sky. A dark cloud had begun to spread above the silver one created with its innate ability, and the danger that it radiated made the creature decide to remain under its protections. The snake felt boundless anger toward Noah, but that only made it more focused. Its goal was to kill that threat, and the best way to do it was to take him seriously. "I see," Noah thought as he inspected how preparing for that attack had modified the environment. "I create a world of destruction." Noah shut his mind after that thought. Everything about him focused entirely on the quasi-rank 7 snake as he began to perform his slash. The demonic sword was heavy. Noah felt as if he was trying to move an entire continent as he slashed toward the ground. The slightest movement of his weapon broke the sky. The power he had accumulated in the area tore its structure apart and created passages to the void. The world promptly redirected energy toward those spots to close the cracks, but the storms of dark matter and the massive blade opened new ones as they continued to fall downward. Then, when Noah completed his slash, a black mass fell from the sky and filled the whole area under him with the power that it carried. The world fell into chaos. Eternal snakes screamed in fear when they sensed that they couldn't escape the range of that attack. Noah's slash covered entire regions. Its width didn't affect its speed. The attack clashed with the leader's abilities in less than an instant. It was hard to understand the black mass's shape when observing it from the side or above. Only the target of Noah's attack could see its true form. The ice accumulated in the area was an extension of the leader's mind, so the creature could inspect the attack in its entirety. It could see how that dark mass was a rain of sharp pillars that tore the world apart during their descent. The silver cloud couldn't even attempt to slow down that attack. The soul pressure radiated by Noah's slash destroyed it and stopped the silver rain. The frozen structures came next, but Noah's attack engulfed them as it crashed on the ground. His slash covered the whole area and gave birth to multiple earthquakes when it touched the terrain. The world trembled. The shockwaves radiated by Noah's attack opened cracks on the frozen landmass and sky. Large chunks of ice separated from their main structure and sunk into the sea. The perfect environment created by the snake's leader couldn't endure Noah's might, and only the ice born from the divine silver liquid remained intact as his attack continued to ravage the land. Sharpness also leaked out of the black mass. Cuts opened everywhere that aura spread, and Noah's destruction soon began to fill every inch of the area. That destruction continued for a while, but the dark matter eventually dispersed. Still, Noah's aura continued to create cuts in the sky even if his attack was over. A peculiar sight appeared in his vision once his attack stopped disrupting his analysis of the surface. Most of the frozen ground under him had sunk into the sea, and only the divine ice had remained intact after that slash. On that piece of intact land, Noah could see the badly injured quasi-rank 7 snake staring at him while wearing a mocking expression. Noah's eyes sharpened when he saw the leader's expression. His attack had destroyed a large chunk of its lair and transformed it into an island made only of divine ice. His slash had also badly wounded the creature, but it didn't show any fear. The leader's condition was pitiful. The slash had created large holes in its body and had severed entire pieces of its flesh. The snake was more than 700 meters long, but it had turned into a maimed shape that barely had any living feature left. Noah's attack had exposed the snake's organs. It had destroyed a third of its face and severed its clawed arms. Its body was a mess of broken flesh and holes that pierced it from side to side, but the creature didn't appear worried. Dark matter began to accumulate near Noah again, and a shadow flew out of his space ring. Snor's hisses also echoed through the sky, but the blood companion didn't reveal itself while its master gathered power again. Noah's instincts told him that something was off, so he didn't hesitate to prepare another massive slash. However, the entire world began to tremble before he could finish gathering energy. The cracks created by the slash enlarged as earthquakes filled the whole world. Noah's sharpness continued to open cuts in the environment, but that event didn't depend on his attacks. The frozen landmasses rose toward the sky. Tall silver mountains formed in the world as the ice reacted to the snake's leader intentions. Large chunks of ice separated from the mountains and shattered to take the form of thick ice shards as they flew toward the leader. A storm soon covered the creature and hid it from Noah. Noah knew what was happening, so he couldn't allow that process to continue. He pointed his blade toward the storm of ice shards before performing multiple lunges that carried all the power accumulated until that moment. A series of sharp black pillars fell toward the ground and pierced the storm of ice shards. The island made of divine ice shook under the might carried by Noah's attack, but no cracks appeared on its surface. The storm quickly dispersed as Noah's aura consumed it, but a figure shot out of it before the pillars could hit it. A dangerous sensation accompanied that vision, and Noah raised his sword to prepare for the imminent clash. The figure disappeared from the island, and Noah slashed at his side as he followed its movements. In an instant, the leader's massive body appeared next to him and clashed with the demonic sword. The snake didn't deploy any special technique. It had reached that speed through its brute force, and cracks had opened in the sky after that jump. The world couldn't endure its physical strength. Noah held the demonic sword with both his hands as he tried to endure the immense power that had landed on his arms. His blade had stopped the leader's charge when its momentum was at its peak. That was the strongest physical attack that the snake was capable of. The armors on his arms broke as Noah tried to fend the snake off. Things would become dangerous if he let the creature gain the upper hand in the fight. Noah didn't forget his first battle against that species. Eternal snakes could chain leaps and attacks to generate a relentless offensive. He couldn't end up in that situation against the quasi-rank 7 creature. His veins bulged, and the demonic sword roared as Noah mustered all the power inside him to endure the attack. A web of cracks opened from the spot where the blade and the snake touched. The shockwaves released in their clash destroyed the sky's fabric. That was the peak of a lower plane. Creatures below the divine ranks couldn't wield a greater physical strength. Noah and the leader were showing the world what it meant to be at its apex. Noah began to slide in the air at some point. The snake was still stronger than him when it came to its physical strength. The empowerment of his ambition and the innate superiority of his centers of power weren't enough to make him match that quasi-divine creature. Yet part of him had expected that outcome. Noah respected the divine ranks too much to let his new power blind him in front of the obvious. Noah was the best heroic cultivator in history, but the snake's leader had taken a step into the divine ranks. Techniques and abilities were useless in front of a power that surpassed him in quality and quantity. His ambition made him defy logic, but divine creatures could defy laws. They were existences that stood among the very rules of the world in terms of power. Noah felt surprised when he saw the leader's condition. He had been too focused on the clash to notice that its body had almost healed completely. He could barely find any injury on the creature. The ice shards had recreated even the missing pieces of flesh. The snake's leader could do what its underlings couldn't. Its innate ability allowed it to regrow even the severed parts of its body. Noah didn't think about anything when he noticed that feature. He noted down that piece of information and stored it in the back of his mind as he called for his hidden asset. He couldn't let anything distract him in that situation. The slightest delay in his reactions could make him end up in a relentless series of attacks that he would have a hard time escaping. A massive reptilian head suddenly came out of Noah's fiendish armor. Snore had formed inside the defensive layer made of dark matter and had remained hidden as it waited for a chance. The outcome of Noah's first attack had shown him that he couldn't kill the quasi-rank 7 creature in one blow. He could have a chance if he slashed from a short distance after completing his preparations, but Noah knew that the snake would never allow that to happen. Noah needed another method to kill the snake, and he could only think of his blood companion's innate ability when he considered the destructiveness of his attacks. The dark beam was virtually unstoppable, and it was the perfect weapon against creatures of that species. Snore's head grew as it came out of Noah's armor. Its 6 horns began to gather elemental attacks and redirect their energy toward the blood companion's mouth. The power that pushed Noah back suddenly disappeared as the leader leaped in the air before jumping again to assault its opponent. The snake showed great agility and control of its massive body by performing 2 sprints in a row. Snore tilted its head while Noah closed his eyes to spread his mental waves in the area. A dark beam came out of the blood companion's mouth as he laid the demonic sword on his forehead. The snake's leader performed a sharp, evasive maneuver when it sensed the dangerousness that accompanied the beam. The creature leaped again to dodge the attack, but a series of dark lines materialized in front of it when it changed direction. The dark lines didn't wait for the snake to crash upon them. They flew toward the creature and opened cuts in multiple spots. Its mouth even became a bloody mess after their passage. Other black lines appeared in the area and pierced the leader in different spots. Noah launched all the attacks that he could muster, and Snore spat another dark beam aimed at the creature's head. Yet, a storm of ice suddenly surged from the ground and engulfed the snake. The power radiated by the ice even hid the leader's presence. An entire frozen region had separated from the landmass and had flown in the sky to help the snake. This won't do, Noah thought as he stared at the storm of ice. Noah had confirmed that he owned stronger attacks. The quasi-rank 7 eternal snake couldn't match his offensive. That was one of the fields where magical beasts inevitably fell behind cultivators. Noah was almost able to match the creature's physical might. The snake didn't have other attacks at its disposal, so Noah could overcome it with his sword arts, spells, and techniques. However, Noah's prowess had a fatal weakness. The power that he expressed during that fight wasn't his real strength. His ambition made him reach that level, but that empowerment had a time limit. Those limitations had become laxer after he reached the solid stage. But that feature didn't vanish with his breakthrough. Noah would eventually go back to his real level, so he had to kill his opponent before that happened. The snake's leader had a world's worth of stashed energy. Except for the island made of divine ice, all the frozen lands were part of its innate ability. Noah didn't know if his ambition would last until the snake depleted that energy. Still, that was only the backup plan. His main strategy saw him killing his opponent before its ability activated. I should slow it down at least, Noah thought as he stared at the storm. The world went dark for an instant. Black flames surrounded by a blinding silver halo had appeared in the environment when the light returned. Noah had decided to reveal his innate ability when he understood that he couldn't kill his opponent quickly. The black flames struggled to affect the storm. That ice carried the leader's aura and power, so they couldn't burn it unless it lost most of its energy. Yet, there was plenty of extra energy in the environment. The world had even returned to a perfect state, so the flames could still be of some use. Noah's fire burned the breath in the environment and the smallest ice shards as they surrounded the storm. Small flames then separated from the main attack and converged toward Noah to transfer their energy. The small damage suffered during the clash with the snake healed in a few seconds. The extra energy remained inside the black hole, ready to assist Noah's body whenever an injury appeared. The snake eventually made its move. The creature leaped through the storm and flames to charge at Noah, but Snore didn't hesitate to launch another black beam in its direction. The creature performed an evasive maneuver, and Noah created black lines on its path. More slashes then landed on its body, and Snore tilted its head to prepare its innate ability again. The snake could only call upon its ice again. One of the frozen regions under the battlefield rose before breaking apart and engulfing the creature in a second storm. Snore launched its black beam, but Noah felt through the connection with the blood companion that the attack didn't manage to touch the snake. That exchange had ended up in the same way as the previous. Noah knew that he would lose if he let the snake continue like that. Yet, he didn't have anything else at his disposal. He had already used his innate ability, slashes, and blood companion. There was only one last card to play. The eternal snake came out of the storm again, and trails of ice followed the creature in its charge toward Noah. Snore launched a dark beam to force it to change direction, and Noah deployed his slashes again to interrupt its evasive maneuvers. The creature didn't hesitate to rely on its innate ability again. The storm that followed it fused with the ice that had surged from the terrain to heal and hide it. Yet, a cry suddenly resounded from inside the storm, and Snore immediately aimed at the source of that sound. The dark beam destroyed everything on its path, and a second roar echoed through the sky once the attack crossed the barrage of ice. Noah still didn't have a clear vision of his opponent, and the storm hindered his mental waves. Yet, he accumulated his power anyway and prepared for the snake to appear again. He didn't want to launch his strongest attack unless he was sure that he could kill his opponent. Normal injuries were useless against the snake. Only a fatal blow could make a difference in that battle. Nothing happened for a few seconds. The storm closed the hole made by the dark beam and continued to hide the creature, but a third cry of pain soon echoed through the sky and gave away the snake's position. Night had followed the snake inside the storm and had attacked it as soon as the ice hit it. The pterodactyl didn't have the power to kill the creature on its own, but it could counter the creature's most annoying ability. The dark beam could hit the snake when Night forced it to reveal its position. The creature didn't even expect the attack to arrive, so it wouldn't perform evasive maneuvers in that situation. The creature didn't even want to come out of the storm because Noah's slashes could reach it anywhere as long as he could lock his mental waves on its body. The snake could only remain in a passive position when Noah relied on all his powerful assets. Noah's excitement became more intense as he watched those exchanges. His instincts told him that he had a chance to kill the creature as long as he continued to fight like that. The demonic sword began to tremble and leak dark matter once it stuffed its structure with energy. Noah was ready to unleash his strongest attack, but he held back from slashing at the storm. The snake had already survived that attack once. Its ice had saved it, and Noah didn't know for how long Night could create those opportunities. The creature would eventually become used to that fighting style and use the ice differently. Noah had to kill the beast before that. He couldn't waste his attack in another pointless destruction that would bring him back to square one. Noah waited until a roar resounded from inside the storm again. Snore immediately spewed its dark beam at that signal, and Noah used that attack as the path for his slash. The demonic sword descended, but nothing came out of it just yet. Noah straightened his blade and aligned it with the dark beam before pulling it back. Then, when the dark beam was about to end, Noah thrust the demonic sword forward, and a sharp storm of dark matter came out of it. Noah's lunge used the hole created by the dark beam to fill the insides of the storm with his sharpness and destructive might. The attack enlarged the injuries created by Snore's ability and made the creature release another cry. Night continued its silent offensive while darkness spread inside the storm. The dark matter helped the pterodactyl's ability and allowed it to express more power. Since the snake didn't stop screaming in pain, Noah and Snore could launch multiple attacks. Their offensive was relentless and precise, and pieces of the creature's body vanished before the ice could even begin to heal the old injuries. The storm stopped raging at some point. The ice in the air fell back into the frozen ground, and a massive figure became visible among that debris. Noah could see the snake falling together with the chunks of ice. The creature had lost its head and many other pieces of its body during the last exchanges. The headless quasi-rank 7 eternal snake fell onto a frozen region together with the remains of the storm. Its corpse was a mess of injuries and missing chunks of flesh, but Noah didn't feel at ease at that sight. His instincts didn't stop sending warning signals to his mind even after the snake lost its head. Noah began to consider an unthinkable possibility, and he sprinted toward the falling corpse to prevent that from happening. Noah entered his dimension to reach the corpse, but a shockwave spread in the area and forced him to stop sprinting. The environment had transformed in the short time that Noah had spent inside his dimension. Entire regions had exploded to create storms that surrounded the corpse and protected it from anyone trying to reach it. More regions continued to explode. Noah felt eventually forced to retreat since a quarter of the world's frozen lands had begun to shoot their ice into the sky to create storms around the snake's corpse. What is even happening? Noah wondered as he inspected the event from a safe position in the sky. The snake didn't activate any ability during the fall since it was technically death. The ice had started surging on its own. It was as if the world had decided to help the creature. If only I were slightly stronger, Noah cursed in his mind. The storms carried the leader's power. They resembled proper attacks in the quasi-divine rank, even if their might came only from the chunks of ice's hardness. Noah would attempt to cross the storms if his body was on the same level as the leader. Yet, his physical strength was slightly weaker even with the empowerment of his ambition. He would be overwhelmed by the chunks of ice if he tried to reach the creature. Returning inside the separate dimension appeared to be the best option, since he couldn't predict what would happen once the storms quieted down. Still, Noah wanted to learn about the snake's abilities. Moreover, his ambition was still empowering his centers of power. Noah could fight while wielding the same prowess that had put the snake in that condition. That situation didn't sign the end of his attempts to kill the creature. Noah crossed his legs and sat in the air. He closed his eyes to expand his mind and call upon his power. Snore slithered out of the fiendish armor and wrapped its body around Noah. Energy moved on its horns as it completed the preparations for its dark beam. Night appeared and landed on Snore. The peculiar pterodactyl was ready to fly toward the snake as soon as it left the storms. The blood companion didn't even mind its behavior, since it prioritized that hunt's success over its quarrels with the puppet. The demonic sword began to tremble as it rested on Noah's lap. Dark matter began to leak from its shape after it stuffed its fabric with all the energy that it could contain. Noah's ambition surged as he remained still. His individuality didn't go through any explosive boost. It slowly became more intense as it spread in the environment and empowered everything it touched. Seconds lasted as if they were minutes. Noah waited for the storms to end as his whole being focused on a simple task. He had to kill the quasi-rank 7 snake. Nothing else mattered. Cracks opened in the air around him as his sharpness became more intense. Noah was condensing the entirety of his individuality to complete one task, and his aura reacted to his mindset. His aura and mental waves became sharper. They destroyed the breath in the area and filled the sky with primary energy. A dark sphere appeared above Noah at some point. The black hole spell began to grow as it absorbed the primary energy accumulated in the environment. Noah also surrounded his figure with a sea of saber-shaped runes that imitated the other spell. Copies of his fiendish armor slowly appeared next to him. 6 of them formed and flew toward the black hole spell to wait to receive its energy. Noah had called upon his entire arsenal for that battle. He didn't know how long it would take for the effects of his individuality to expire, but he would spend that remaining time without holding anything back. Pieces of ice began to fall on the terrain as the storms lost some of their intensity. The world slowly stabilized, and Noah opened his eyes when he sensed a strong presence at some distance from him. Noah could see the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake standing proudly on one of its frozen regions. All its injuries had healed during the storms. The ice had even rebuilt its entire head and all the missing pieces of flesh. That wasn't everything. A thick layer of silver ice now covered the creature. Noah had already seen that ability, but the leader's armor appeared far more powerful than the poor-looking ones deployed by the pack in the past. Noah had many questions. He had seen a magical beast coming back from the dead. His instincts had immediately told him that something was off, but that didn't change how miraculous that ability was. The snake didn't die even after it had lost its head. Noah didn't know if it could deploy that ability again or it had conditions attached to that unique feature. Yet, his mind stopped any thought that could divert his attention. The truth was that Noah didn't care about the eternal snake in that situation. Part of him had accepted that he couldn't defeat the creature in that battle, so he only wanted to go all out. He would be okay with any outcome. The snake sensed its peculiar mental state and roared to express that it viewed the battle in the same way. Noah was a worthy opponent in its mind, and it deserved to see everything it had. Noah straightened himself before waving his hand. His fingers left a black mark on the sky that opened to become a portal. Then he stabbed his sword inside it. The snake didn't understand what Noah was doing, but an unstoppable force suddenly flung him downward. A portal had appeared behind its neck, and the demonic sword had come out to launch its attack. Noah didn't release the energy that it contained. He had revealed the warp spell to get an idea of the armor's sturdiness, and what he discovered made his expression grow even colder. The snake's leader was a quasi-divine creature. Its strongest techniques would strive toward the ranks beyond the heroic ones. The whole reason why it had reached that stage was that it had already taken a step into the 7th rank. However, its body was average for a creature on that level. Noah could almost match the creature's physical strength, and that was unthinkable for a beast that was close to becoming a god. The snake's healing ability was incredible, but Noah had replicated it in no time. Still, that brim of divine power had to go somewhere, and Noah had placed his bet on the last skill used by the creature. Those storms had revived the snake and built an armor. The first part would already be enough to step into the divine realm, but it seemed that the second one carried similar properties. The ice that made the armor surpassed the level of the leader. It was a proper divine material, which made its protection a divine item. Noah didn't need to think to know how that battle would end. The presence of a defensive item in the divine ranks could only lead to one outcome. A quasi-rank 7 creature was an opponent that Noah could overcome due to his ambition and the many advantages connected to his centers of power. However, the presence of a divine item changed everything. The snake's weakest feature had just become its strongest. The divine armor covered its entire body. Its assaults were now unstoppable. The dark beam had incredible destructive properties, but it couldn't overcome such a difference in power. The dark matter had to evolve before it could make a dent in that armor. The same went for the rest of Noah's abilities. Nothing he had could make up for that difference in power. He had been able to fight the snake until now because most of his attacks carried might that defied logic. Still, the armor marked a point that he couldn't cross at his current level. Noah didn't retreat in front of that threat. His ambition became more intense as he analyzed the snake and its divine item. The snake's power hinted at an important detail. The creature wasn't a complete divine beast, so that armor was the best it could do. Noah even guessed that it couldn't keep it active for a long time. Yet, the snake had used only a quarter of the ice in the world to create that protection. Logic said that it could perform that technique 3 more times before it depleted its core material. Also, the actual power of the snake didn't change after it created its armor. The creature was still a beast that Noah could suppress even if there were an abyss of difference between their levels. The snake would end up in a sorry state as long as Noah managed to cross the armor. That defensive item was troublesome, but he still had a chance to defeat his opponent. The divine armor had only 3 openings. The ice didn't cover the snake's eyes and insides of its mouth, which left them exposed to the same attacks that had managed to suppress it before. Noah only had to prevent the snake from summoning the storms again while aiming for a quick kill. If he succeeded, he could even test if his theory was on point. He didn't believe that the snake could rely on those techniques often. The armor and the reconstruction of its head were skills that went beyond lower realms, so there had to be a limit to how many of them it could perform. It was a simple matter of logic. The snake wasn't a divine being, so its divine techniques usually had drawbacks and limitations that Noah could exploit. The snake lost its patience when it saw that Noah didn't attack. The sudden blow from before left it slightly confused, but it was too angry at Noah to let him do as he pleased. The creature jumped forward, and massive cracks opened in the sky at its passage. Noah had prepared his arsenal beforehand, which gave him a good advantage against the beast. The only problem now was to use his weapons smartly. The snake reached Noah's position in an instant, but he was ready. The creature's speed didn't increase after the storms, so he knew exactly how fast it was. Noah could dodge and escape until he wielded enough power to defeat the creature without relying on strategies. However, he didn't plan to leave the battlefield just yet. The sight of something in the divine ranks had ignited his desire to test himself. Noah raised his free hand, and the 6 fiendish giants flew next to him to help him in the task. The snake arrived in an instant, but it found 6 pairs of clawed hands waiting for it. An immense force landed on Noah and shattered the armors protecting his right arm. Still, he didn't suffer any injury at that time. The fiendish giants had eased the impact with the creature. Noah didn't waste time. He pointed the demonic sword toward one of the eyes and lunged while unleashing all his accumulated power. The snake didn't have the time to dodge. It was still trying to fling Noah's away when a torrent of dark matter pierced its eye and ravaged its insides. Noah's assets didn't let the other eye go. Snore bit the other side of the snake's head and released its dark beam. Night also moved and fused with the insides of the creature to unleash its destruction. The snake screamed in pain, but Noah didn't waste the moment when the creature opened its mouth. Two of his fiendish giants entered it and exploded to fill the creature's body with a cloud of poisonous, corrosive smoke. The sea of saber-shaped runes followed the fiendish giants. They entered the snake's mouth and began to ravage everything they could. In an instant, Noah had unleashed the entirety of his arsenal on the creature. He did not doubt that his abilities would kill the snake on the spot, but he was more interested in what happened afterward. The snake began to fall toward the ground after that series of attacks. Yet, one of the fiendish giants grabbed it, and Snore coiled itself around it to restrain it. There was nothing but dark matter, corrosive smoke, and floating pieces of flesh inside the divine armor. Noah's attacks had reduced its body into a messy pulp of blood and skin that were about to disappear due to the sharpness still lingering inside the divine item. However, the silver armor lit up before the last of the snake's tissues could disappear. A blinding light came out of it, and angry roars soon echoed through the sky. When the silver light disappeared, Noah could see that the snake's leader had wholly reformed. All its injuries had disappeared, but the armor had paid the price for that restoration. The ice of the armor had become thinner after that round of healing. Noah could sense that it even expressed less power than before. Noah's eyes lit up when he saw that. He now knew how to defeat the snake. Could take a while, but he had a strategy, at least. The snake leaped away and destroyed two fiendish giants with its charge. Then it made a sharp turn to charge toward Noah again. Noah didn't fear that attack. He could inflict more damage than the creature did, so he didn't mind playing the target in that battle. Moreover, he felt too excited in that situation that he didn't mind taking those blows head-on. The two remaining fiendish giants and Snore stepped forward to intercept the charge, and Noah raised his hand again to help in the task. However, his cultivation level suddenly dropped and reminded him that he didn't own that power yet. Not now! Noah cursed in his mind as he threw every disposable attack at the creature. The black hole spell flew toward the snake together with the two fiendish giants. Snore even helped them, but Night reappeared next to Noah and flew inside his space ring. The giant uneven sphere exploded, but its power wasn't suitable for that type of battle. Hitting the holes in the armor required precise and condensed attacks, and the black hole spell was the opposite of that. The fiendish giants and Snore did their best to stop the snake. The copies even detonated when they saw that they couldn't stop the creature anymore. When the snake's leader managed to cross those hindrances, it saw only a human-shaped crack. Couldn't sense Noah anywhere. Noah returned inside the separate dimension after the battle. The effects of his ambition had run out mid-fight, but he had managed to escape. My ambition can't last for so long, Noah concluded after he reviewed the battle. The quasi-rank 7 Eternal Snake was weaker than him, but its resilience made it hard to defeat since his superior strength had a time limit. 3 to 4 times for each divine armor, Noah calculated in his mind. The entire world should make it able to perform that ability only 4 times. I need to kill the snake a minimum of 12 times to win this fight. Noah didn't consider the things that could go wrong in his math. Battles on that level could be unpredictable, especially when it came to magical beasts and their instincts. The snake's leader had never shown fear or worry during the fight. Even when Noah had found a way to counter the storm's cloaking capabilities, it had always remained calm. Noah analyzed his opponent while he let his centers of power disperse the stress accumulated in the last battle. He reviewed every exchange and technique deployed in the fight, but the process always brought him the same conclusions. He could kill the snake, but the creature had multiple lives. That made it almost impossible to defeat when Noah's superior battle prowess had a time limit. Noah didn't let that fact discourage him. Some strategies could make up for the flaws in his battle prowess. He only needed to find the correct tactic to defeat his opponent. I need to save energy while inflicting fatal blows, Noah thought as images formed in his mind. This fight might not be impossible if I plan every step carefully. Noah didn't have any other option. The quasi-rank 7 snake would probably be his last real opponent in the lower plane. After defeating the creature, he could only remain in his quarters and cultivate until his centers of power reached the divine ranks. Second Prince could still surprise him, but Noah couldn't see him as a worthy opponent anymore. He would fight the royal if the situation required it, but he wouldn't hunt him. Defeating the snake wasn't a priority now that the world was safe, but Noah hated spending centuries in seclusion. Still, he had to accept that he had almost reached the limits of the heroic ranks, so the lower plane couldn't offer him any other adventure. His decision to fight the snake at his current level could only delay the inevitable, but Noah preferred to handle that matter before entering a long period of seclusion. Facing those struggles could make his power increase faster, and Noah never ignored those opportunities. Also, it was better to polish his individuality before improving it. That approach would reduce the chance of ending up with a flawed law. A scene had appeared inside Noah's mind while he analyzed his issue. Two figures fought each other to the death while exchanging various blows that always led to different results. The two figures depicted Noah and the quasi-divine snake. Noah imagined how the battle against the beast would go if he approached it in different ways. It didn't matter for how long he reviewed that battle. Noah didn't have many attacks that could kill the creature in one blow, which made his offensive limited. Having fewer attacks at his disposal made his offensive predictable. Moreover, Snor's dark beam was one of those techniques, and the snake could already dodge it often. Yet, the dark beam wasn't the main issue in that fight. Noah's attacks performed well, especially when he considered that his real level was nowhere near the snake. The main problem was the time that passed between one exchange and the other. Noah's offensive had to stop whenever the storms surrounded the snake. Night had managed to counter that ability a few times, but it didn't solve the issue. It would be great if I could just charge through them, Noah thought, and the images of the storms appeared in his vision. The pieces of ice carried by the storms were quasi-rank 7 materials. Their sturdiness stood on the limits of a lower plane. The snake even had a divine armor that made it quite troublesome to fight. My body is too strong to have a classification, Noah thought as he continued to consider his options. But I know that it's better than magical beasts and hybrids. It shouldn't even be hard to make it able to endure those attacks. Noah had barely stepped into the last part of the 6th rank. His centers of power were only at the beginning of that stage, so they could become far stronger before the inevitable jump to the divine ranks. He was almost able to match the snake's physical power, which showed how strong his body was. If he managed to improve it enough to surpass the creature's level, he would cross the storms and spare a lot of time during the fight. It shouldn't be hard to reach that level, Noah thought as the stuffed winged beast materialized in front of him. Hunting couldn't bring Noah any valuable resource since only a few rank 6 creatures had remained in the world. The quasi-rank 7 snake even ate them from time to time, so Noah would have a hard time finding suitable prey. However, he had the stuffed winged beast at his disposal. He had always avoided eating its skin because his breakthroughs required an immense quantity of energy. Still, that resource appeared to be perfect for his situation. Noah wouldn't even lose his stash of quasi-divine flesh if he ate the winged beast. Using that stuffed creature could give him access to the quasi-rank 7 snake, which was far more intact. He wouldn't lose the resource needed for the breakthroughs, since consuming the winged beast was an investment toward a greater hunt, a mission that could bring him an entire quasi-divine creature. The more Noah thought about that, the more he felt convinced that eating the winged beast was the right choice. He could deploy a completely different offensive against the snake as long as he surpassed its physical strength. He wouldn't fear its attacks anymore. His slashes would also improve since they depended on his physical strength. The next battle could be the last if he went there after his body grew. No time to waste then, Noah thought as he stood up and wielded his demonic sword. He had decided to eat what remained of the winged beast and spend some time training. His other centers of power also needed to improve. A better foundation would produce better effects with his ambition. The demonic sword touched the stuffed creature's skin as Noah pointed it toward that resource. The world of laws appeared in his eyes as attacks started to come out of his blade. Glass-like shards fell on the ground as the stuffed beast lost pieces of its skin. Noah peeled all the tissues that Shandal had ignored when he seized that creature. Once the entirety of the stuffed beast had turned into nothing more than an empty bust, Noah sat on the floor and began to eat its skin. Inside his mind, the imaginary figures of him and the snake continued to fight. Noah had decided that he would kill the quasi-rank 7 snake in his next fight, so he didn't hesitate to imagine a simulation of that battle. A quasi-rank 7 creature was the best food for a body in the upper tier. The stuffed winged beast only had its skin left, but that resource could boost Noah's power by a lot. Ordinary magical beasts would find it hard to digest a resource on that level. But Noah's body didn't have those limits. His black hole also helped in that process and made him absorb the energy contained in the winged beast's skin in no time. Still, the actual improvement of his tissues arrived slowly. The black hole had to purify the energy absorbed from the skin and redirect it to every corner of his body. Then, it had to harmonize that growth so that Noah could obtain the best out of that process. Noah mostly trained while his body grew, but his mind continued to imagine battles against the snake's leader during the whole process. That type of mental training would generally fail to reproduce the true might of a creature. Yet, Noah had studied the eternal snakes for entire centuries by then. His knowledge allowed him to create perfect simulations and even predict situations that he didn't trigger during the last fight. The leader's battle style wasn't hard to understand. Its attacks consisted of a relentless assault that made use of the flexibility of its body. Its offensive was also reckless due to its confidence in its innate ability. Noah had calculated that he would have to kill the snake a minimum of 12 times. His opponent wasn't the leader alone. He had to force it to consume all the ice accumulated in the world. Part of him understood how King Elbaz felt after he returned from the void of the separate reality. The royal's leader had to fight an entire world set on killing him, but he triumphed due to his nigh-endless reserves of energy. Noah's situation was slightly different but also quite similar. Even with his ambition, his sheer power couldn't reach the levels that King Elbaz had shown in the past. Still, he was getting there. I will be far stronger than him once I reach the true peak of the heroic ranks, Noah thought as the images in his mind dispersed. He had finally completed his mental training. He knew exactly how he had to fight the leader. Now he only had to apply those plans in the battle. Noah came out of the separate dimension once his body had absorbed the nutrients. He didn't have to prepare anything else. He only had to win now. The world had returned to its previous frozen state in the years that Noah had spent inside the separate dimension. The snake's leader had spread its silver liquid again to restore the regions destroyed in the battle. The frozen landmass had expanded. The creature's ice now reached deeper into the sea. It seemed that the snake wouldn't be satisfied until the entire world turned into ice. That sight didn't discourage Noah. If his strategy worked, he wouldn't have problems killing the snake more times. His ambition had a time limit, but it could last enough if he minded his reserves of energy. Noah's aura grew as he stared at the layer of ice that stood in his way to the sky. His ambition surged and pushed the level of his centers of power beyond their limits, and spells activated on their own as he prepared for the imminent battle. Corrosive smoke and dark matter seeped out of his skin to create 2 layers of his fiendish armor. The demonic sword flew out of his space ring to land on his hand, and night merged with the environment to prepare its surprise attacks. Snore formed inside the armor made of higher energy, and the black hole spell materialized above Noah's head. A sea of saber-shaped runes also flew out of his hands and began to absorb the primary energy created after his aura spread in the environment. The copies didn't appear. Noah had used them during his previous battle to match the leader's physical strength, but he didn't need them anymore. They were only a waste of energy against that opponent. The roars of the snake's leader resounded above him after his aura expanded. The creature had noticed the arrival of its annoying opponent, and it cried its impatience to resume their battle. Noah could sense from its tone that the creature considered him a worthy contender for the throne of the world. Even the snake wanted to see who was the strongest existence in that lower plane. A surge of dark matter came out of Noah's living weapon after he pointed it at the ice above him. The attack dug a smooth tunnel where Noah flew to reach the surface. The snake was already filling the sky with its silver liquid when Noah resurfaced. He wasn't the only one capable of preparing his attacks, and the leader wouldn't hold anything back after it accepted Noah as a worthy opponent. Noah's aura continued to surge after he reached the surface. His ambition finished empowering his centers of power while he observed the magical beast preparing the battlefield. His dantian reached the peak of the 6th rank and stopped growing, but his mind and body acted oddly after they touched the same level. His ambition didn't stop empowering them after they reached that point, but it seemed unable to push them beyond the limits of the heroic ranks. Yet, the empowerment didn't stop. Noah felt the limits of his mind and body bending to accept that extra power, and a feeling of completeness filled him once their level rose again. Noah could feel it. His mind and body had reached the absolute peak of the 6th rank in that situation. Even a tiny whiff of energy would be enough to make them step inside the divine realm. No thoughts surged in Noah's mind as he observed his opponent. His mental sea was calm since he knew exactly what he had to do. The difficulty in that fight consisted of being as perfect as possible. Silver rain started to fall from the vast cloud in the sky, but Noah ignored that event. The corrosive smoke coming out of his armor was enough to destroy the drops that fell in his direction, and he didn't care about the ice in the environment. Getting rid of the cloud was a waste of energy. Killing the snake would force it to use the ice in the environment anyway. Noah began to walk toward the snake as his corrosive smoke spread through the landmass, and the ice crumbled under the deadly properties of the demonic form. His current level allowed his spell to counter the creature's innate ability perfectly. The snake's leader could notice that Noah had improved, but it didn't reveal any fear. The ice's best quality wasn't its sturdiness in the end, and it could always make more of it. Frozen structures formed on the world, but Noah limited himself to walk toward his opponent. The snake couldn't use its ice to hide anymore. The smoke of the demonic form created holes in every defensive layer that divided the two of them. Entering the deeper parts of a lair wasn't a smart move, especially when it came to magical beasts capable of creating battle strategies. Yet, Noah wouldn't waste his limited attacks to force his opponent out of its safe area. Noah could sense something moving through the ice around him, but he kept going. He knew that the snake would attack at any moment, which would mark the start of his strategy. A crack suddenly opened in the ice above him, and a massive figure dived through the corrosive smoke to crash on Noah's head. However, a clawed hand suddenly appeared in its path. The leader felt surprised when it sensed its momentum dispersing. Noah had managed to stop its charge with one hand, and his claws had stabbed its mouth to keep the creature locked in that position. Then, a chill ran down the leader's spine when Noah's reptilian eyes landed on it. A crack opened on his fiendish armor to form a devilish smile that made the snake tremble in fear. The snake could understand that something was off, but it couldn't do anything in that situation. Noah was keeping it stuck in its grasp. The creature had to tear its mouth apart to escape. Noah wouldn't let it do as it wished. Each second spent in that situation was time that he couldn't use to fight, so he didn't hesitate to raise his sword to attack the restrained beast. The demonic sword pierced the creature's scales and dug its skin before releasing a torrent of dark matter that destroyed its insides. The attack engulfed the beast's skull and came out from its back. The snake lost the upper part of its head after a single attack. Slashes capable of a large area of effect were pointless against that opponent. Noah only needed to be precise and deadly. The frozen lands in the world surged toward the sky when they sensed the snake's death. A storm made of large chunks of ice engulfed the duo and separated them. Ice crashed on Noah and flung him away. His corrosive smoke couldn't prevent those chunks from hitting him, but they only managed to crack his armor when they landed on his body. The dark matter that surrounded his figure began to freeze, but the armor forcefully expanded to create the dark world and prevented any chunk from reaching Noah's position. Noah's physical strength was above the snake now, but the storm could still hinder his movements, and he couldn't let that happen. He couldn't let the creature stall. The dark world enhanced Noah's awareness and allowed him to sense the traces left by the creature. The storm had already hidden the snake's aura, but it had yet to cover the smell of blood lingering in the air. Noah sprinted forward, and the dark world condensed in the form of a fiendish armor before he entered his dimension. The shockwaves released by the storm attempted to stop his movement technique, but Noah fended that pressure off by relying on his physical might. A presence eventually appeared in the dark environment. Noah quickly came out of his dimension and saw countless ice shards converging toward the corpse of the snake that floated in the air. Noah couldn't reach it in time to stop the healing process, but the same didn't apply to his assets. A giant reptilian head came out of his armor and spat a dark beam toward the motionless creature. Snor's violent energy engulfed the quasi-rank 7 snake and created a massive hole in its head. The ice accumulated until that moment crumbled, but more frozen lands separated from the ground to help the creature. It was as if the eternal snake was the favored son of the world. Every piece of ice in the plain worked for the creature and tried its best to revive it. Another storm crashed on Noah and flung him away, but he deployed the dark world again to resume his assault. In the many strategies that he had played inside his mind, the best one saw the snake depleting all the ice without being able to revive. Of course, that was only the best possible outcome. Noah had created multiple strategies before the battle, so he could adapt his approach according to the creature's reactions. Noah charged forward until the eternal snake appeared in his vision again. Snor's head came out of his armor and launched another dark beam, and the ability successfully interrupted the healing process. The ice began to radiate an ominous aura at that point. It seemed to have its own mind, and it didn't like that Noah kept interrupting the snake's revival. Entire frozen regions shot in the sky and aimed for him while giving birth to raging storms. Chunks of ice as big as mountains flew in his direction and crashed on his figure before shattering into a wave of smaller ice shards. Even Noah's new physical might didn't allow him to fend off those attacks. He inevitably lost his momentum as he tried to stop himself from crashing on the ground. His saber-shaped runes had remained outside of the battlefield before that moment, but they flew to help Noah when he remained entangled in the storm of ice. The dark sabers turned into smoke that seeped through the storm before condensing into a solid form once they reached Noah. They then flew toward him and began to rotate to open a path where he could escape. The saber-shaped runes had arrayed themselves to create a drill-like structure that Noah followed to leave the storm. Many of them broke in the process, but they succeeded in making Noah reach a safe area. Storms raged in the distance. Noah knew that his opponent was inside them, but he couldn't avoid what was about to happen. He knew what would come out from that violent mass of ice. An angry roar suddenly echoed through the sky. A giant figure shot out of the storm and charged at Noah while releasing more silver liquid. The divine armor had appeared around the creature. Ice covered its entire body except for its eyes and the insides of its mouth without affecting its flexibility. The battle had already reached the point when Noah couldn't abuse his physical superiority anymore, but he didn't mind it. He calmly accepted that his first strategy had failed and that it was time to deploy the next one. The chunks of ice that the snake didn't use during its revival flew alongside the creature. Noah's opponent had also begun to fight differently after their last clash, but there was a limit to how much its fighting style could change. Noah didn't show any fear and charged at the incoming beast without entering his dimension. It was in his interest to clash with the snake, so he didn't let it lose track of him. Cracks opened in the sky as the two charged toward each other. The snake radiated a silver light due to its armor and the storm following it. Its assault made even the world tremble due to its connection with the frozen lands. Noah radiated pure blackness. Corrosive smoke flew out of him and created a giant dark cloud as he charged toward his opponent. His spell had already covered most of the sky behind him during those short seconds. The snake lowered its head and flipped its body in the instant before the clash. Its massive tail swung toward Noah while carrying a wave of ice with it. The creature had learnt from its past mistakes. Noah could kill it while it was inside the divine armor. Yet, the back of the defensive layer didn't have any opening so it could attack its opponent safely. Noah didn't slow down his charge at that sight. His cold eyes analyzed the tail for an instant before focusing again on his opponent's head. He couldn't waste time against a material that he couldn't break. He had to remain focused on the spots where his weapons could inflict some damage. The chunks of ice flying together with the tail suddenly crumbled as a shadow moved past them. Snore even came out of Noah's armor and hissed as it rose toward the massive tail. A loud clash happened between the snake's tail and Noah's puppets, but he didn't even look in their direction. He flew past the creature's body and reached its head, where he stabbed his blade in one of the openings. Then, a storm of dark matter filled the insides of the divine armor. That was the fourth death experienced by the snake in the battle. Noah was unstoppable. Obtaining a superior physical strength made the snake powerless against him. The storms could slow down his assaults, but they only ended up delaying the inevitable. The divine armor didn't budge, but Noah's attack destroyed everything inside it. The surge of dark matter would normally sever only a chunk of the creature's body, but it managed to do far more damage in that closed area. The ice in the world began to tremble after the snake died for the fourth time. The ominous aura radiated by that material became more intense and forced more frozen regions to shoot in the sky. The ice appeared alive. It reacted to the creature's condition and didn't hesitate to fill the sky with storms when it sensed that its creator was suffering. Noah knew that the ice and the snake had a tight connection, but he didn't expect that material to overreact to the creature's condition. Some worry appeared inside him. That was only the fourth death, but half of the world's frozen lands had already flown in the sky. Noah couldn't imagine what would happen once that number increased. However, that situation didn't only benefit the snake. Noah had initially calculated that the creature would have depleted that amount of ice after its sixth death. Instead, it seemed that the battle would last less than he expected. That could only benefit him. A shorter battle would remove most of the uncertainties that accompanied his strategies. After all, Noah could lose only if the effects of his ambition ran off. He had already confirmed that the snake was weaker than him. Frozen mountains flew in the air and converged toward Noah while ice shards flowed inside the divine armor to revive the snake. The ice didn't want him to interfere with the healing process, and he had already accepted that he couldn't avoid ending up far away. A silver mountain crashed on him, and cracks appeared on its surface before it broke into a series of large chunks of ice that spread through the sky. The ominous aura suddenly became more intense while Noah flew away, and his fiendish smile widened when he sensed that night had hidden inside the armor before the storm arrived. The pterodactyl confirmed through its connection with Noah's mind that it had killed the creature while it was about to revive. Noah eventually managed to stop himself and charge toward the massive storm again. Half of the world had fallen into chaos. Still, that was the only possible outcome of a battle between existences at the peak of a lower plane. More ice surged in the sky and fused with the storm that continued to rage above the frozen lands and sea. Snore had to appear in the open to help Noah fend off the giant silver chunks that flew around the reviving creature. Something different was happening inside the storm at that time, but Noah didn't have time to waste. Snore launched a dark beam that opened a tunnel through the ice and allowed him to fly directly toward the divine armor in the distance. Pieces of flesh and organs had begun to appear inside the armor, and Noah could even see the spots that Night had cut during its surprise attack. He purposely slowed down his charge when that scene entered his vision. Noah wanted more ice to accumulate inside the armor so that the snake's losses would increase after he destroyed its body. The storm noticed Noah and tried to launch giant frozen boulders in his direction, but Snore appeared again and stopped most of them. The remaining chunks of ice crashed on his body but were unable to do anything. Noah reached the snake when a good part of its skeleton, tissues, and muscles had reformed. He stabbed the demonic sword inside one of the openings in the armor and released another lunge. The attack filled the armor's insides with a raging dark matter that destroyed everything on its path. That incomplete body couldn't do anything to stop that destruction. The snake's sixth death arrived, and the ice understood that it couldn't stop Noah if it continued to hold back. The world began to tremble as all the frozen regions rose in the sky and converged toward the divine armor. Noah felt fear when he saw pieces of ice as big as the old continents flying in his direction. He couldn't avoid that attack even if he used his movement technique to shoot high in the sky. The frozen regions were too big to escape from them. His demonic sword began to tremble as Noah turned. Dark matter seeped out of his blade and began to rotate around it. Noah wielded the demonic sword with both hands and raised it above his head as he focused on one of the huge pieces of ice flying in his direction. Part of the dark matter coming out of his blade created a vertical trail of dense smoke that appeared fused with the weapon. When the massive piece of ice was about to hit him, Noah slashed, and a black line appeared in front of him. The attack divided the frozen land in half and allowed Noah to remain still while those two silver chunks surpassed him and converged toward the divine armor. An intense shockwave spread in the sky after all the giant pieces of ice crashed on the snake's position. A storm of ice shards and debris flung Noah away, but he managed to stop himself when he was still close enough to inspect that event. The central areas of the storm condensed and morphed. The ice that had previously covered the whole world had now gathered in the same spot to give birth to a new ability. Noah could only prepare for the worst as he waited for the snake to come out. He couldn't charge at the storm when it contained all the ice in the world. His physical strength was immense, but he would need to have a divine body to deal with those hindrances. The storm quieted down after its central parts condensed, and the ice flying in the external areas also fell to fuse with that giant body. A massive silver mountain appeared in the sky once the process ended, and Noah couldn't even see its summit due to its immensity. The ice began to morph again after that structure became stable. The mountain stretched, and a reptilian head soon appeared among those vague features. Clawed arms grew from its bottom, and a tail soon became visible on its back. The mountain further condensed then, and its vague features became more detailed as they took the aspect of the eternal snake. All the ice generated through the leader's innate ability had condensed in that area to create a massive armor. The snake had now become almost as big as half of the old continents. It was immense. Noah could only modify the strategies in his mind at that sight. He knew that the snake would show something else once it neared its death, but he didn't expect it to summon all the ice in the world. Luckily for him, the new armor wasn't a divine item. It exuded the same level of power as the snake's leader. The divine armor didn't disappear after the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake created that giant layer of protection. Noah could sense the divine aura flowing out of that immense amount of ice, so he could guess that the creature was somewhere inside that silver shell. The already big snake's leader had transformed into a giant mass of ice that had its shape. That sight would normally scare away most of its opponents, but Noah didn't let the view of that new ability discourage him. "I can still kill it," Noah thought as he stared at the creature. He had prepared his attacks while he waited for the transformation to end. He wanted to be ready for any ability the snake decided to deploy, but he didn't expect that the creature would help him. The ice created by the creature's silver liquid had gathered into one place now. Noah wouldn't need to kill the snake multiple times anymore. Defeating it in that new form would be enough to win that battle. The snake had solved his greatest weakness by taking that form. The ability had obviously empowered the creature, but Noah saw that as an opportunity to end the battle more quickly. Noah didn't need to mind his energy anymore now that he only had to win once. He could attack without caring about his time limits. The battle had fallen into the field that he preferred. The black hole spell flew out of the sea to reach Noah. The spell had become a giant unstable sphere after accumulating primary energy through the entirety of the battle. Its power almost crossed the limits of the heroic ranks, and its flares opened cracks in the very fabric of the sky. Noah didn't need anything else in that situation. His puppets, the demonic sword, and the fully charged black hole spell were his strongest assets, and he had to focus his energy on the best he had to offer to win that battle. He had to pierce a world worth of ice in the next exchanges. He couldn't waste energy into abilities that could only dent that massive protection. Large chunks of ice fell when the giant armor opened its mouth. A deafening roar came out of the ice. Large cracks opened in the sky due to the shockwave that accompanied that sound. Blood rose through Noah's throat after the shockwave swept his figure. His armor had protected his external tissues, but it could only block part of the pressure that landed on his internal organs. This form isn't just for show then, Noah thought as he evaluated the power carried by the roar. The snake had been unable to hurt him before because his superior physical strength made him overwhelm the creature. However, it seemed that the ice didn't only protect the snake. It even improved its body in that form. The tables had turned once again. The snake had reclaimed its spot as the strongest creature in the lower plane when it came to physical power. Noah wouldn't be able to fight it as easily as before, but his plans didn't change at that discovery. Nothing had changed. Noah had already been able to kill the snake when its physical strength surpassed his. He had lost due to the time limit on his power back then. Still, the situation had evolved in his favor now. The snake began to move after its roar stopped echoing in the sky. The world trembled whenever its tail moved, and cracks opened due to the power released during its flight. The creature contained enough energy to cover the entire world. It was only normal for the sky to being unable to withstand its pressure. Noah sprinted ahead. He entered his dimension and came out only when he was on top of the massive creature. His demonic sword was already pointing downward as he descended toward the snake's head. The quasi-rank 7 creature had become far slower after it had taken that form. It couldn't move freely with that amount of ice above its body, and its mind wasn't nearly strong enough to control the protection well. Noah landed on the snake's head before the creature even noticed his presence. His demonic sword dug through the ice without any problem. Yet, the blade was too small to do anything on that armor. No special attack came out of it. Noah held back from using his strongest slashes in this situation since he had to wait for a more suitable spell. The snake eventually sensed that Noah had landed on its head. The creature opened its mouth again and released another deafening cry that made him spit a mouthful of blood once the shockwave swept him. Then, its tail cracked toward Noah, and he didn't even try to dodge the attack. He didn't want to lose momentum, and he didn't mind suffering a few injuries if that led to a victory against the strongest creature in the plane. The snake slammed its tail on its head. A storm of ice shards filled Noah's vision before Snore came out of his armor and launched a dark beam toward the incoming attack. The dark beam created a tunnel in the spot of the giant armor that was about to hit Noah. He didn't even need to move since he ended up inside that hole while the tail landed on the creature's head. Shockwaves hit Noah while he kept both hands on the demonic sword stabbed in the ice. He couldn't let the snake flinging him away in that battle. The hunt required a lot of work at that time, and he couldn't lose his momentum. Noah smiled while he remained surrounded by silver ice. The tail eventually rose and freed him from that place, and he could see that the giant unstable sphere had finally reached his position. The black hole spell crashed directly on the snake's head. Noah didn't mind that the explosion would hit him too. He would suffer more injuries in that exchange, but he didn't mind that as long as he could reach the center of that armor. The giant sphere landed on the armor's head and exploded, engulfing everything in the range of its attack. The sky and the ground trembled due to the shockwave that it had released after the detonation. Noah felt an intense force landing on his body and tearing his armor apart. The ice suffered from the same fate. The black hole spell destroyed a large chunk of the creature's head. The divine aura coming out of that armor became more intense after the black hole spell dug deeper into that defensive ability. Noah understood that he had taken a step toward the snake when he sensed it, and the fiendish armors promptly covered his figure again as he prepared his offensive. Noah almost puked, and blood flew out of the many superficial injuries that had appeared on his body. However, he was still at his peak. His resilience wasn't something that a single spell and a few roars could affect. The demonic sword came out of that spot as Noah flew where the divine aura was more intense. That would work as his starting point. He would dig through the armor from there. Noah reached the spot where the divine aura was more intense and stabbed his weapon into the ice. The demonic sword released a sharp wave of dark matter that dug through the creature's protection and opened large cracks around the impact point. His free hand grabbed one side of the nearest crack before he pulled to tear it open. Chunks of ice fell and crumbled under the effects of his demonic form as Noah made his way through the giant armor. The snake found it hard to aim at Noah while he dug through its armor. He was too small for its new form, and its roars didn't manage to slow down his offensive. Yet, the creature didn't just stay still while Noah attempted to take its life. If its tail couldn't reach him, it would use the environment to its advantage. The snake lowered its head and dived toward the world. The ice had destroyed most of the previous lands when it accumulated around the creature, so the duo soon found themselves underwater. Noah could sense what was happening around him, but he didn't do anything to dodge the attack. He stabbed his demonic sword into the sturdiest piece of ice that he found and prepared himself for the imminent impact. The snake slammed its head on the seabed. The rocky ground at the bottom of the sea crumbled under the might of the blow. Magma soon rose from the cracks opened after the impact. Noah felt his insides churning due to the pressure that reached his body. His bones released screeching noises, and his muscles broke as he focused on remaining attached to the demonic sword. Blood came out of his mouth, and his black hole redirected most of the energy it contained toward the damaged tissues. Noah had begun to suffer serious injuries, but his offensive had to continue. Snore came out of his armor and launched its dark beam toward the trace of divine aura leaking out of the armor while Noah focused on stabilizing his condition. A large tunnel opened, and he crawled through it as he searched for the snake's actual body. Corrosive smoke accumulated in that environment and destroyed all the ice that it found. Since Noah's ambition was still applying its effects, the demonic form could consume that powerful material. The snake raised its head and resurfaced before flying in the sky. It then lowered its head again before diving toward the seabed. That was its only effective offensive method, so it didn't hesitate to perform it whenever it could. Noah ripped pieces of the armor apart and stabbed his demonic sword in the ice again when he sensed that the impact was near. An intense shockwave resounded in the environment at some point, and he could feel the same pressure as before landing on his body. Blood flowed everywhere as Noah straightened himself and resumed his assault. His condition kept worsening, but that was the only approach that could lead him to victory. The seabed shattered again, and magma came out of the cracks that had opened due to that offensive. The world didn't appear able to withstand the amount of power released in that attack. The immense resilience of Noah's body allowed him to express his peak power even when injuries filled his tissues. His black hole even began to spread dark matter inside him to stabilize and reinforce his condition. The fourth center of power knew that Noah wanted to put an end to that battle now. He wouldn't have a better chance to defeat the snake anytime soon otherwise. The snake began to resurface again, but that area of the sky went dark as Noah released his flames. Black fire radiating a blinding silver halo spread through the many cavities opened in the giant armor and came out of the ice once it filled that space. The fire burned the weaker chunks of ice before converging toward Noah to heal his injuries and transfer the energy that it had absorbed. Flames soon surrounded Noah's figure and closed his injuries. The wounds that had accumulated on his body healed before the creature could reach the summit of the sky. Noah's new innate ability could show its real power now that it managed to burn the ice. He could achieve the same degree of immortality as the other eternal snakes in that situation. The quasi-rank 7 snake didn't have many options. Noah was deep into its armor, so it could only continue to slam its head on the seabed to take care of that threat. The impacts with the seabed injured Noah every time. His armor often broke due to the violence of the crashes. Yet, he always managed to make some progress in his excavations. The demonic form's corrosive smoke and his fire opened large paths through the ice and made sure that the falling chunks would turn into nothing more than dust. Noah didn't want to defeat that technique only to go back to the previous type of battle. He couldn't let the snake revive after he had invested so much energy in that fight. Noah found it easy to dig through the ice with the demonic sword and snore. His slashes and lunges always managed to sever and pierce large pieces of the armor, and the dark beam had yet to find a material that could stop it. Part of the sea turned red due to the magma that had reached the surface. The creature's relentless dives had created a large passage connected to the central parts of the world. The dives became more intense after Noah dug through almost half of the giant armor. The snake could sense that its opponent was about to reach its body, and its survival instincts began to take control of its actions. The snake continued to rise and dive, changing spot whenever all the seabed under it fell into the magma. Cracks in the sky opened as it accelerated its movements to slam its head more times. Noah eventually reached the center of the armor. Injuries kept accumulating on his body and healing, but he ignored that annoying process when he saw the divine armor and the snake's real body inside it. The creature tried to escape through the ice when it saw its opponent, but Noah's brute strength surpassed the advantages that the snake had in that situation. It was its ice in the end. It was only normal for the material to move at its passage. Noah flew toward the snake and clutched his clawed hands on a handhold on the divine armor. He then crawled to reach the creature's head and stab his demonic sword into one of the eyes. Snore quickly materialized to take care of the other eye, and the two launched their abilities. A wave of dark matter entered the divine armor and went wild. The higher energy carried Noah's sharpness, his power, and the energy radiated by the living weapon. Snore launched its dark beam and cleared the insides of the divine armor. Nothing could escape the violent energy released after the attack. Noah spat a wave of flames again, and the corrosive smoke continued to destroy ice as it spread in the environment. The divine armor also became thinner as it tried to revive the creature. Snore didn't let the snake reform, and more divine ice vanished to fuel its revival. Ice also separated from the giant armor to create gales that aimed to fling Noah away from that important location. Night revealed its presence at that point. A shadow flew through the barrage of ice and rendered it harmless. That small storm crumbled against the pterodactyl. Noah and Snore continued to attack the snake and destroy the ice. The effects of his ambition had begun to run out, but he didn't stop his offensive. The divine armor crumbled after the snake died 4 more times, but the ice around it converged toward its position and tried to start another healing process. Noah didn't care about that and continued to launch slashes and lunges toward the powerless creature. The ominous aura radiated by the ice eventually vanished, and he couldn't see ice shards converging toward the snake anymore. When he succeeded in storing the maimed corpse of the creature, Noah knew that he had won. The ominous aura was no more. Noah had even managed to store the maimed corpse of the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake. The only possible conclusion was that the creature wasn't alive anymore. Noah didn't believe that at first. The eternal snake had come back from the dead so many times that he felt skeptical about its actual death. However, his instincts soon reassured him, and the ice appeared to have lost the drive that characterized its peculiar behavior. The giant frozen structure had stopped moving, and it soon fell while carrying Noah with it. The drawbacks of his ambition began to hit his centers of power. Noah felt weak, weaker than he had felt in years. That battle had utterly drained him, but the dark matter released by his black hole filled his body with a refreshing feeling. The black hole wouldn't allow him to collapse on the spot, but it couldn't heal him either. Even his new flames couldn't fix his current condition since his tiredness didn't come from injuries. Only a long rest could disperse the stress accumulated by his centers of power. The injuries would arrive if Noah continued to use them without getting rid of the fatigue that they had accumulated. Those wounds wouldn't even be easy to treat. Stress was tricky to deal with when it came to centers of power, and Noah wasn't an exception. He had a few advantages in the field due to the dark matter and his innate superiority, but he couldn't overwork himself for too long either. "I need to stop fighting like this," Noah thought as he raised his head and pointed his feet on the platforms of breath that cultivators used to fly. The massive frozen structure stopped falling after the area that had witnessed Noah's battle landed on his palm. There was enough ice to cover entire regions in that maimed armor, but Noah could keep it in the air even in his weakened condition. The eternal snake had consumed its divine armor to revive a few times, so only the quasi-rank 7 ice remained in the area now. Still, that material carried the same energy of its body, so Noah could eat it to absorb its nutrients. His gains in that battle surpassed his wildest expectations. The entire frozen structure had enough ice to revive the snake 5 to 6 times, but now it belonged to Noah. It was as if he had obtained more than 6 complete quasi-rank 7 corpses after winning that fight. Noah couldn't store the ice as long as it kept that shape. His space rings weren't big enough to contain that giant structure, and its power also went beyond what they could hold. Yet Noah didn't have to hide anymore now that the snake's leader had died. His victory had essentially freed the world from those creatures. He could throw it on the surface and build his new home around it. "This power should be my last resource," Noah thought as he brought the ice on the ground. "Using it as my normal battle style will only bring injuries in the future. I can't be this weak in the immortal lands." The world was a mess after the battle between Noah and the quasi-rank 7 snake. Most of its old layout was no more. The ice had destroyed entire continents when it flew in the sky to create the frozen armor. Only a few large islands continued to float on the sea. A few changes would happen due to the magma flowing out of the shattered seabed, but Noah could only settle for the largest piece of land that he found for now. Noah laid the frozen structure on one of the largest islands before coming out of it to inspect the area. The ice went beyond the edge of that piece of land, but the terrain appeared able to withstand its weight. Noah had already planned his next moves. His victory against the snake marked the end of his adventures in the lower plane. It was time to seclude himself until his centers of power reached the 7th rank. He would have to prepare for the tribulations, but they didn't worry him too much. Heaven and earth had already tried to punish him multiple times, but he had only gotten stronger after them. His level of power was already far beyond their fairness. Still, the world managed to give him one last surprise. A series of powerful presences appeared in the range of Noah's mind, and he could only heave a sigh when he recognized the owner of that aura. "I guess this is the perfect time to attack me," Noah said without moving his eyes from the ice. 20 human figures appeared in the air above him and surrounded the island. They were identical, and they all wore the same small golden crown on their heads. "This is my last chance to overcome you," Second Prince's copies said at the same time. "I'm grateful for what you have achieved in these years, and I won't forget your teachings. Yet, I'm sure you understand why I am doing this." Noah raised his head to stare at the copies that had surrounded the islands. They all exuded the aura of a newly advanced solid-stage cultivator. "I do understand," Noah replied. "I even asked you to do this." Second Prince's copies smiled at the same time when he heard those words, and they pointed their right hands toward Noah as they began to accumulate power. That was an army of solid-stage cultivators. Second Prince would have had a chance of defeating the quasi-rank 7 snake if Noah didn't take care of the issue first. "I'll make sure that time won't erase your name from the historical records of the world," Second Prince said as golden flames gathered on his palms. "You should focus," Noah replied as a cold smile appeared on his face. "Killing me is no easy feat," Second Prince snorted before his copies launched their attacks. Waves of golden flames flew out of his hands and filled the island with their destructive might. The island sunk under the might released by the royal. The ice remained unaffected by those attacks, but it fell on the seabed after losing its foothold. Part of it remained on the surface. The frozen structure was too big for the sea. It created a huge silver mountain after most of its body went underwater. A figure slowly walked out of the wave of golden flames. Noah ignored that attack as he strolled on top of the frozen structure and inspected the areas nearby. The flames couldn't hurt his body. The drawbacks of his ambition made his centers of power weaker than their actual level. Still, that didn't apply to his tissues. He felt tired, but his condition didn't affect the sturdiness of his skin. His body had become too strong after eating the remains of the winged beast. Even the attacks of 20 solid-stage cultivators couldn't pierce his innate defenses. Of course, Second Prince didn't use any special attack. His flames were the most basic spell that he could launch, but that scene still surprised him. Noah was a monster that no labels could classify. His level of power went beyond common knowledge. Inside Second Prince's mind, he appeared far more dangerous than the quasi-rank 7 snake. "This will be tricky," Noah thought as he inspected the areas around the frozen structure. The world still had a few rank 6 creatures left, and they wouldn't hesitate to assault the quasi-rank 7 ice once they sensed that the area was safe. Noah needed to secure his gains, but he had to deal with Second Prince first. The royal had chosen the worst possible situation to attack him. The drawbacks of his ambition made Noah extremely weak, and that battle would only mark the beginning of other fights. "Oh well," Noah concluded as he heaved a helpless sigh. "Time to suffer an injury." Second Prince's copies joined their hands to condense stronger flames and prepare an attack that could piece Noah's body. But an intense aura suddenly filled the area. The royal's eyes widened when he sensed that Noah's cultivation level reached the peak of the 6th rank. A chill ran down his spine when he saw that his opponent could still use his individuality to boost his power. "This shouldn't be possible," Second Prince's copies shouted at the same time. The royal had studied Noah during the past centuries. Second Prince had used his methods to watch his battles and understand his power, so he could guess that Noah's condition was far from ideal. "Don't you care about your centers of power?" Second Prince asked as fear built inside his mind. The royal knew that Noah was extremely resourceful. He always had a secret weapon or some strategy that could make him win otherwise impossible battles. However, Noah had just fought against a quasi-rank 7 creature. He had revealed everything he had, and he had drained his reserves of energy. The stress accumulated by his centers of power also made them quite frail, so he was in no condition to fight properly. "Better than dying," Noah said as his cold smile widened. Second Prince could now see the depths of Noah's insanity. He was selfless when it came to what he was willing to sacrifice to stay alive. Moreover, no fear had appeared in his eyes even after he understood the danger that had fallen on him. Noah wouldn't allow himself to end up in a passive position. He couldn't underestimate the preparations completed by Second Prince in those centuries. The royal wasn't delusional, and he would have never attacked him if he didn't have a solid plan. Noah trusted Second Prince enough to believe that the royal could kill him if he didn't go all out. Noah would rather suffer injuries that he could treat rather than face an unknown danger. Second Prince's copies began to take a few steps back when Noah's aura swept them, but a shadow soon flew around their figures. 10 of them lost their heads during that moment of hesitation. The headless copies turned into golden flames that converged toward the intact ones. Second Prince lost the upper hand in the battle after a single exchange, and he could only think about escaping after realizing that Noah could kill him in the next moves. Yet, dark matter soon came out of Noah's chest and surrounded the area. The dark world engulfed Second Prince's remaining copies and suppressed their power. The royal's copies quickly transformed into flames that tried to fly out of the dark world, but a heavy pressure landed on them and forced them to remain still. The dark world wasn't a technique that Second Prince could face while Noah's ambition empowered his centers of power. The royal knew that, but he had attacked him only because he didn't believe that Noah could use his individuality again. The golden flames struggled to overcome the suppression of the dark world, but they stopped moving when Noah appeared in front of them. Snor's massive figure also became visible as it surrounded them with its body. The golden flames condensed until they became a small orb that Noah grabbed while he unfolded his consciousness. He knew that Second Prince's real body wasn't there, so he had to find it to get rid of the issue once and for all. Second Prince's inscriptions surpassed what Noah could comprehend, but the dark world could affect the law's correct functioning. Noah's ambition also boosted his mind's capabilities, and the divine deduction technique activated on its own to bring his awareness to its peak. The royal didn't say a word while Noah closed his eyes to focus on the environment. Only a faint fear came out of the lump of flames while Second Prince waited to see if his opponent could find him. Noah's consciousness became able to pierce the very fabric of the world in that situation. His mental waves seeped through matter and laws as they searched for anything connected to the golden flames. His mind soon found something, and a surprised expression appeared on Noah's face when he understood from where that trace came. He couldn't help but shoot a surprised glance toward the golden flames before moving in the direction of that connection. The flames remained silent at first, but they soon grew restless when Second Prince saw Noah flying in the right direction. Still, they couldn't escape his grasp while the dark matter suppressed them. The dark world moved together with Noah as he reached a seemingly random spot in the sky. The flames in his hand started to detonate at that point, but the dark matter suppressed their explosions and forced them to remain in Noah's grasp. "I would have never found him if I didn't use my ambition again," Noah thought as he straightened his fingers of his free hand to make them resemble a blade. "Stop!" Second Prince's voice echoed in the area when Noah pierced the world's structure with his arm. His limb moved through the void until he found what he was looking for. Noah then pulled back his arm and enlarged the crack to allow the passage of his target. Noah pulled a scared Second Prince from the void. The royal couldn't believe that Noah had actually found him there, but there wasn't much he could do anymore. The dark world had started suppressing Second Prince as soon as he entered its range. Noah's firm fingers also held his neck and threatened to kill him on the spot. Second Prince lost any will to fight after that overwhelming display of power. He couldn't even put up a decent battle when Noah used his ambition to empower his centers of power. Noah inspected Second Prince. The royal had covered his body in inscriptions to survive the void's environment, but they appeared to work only because he wasn't a real human. The shining lines that filled his body converged toward the red crystal at the center of his forehead. They didn't even have the iconic golden color of the Elbas family. Most of those inscriptions radiated crimson shades while they tried to illuminate the dark world. What should I do with him now? Noah wondered as he inspected Second Prince. A peaceful expression had appeared on the royal's face after he accepted death. There also seemed to be some relief in his eyes. It was as if Second Prince felt happy that his struggles were about to end. Truth be told, Noah didn't need to kill Second Prince. The royal was more useful alive than dead, especially when there was an entire world to rebuild. Noah quickly reviewed the issue before shattering the flames in his hand and reaching for the red crystal. Second Prince didn't even struggle when Noah ripped his core away from his body. Second Prince's body began to age at a fast pace after Noah removed the crystal. It soon turned into ashes that the dark world finished destroying. "Stay there until I decide what to do with you," Noah said as he threw the crystal. Snor's open mouth materialized in its trajectory and made it disappear. The period after Second Prince's sudden assault was hard for Noah. The second activation of his ambition hurt his centers of power and made them too frail to endure the power that they contained. His body struggled to contain the strength that it carried. The weight of his other centers of power also became almost unbearable, and only the dark matter flowing inside his tissues managed to keep them in one piece. His mind felt heavy, especially since Noah could stop the production of new mental energy. Cracks appeared on his mental sphere due to the internal pressure that pressed on its walls. Noah also felt confused. His body couldn't fully contain his sea of consciousness, so he would black out for a few instants every once in a while. His dantian had it a bit easier than his other centers of power due to the almost absence of darkness in its insides. However, the muscles pressing on its walls made it regress by a few years. The only organ that continued to work correctly was the fourth center of power. Noah's black hole provided every inch of his body with as much dark matter as it needed and prevented him from falling apart. Noah couldn't leave the frozen structure while he endured that painful process. Ideally, he would need to isolate himself in a safe place and sleep until his centers of power dispersed the accumulated stress and gained their strength back. Yet, the quasi-rank 7 ice was the most appealing resource in the world after the frozen land created by the divine silver liquid. The creatures that had survived the battle between Noah and the snake's leader would kill to take a bite of that structure. Noah could barely remain conscious in that condition, but his aura still leaked from his figure, and the magical beasts in the world could sense the dangerousness that it carried. They would never decide to approach the frozen structure as long as he remained there. Noah went through cycles of roars of pain, blood loss, injuries opening out of nowhere, and sudden surges of power while he endured the drawbacks of his ambition. Snore, Night, and the demonic sword surveilled the area around the frozen structure while he remained immersed in his painful healing process. They could understand how harsh that situation was for him, and they didn't hesitate to support him in the best way they could. Noah's body wanted to fall apart. Pieces of his skin even dispersed their energy when they became unable to contain it. Yet, his dark matter always managed to prevent the worst possible outcome whenever those situations appeared. Nothing could help Noah's healing process. Any other external energy would only break his already frail tissues and worsen his condition. He had to wait for his centers of power to become stable while he remained on the frozen structure. His only consolation was that the magical beasts in the world didn't try to take the ice since they were too scared to enter the range of his aura. Their decision to avoid the frozen structure didn't come only from the fear that Noah's aura caused inside their minds. The surviving rank 6 eternal snakes had understood that their leader had lost against him, and that made Noah the new ruler of the world in their view. His victory had put him at the very peak of that lower plane. He had become the king of the world even if his mind was too confused to realize it. Moreover, he wasn't a cultivator, so the magical beasts had more respect for his power. Their instincts saw the frozen structure as Noah's lair, which suppressed their innate greed for valuable resources. Noah felt as if he was in a long nightmare. His mind went dark and played scenes from his memory, while his dark matter prevented it from escaping his body. Chaotic images appeared in his vision, and his instincts reacted at certain scenes. His body would even spit flames on its own whenever he saw some of his old opponents. Clarity slowly returned to his mind as his condition stabilized. Noah returned lucid only to sense a wave of tiredness filling every corner of his existence. His mental waves quickly sent a series of reports to his mind once they understood that Noah was conscious again. He became aware of the damage that afflicted his body in a few seconds, and his expression turned grim when he sensed that his cultivation level had fallen. His dantian had shrunk, and his body had lost some of its power. His mind had also suffered a series of injuries that sent sharp waves of pain to his mental sea. Each of those problems was quite severe, and Noah could only sigh at that sight. He had paid the price to get rid of Second Prince quickly, and he had to deal with the consequences of his actions now. Noah straightened himself before sitting cross-legged on the frozen structure. He didn't dare to cultivate in his condition, but he tried to take control of the black hole to improve its healing abilities. His mind, dantian, and body needed to undergo a long recovery, but Noah wanted to shorten that process by focusing all his efforts on one of them. The black hole didn't struggle and let Noah direct its action. His fourth center of power redirected most of its dark matter toward his mind and helped it close the cracks that had appeared on its walls. Noah couldn't think properly with his mind in that condition, so he wanted to fix it before analyzing his centers of power again. The loss of power annoyed him, but he could take his time to get his cultivation level back once he secured his mental stability. Thin patches of dark matter covered the cracks on his mental walls and allowed his mind to use most of its mental energy to fix them. Crystal-like structures filled those fissures and quickened the healing process while the higher energy took care of the external pressure. Noah's mind took a while to heal. His center of power was near the peak of the 6th rank, so it needed a massive amount of mental energy to recover. Noah's mental sturdiness was also incredible, so his center of power took longer than usual to return to a decent state. His mind required 40 years to fix the cracks and reach a perfect condition. His body and dantian had stabilized on their own while Noah fixed his mind. They had mostly suffered from a loss of power, so they didn't need dark matter to heal eventual injuries. Noah couldn't let the matter about his loss of power go. His ambition wouldn't allow him to remain calm until he returned to his previous cultivation level. Noah felt like an addict going through withdrawal as he studied his dantian and made sure that it could cultivate again. His demonic sword didn't hesitate to fly toward him once he confirmed that he could resume his training. His dantian began to expand again, and some calm filled Noah's mind when he lost himself in that feeling. The center of power grew quickly since his existence was ready to reach superior levels. Noah returned to his previous peak in less than 50 years. Noah only had to fix his body after his mind healed and his dantian returned to its previous peak. That center of power didn't suffer any injury, but it had lost a lot of energy while it dispersed the drawbacks of his ambition. Noah couldn't bear seeing his level regress. His addiction toward cultivation didn't allow him to stay put until he regained what he had lost while he recovered. Many powerful creatures had died during the battle against the quasi-rank 7 snake. The leader had also eaten some of them in the past centuries. The world had gone from being packed with rank 6 beasts to having only a few of them left. However, Noah didn't lack food. The quasi-rank 7 ice and the maimed corpse of the snake's leader would keep him satisfied for a long time. There was also a chance that they would be enough to bring his body to the peak of the upper tier. The only problem with that material was its sturdiness. Noah couldn't destroy it without relying on his ambition, but he wouldn't bring stress on his centers of power for that small issue. Snore, Night, and the demonic sword could help him in that matter. They could slowly break the ice into shards that Noah could eat to nourish his body. The main force in that gathering of resources was Night, since its 2 companions lacked the precision required in that task. Snore's dark beam even threatened to destroy that valuable material, so it had to rely only on its physical strength to help in the matter. The 3 assets didn't go along well, but they could ignore that when it came to Noah's needs. The demonic sword and snore even accepted Night as the leader of that operation since they acknowledged the creature as the trio's smartest. Noah's mental state was still quite messy due to his need to restore his power, but he didn't fail to notice his asset's behavior. He could see how Night had abandoned some of the most extreme features of its personality and overall matured as a living being. Maybe it is just preparing for the immortal lands. Noah considered that option, but he didn't linger on the matter for too long. It was only normal for Night to change after what it had gone through. The modifications on its body alone were enough to alter its mindset, and the prolonged stay with Noah had also adjusted its attitude to suit its new situation. Night wasn't a simple magical beast anymore. Noah had forced its existence to evolve, and the pterodactyl slowly accepted that change. It had grown more silent and mature, and its intelligence had also improved as it improved in its new body. On the other hand, Snore and the demonic sword had mostly remained the same. The blade had learnt to control its hunger, but that didn't count as an alteration of its behavior. The trio slowly gathered pieces of ice that Noah gulped without even attempting to munch. His teeth weren't able to destroy that material at his current level, but the black hole would help the digestion once it entered his body. Noah's level grew quickly, and he soon returned to his previous peak. The quasi-rank 7 ice was the best food in the entire world. His body recovered in no time. The time to think about his future arrived after Noah fixed his centers of power. He had remained on top of the frozen structure for almost 2 centuries. The world had already adapted to the catastrophic changes that happened during the battle against the snake's leader. The magma that had flowed out of the broken seabed had solidified and had given birth to a large land that connected multiple islands. Sparse pieces of territories floated on the sea and created areas where terrestrial magical beasts could live. The sea had returned to cover most of the world, and the living beings had adapted to that environment. The few remaining rank 6 eternal snakes had taken control of the lands, and new marine creatures had begun to appear in the sea. The breath favored the birth of creatures that suited the new environment. They were mostly snake-like creatures due to the eternal snake's influence, but variants appeared from time to time. The world was slowly regaining its diversity. That process would have typically stirred Noah's curiosity, but his mind was busy with more important matters in that period. Noah didn't have any other opponent. He had reached the peak of the world, and his cultivation level was nearing the end of the heroic ranks. The immortal lands were right around the corner. Noah only had to push his centers of power to the heroic ranks peak and face the tribulations to ascend. That required some preparations, but they weren't a problem. Most powerhouses would struggle once they reached the last part of the 6th rank. But Noah's situation couldn't be more perfect. Noah had the 7th Xianxia rune for his mind, a large amount of quasi-rank 7 ice, and his individuality had already begun to strive for the state of law. He had everything he needed to become a god. Now he only had to cultivate until the breakthroughs arrived. Noah could take care of other projects if he desired. He could decide what to do with Second Prince and the rest of the Elbas family. He could review his assets and apply eventual improvements whenever he found flaws. Noah could even create new spells or techniques. However, he didn't care about the Elbas family, and he would rather work on his assets after he obtained divine power. He would review his battle prowess before the tribulations, but he didn't see the point in investing time in projects that he could complete after becoming a god. Noah quickly understood why existences about to reach the peak of the heroic ranks didn't interfere with the political world anymore. There was no point in those struggles once the immortal lands became a real possibility. The ants had their games. The others had their journey toward the sky to take care of, and Noah had finally reached that point. His eyes couldn't remain on the ground anymore. He would complete his unfinished business after he reached the next rank. Which should I face first? Noah wondered as he inspected his centers of power. His body was the weakest among them, but the world had many resources that could quickly raise its power. Both the divine and quasi-rank 7 ice were resources that could push its strength to the peak smoothly. His dantian was stronger than his body, and Noah's trusted his individuality. He knew that he wouldn't face bottlenecks during his meditations, but he lacked the resources to quicken the process. His mind was already nearing the peak of the rank, and Noah had the 7th Xianxia rune. He believed that his sea of consciousness would be the first to advance if he trained his centers of power equally. Noah could prioritize other centers of power if he wanted, but he didn't find any reason to delay his breakthroughs. His mind was closer to the 7th rank, so he would face the Earth tribulation first. Earth, Noah thought as the memories from his past Earth tribulation resurfaced in his mind. I guess we will see each other again soon. Noah couldn't put the frozen structure inside the separate dimension, so he had to take the 7th Xianxia rune out in the open. The only land worthy of being his new home was the island made of divine ice. Noah moved the frozen structure there before flying toward the separate dimension to recover the Xianxia rune. Night and the demonic sword remained behind to guard his quasi-rank 7 resource while he made that trip. The world belonged to him now, but he couldn't underestimate its inhabitants. The royals and the rank 6 eternal snakes could think about stealing part of the ice if he didn't protect it. Everything went smoothly. Noah recovered the 7th Xianxia rune and settled on the island made of divine ice. He used the frozen structure's insides as his new training area and isolated himself from the rest of the world as he focused on his centers of power. Noah needed to push his power to the 7th rank, and the lack of opponents in the world forced him to succeed in the task through normal training sessions. Still, he didn't mind that now that he had almost reached the peak of the 6th rank. He only had to complete the last part of his journey. His adventures in the lower plane would end there, and Noah gave his everything in that training. The 7th Xianxia rune enlarged and strengthened his mind. His training sessions with the demonic sword improved his dantian and pushed its power toward the higher ranks. The quasi-rank 7 ice continued to provide valuable nutrients that made his body grow. Noah's centers of power improved smoothly and at a quick pace. The fact that they were striving to the limits of the heroic ranks didn't affect their growth, which continued to be in the realm of monsters. It was as if Noah's existence had grown tired of remaining in the 6th rank. His individuality wanted to reach the divine realm, and it made his training smoother. Noah didn't think about anything else. His mind remained focused on his centers of power and never bothered to pay attention to the world around him. Years, decades, and centuries passed, but Noah barely noticed the flow of time. He remained in the same position for the entirety of that period, and he moved only once a sense of completeness dawned on his mind. Noah focused on the center of his sea of consciousness and saw that the 7th Xianxia rune had almost formed. He only needed to glance at the piece of fur to complete it and become a rank 7 mage. The Earth tribulation would come right after, so he suppressed his desire to reach that level to complete a few preparations. Noah was an expert when it came to battles inside his mind. He had spent his whole life with the body inscription spell and the elemental forging method in the end. That ethereal place had become a battlefield multiple times. The tribulation didn't worry him, but Earth was a variable that he couldn't ignore. Noah didn't know what tricks that existence could pull off during his breakthrough, so he had to set up as many defensive layers as possible. Dark matter flowed inside his mental sphere and reinforced his mental walls with multiple defensive layers. Snor's ethereal figure hid inside the higher energy and prepared for the imminent fight. The saber-shaped rune multiplied as breath entered in its ethereal figure. Multiple weapons entered the layers of dark matter and became ready to fend off any invader. Night sat on Noah's head and used its connection with his mind to create a projection of its consciousness. The pterodactyl had decided to fight in the tribulation as soon as it heard who Noah's opponent would be. The demonic sword did something similar as it laid on his knees. Noah's ethereal figure found his blade in its hands when it opened its eyes and looked at the many protections prepared for the tribulation. It's time, Noah thought as he opened his real eyes to look at the piece of fur. Noah only needed a glance to complete the 7th Xianxia rune inside his mind. His mental walls began to expand, but they soon met an invisible barrier that forced them to stop. The mental walls began to tremble at that point. Those vibrations created a humming sound that resonated with the outside world and triggered a peculiar reaction in his mental sea. Noah couldn't see it, but the world around him had grown silent after the humming sound spread in the environment. The waves crashing on the island made of divine ice became quiet, and even the magical beasts swimming in the range of the noise stopped moving. The humming sound carried an aura capable of stopping the normal functioning of the laws in the matter. It exuded an authority that went beyond the world itself, and Noah could experience it properly for the first time as the tribulation started. He had been nothing more than a rank 3 mage when he first approached the Earth tribulation. Noah had never touched the world of laws at that time, and he had barely known what it meant to be in existence. However, his individuality was now striving to enter the divine realm. His fourth center of power had also been able to imitate the world's elements and create copies that reflected Noah's existence. Noah could now understand part of heaven and earth's nature. Chandal's theory saw them as a quasi-rank 10 existence that had failed in stepping into the next realm. Their aura could enlighten him on the divine ranks and the levels beyond them. Multiple laws create a world, Noah thought as his ethereal figure stared at his mental sea. His defensive layers of dark matter had left a spot where Earth could pass. Noah lost control of part of his mental energy while his mental walls continued to radiate the humming sound. But he didn't feel surprised about that event. He still recalled how his past Earth tribulation went. His conversation with that powerful existence had enlightened him and had eventually led to the fusion with the light-devouring dragon. The aura carried with the humming sound was having the same effect. Noah became able to take a peek at the superior realms when he studied that noise, and multiple theories formed in his mind. Part of his mental energy surged from the mental sea. That lump of dark brown water morphed until it became Noah's copy. Earth had appeared, and it wore a broad smile as it inspected the area. The defensive layers of dark matter sealed the opening and condensed as Noah prepared for the clash. The tips of the saber-shaped runes came out of the higher energy and pointed at Earth as they waited for Noah's order. Figures flew through the dark matter that covered Noah's mental walls. He had prepared an entire army for that clash. Earth couldn't even gain access to his mental energy with the higher energy isolating the battlefield. Earth appeared slightly interested in the dark matter, but it mostly exuded amusement through its expression. Then, it opened its mouth, and an androgynous voice resounded through Noah's mental sphere. "Hello, my child, son of another world," Earth said, repeating the greetings used in the last tribulation. "I see that you made some changes here," Earth continued to speak, but Noah didn't let its strange voice distract him. He could sense that Earth was using its influence to take control of his mental energy. Yet, the dark matter blocked every lump of dark brown water that tried to come in the existence's help. Noah had complete control of the battlefield. The higher energy appeared able to stop Earth's strategy and kept it confined in its current shape. "What is this thing?" Earth asked as it inspected its body, but Noah didn't answer. He could attack right away, but he wanted to see if he could learn something from that mighty existence. Earth represented the peak of the known cultivation journey, and Noah treasured every second spent analyzing it. His mental walls continued to tremble and release the humming sound. Noah let his mind wander in the aura that the noise carried to take glimpses of the higher realms. The cultivation journey consisted of constant empowerment of one's existence. Cultivators initially had to amass more energy, but they needed to elevate their individuality once they reached the higher realms. According to that behavior, Noah could guess that he had to apply the same to his law. He had to bring his individuality to a realm that surpassed those true meanings. The only issue in that task concerned Noah's knowledge. He didn't know any form of energy that could surpass laws, so he lacked a target to strive for. He was approaching the divine ranks without having any idea about the nature of his future path. Still, every cultivator who reached the divine realm was in the same situation. Noah wanted to see if he could gain something by studying Earth's aura. Complex arrays made of simple meanings. Noah thought as he let the humming sound fill his mind. What were they trying to become? Earth noticed something when it saw that Noah wasn't paying attention to the tribulation. It immediately stopped studying the dark matter and created an ethereal sword that flew toward its opponent. A series of saber-shaped runes came out of the defensive layers and intercepted Earth's sword. The mental energy that made its structure crumbled and fell toward the higher energy protecting Noah's mental sphere. The dark matter opened and let that mental energy reunite with the mental sea before isolating the battlefield. Earth's figure became more ethereal after that event, and an unsightly expression appeared on its face. It seemed that Noah's preparations had put it in a tough situation. "You failed to reach the 10th rank, am I right?" Noah asked after he saw that change in Earth's expression. The last exchange had confirmed that the tribulation wouldn't be a problem for him. The dark matter stopped Earth from deploying its annoying abilities and limited that existence to the small amount of mental energy gathered when it formed. Noah could win in a single exchange, but his reasons went beyond the simple overcoming of the tribulation. Earth had the answers that he sought, so he wanted to prolong his breakthrough as long as possible. Earth's expression lost any emotion at his question. It became an aloof face that didn't carry any trace of life, and more swords came out of its hands. "You were so talkative the other time," Noah shouted as more sabers came out of the dark matter. "Why don't we have a nice conversation? You can show me images of my ideal life again." Earth threw its swords, but the sabers intercepted them and redirected the stolen mental energy toward the mental sea. Noah's copy faded a bit more, but it didn't hesitate to create more weapons. It seemed that Earth wanted the tribulation to end quickly, and Noah couldn't do anything to stop that. He couldn't prevent that existence from wasting the stolen mental energy. "Fine then," Noah thought as he sent a message to one of the figures hiding inside the dark matter. "Why did you make the immortal land so bright?" An angry human voice accompanied by roars resounded inside the mental sphere as a huge pterodactyl came out of the dark matter. Night pierced Earth's lower body and destroyed it in one assault. Its anger toward that existence was boundless due to what it had gone through in the immortal lands. The creature couldn't even bear its sight, but it held back to give Noah a chance to obtain what he wanted. Noah charged ahead and grabbed his copy's shoulders. His fingers transformed into claws that stabbed Earth's ethereal skin and kept it locked in that position. "What were you trying to become in the 10th rank?" Noah shouted as he questioned Earth. "What comes after the laws?" Earth's face remained expressionless during Noah's questioning. It didn't want to reveal anything to that opponent. Leaving him in the dark was the only advantage that it could obtain from that situation. However, Noah didn't give up so easily. He didn't need words to obtain his answers, not when a superior existence was in his clutches. Noah opened his mouth and bit at his copy. His mental energy fused with his ethereal figure, and an intense aura swept his mind for an instant before disappearing. Earth didn't show any reaction, but Noah didn't care. He continued to take bites of his copy and eat the mental energy it contained to experience that intense aura. The humming sound began to fade as his mental walls started to stabilize. The tribulation was about to end, but Noah continued to devour Earth's ethereal figure in a desperate attempt to understand the nature of its existence. The intense aura appeared and vanished as Noah regained control of his mental energy. His mind didn't have the time to study those sensations, but his instincts managed to memorize the feelings that Earth's existence caused inside him. Earth's figure became nothing more than an expressionless face as Noah continued to devour it. It slowly began to vanish once it lost too much mental energy. Yet, a theory had formed inside Noah's mind at that point. It was a vague idea that he couldn't translate correctly. Still, he tried to convey it to Earth. "You were trying to become a world," Noah said as he studied the vanishing, expressionless face. Earth didn't reveal any reaction, but Noah bit on its vanishing figure one last time to experience the changes that his words had caused. The intense aura was still there, but Noah's instincts sensed something different in it. That feeling wasn't enough to give him any real answer. It only showed that his words had managed to trigger a reaction. Noah didn't know if that reaction meant that his guess was on point. Still, he now had a hint about the journey in the divine ranks. That was already something. It was more than what other heroic cultivators knew when they approached the divine ranks. His mental walls stabilized after the head vanished, and a surge of power filled his mind. His mental sea evaporated, and dense dark water replaced his mental energy. His sea of consciousness had begun to produce mental energy in the 7th rank, and its arrival forced Noah's mental waves to expand. All of a sudden, the entire world appeared in his vision. He could see every corner of the lower plane. Noah's consciousness expanded. His mental waves resembled a raging tide that covered the world and radiated his aura. His body found it hard to contain such power, but dark matter soon came out of his black hole and surrounded his mental sphere to increase its stability. Even Noah's amazing body couldn't fully withstand the weight of a center of power in the 7th rank. Noah lost himself in the sensations that ran through his mental waves. He could see everything in the world, and he could uncover secrets just by focusing on specific areas. His vision changed. Laws replaced the matter and allowed him to see the true nature of the world. A piece of the sky far away from his home had a strange structure. The laws in its fabric were too well ordered to be a natural structure. Noah only needed to focus on that spot to see that the opening to a separate dimension occupied that area. That must be the Elbas family's hideout, Noah thought before moving his attention elsewhere. Noah's mental waves could pierce the thick seabed and study the Red Sea below, but they couldn't go deeper than that. The magma radiated a peculiar aura that managed to stop Noah's mind after it explored its depths. His mind swept the various living beings that had appeared during his seclusion. Some creatures in the human ranks even died due to his lack of control. The death of those beasts made Noah understand how strong he had become, and he didn't hesitate to test the power a bit more. A rank 6 eternal snake appeared in his vision, and he focused his mental waves on the creature to see how deeply he could hurt it. The eternal snake didn't understand what was happening. Its instincts had begun to scream as pressure fell on him. Its dark green scales broke as Noah's mental waves applied his aura on its body. His thoughts could become weapons capable of hurting even creatures near the peak of the heroic ranks. Noah could affect the world just by willing it. Noah did not doubt that he could kill the creature, but he let it go after he felt that he had gained enough control of his new power. His mental waves slowly retracted, but the aura that they radiated continued to spread his individuality. Lumps of darkness appeared in the fabric of the world due to the ambition carried by his consciousness. Black lines formed in the sky, sea, and ground as his mental waves studied those areas. Wielding so much power made Noah ecstatic, but he soon grew bored of the world around him. The various laws in the matter made the environment appear entirely different from before, but it was quite dull in his eyes. Those laws didn't contain any special power. They were simple rules that the matter had to follow to make the world function properly. Once Noah understood them, he lost any interest in that aspect of the lower plane. His mind was now on the same level as the laws of the world. Noah couldn't feel interested in things that he could bend to his will with simple thoughts. Only one place managed to stir his interest. The quasi-rank 7 eternal snake had changed the world's layout, but that region had survived the many catastrophic events and had resurfaced after the ice left. Noah moved his attention to the lava lake. That region was mostly underwater, but part of its scorching waters had created a red spot in the middle of the sea. His mental waves dived deep inside its lava until they reached the origin of that scorching temperature. Noah could see how a giant skull at the bottom of the lake radiated an aura capable of altering the laws around it. Noah inspected the skull for a while. It had a reptilian shape, but most of its features had disappeared after its power had dispersed in the environment. He couldn't understand the species of that creature from its skull alone. He guessed that it belonged to a crocodile-type magical beast, but that was all. The scorching sensation radiated by the skull managed to hurt his consciousness. His mental waves were too ethereal to survive in that place, but Noah could produce more of them to continue his inspection of the area. I can take it if I can't reach the 7th rank with my current resources, Noah thought as his mental waves left the lava lake. I will eat it after the breakthrough otherwise. Noah didn't immediately resume his training. His new sea of consciousness had given him countless ideas on how to improve his power, but he wanted to wait until all his centers of power reached the 7th rank before approaching those projects. There were also features about his new level that he had yet to grasp fully, but Noah wanted to elevate his whole existence before testing his limits. Still, he needed to test something else before resuming his training. The 7th Xianxia rune had become useless after his breakthrough, but Noah didn't want to stop enlarging his mind. Noah initially began to create improved versions of his spherical rune, but there was a limit to how much he could enhance that method before the breakthroughs of his other centers of power. Since he couldn't aim for quality, Noah began to stuff his mind with as many spherical runes as possible. Yet, that only led him toward an annoying conclusion. It didn't matter what he did. Noah couldn't apply pressure on his mind anymore. All his puppets and runes couldn't even begin to make his mental walls budge. That was the main reason why divine existences didn't remain in the lower planes. Noah believed that he could create a training method for his mind before his ascension, but he had the higher energy. Most experts would find it hard to invent a technique without having access to materials in the divine ranks. The lower planes had their limits. Noah even guessed that they couldn't withstand the presence of cultivators that were beyond the bottom of the 7th rank. The invasion of the eternal snakes had proven how frail the mortal lands were. Noah didn't know the divine leader's level, but he believed that he could become a threat to the world around him if he didn't ascend. Not that I aim to remain here any longer, Noah thought as he retracted his consciousness. I will delay my ascension only to take care of the loose ends here. I also need to prepare for the immortal lands, but I won't hesitate to leave once I complete everything. Noah could barely contain his excitement at the thought of entering a superior and unknown world. He would finally experience emotions that he had forgotten after living at the peak of the lower plane for so long. Moreover, he couldn't wait to face all the dangers that the higher plane contained. His power would increase by leaps and bounds once he found hindrances again. The next one should be my body, Noah thought as he commanded his puppets to gather more ice. It's quite fitting for the heaven tribulation to be the last. Noah knew that his body would be the next center of power to face the breakthrough. His Dantian had surpassed it before, but he had a large amount of quasi-rank 7 ice now. His body soon surpassed his Dantian, even if its requirements were insane. The advantage of the resources obtained after the battle against the quasi-rank 7 eternal snake made its growth smooth. Noah ate without holding back. His mental waves even helped his companions in the gathering of ice. The frozen structure slowly shrunk as Noah ate it. By the time his body reached the peak of the 6th rank, all the quasi-rank 7 ice and the snake's maimed corpse had ended up in his stomach. As expected, Noah thought as he inspected the island. I need divine materials to fill the requirements for the breakthrough. The pain tribulation would come before his body advanced to the 7th rank. Noah still remembered his last one. The breakthrough to the 4th rank had been quite gory, but he guessed that he wouldn't have to face the same process. Noah was a human during his past pain tribulation. His body had absorbed breath, filled with heaven and earth's will to reconstruct its tissues. However, he was a completely different existence now, especially when it came to his body. Noah went beyond magical beasts, humans, and hybrids. He couldn't possibly guess what would arrive for him once he approached the breakthrough. Noah couldn't do anything to understand how the world and his body would react to the breakthrough, so he could only make sure that his tissues had enough energy to reach the divine ranks. Quasi-rank 7 materials didn't contain enough energy for that. Noah's body had insane requirements, so only divine materials could ensure that he wouldn't die during the breakthrough. I need to destroy the ice, Noah concluded as he stood up and spread his mental waves through the island. The silver liquid of one of the divine eternal snakes had given birth to that frozen island. That ice had remained intact even after Noah and the quasi-rank 7 creature had gone all out, so he did not doubt its power. Noah had the resource needed for his breakthrough under his feet. His only problem was that he had to find a way to break it. His mental waves seeped inside the divine ice and tried to alter the laws in its fabric. Noah's mind could pierce its natural defenses, but his aura didn't have enough power to break it. His ambition spread through the divine ice, but the destruction that it radiated couldn't split that matter. It would have been different if his Dantian had already reached the 7th rank. Still, Noah couldn't succeed in the task with only his mental waves. Noah couldn't wait for his Dantian to advance. His body could barely contain his new mind. Obtaining a second center of power in the divine rank would surely make it collapse. Moreover, he had a bad feeling about the heaven tribulation. It was a vague sensation that had appeared in the back of his mind after the breakthrough. It was as if he could sense what the world was planning for him, and he didn't like what he understood. Still, it made sense that heaven and earth would make it hard for him during the breakthrough of his Danteon. That was their last real chance to defeat him before he reached the higher plane. I guess I need to use it, Noah thought as he heaved a sigh. He had a strategy to split the divine ice into pieces that he could eat, but he would lose part of that material in the process. Yet, he couldn't see any other solution to that situation. Noah moved to one corner of the island and pressed his finger on the ice. Snore and Night were already at the bottom of that landmass, ready to grab anything that fell. Becoming a rank 7 mage didn't only bring his consciousness and mental energy to a superior level. The breakthrough had given Noah advantages that he had yet to study properly. However, there was one advantage that he couldn't fail to notice. One of his spells depended on his Xianxia runes, and he couldn't miss the fact that black roots had spread on the 7th. Just a tiny bit, Noah thought as he activated the partial demonic form. Noah's Danteon was nearing the peak of the 6th rank. It contained enough darkness to make him fight for weeks. Yet, the simple activation of the demonic form depleted more than half of its energy. Noah expected a similar consumption. The level of his mental sphere set the power of the spells that he cast, so his demonic form was a divine spell now. The amount of darkness contained inside his Danteon wasn't enough to cast the complete version of the spell, but Noah only needed a bit of the corrosive smoke to split the divine ice. A few strands of black smoke came out of Noah's finger as he pressed it on the ice. Cracks opened in the air as soon as the corrosive gas spread, and part of it entered the void as it consumed the fabric of the world. Noah focused on his spell to redirect the smoke toward the ice. Those strands of corrosive gas quickly touched the ground and dug in its surface. The process went smoothly. The demonic form didn't meet any problem in that task. The cracks expanded as Noah continued to pour those small trails of smoke on the ice. The world didn't seem able to endure the power of his spell, but he didn't care enough to stop it. Noah had already saved the world once. He didn't care if he ended up creating a catastrophe while he seized that material. The corrosive smoke consumed part of the divine ice as it seeped into the island. Small shards separated from the structure and fell into the sea, where Snore and Night gathered them. Noah did his best to control the behavior of that wild gas. He didn't mind that it attacked the fabric of the world, but he didn't want to lose too much of the ice while he split it. The island shrunk as that process continued. Noah couldn't keep the spell active for more than a minute, and he even had to limit himself to those few trails of smoke to make it last so long. His darkness wasn't enough to fuel that spell. The power that it exuded didn't belong to the lower realm. It was something that only gods could wield. Noah had to proceed slowly, splitting one part of the island at the time. He needed to divide all the ice into pieces that he could eat before he could resume his training. The drowsiness would arrive once his body surpassed the limits of the heroic ranks. Noah wouldn't have enough time to split the ice at that point, so he had to prepare the material beforehand. Noah didn't even know how much his body needed to advance, so he didn't resume his training until he turned the whole island into a series of chunks that he could eat. After Noah completed that process, he sat on the sea and began to eat the divine ice. It was time to trigger his breakthrough and stuff his body with energy. The amount of energy provided by the divine ice was immense, but Noah's body was a bottomless pit. He had to devour a third of his stash to feel completely stuffed. The drowsiness reached its peak when Noah felt that his tissues couldn't contain any more energy. The demonic sword, Night, and Snore came out in the open to guard his stash while lying on the ground to face the breakthrough. The pain tribulation would typically arrive during the breakthrough to the 7th rank, but Noah didn't feel anything out of the ordinary when he closed his eyes and lost himself in the process. The only difference was that his consciousness didn't go dark when the evolution started. Noah remained completely aware of his surroundings even if he couldn't move his body. Noah didn't know if his mind had caused that change in his breakthrough. Still, that alone didn't explain the lack of the tribulation. His best guess was that his body was too outside of heaven and earth system to trigger a reaction in the world. Drops of sweat came out of his skin and evaporated to create a grayish chrysalis. Noah remained stuck in that crystal-like environment and could only inspect the changes of his body to kill time. His black hole took charge of the transformation. The energy accumulated in the past years had gone through the purification of his fourth center of power. That organ knew exactly how to improve his body. The changes were slow. It would take months to transform a patch of Noah's skin. His insides required even more time, so he eventually moved his attention elsewhere. His mental waves could reach every corner of the surface. Noah could see how the world's fauna and flora evolved while he remained stuck inside the chrysalis. Timid cultivators from the Elbas family came out of their separate dimension from time to time. Their journeys in the outside world consisted of hunts and quick inspections of the surface. It was clear that they wanted to occupy the outside world again, but they were too scared to make an official return. Noah could guess that they often stared at the sky, hoping to see the signs of his ascension. The years spent stuck inside the chrysalis gave Noah the time to study his new power more thoroughly. His rank 7 mind made him constantly aware of the laws in the environment, but there was far more to it. Noah could sense that his thoughts had become far heavier. They didn't weigh on his mental sphere, but they affected the world whenever they came out of his mind. The structure of his mental waves had also become denser. Noah could now use them to perform complicated actions. They had become a proper extension of his body that resembled the innate ability of the Xianxia apes. Noah performed some tests while his body continued to evolve. He tried to release thoughts that carried faint intentions in the environment to study how they affected the world. The meanings were simple. They carried raw sensations like warmth and cold, but Noah felt amazed when he saw that they replicated them in the outside world. Noah thought about warmth, and the mental energy that carried that sensation generated a wave of heat where it dispersed. The same went for his other tests. His ideas now had the power to alter the correct functioning of the world. He had become a true god. The world could only bend to his will and adapt to his influence. Those feats would cause uproars among heroic cultivators, but Noah felt that those effects were only a natural consequence of his level. His mindset had adapted quickly to his new status. The lower plane had become a playground that he could modify at will, and Noah soon lost interest in that. The years spent in that condition were tragic for a workaholic like Noah. He could sense how much time he had wasted inside the chrysalis. That was pure torture for him, but he could only endure the process and wait for it to end. Noah made a list of the things that he had to complete before ascending. He had to thoroughly review his assets, create a storage device capable of holding divine materials, and invent new techniques if possible. He also had to decide how to settle certain matters. Second Prince was still inside Snore, and he had to determine whether he would create his inheritance. Noah wouldn't normally bother to build an inheritance, but most of the items inside his space rings would become useless in the immortal lands. All his scrolls and techniques in the lower ranks did nothing but filling his valuable storage items. Throwing them away was a waste, and he couldn't give them to the hive since the dimensional portal didn't work. The best solution was to create an inheritance ground and stuff it with the resources he didn't need anymore. Divine Demon created it. Noah thought when he saw that the chrysalis was finally about to fade. It won't even take me much time once I become a god. I guess the descendants of the Elbas family will have a chance to seize it. Cultivators mostly created inheritances to pass down certain studies and hope that the heirs would surpass their previous level. Others hated some enemies so much that they would force their successors to take care of their grudges. Noah didn't have any specific reason, but he knew that a few experts would have been happy to see that he had left something behind. Ivor would curse him if he didn't teach the elemental forging method to anyone else. His inheritance could even help human cultivators in his same situation at some point. It could give them the power needed to escape their fate. That was what Eccentric Thunder's inheritance had done for him, so he didn't mind doing the same for the new generations. His expertise also was quite valuable. The theory behind the higher energy alone was enough to make any trial worthy of the effort. As the chrysalis dispersed, Noah could see that the aspect of his body didn't change much. No strange features had appeared, but he could feel that his tissues had reached the next realm. A wave of power filled every inch of his body, and faint black lines covered his skin. They were barely visible, but Noah remained speechless when he understood their function. Those lines were similar to blood vessels, but his body used them to carry his dark matter. Those conduits converged toward his black hole, so that it could provide them with higher energy depending on his needs. His lungs had the highest number of lines, but they were everywhere in his insides anyway. It seemed that Noah's body had fused part of its functions with the black hole. The dark matter had become a core part of its strength, and something told him that he had gained a new innate ability. Noah straightened himself after the chrysalis dispersed. His hand went to grab a piece of divine ice before he squeezed it in his grasp to check his power. The shard crumbled under his physical strength. Noah confirmed that his body had reached the 7th rank, and his attention moved to the lava lake at that point. He could finally seize the skull at its bottom. Noah's body had advanced to the 7th rank. The breakthrough had given the center of power a new innate ability and immense strength. Moreover, there was another advantage that he couldn't ignore. Noah's body had the chance to continue to grow. The divine ice left and the skull at the bottom of the lava lake were materials that he could use to improve his level while remaining in the lower plane. That advantage was massive. Noah could ascend without having a body at the bottom of the 7th rank. He could avoid being the weakest type of god, which was important when it came to a new and unknown environment. Noah didn't hesitate to fly toward the lava lake and dive toward its depths. His dense mental waves allowed his robe to remain intact in that environment, and his body barely felt the heat radiated by the skull. Noah could feel that he had reached the peak of the world. His Danteon had yet to face the breakthrough, but his current power placed him far beyond the realm of the heroic cultivators already. Even if incomplete, Noah was a proper god. He could travel through the entirety of the lower plane without bothering about strategies and plans. The world had become nothing more than a playground after his last breakthrough. Noah seized the skull and ate it on the spot. His teeth were now able to break the tough fabric of the divine materials, so he didn't need to resort to his partial demonic form anymore. His body improved after each bite, but the growth was minimal. Even the rare divine materials had become nothing more than a casual meal for him. The lava lake dispersed once Noah consumed the skull. The best training area for cultivators with a fire aptitude had fallen under his greed. Of course, Noah didn't even bother to think about that aspect of his actions. He didn't care about the heroic cultivators left in the world. He would have probably eaten the skull even if the hive was still in the world with him. Improving his foundation before the ascension was too important. Moreover, that growth would give him an advantage against the heaven tribulation, which continued to worry him. The dangerous feeling in the back of his mind had become more intense after his body advanced to the 7th rank. It was as if the world knew that the final breakthrough would arrive soon. Noah ignored that sensation for the time being. He focused on eating all the divine ice and stabilized the level of his body so that he could concentrate on his Danteon. His body improved as he devoured all the divine materials in the world. Still, it didn't manage to reach the halfway mark of the lower tier with those nutrients. Its level had barely crossed the bottom of the lower tier, but Noah expected much. It was only normal for its requirements to skyrocket after the breakthrough. Noah didn't even feel worried about those requirements. He actually felt ecstatic about them. Having steeper requirements meant that his body had reached an insane level of power. The lower plane's frail environment didn't allow him to test his strength, but Noah knew that he had surpassed the level of other divine creatures by a lot. Noah could focus on his Danteon after his body stabilized. That was the only center of power that could still grow while he remained in the lower plane, so all his efforts converged in his cultivation sessions. Dantians didn't only need long hours of training to advance. They expressed a cultivator's individuality, so Noah had to pair his cultivation with meditations. His mind was in the 7th rank, so Noah's meditations went smoothly. His 2 divine centers of power also stirred his Danteon to improve more quickly, and that prevented the appearance of bottlenecks. My ambition is an energy capable of defying laws, Noah thought during one of his meditations. It answers only to my will. My thoughts can transform my individuality into a force capable of miracles. Noah had pretty much understood what his law would be. His ambition was so boundless that it could encompass and empower all the aspects of his individuality. It could turn the hunger inherited from the light-devouring dragons into intense greed that desired every form of power. It could push his destruction beyond its normal limits. Noah could find weak spots even in creatures above his level when his ambition fueled that aspect of his existence. His ambition could make his creation match the real world. Noah's inscription methods could force materials to surpass their limits and transform into powerful items. His ambition could also improve his cultivation level. It could force the matter around him to grow into its best version. That force didn't have limits. Noah focused on that. The boundlessness of his ambition was the idea that he had to elevate to the realm of laws. That was its core and the reason why his individuality could be so powerful. The fact that his ambition had no limits made it able to apply its miraculous effects. Something like that wouldn't be possible if it had a limited amount of power. Boundlessness is the key, Noah thought during his meditations. Noah had begun to cultivate and meditate at the same time. He didn't need to remain focused on his demonic sword, so he could let his mind wander while his dantian enlarged. I wonder if I should use it, Noah questioned himself at some point. His focus moved on the inscriptions on his mental walls. The divine deduction technique was Divine Demon's masterpiece, and Noah had just reached the level when he could use it at its full power. The strength of technique depended on the level of his mental energy, but it couldn't go past the 7th rank. Divine Demon was only a newly advanced god when he created his inheritance, so he could only leave behind the rank 7 version. Maybe just for a few seconds, Noah thought as he gave in to his desire to test the divine deduction technique. His mental energy moved toward the inscriptions on the mental walls, and the technique activated before Noah could even prepare for the event. A surge of data suddenly filled his mind. The divine deduction technique forced his consciousness to expand and inspect the world as a whole. Countless laws entered his view. Ideas on how to modify them appeared in his mind, and a nigh-infinite number of projects filled his thoughts as he analyzed the world. Noah forced his mind to focus on his existence. His thoughts stopped analyzing the world and concentrated on the growth of his individuality. Problems in the heroic ranks weren't even a problem for a divine mind boosted by the divine deduction technique. Noah could see his individuality as a whole and imagine the form that his true meaning would obtain once it reached the 7th rank. Of course, Noah exclaimed in his mind as understanding dawned upon him. My ambition can't have a fixed shape. It must be a limitless fuel capable of improving anything in the world. Laws were simple. The more Noah thought about his individuality, the more complicated his idea of his true meaning became. The divine deduction technique revealed that flaw in his reasoning and brought him back to the real path in a few instants. Noah could see his individuality evolve once he reached that conclusion. However, a curse soon filled his mind. Noah interrupted the divine deduction technique to focus on his dantian and saw that his cultivation technique couldn't enlarge it anymore. Then, a crackling noise reached his ears. Noah didn't need to raise his head to know that the heaven tribulation had arrived. Noah raised his head and saw that black clouds had covered the sky. The heaven tribulation had begun as soon as his dantian crossed the limits of the 6th rank. The enlightenment brought by the divine deduction technique had made him unable to stop in time to prepare for that event. My greed always puts me in these situations, Noah cursed in his mind as he stood up to face the tribulation. The divine deduction technique had consumed a quarter of his mental sea, so he had enough mental energy to fight. His body was also at its peak. The abrupt arrival of the black clouds didn't put him in a disadvantageous position. Noah had only lost the chance to prepare a few defenses. A thick lightning bolt fell from the enlarging clouds, but a dark beam suddenly pierced the sky and destroyed the attack. Snore and Night had guarded Noah during his training, so they were ready to fight any time. Eager to kill me? Noah thought as a cold smile appeared on his face. Snore quickly moved near him, and Night fused with the environment as it prepared for the battle. The demonic sword released a roar before landing in Noah's hand. Noah was ready to fight. It was finally time to push his existence in the divine ranks. He only had to defeat heaven to enter the last known realm. The black clouds continued to enlarge. Their last lightning bolt was an attack capable of quasi-rank 7 might, but Noah had fended it off easily. That amount of power couldn't even make him move. The tribulation seemed to understand that. Its first attack was only a test to probe Noah's power, and it didn't like what it revealed. Noah's existence was already far beyond what power in the heroic realm could handle. The heaven tribulation needed to resort to divine power if it wanted to injure him. A series of lightning bolts fell from the clouds, but Noah decided not to move when it sensed their power. They were attacks with quasi-rank 7 power again, so he didn't need to do anything about them. The lightning bolts converged in his position and destroyed everything on their path. Ground, water, and air crumbled under their might, but Noah didn't even move when they landed on his shoulders. The upper part of his robe broke, but no marks appeared on his skin. Those attacks couldn't hurt him. His body was already worthy of being in the immortal lands. The heaven tribulation began to radiate a peculiar aura when it saw that Noah could ignore attacks on that level. The black clouds appeared angry that a being in the lower plane could endure their might so easily. Noah limited himself to stare at the heaven tribulation. That was his chance to test his power before the Ascension, but he wasn't sure if the black clouds were a worthy opponent. His mind still sensed a vague danger coming from the clouds, but Noah could see how they couldn't launch anything stronger than that in their current form. "What will you do?" Noah wondered. He was quite interested in heaven's power, but he felt disappointed in that tribulation. The greatest hurdle in the cultivation journey couldn't even force him to deploy his defensive methods. The crackling noise radiated by the clouds became more intense as they continued to enlarge. The entire sky turned black as the heaven tribulation became a worldwide calamity. "Quantity can't help you here," Noah thought as he stood on the surface of the sea. That transformation didn't change anything for him. The cloud's power didn't enter the divine ranks, so they couldn't release anything capable of hurting him. Enlarging the scope of their attacks was useless if none of them could threaten Noah. The clouds became denser after they covered the whole plane, but their power didn't increase even at that point. They didn't release any other lightning bolt either, and Noah eventually grew bored of that loud spectacle. If the heaven tribulation couldn't bring some excitement, it was better to be over with it quickly. Noah wanted to move to the immortal lands, and wasting time wasn't in his style. Noah began to fly toward the array of clouds. Snore rose with him, and night watched everything from his hiding place. Cracks opened in the sky as Noah focused. His mental waves began to radiate his sharpness through the world, and the power they carried managed to destroy its structure. The lower plane couldn't withstand Noah's existence anymore. He had become unfit for the mortal lands. The power that he wielded was too much for that frail matter. The black clouds launched more quasi-rank 7 lightning bolts, but they didn't manage to slow down Noah's calm flight. His head didn't even budge when those attacks landed on it. A peculiar event then happened in the array of clouds. A loud crackling noise ran through them and silenced the sparks that had accumulated in their dark insides. "Is this anger?" Noah thought when he heard that noise. The crackling sound resembled an angry roar. It carried heaven's reluctance to bow to him, and it caused another transformation. The clouds began to condense. They retracted to converge in the sky above Noah. Sunlight soon fell on the world again as they gathered their power in a small area. The vast layer of clouds quickly transformed into a black mass that released rumbling noises. Sparks ran over its surface before converging toward its center. The dangerous sensation in the back of Noah's mind became more intense during that process. He knew that heaven tribulation was preparing something capable of defeating him, but he wouldn't give it the time to complete the transformation. Noah wanted to test his power, but his desire for a proper battle didn't make him blind. He would have the time to enjoy proper fights once he reached the immortal lands. He had to prioritize the destruction of the tribulation now. Snore opened its mouth and released its dark beam. The violent energy contained in its attack swept the dense mass of clouds and destroyed the gas. Noah's eyes sharpened when the dark beam dispersed and revealed that area again. A large crack had appeared in the sky, but an orange humanoid figure now flew in front of it. The gravitational pull of the void didn't seem to affect the figure. Its body was an array of orange sparks that remained still while releasing loud crackling sounds in the environment. Pure lightning made that figure. It resembled the heaven tribulation's embodiment, and it radiated an intense aura that forced the laws of the world to work faster under its influence. The world seemed to cheer at that sight. The laws in the matter recognized the crackling humanoid figure as their ruler and did their best to please it. The structure of the world became sturdier. Noah felt that the matter wanted to create a suitable battlefield for that creature made of lightning. Noah didn't feel any doubt at that sight. The orange figure represented the dangerousness sensed by his instincts. The array of lightning bolts that made that existence carried divine power. "You must be heaven," Noah said as his cold smile broadened. The figure didn't answer. It continued to float in the air while the world cheered at its arrival. Something told Noah that the figure wasn't similar to Earth. It didn't seem to be a sentient being. It was a simple embodiment of the true form of the heaven tribulation. A mass of destructive power with a few wills, Noah concluded in his mind. Noah decided to make the first move since the figure appeared unresponsive. He wanted to end the tribulation quickly to focus on his ascension, and he had to defeat that existence to reach that phase. Snore opened its mouth to launch its dark beam again. The violent energy flew toward heaven, but it stopped before touching it. The raging dark matter contained in Snore's innate ability didn't seem able to reach the figure. The intense energy radiated by the divine sparks destroyed the beam before it could engulf heaven. The danger in the back of Noah's mind suddenly spiked after that attack. Snore also sensed the threat, and it interrupted its beam to break that connection with heaven. However, it was one instant too slow. A loud rumbling noise filled the sky as a lightning bolt shot out of the orange figure and destroyed the dark beam. That violent energy pierced the attack and reached Snore in an instant. Snore's head exploded when the lightning bolt hit the creature. The sparks that it carried spread through the blood companion and destroyed every inch of its body. A painful hiss resounded inside Noah's mind after the clash. Cracks opened on Snore's ethereal figure and almost destroyed its consciousness. That single attack had injured the blood companion and had rendered it useless in the battle. Noah's eyes widened at that sight. Snore wasn't in the divine realm because its power depended on his darkness, but it was still a being capable of quasi-divine might. However, heaven's attack had almost killed it. One lightning bolt with power in the divine ranks had been enough to force the blood companion out of that battle. Noah promptly called Night back and stored his demonic sword. It was clear that heaven could destroy the assets that weren't in the divine ranks, and he couldn't risk the lives of his companions in that battle. Snore, Night, and the demonic sword were a core aspect of his battle prowess. Their potential was limitless, but they didn't have the chance to reach the divine ranks since Noah's Danteon had yet to advance. Only Night could grow on its own, but it had been unable to fill its requirements. Noah had already planned to help it, but he had prioritized his breakthroughs in the past centuries, and the pterodactyl had been busy protecting him. Heaven disappeared after Night, and the demonic sword returned inside the space ring. Noah's smile vanished when he sensed how fast that figure was, but he didn't lose track of it. Noah punched at his side, and pain spread from his knuckles as a loud crackling noise resounded in the sky. When he turned, he saw that Heaven's fist had clashed with his attack. The lightning bolts running through Heaven's body seeped in Noah's skin and managed to break it. Injuries opened on his hand as the two fists remained connected. Heaven appeared surprised that Noah's physical power could match its blows. Its vague facial features didn't reveal any emotion, but Noah could sense the shift in its mindset from the aura that it radiated. A cold smile appeared on Noah's face again. His hand shot to grab the figure's wrist, and black smoke started to come out of his skin. Noah didn't care that the lightning bolts crackling on Heaven's body injured his palm and spread through his arm. He would gladly sacrifice a limb or two to destroy that threat. Half of the darkness inside his Danteon vanished as Noah activated the partial demonic form. Corrosive smoke began to cover the figure's arm and spread in the area to create a deadly cloud. Heaven tried to pull its arm back, but it couldn't free itself from Noah's firm clutches. The corrosive smoke began to seep inside its body and destroy the sparks that ran through it. Another loud crackling noise spread through the sky as Heaven gave voice to its anger. Sparks amassed at the center of the figure's chest, and a lightning bolt soon flew out of that spot. The lightning bolt struck Noah's chest and opened a web of injuries. Dark red blood flowed out of those wounds, but Noah didn't lose focus on his grasp. He had no intention of letting heaven go. The world went dark as Noah spat his dark flames. A blinding silver halo illuminated the sky when light returned in the area, and the fire's destructive force joined the corrosive smoke to damage the orange figure. Lumps of dark flames soon separated from the main attack and fused with Noah's body. The energy that they carried healed his injuries in an instant. Noah didn't stop there. The fingers of his free hand straightened to take the shape of a blade that he didn't hesitate to slash toward the orange figure. The world's structure had become far sturdier after heaven's arrival, but Noah's slash pierced through it anyway. A massive vertical fissure opened in the sky as his attack cut the crackling figure from head to toe. A long wound appeared on heaven. Noah's slash had cut its body in half, but the lightning bolts running through its figure soon reconnected and pulled together the severed sides. The lightning bolts on its arm separated while heaven fixed its body. Noah tightened his grasp and destroyed a chunk of sparks, but his opponent's hand fused back with the figure before he could seize it. A series of lightning bolts then shot out of the figure. They crashed on Noah and managed to fling him back now that he had lost his handhold. Noah fell in the sea, but he managed to stop himself before reaching the seabed. Multiple injuries had appeared on his torso, but he ignored them as he stared at the blinding orange light that had begun to fill the sky. Heaven was preparing a massive attack, and Noah could sense the dangerousness that it carried. He could feel that the next lightning bolt would threaten his life. My higher energy has yet to advance, Noah thought as he activated his new innate ability. But it should still boost my power. The black hole began to rotate faster after it sensed Noah's decision. Dark matter came out of the fourth center of power and flowed in the vessels obtained after the breakthrough. A surge of power suddenly filled every inch of Noah's body, and he gave voice to a draconic roar as violent feelings rose in his mind. Black lines also appeared on his skin as the dark matter began to push him beyond his limits. Heaven replied to that roar with a loud rumbling noise. The orange halo surrounding its figure condensed to create a thick lightning bolt that remained still in its hand. Heaven threw that lightning bolt, and Noah spat a dense wave of flames. The sea opened as the two attacks flew toward each other, and cracks spread through the entire world due to the might that they carried. Then, an explosion resounded in the sky, and a shockwave spread through the entire world. The shockwave generated after the clash between the two attacks covered the entire world. The waters opened until they revealed the seabed. Many islands crumbled, and the fabric of the sky shattered under its might. One simple clash gave birth to a catastrophe that engulfed the entire world in its raging might. Many living beings died before they could understand what was happening. Only the creatures that had escaped on the other side of the plane managed to survive after suffering serious injuries. The world saw its fauna and flora vanish again. Nothing could withstand the power generated by the clash between two existences capable of divine might. The lightning bolt had higher piercing capabilities, but it depleted part of its power as it flew through the wave of black flames. By the time it reached Noah, he could stop it with his bare hands. Noah grabbed the lightning bolt and tightened his grasp. The attack shattered into a wave of sparks that burned when they touched the black flames. Surges of power filled Noah and healed his injuries. Dark matter flowed in his black vessels and pushed his body beyond its limits. Noah roared again. His flames and black hole gave him so much energy that he had to express his power with his voice. More fire also came out of his mouth in the process. Heaven's broken arm reformed. The figure raised both hands in the sky, and a blinding orange halo spread in the environment again. Noah's instincts screamed at that sight. Heaven was preparing something massive, and he could feel the danger that it carried. Magma flowed out of the broken seabed, but Noah didn't dare to move. His aura surged, and intense sharpness began to spread in the area as he closed his eyes to focus on the world. The laws appeared in his mind. Noah could sense all of them, and he could understand the best way to destroy them in an instant. His mental waves also studied heaven's fabric, but they didn't manage to grasp its nature. The laws expressed by heaven were chaotic and unclear. That figure appeared made of pure destructive energy. Still, that was enough to make Noah understand how he had to defeat it. That humanoid figure was a representation of the heaven tribulation. The amount of energy that it carried had a limit that reflected the world's fairness. Noah only had to force heaven to deplete its energy. He could achieve that through many approaches, but he preferred the most violent ones. Noah's fingers curved to create claws as he raised his hands to the sky. His sharpness intensified as he focused his physical might, and the darkness left in his dantian on the preparations for a massive attack. The orange halo around heaven condensed in the shape of two thick lightning bolts. A rumbling noise then spread in the sky as it launched its attacks. Noah's fingers pierced the fabric of the world before he forcefully slashed his hands toward the incoming lightning bolts. Large fissures appeared in the sky as black lines flew to meet the incoming attacks. The entire plane trembled when the attacks clashed. A violent shockwave flew through the world as 10 slashes met 2 lightning bolts. The might released in that exchange surpassed the previous one, and most of the seabed broke in the impact. The lightning bolts destroyed most of the slashes, but Noah's attacks eventually triumphed on heaven's blows and continued to fly toward its figure. The crackling shape couldn't do anything to stop their arrival. 3 giant fissures appeared on heaven's position. Only 3 slashes had survived the clash, but they carried the entirety of their initial power when they crashed on the orange figure. Rumbling noises echoed in the sky as heaven found its body divided into 4 parts. Some sparks fell inside the void after the exchange, but the others immediately tried to reconnect the severed sides. A roar suppressed the rumbling noises as Noah reappeared next to heaven and slashed at its head. His dantian didn't have any darkness anymore, but he didn't need it at that moment. His hands resembled blades as he slashed them toward his opponent. His fingers pierced the structure of the world and opened horizontal cracks that severed the figure again. Noah then punched heaven. His fists forced part of its sparks to disperse in the sky every time they landed on its body. Blood and injuries appeared on his knuckles, but that didn't stop his offensive. A rain of punches fell on heaven, who lost a large number of its sparks while Noah's offensive continued. He even spat flames from time to time, so the injuries appearing on his body never managed to become too severe. Heaven's vague mouth enlarged as a deafening rumbling noise spread in the sky. A series of lightning bolts shot out of its figure and flew everywhere in the area. Noah was right next to the orange figure, so he couldn't avoid that attack. Lightning bolts landed on his chest, shoulders, face, and legs, and all of them opened injuries where they hit. The impact of those attacks threatened to fling Noah away, but he promptly stabbed heaven's body with his fingers to create a handhold. The lightning bolts running through his skin continued to injure him, but he didn't show any hesitation in his actions. His legs darted to throw kicks that destroyed the sparks in multiple spots, and his hand alternated between launching punches and releasing slashes that opened large cracks in the sky. His flames filled the area whenever his injuries were about to become severe, and the energy they accumulated healed him. It also provided more fuel to his violent and reckless approach. A second deafening noise arrived. A third followed, and the fourth wasn't late either. Heaven released a wave of lightning bolts whenever it shouted in anger, but Noah never let it go and continued to assault it with the best that his physical might could offer. The orange halo radiated by heaven eventually began to darken. Noah was forcing it to waste a lot of energy in those exchanges, and nothing it did seemed able to make Noah retreat. The figure tried to condense the thick lightning bolts again, but Noah didn't give it any chance to complete any attack. He would destroy heaven's limbs every time they reformed, and he even headbutted the maimed shape whenever he had the opportunity. Heaven slowly became unresponsive. The lightning bolts that ran through its body lost power as the energy stored in its figure began to reach its limits. A few attacks in the divine rank were already at the limit of heaven and earth's fairness. Noah had triggered the most powerful type of tribulation due to its immense power, but even that had to respect the world's limits. If that battle continued, the entire lower plane would turn into a wasteland. Heaven and earth had to limit the amount of energy poured into the tribulation, or they would risk losing an entire world. Heaven shrunk under Noah's assault, and the energy that it released entered his body and flowed inside the black hole. The fourth center of power then purified that energy and redirected it toward his dantian, becoming his iconic darkness. The process continued until Heaven's figure completely disappeared, and Noah's dantian shrunk to elevate the nature of the darkness that it contained. Noah's dantian shrunk after the energy released by Heaven filled its insides. His darkness boiled and released nutrients that his organ absorbed to elevate its level. The darkness also changed. It had the form of a series of sword-shaped crystals that emitted a dark light before, but it turned into a pitch-black gas after the breakthrough. The gas appeared made of a sharp substance that didn't radiate any light. The power that it contained was immense, and a sense of completeness filled Noah once that energy began to interact with the other centers of power. Meanwhile, part of the energy released by Heaven flew high in the sky and opened a large crack. White light filled the insides of that fissure, and a captivating aura came out of it as it spread through the world. The path for the immortal lands was open. Noah only had to cross the crack to reach the higher plane and leave his world. His mind memorized the peculiar aura seeping out of the crack and made him able to see past the world's structure. Noah could see the void everywhere, but something similar to a dimensional tunnel grew behind the white crack. That was a striking difference in the other side of the world's fabric. That tunnel wasn't something that everyone could see. It was as if the plane had given Noah access to that structure now that he had defeated the Heaven tribulation. That's how they do it, Noah thought as he memorized the position of that tunnel. Divine cultivators rarely used the first fissure to reach the higher plane. They opened paths for the immortal lands on their own after they had handled all the matters in the lower plane. Noah had always wondered about the theory behind that process, but the answer turned out to be simpler than he expected. Divine cultivators could recognize the entrances to the immortal lands placed by Heaven and Earth. Did I forget something? Noah thought as he focused on his new power. He had finally become a complete god. Noah had overcome all the tribulations and reached the real peak of the world. The aura that he released fixed the many cracks created by his battle against Heaven. Dark patches appeared in the sky and ground to improve the world's stability and bring its fabric into a superior realm. Everything slowly calmed down, but Noah soon understood what he had forgotten. It was enough for him to see his darkness moving on its own toward his black hole to recall that his breakthrough would bring. His rank 7 darkness flowed out of his dantian and entered the black hole. The dark matter inside the fourth center of power became unstable after the arrival of the new material. Noah sensed something breaking inside him. The spherical form taken by the black hole opened, and flares of dark matter came out of the organ as his higher energy began to evolve. The black hole began to expand, and Noah promptly shot in the sky. The world could barely endure the power released when he only had 2 centers of power in the divine ranks. Noah didn't know what would happen with 4. Flares of dark matter shot out of his chest and pierced everything in their path. They even dug deep fissures in the few remaining patches of the seabed. Noah knew that he couldn't suppress that energy. The dark matter was evolving, and he had to complete the process if he wanted to bring it back to a decent shape. However, Noah lacked darkness now, so he didn't know if he would have to wait for a while before he could condense the black hole. He could only hope that the process wouldn't be troublesome. More dark matter came out of Noah's chest. That dense black energy began to rotate once enough of it accumulated around his figure. A massive vortex formed in the sky, but flares still shot out of his figure and thickened the structure. The whirlpool slowly transformed into a giant star that kept enlarging as the black hole emptied its reserves of energy. The entirety of Noah's dark matter came out of his body and took the shape of a black star that threatened to become as big as the mortal lands. Noah didn't know how to stop that process. He had some experience in the field, but that breakthrough was completely different since it featured divine darkness. The sky turned dark as the massive star continued to grow. It stopped enlarging only when it had reached a size similar to half of the world. The star remained quiet at that point. It stopped enlarging, but flares still came out of its unstable figure. That mass of energy couldn't stay in the open. Noah observed the behavior of his higher energy. Dark matter continued to fill the dark star, but that structure didn't shrink yet. He could only wait for something to happen. His darkness was no more, but the dark matter devoured anything that it swept in its destructive might, and the dark star enlarged as a consequence. Noah waited. He knew that he couldn't force the transformation unless he had more dark matter, but he was also aware that the dark star would find the path to become stable. It was a part of Noah's existence, so it could react to specific lines. Shockwaves spread through the entire patch of sky occupied by the dark star. The dark matter felt angry about its new form, but it continued to rotate as it waited to return inside Noah's body. Materials, laws, water, and air converged toward the black star that absorbed them to gain some fuel. Noah's higher energy then destroyed them and made them part of the main technique. Noah had to remain inside the dark star for a while before he saw some changes. The black star began to shrink after it managed to convert enough materials into part of its structure. The massive, uneven star slowly shrunk back into Noah's chest and took the spot of his fourth center of power. It remained a spherical lump of energy, but it had a rotating vortex that divided it in half now. Noah's fourth center of power had become an unstable star cut in half by a black hole. It would reach true stability only after replacing all the materials picked along the road with real darkness. Flares still came out of his chest from time to time, but Noah learnt to sense them. He soon understood how to interrupt them with his mental energy, but he didn't give them too much attention since he would fix the issue quickly. The main problem in that transformation was the lack of darkness inside Noah's dantian. He had just advanced to the 7th rank, so his organ was empty after the small amount of energy from before triggered the transformation of the black hole. Cultivating wasn't an option since his training depended on his demonic sword. Noah couldn't train his dantian as long as his living weapon remained in the heroic ranks. He needed the blade to advance before it could reassemble the energy that it absorbed into divine darkness. After the new black hole returned inside Noah's chest, Snor's structure changed. The new dark matter was so dense that it appeared to be liquid, and the blood companion obtained those properties. The new dark matter replaced the old one and improved Snor's body. The blood companion also inherited the instabilities of the black hole. Still, Noah would fix that temporary flaw once he regained access to his cultivation technique. Noah returned to the surface as those changes happened. He felt tired due to the lack of darkness in his dantian, but his excitement knew no limits now that he could leave the world whenever he wanted. The fissure leading to the immortal lands slowly closed as Noah waited for his condition to stabilize. He couldn't do much without darkness, but his demonic sword improved quickly now that his entire being had reached the divine realms. Noah had succeeded. He had completed the cultivation journey in the lower plane and was almost ready to continue it in the immortal lands. He only had to complete a few projects before leaving the world. Years passed as Noah waited for his demonic sword to evolve. He focused on healing Snor's ethereal figure with his mental energy in that period, and it took him a few decades to fix it completely. The blade took a bit more to reach the breakthrough. There wasn't any valuable creature in the world after the battle against heaven, so the sword had to rely on the environment's energy to advance. Luckily for Noah, the demonic sword's hunger didn't cripple its growth. The blade continued to advance due to its need to represent his existence, and it managed to take a step into the divine ranks in 50 years. Its structure began to change once its power crossed the heroic ranks. The blade became denser as its fabric's quality evolved, and the dark matter generated in its insides obtained features similar to Noah's black hole. Noah still considered his dark matter to be a gas, but that energy had become so dense that he could smear it on his skin without forcing it to take different shapes. It was almost a liquid now, and the amount of energy that it contained left him speechless. His darkness was capable of divine might, but his higher energy went beyond that. Something peculiar happened after the demonic sword advanced. Noah wanted to cultivate immediately to complete the stabilization of his centers of power, but the blade managed to surprise him. Father. A young human voice mixed with draconic roars came out of the demonic sword after it completed the breakthrough. Noah stared at his blade with wide eyes, but he soon managed to explain what had happened. The demonic sword was a hybrid that had centers of power fused in its fabric. Each inch of its body could behave as one of them and release different types of energy. The blade was like Noah but without a proper subdivision of its centers of power. Its fabric allowed it to act as a sea of consciousness, dantian, body, and burning heart. Hence, it was only normal that its intelligence would increase after it reached the 7th rank. Magical beasts with inferior minds could give voice to human words, so the demonic sword's achievement wasn't too stunning. "What can you say?" Noah asked, but the demonic sword answered with roars at that time. Those cries carried a meaning that he could understand due to the connection between the weapon and his mind, and it was enough to show him how far the blade could go in terms of human language. The blade was still growing, and Noah was sure that it would eventually learn how to speak properly. Yet it was too soon now. Noah tested the demonic sword's intelligence for a while before deciding to take care of the flaws in his power. He had to fix the matters with his 4th center of power as soon as possible. Noah resumed his cultivation sessions, but he soon understood why gods found it hard to train in the lower plane. He now had to absorb the energy contained in the other laws to improve, which meant destroying the world's fabric. He could seize a small number of laws every few months without affecting the world too much. Still, that little amount of energy couldn't satisfy his desire for power. His dantian couldn't improve in those conditions, but Noah could fix the issue with his black hole at least. Every time he managed to fill his dantian, the darkness inside it would flow toward the black hole and replace part of the energy used to fill gaps. The black hole slowly became more stable, and the same went for Snore. The dark matter even obtained a new feature after the 4th center of power polished its breakthrough. It began to emit a halo able to negate any form of light. That feature was similar to the effects of his innate ability, but it worked in the opposite way. Noah absorbed the light in the environment to create his flames. Instead, his higher energy was so dark that the light couldn't escape from its color. Snore slowly obtained those features too. Noah had managed to stabilize his breakthroughs and improve most of his companions in less than a century. Now it was time to focus on the projects that required some effort. Noah had abilities to review and update, but he wanted to prioritize his companions before moving toward them. Snore and the demonic sword had advanced, but Night was still in the heroic ranks. The Nightblade pterodactyls fed on the darkness created after their attacks. Their food were the same laws that their behavior generated. Noah had been unable to reproduce it before because it always involved laws that he couldn't study properly due to the weakness of his centers of power. Yet the situation had changed now. He now had a rank 7 mind accompanied by the divine deduction technique. He could also handle primary energy freely, so he didn't hesitate to begin that project. Noah first had to memorize the structure of that darkness. Then, he had to reproduce it through the primary energy. In the end, he had to convince Night to eat it. Replicating those strands of darkness turned out to be easy, but most of the merit went to the divine deduction technique. Still, even with all those efforts, Night continued to grow slowly. Noah didn't start any new project while he waited for Night to reach the breakthrough. The pterodactyl fed on that darkness and improved, but it still took a full century to achieve the breakthrough. Its new body had made it impossible for the creature to advance quickly, but Noah didn't mind taking his time once he reached that point. Now that he was one step before the immortal lands, the lower plane had become incredibly dull. Night eventually advanced. The creature released a loud cry accompanied by human words, and Noah could sense the excitement that filled its body. Yet, when the pterodactyl advanced, black clouds formed in the sky. It seemed that a tribulation was about to fall to punish that creature. Heaven expressed its anger by creating an array of black clouds. Their aura converged on Night, and the crackling noise they released became more intense when they identified the creature. Night had come out of its chrysalis when it survived the breakthrough. Magical beasts would normally face only the pain tribulation in their journey toward the higher ranks. Still, some of them did something to trigger Heaven's anger and had to face its punishment too. The Heaven tribulation caused by Night's breakthrough didn't carry any deep feeling. The black clouds were a mass of destructive power that wanted to kill the pterodactyl. They wouldn't give any reward to the creature if it managed to survive the punishment. The dark clouds condensed quickly, and lightning bolts soon fell from their surface. The attacks converged on the still, confused pterodactyl, but they vanished when a shadow appeared between them and the creature. Those lightning bolts were capable of quasi-rank 7 might, But Noah was a complete god now. His sole presence was able to destroy the attacks of the tribulation. His aura wasn't a simple expression of his consciousness anymore. It also carried the true meaning radiated by his dantian. Noah's existence had become a law capable of suppressing other laws. The lightning bolts were only quasi-rank 7 attacks. The chaotic laws that they contained could only crumble when they touched Noah's dense and sharp ambition. Is heaven delusional? Noah wondered as he stared at the sky and sat on one of the pterodactyl's black lines. Night had become massive after the breakthrough. It was now almost 40 meters long, but its size didn't affect its agility. Moreover, its peculiar body had obtained strange features in the divine ranks. The black lines that made Night's body left dark marks on the world's structure whenever the creature moved. They could damage the sky's fabric by simply existing, and that spoke for their sharpness. At its current level, Night had surpassed its previous peak. Its new body had allowed it to evolve into an existence that could destroy laws at ease. It wasn't a surprise that heaven and earth wanted to destroy such a creature. Its sole existence was a threat to their laws. They couldn't even imagine the amount of damage that it could inflict once it attacked. However, those mortal lands were still Noah's domain. He had defeated heaven just a few centuries ago, but the world had sent black clouds against him again. I guess I need to remind you why I won in the first place, Noah thought as a human-shaped crack replaced its figure. Leave it to me, Night said through the connection with Noah's mind. I want payback for that damned shiny world. I don't have time to waste, Noah replied. You will get your revenge in the immortal lands. Noah reappeared among the crackling clouds, and the expansion of his consciousness attracted the tribulation's attention. He then raised his hand, but another voice reached his mind before he could perform his attack. Father, Father, the demonic sword said through its connection with Noah's mind. Me. The living weapon wanted to help Noah in the battle, but he couldn't let it express its real power. The world couldn't withstand it. You will also wait for the immortal lands, Noah replied. We have become too powerful for this world. The destructive power contained in the area converged to fend off the intruder, but the sparks stopped moving when Noah's aura covered the entire tribulation. The dark cloud's fabric began to tremble as Noah tried to affect their laws with his aura, but the tribulation appeared immune to that type of damage. The clouds had a deeper true meaning protecting them from Noah's aura. They wouldn't let anyone command them. They took orders only from heaven and earth. Noah noted that piece of information in the back of his mind before waving his hand. The tribulation carried innate defenses that his power couldn't overcome, but they weren't enough to prevent its destruction. A horizontal fissure opened in the sky. Noah had only waved his hand, but the world couldn't endure the might generated by that gesture. The slash divided the array of clouds into 2 parts, and their energy soon flew into the void. Noah didn't even have the time to absorb that power since the tribulation vanished in an instant. I have no control over my strength, Noah thought as a sigh escaped his mouth. His power had increased by leaps and bounds after his recent breakthroughs. He had even taken his time to fill the black hole with rank 7 darkness, so his whole existence had already surpassed the limits of a normal god. The lower plane could barely contain the pressure that he released. Noah could feel the fabric of the world breaking apart every time a new living being appeared. Noah had to leave soon, or the world would go back to its previous destroyed state. Still, he didn't care about the matter enough to ignore some of his projects. He would still complete all his preparations before his ascension. He didn't dare to reach the immortal lands with unfinished projects. That was my kill, Night shouted as it flew in the air. The demonic sword came out of Noah's robe and roared at the incoming pterodactyl, and the two began to bicker over something that Noah didn't even bother to hear. Snore also formed on its own and joined the conversation between the two companions. Noah returned to the surface and planned his next moves. He was almost ready to leave. He only needed to take care of a few things and he would be good to go. He needed to create a few tools that could help him in the immortal lands. Noah knew that he couldn't build weapons due to the lack of valuable materials in the lower plane, but he wanted to make a storage item. The spells inside his sea of consciousness had to reach the 7th rank. all his diagrams had to evolve into abilities that he could use in the higher plane. That project didn't worry him since he could use the divine deduction technique at its best now. His rank 7 mental energy could activate its real power and boost his mental capabilities far beyond their normal limits. Noah had to leave the testing phase for the Immortal lands. The lower plane would crumble before he became used to his new power. The projects about his power ended there. Noah's other assets had already reached the divine ranks, so he could theoretically leave once he improved his spells. However, he had 2 external matters to handle. The first one saw the creation of an inheritance. It was a tradition among cultivators to leave a mark of their lives on the world, but Noah wanted to leave something behind for a different reason. The inheritances had given him the chance to reach his current level. Noah had obtained essential items and techniques even when he failed to become Eccentric Thunder's heir. Their importance in the cultivation journey was immense. Noah wanted to give other cultivators the same opportunities that had allowed him to reach his current power. Selfishness was necessary in the cultivation journey, but he didn't need it now that he was about to leave the world. I have to handle one last project after all of that, Noah thought as the red crystal inside Snor's body appeared in his mind. Noah couldn't cultivate since the world didn't have enough energy to enlarge his dantian, and it also lacked materials that could improve his body. Yet, he could create a superior version of his spherical rune now that his black hole had become stable. The dark matter was the core material of his will-consuming runes. His mental energy could work together with the higher energy to create a tool capable of applying pressure to his mind. Noah felt better after his mind began to enlarge again. Its growth was minimal due to the lack of primary energy in the spherical rune, but that was better than nothing, especially in his current situation. The training technique was already complete. Noah only needed to reach the Immortal lands to gain access to the energy that he required. After that, Noah focused on improving his spells. The process went smoothly due to the divine deduction technique, but it differed from what he expected. His rank 7 mind allowed Noah to consider his existence as a single law, without the differences among his centers of power. The modifications on the spells couldn't only consider a few aspects of his individuality anymore. His previous modifications didn't take into consideration his black hole. The dark matter had always been in its own realm, and Noah lacked the expertise needed to fuse it with his spells. However, his existence had become complete after his centers of power entered the divine realms. Noah carried the true meaning of his ambition now, and his assets were only branches of that individuality. When the divine deduction technique analyzed his spells, his mind automatically tore them apart to rebuild them from scratch. The core idea that they carried didn't suit Noah's new status anymore, so he had to create something entirely different. His black hole worked together with the divine deduction technique to push Noah's mind beyond its limits. Traces of his ambition also surged toward that center of power to improve it further. Noah's mental capabilities reached an insane level when those assets worked together. Lumps of dark matter flowed out of his black hole to fuse with the spell's core ideas and create runes that could use the higher energy as a fuel. His spells evolved. The modifications reshaped them into a form that matched Noah's law and expressed the entirety of his power. Noah completed the modifications in less than half a century. He couldn't wait to test their power, but he had to hold back to focus on his other projects. He only needed to complete one last project before he could focus on matters that didn't involve his power. Space rings were some of the most essential inscribed items in the cultivation world. Their utility didn't need explanations, but they often had limits connected to their level. Noah's rings were in the same situation. He would soon approach the Immortal lands, but his storage items weren't able to withstand the pressure radiated by divine materials. The divine diagram obtained in Chandal's separate dimension was an exception since it didn't express its pressure when inactive. His space rings would lose their usefulness in the Immortal lands. How do I create space rings in the 7th rank without materials? Noah wondered as he used the divine deduction technique to improve his mind. His thoughts eventually led to an obvious conclusion. Noah couldn't create rank 7 space rings even if he asked Second Prince for help. Noah wouldn't give up so easily. He had only concluded that he couldn't build improved versions of his usual storage items, but they weren't necessary if he could create something with similar functions. His attention soon went on the dark world. His technique allowed him to create a domain where he was the undisputed leader, and its power had also improved after his breakthroughs. The dark world now threatened to shatter the world's structure every time it appeared. Noah's new dark matter had become so dense that it could create an improved copy of the mortal lands. Luckily for Noah, he didn't need to deploy the entirety of the dark world to perform tests. A smaller and weaker version of that technique was enough to see if his ideas could give birth to what he desired. The dark world structure depended on Noah. He could decide which laws that technique had to suppress and enhance, and the same applied to those connected to space. Noah could bend the space inside the dark matter at will after his breakthroughs, so creating a separate dimension inside the dark world became easy once he became used to that process. The dark world was his domain. He only had to desire it, and a separate dimension would form inside it. Still, he had to gain some experience in that procedure to create something stable. Once Noah completed his experiment, he obtained a separate dimension that he could shrink at will and store inside the black hole. A single thread of dark matter was enough to create a door connected to that space, and its limits depended on Noah's level. Since his dark matter was in the 7th rank, it could contain rank 7 materials. Noah had yet to test if the separate space could store items at the peak of the rank, but he could learn more about his technique's limits only after reaching the immortal lands. After all, the separate space didn't strictly depend on the dark matter. It was a place created by the dark world, which was already one step above Noah's higher energy in terms of power. Still, Noah couldn't be sure about that until he tried to store powerful materials inside the separate space. The fact that it could contain the demonic sword and knight was enough for now. After that last project was over, Noah began to think about his inheritance properly. He already had an idea of what he would leave behind, but he was uncertain about the trials to create. I need to create trials that human cultivators can overcome, Noah thought as he flew toward the entrance of the separate dimension. But I can't use me as an example. Noah was aware that his power had always been off the charts. He had done his best to exploit the advantage given by his transmigration, so he had always been one level above his generation. Divine Demon put rank for magical beasts in his dimension, Noah continued, but he allowed group fights in that part of his inheritance. This is not what I want to do. Inheritances often targeted human cultivators because they had yet to approach their individuality. That was the best time to understand where their path would lead them. Inheritances meant for heroic cultivators usually consisted of techniques, spells, and materials that could support them in the last part of their journey. But Noah desired to create something different. He wanted to build a place where lone cultivators could shine. As for the contents of the inheritance, Noah had already decided what he would leave behind. He had 2 studies that could allow a cultivator to defy heaven and earth's limits, and he planned to give them to whoever managed to overcome his trials. Of course, he was thinking about the elemental forging method and the research about higher energy. An inheritance wasn't hard to make for a divine being. Noah's inscription methods didn't suit that type of structure, but his mental waves were enough to alter the environment to his needs. Inheritances generally needed a secret location, trials, and rewards. Noah could use the separate dimension for the structure, and he had already planned what to give to his heir. He only needed to create the tests to complete that project. Noah would normally fill the place with powerful magical beasts, but the world had a shortage of living beings. He could use his ability to communicate with those creatures to create packs and force their reproduction, but he preferred to use another approach. The many experiments with the living weapons had taught him how to create living beings. Noah could fill the separate dimension with an army of creatures that followed his orders instead of training living beings for the task. Living beings only needed a body and a core that acted as a consciousness. Noah could use the dark matter to overcome the first hurdle and his mental waves for the second. The creatures had to be in the human ranks with only a few leaders in the heroic ones. His thoughts had become so powerful that they could easily give life to beings at that level. It needs to test every aspect of a cultivator, Noah thought as he planned the features that his creations would have. My heir needs to be a complete warrior with good survival instincts. A shape took form in Noah's mind as he focused on those ideas. Dark matter flowed out of his black hole while he remained immersed in his thoughts, and a figure soon appeared in front of him. Noah saw a humanoid creature when he opened his eyes. The beast was 3 meters tall and had long arms filled with bulging muscles. Its hands and feet featured long claws, and a layer of sharp fur covered its entire body. The dark matter had been able to create the creature instantly. That prototype was only a rank 4 specimen, so the higher energy could complete the task in no time. A bit small for a beast in the heroic ranks, Noah thought, and more dark matter flowed out of his black hole to converge in the creature. The humanoid beast grew until it became 5 meters tall. Its power had suddenly shot to the 5th rank after that empowerment, but Noah promptly took away some of his dark matter to lower its level. It was hard to limit his higher energy's power, but Noah only needed to complete the process once. He would mass-produce those creatures afterward. A long-range attack now, Noah thought, and the dark matter acted. A pair of curved horns grew from the creature's temples, but its power shot in the 6th rank after those modifications. Noah had to call back part of his higher energy to lower its level and force it to return at the beginning of the 4th rank. Perfect! Noah exclaimed in his mind before enveloping the creature in his mental waves. A small strand of his thoughts separated from his consciousness and flowed inside the beast. The humanoid creature immediately took life, began to roar toward Noah. Noah had given the creature a minute part of his greed and the knowledge about its body. The beast knew no fear, so it didn't hesitate to attack him since hunger filled its mind. Black lightning bolts gathered on its horns while it swung its massive arms toward Noah. The creature aimed to kill him, but it didn't even manage to overcome his dense aura. I should put some limits to its behavior now, Noah concluded as unique wills gathered in his mind. Noah had created a proper living being, meaning that the creature had the chance to evolve. Yet, that species carried some of the strongest features in the magical beast's field, so he couldn't let them act freely. If such a strong species ever happened to set foot on the outside world, it would unleash chaos among the fauna. There was a high chance that it could even become the plains overlord, and Noah wanted to avoid that outcome. Moreover, he had to prevent those specimens from resorting to cannibalism. The purpose of his trials would vanish if potential heirs were to face a being in the 5th rank once they approached his inheritance. Noah didn't take much to polish the mindset of the creature. A few strands of his thoughts were enough to complete the creations of a new species. Black clouds formed in the sky when the world sensed the appearance of that new species, but Noah only needed to unfold his consciousness to disperse them. That tribulation had power in the 4th rank, so Noah didn't even bother to raise his head to destroy it. Once Noah completed his new species, he began restructuring the separate dimension. He needed to enlarge specific areas and make them converge toward the rewards. Noah enlarged and destroyed parts of the separate dimension. He opened portals inside its fabric to create alternative paths, and he filled the area with his dark matter. His higher energy carried his desire to hide and reinforce that place. Heroic cultivator wouldn't be able to break those protections and seize the rewards now. His dark matter could also reinforce and refill the destroyed creatures, so Noah packed the separate dimension with his higher energy. Inheritances could remain hidden for millennia, so Noah had to make sure that his trials would survive the passage of time. Noah then covered the dimension's entrance with a few layers of dark matter that concealed its location. Those defenses would disperse after 2,000 years, but they would continue to apply their restrictions even after the inheritance opened. Noah began to mass-produce his creatures after he completed all the modifications on the separate dimension. Peak rank 3 humanoid beasts started to fill those areas, and leaders in the 4th rank took charge of certain checkpoints. In the end, Noah condensed his expertise in the elemental forging method and his knowledge about the higher energy to give birth to a will that could control the dark matter in the dimension. The will also carried his gratitude toward the many experts that had decided to create inheritances in the past. That feeling would prevent his will from rebelling and would force it to continue in its mission. Noah knew himself too well. He was aware that his will wouldn't stay put unless he used appropriate feelings to control it. Noah sorted out his items at that point. He could leave behind most of his old weapons, scrolls, and books since they would become useless in the immortal lands. The techniques in his possession were of the darkness element, but Noah didn't limit his inheritance to cultivators with that aptitude. His scrolls and books would become valuable again once the Elbas family came out of its dimension and rebuilt a society. Noah didn't have much left after that process. His separate space contained only the demonic sword, Night, Chandal's strange diagram, the 7th Xianxia rune, and a few materials after completing his inheritance. The invasion of the Eternal Snakes had shown him that the immortal lands featured many beings in the heroic ranks. So Noah decided to bring the Xianxia rune with him. There could be societies in the higher plane where he could trade it. After Noah left the separate dimension, his will took control of the dark matter inside it and hid the entrance. The inheritance was now active, but it would become accessible in 2,000 years. Noah wanted the human society to evolve before revealing his inheritance. Activating it now would only give it to the Elbas family. An inheritance purely founded on battle prowess. Noah thought once he reviewed his creation from the outside world. June would love it. A wave of memories surged in his mind when Noah thought about his lover, but he soon suppressed his feelings to focus on his last project. He only had to decide what to do with Second Prince before leaving the world. It's time to settle that matter, Noah thought as he summoned Snore. The blood companion appeared and spat a red crystal in Noah's hand. Second Prince's core didn't react to that change of environment, but Noah could sense that he wasn't dead. "Hey," Noah said as he pecked the crystal. "I'm about to leave. I need to decide what to do with you." Second Prince remained unresponsive. The crystal didn't show any sign of life, but that act couldn't deceive Noah's mind. Still, he didn't think that the royal was pretending to be dead. "I will just break you then," Noah said and tightened his grasp. Cracks opened on the crystal as soon as his fingers pressed on its smooth surface. Second Prince didn't answer at the beginning, but a few screams eventually resounded from that item. "Do you have anything you want to say?" Noah asked as he straightened his fingers. Breath flowed from within the crystal and healed the cracks while a ragged breath echoed from the item. Second Prince sounded far away from his prime, but Noah didn't mind that delay in his answer. "You," Second Prince replied. "You kept me in complete darkness for more than a millennium. Why didn't you just kill me? I couldn't even self-destruct inside that thing." A hint of surprise appeared on Noah's face when he heard those angry reprimands. He had lost track of the passage of time while he was completing the preparations for his ascension, so he had never considered how Second Prince felt about his prison. 1,000 years weren't a long time for powerhouses, but Second Prince had spent that period in the complete darkness, unable to do anything with the dark matter suppressing the crystal. That was even worse than the demon's confinement. Second Prince had to spend that time completely alone and unaware of his warden's intentions. "I have been busy," Noah replied as a carefree smile appeared on his face. "Busy with what?" Second Prince shouted. "You had no opponents in the entire world. I'm sure you could have spared a few days among your many impending matters." "Enough. I'm tired of this already." Noah cut that topic short. "I don't mind letting you leave, but killing you is also easy. Convince me to spare your life." Noah had lost any interest in Second Prince, the Elbas family, and the lower plains environment. He couldn't find any of that interesting when the immortal lands were so close. Existences on the level of Second Prince had become nothing more than ants that he could ignore. It was the same mindset shown by King Elbas when he managed to enter the separate dimension. Gods were in their realm, and they couldn't bother to waste time over lowly matters. Second Prince didn't answer. It went silent again, but Noah squeezed the crystal to force some reaction out of him. "What do you want me to say?" Second Prince asked while shouting. "I've lived in my father's shadow for most of my life, and I've become your entertainment for the rest of it. I've failed in the cultivation journey. Let me die already. Giving up in front of the chance to live is quite disappointing," Noah said as a sigh escaped his mouth. "I guess King Elba's experiment was a failure in the end." The crystal began to vibrate when Second Prince heard those words, and his angry voice came out of the item again. "I'm more than a simple experiment. I'm an inscribed human. My potential overcomes what simple living beings can achieve. Noah could sense traces of pride in Second Prince's words. It seemed that he had accepted his peculiar status. This pride is worthless without ambition, Noah replied. You talk about potential, but you have never fully expressed it. King Elbaz and I are far stronger than you. The crystal went silent again, but Noah knew that Second Prince was thinking about his words, so he gave him the time he needed. Truth be told, Noah pitied Second Prince a bit. The royal was by no means weak, but he had lived in the same era of two monsters. The first was his creator, the mighty King Elbaz. His father was the best inscription master in the world who had also proven his might when he fought against the organizations. The second was Noah, whose cultivation journey defied any logic. The stories of his adventures could leave anyone speechless, and his achievements were even more legendary. Second Prince was slightly above the ordinary geniuses. He couldn't compare himself to monsters, and his greatest advantage consisted of his peculiar status. Why would you even let me live? Second Prince asked in a helpless tone. Noah scratched the side of his head before giving an honest answer. It would be a waste otherwise. I would have totally killed you if I were a heroic cultivator. But you can't even touch me at your current level. You don't have the power to be my enemy. Are you implying that my weakness has given me the chance to survive? Second Prince asked as anger began to fill his words again. Yes, Noah replied bluntly. Silence followed that exchange of words, but Second Prince soon gave in to his desire to live. I've helped you when the world was too frail to withstand your power, Second Prince said. It doesn't count, Noah replied. You mostly wanted to save yourself when you completed that formation. I can show you the way for the separate dimension of the Elbaz family, Second Prince continued. Anything you like will belong to you. I am a god, Noah replied without showing the slightest interest in the matter. How can you offer me the creations of experts in the heroic ranks? I can accompany you in the immortal lands, Second Prince said as he changed approach. I can grant you my expertise in exchange for a few materials. Your expertise is useless among divine materials, Noah replied. You don't even know if your inscriptions work up there. Moreover, I already have noisy companions. Snore pretended to look away when Noah gave voice to those words. The blood companion couldn't fully understand the human language, but it could sense that Noah wasn't saying good things about it. Then, Second Prince said something that stirred Noah's interest. I can recreate the dimensional portal, Second Prince exclaimed. I can give you the chance to meet your organization. I only need a few centuries, a millennium at best. I won't spend another day in this plane, Noah replied. But you have earned your life back. Noah placed his finger on the crystal, and a minute will fused with its surface. Second Prince could only accept that oath. He needed to rebuild the dimensional portal in less than a millennium or he would die. I guess throwing you in the sea is fine, Noah said as he turned toward the separate dimension of the Elbaz family. Completely fine, Second Prince replied, and Noah threw the crystal when he heard his answer. The crystal flew for half of the plane before falling in the sea, right below the entrance of his separate dimension. Second Prince was now free, and the same went for Noah, who moved his attention to the sky. It was time to leave. Noah's centers of power had reached the 7th rank. His dark matter had also evolved, and he had already created a temporary training method for his mind. He only needed to fill the spherical rune with primary energy to complete it. He had already improved his spells and created a separate space where he could store divine items. The lower plane's frailty prevented him from testing and developing new techniques, but Noah wouldn't hesitate to approach that project after his ascension. His companions had also reached the divine ranks. Snore, the demonic sword, and Night were proper rank 7 creatures now. It was unclear whether a lower plane had ever contained so many divine beings. Noah had also completed the inheritance ground and put an end to his relationship with Second Prince. His friends in the other mortal lands would get the chance to colonize the main world again once the royal restored the dimensional portal. Noah couldn't do anything else in the lower plane since he had completed every preparation. It was time to ascend. Wild emotions surged in Noah's mind as he approached the sky. His mental waves made sure that his condition was at its peak as he stared at the faint tunnel on the other side of the world's fabric. Familiar emotions filled Noah's mind and made him recall memories from his past as a lone cultivator. He was about to enter the last known stage of the cultivation journey. The final phase of his adventures was in front of him. Noah's consciousness unfolded, and his mental waves seeped in the world's fabric. His thoughts carried a simple intention. He expressed his willingness to leave the lower plane. A crack soon opened in the sky, and white light filled Noah's vision as he stared at the world inside the fissure. A captivating aura seeped out of that passage, but his mind fended off its properties and allowed Noah to remain calm. Noah didn't turn to glance one last time at the world that had been his home for more than 3,000 years. He knew what he would leave behind, and he felt no hesitation on the matter. His existence couldn't be in that place anymore. It was too small and frail for a god. Noah wouldn't feel any attachment toward a world that rejected him due to his power. The whiteness of the immortal lands shone in his eyes. Noah could hear Night's annoyed complaints inside his mind, but the creature tried its best to suppress its anger. Even the pterodactyl understood what Noah's ascension meant. He would instantly go from the peak of the food chain to its bottom once he reached the immortal lands. The time for games was over. Its instincts had to remain sharp and ready to face any threat. One step closer to the stars, Noah thought before crossing the fissure. The scenery in his vision became chaotic, but Noah soon regained his focus. He found himself in a sturdier version of King Elba's dimensional tunnel, and the blackness of the void surrounded the structure. That tunnel didn't apply any protection against the void. It was a thick array of white lines that radiated a heavy aura. Noah soon noticed that he couldn't move his body due to that pressure. Noah's individuality became unstable inside the void. It tried to come out of his figure and disperse in that strange environment. However, his mental waves soon enveloped his body and forced his existence to regain some stability. He was a god now. The unique properties of the void couldn't affect his existence anymore. Noah could fly through that blackness freely if he desired. The white tunnel forced Noah to fly forward, and it even made him accelerate as time passed. Noah couldn't expand his consciousness past the structure, so he could only focus on the endless array of lines that filled his vision. There was something mystical about those lines. Noah could inspect them with his mind, but he didn't sense any peculiar aura coming out of them. The tunnel contained common laws. It was a natural creation that didn't carry any external influence. It was no different from a river or a mountain when it came to the simplicity of its structure. The white light was the only peculiar aspect of that structure. It came from the lines, but its aura transformed after it touched the void. It was a strange transformation that happened after the light left the lines. Noah couldn't understand that process. It happened on a level that went deeper than laws. It was similar to them but also completely different. That simple event made Noah aware that he was approaching a higher world. He went from understanding every process around him to being unable to study the first strange phenomenon that he saw. Noah flew for entire weeks. He couldn't calculate the passage of time in that strange environment, but he could see that the white light became more intense as the days passed. The strangeness of the environment kept Noah entertained for a while. Everything was new for him, so he couldn't grow bored of that light. Also, his companions often spoke and discussed, so he wasn't completely alone. The tunnel abruptly ended at some point. Noah suddenly regained control of his body only to see an immense white plane filling his vision. Then, he felt an intense gravitational pull dragging him toward that landmass. Noah couldn't do anything to oppose that force. Even his divine power wasn't enough to fend off that gravitational pull-off. He could only accelerate toward the whiteness and do his best to control his speed. His eyes slowly adapted to that light, but he still couldn't see anything outside of the whiteness. Yet, he could understand that the landmass wasn't a simple immense continent. It was a giant planet. The immortal lands. Noah exclaimed in his mind as he tried to understand as much as possible of that world. He couldn't see the entirety of the planet from his position, and the white halo prevented him from gazing at the environment behind that massive world. However, he could notice a few black spots on that mass of whiteness. Noah couldn't be sure of that, but those spots resembled holes carved in that whiteness. One of them was right under him, and Noah was flying toward it. They must be entrances connected to other mortal lands, Noah guessed, as the gravitational pull forced him to accelerate toward the hole under him. A heavy pressure landed on his mind when he crossed the hole. Noah couldn't even keep his eyes open, and he had to condense his consciousness to protect his mental sphere from that external force. The pressure became less intense as he continued to fall, and even his speed diminished. When he managed to open his eyes, Noah noticed an azure land filled with plants that he had never seen before. Noah crouched and landed on the ground. The sturdy terrain of the Immortal lands remained stable during the crash. Not even a crack opened on its uneven surface. That sight felt refreshing for Noah. He had finally reached a world that could withstand his power, and he couldn't wait to explore it. However, before he could unfold his consciousness to study the area, a dangerous sensation appeared in his mind and forced him to turn. "I've grown tired of snakes," Noah thought when he saw a giant creature lifting its reptilian head to the sky and fixing its eyes on him. An intense divine aura filled the area. A wave of power swept Noah when the snake lifted its massive head toward the sky and fixed its eyes on him. Noah couldn't recognize the species of that creature. A pair of straight golden horns came out of its head, and yellow scales covered its body. Moreover, the beast appeared to be past the halfway mark of the lower tier. "My luck has improved," Noah thought as coldness seeped out of his eyes. "I didn't expect to meet a rank 7 magical beast so soon." Noah had to suppress his power for centuries during the last part of his life in the lower plane. He couldn't even begin to express his strength in that frail world. However, the higher plane was on a superior level. The terrain didn't even shatter during his landing. Noah knew that he could finally go all out. The snake gave voice to a few hisses before throwing itself at Noah. The creature used the upper part of its body like a whip to crack its head at its opponent. Noah let the black hole fill his dark vessels with higher energy and raised his hand. An immense power ran through his arm and landed on his back. Still, his body didn't falter in front of that force. His feet dug the terrain as the attack pushed Noah back. He slid on the sturdy azure ground as he focused all his power on his arm. The snake managed to know a push for an entire kilometer, but the power of its attack eventually dispersed. Pain then spread from the tip of its head at that point, and the creature found itself unable to retract its body. A chill ran down the snake's spine when it understood why it couldn't move freely. Noah had stabbed his fingers on that small patch of skin and was keeping the creature locked in his grasp. The snake felt like a simple prey under Noah's cold gaze. The creature had underestimated its opponent, but it wasn't ready to give up just yet. Winds began to blow in the area as its golden horns started to vibrate. Air flowed on those body parts as the snake activated its innate ability. A dangerous sensation appeared in Noah's mind before a dense gale blew out of the snake's nostrils. A storm engulfed Noah and ripped the upper part of his robe apart, and a few white marks appeared on his skin as the attack landed on his body. The storm eventually dispersed, and the creature revealed a surprised expression when it saw that a giant black snake had replaced Noah's figure. Snore had come out when it sensed that Noah couldn't withstand the attack directly, and it had helped him preserving his handhold. Its fangs had also stabbed the creature's mouth to restrain it further. "That was refreshing," Noah exclaimed in his mind. A smile appeared on his face as pain reached his mind. It had been a long time since his last exciting battle, and he couldn't help but feel excited when he saw that even a simple divine beast could match his physical strength. Moreover, the snake's attack had been almost instantaneous. Noah couldn't dodge it in time. "Now you die." Noah eventually redirected his cold smile toward his opponent. The snake couldn't see Noah anymore, but it could feel the coldness that he radiated. It could sense the danger that was about to fall on it, and its survival instincts took control of its body in a desperate attempt to escape from that situation. The creature began to struggle. It slammed its tail and relaunched its innate ability, but Snore managed to endure most of those attacks. The few injuries that it suffered even healed in an instant. The snake could only watch as Snor's horns started to vibrate and amass dark matter. The creature could sense that it wouldn't be able to survive that attack. Noah helped in keeping the snake still while he remained inside Snor. He couldn't wait to win his first battle in the Immortal lands, but his mind suddenly sensed the arrival of a second enemy. The presence was too fast. It pierced Snor's body and reached Noah's position in an instant. He could only raise his free hand to stop the incoming creature. An even stronger force crashed on his arm and ran through the entirety of his body. Noah managed to remain still only because the snake fought the attack with him. Snor quickly reformed on Noah's side as he studied the creature that had attacked him. It was a 10 meters tall deer-like creature that had 2 pairs of giant crimson horns. Smoke came out of the deer's horns. Noah was holding one of them to keep the creature still, so he could sense the wave of heat that they radiated. Even his skin couldn't defend against that ability and began to burn. Lower tier of the 7th rank, Noah concluded as he analyzed the beast's power. It's a bit stronger than the snake, and its innate ability counters Snor's body. Noah began to think that there was something strange with that area. He could accept that the Immortal lands had an abundance of divine creatures, but he couldn't understand how different beasts could cohabitate in the same environment. 2 creatures from different species but with similar level would usually fight for the control of an area. That situation made even less sense since they were both targeting Noah. Maybe it's just a case, Noah wondered as he kept both creatures locked in his grasp. I can study this area after I kill them. 2 magical beasts in the 7th rank would typically force divine cultivators to retreat and reorganize their offensive. Yet Noah was different. He had 3 divine creatures with him, and his power surpassed what simple rank 7 experts could do. Noah's aura surged as 2 shadows came out of his chest. Night released an angry roar when it saw the white sky, and the demonic sword did the same at the sight of the 2 beasts. Snor was the first to attack. Its massive mouth enveloped the deer and stabbed the terrain to keep it locked in that position. Its 6 horns began to accumulate dark matter as it prepared its innate ability. A series of deep cuts appeared on the snake's head. Night released a storm of attacks that severed entire chunks of the massive beast's skin and revealed the skull underneath. The demonic sword shot downward and severed the deer's crimson horns before stabbing the terrain. Noah quickly stored those body parts in his separate space before wielding the blade and pointing it at the snake. His companions were enough to defeat those creatures, but Noah wanted to end the battle quickly. He was in a foreign environment that he didn't even begin to study. He couldn't remain in the open for too long. However, his consciousness suddenly sensed the appearance of a third presence. Snor's head exploded before it could launch its attack, and a 20 meters tall eagle came out of the raging dark matter to attack Noah. The demonic sword trembled at that sight, and Noah didn't hesitate to wave it at the new opponent. An intense fear filled the beast, and its survival instincts forced it to change direction at the last second. The creature didn't manage to dodge Noah's slash, but it prevented it from landing on its head. A black line flew through the white environment and severed one of its massive brown wings, forcing the eagle to crash on the ground. Snor reformed before the deer could retreat. Its mouth enveloped the beast again and kept it still as it prepared the dark beam. Meanwhile, Night continued to injure the restrained snake and severed its horns to counter its innate ability. 3 magical beasts in the 7th rank couldn't even make Noah move, but his consciousness soon sensed the arrival of 2 more powerful creatures. 2 cultivators stood high in the sky while Noah fought against the rank 7 magical beasts. He couldn't sense them due to special techniques that hid their presence, so they could observe them without causing any reaction in his instincts. He is quite strong for a newbie, one of the cultivators said. She was a beautiful young-looking woman with long brown hair and a pair of big dark eyes. He can't join us, Miss Canson, the man next to her replied. He is one of those hybrids. That physical strength doesn't belong to the human realm. He was a tall, middle-aged man with short blonde hair and a long black beard combed into 3 thick braids. His eyes were green, and he had thin black eyebrows. Mother told me that the human army used to have hybrids in the past, Miss Canson replied. Zach, Why don't we accept them anymore? Hybrids often are unstable existences, Zach answered. Their mindsets are also hard to discern since they are both humans and magical beasts at the same time. There have been incidents in the past, but I'm sure you have read about them in the city. Miss Canson pouted before crossing her arms and speaking. But they are so rare and powerful. Look at him. Did you ever see such a strong newbie? I admit he is quite amazing, Zach answered. Yet, no one can survive the tide of magical beasts gathered in the landing zones without external help. Remain focused. This is your first time forcing an Ascended to swear an oath. They can be averse at first. That's why you are with me, isn't it? Miss Canson replied as a smile appeared on her face. Yes, but we can't underestimate the tide, Zach answered. Others in our position have fallen due to their inexperience. It's better to wait until the newbie is exhausted. You are too careful when I'm with you, Miss Canson said as her smile vanished. Your mother is a frightening existence, Zach replied. You have yet to understand how powerful gods can be, but you will learn about that soon enough. I will make sure of that. Noah was obviously unaware of the cultivators in the sky. His innate awareness couldn't perceive them, and the divine beasts around him had claimed the entirety of his attention. The number of magical beasts around him didn't stop to 5. More creatures in the 7th rank had appeared and didn't hesitate to pounce at him. The current situation saw Noah against a snake, a deer, an eagle, a giant turtle, a fiery dog, a 6-legged tiger, a black crocodile, a burly ape, and a white elephant. 9 magical beasts were attacking him simultaneously, and some of them even managed to synchronize their innate abilities. Luckily for Noah, those creatures were in the lower tier, so he managed to fend them off without suffering severe injuries. He had even guessed that such a gathering of different beasts wasn't a natural occurrence, but he couldn't reach any conclusion due to his lack of knowledge about that immortal lands. Night! Noah shouted through his connection with the pterodactyl as he ran on the azure ground and dodged the many attacks that converged in his position. Noah had become aware of an annoying feature of the immortal lands during the battle. The white sky above him radiated a heavy pressure that forced him to deplete mental energy, and that consumption increased by a lot if he flew. He had learnt about that feature in Chandal's dimension, but he didn't think that the sky could suppress him now that he was a divine existence. That discovery led him to remain on the ground to preserve his mental energy. I don't remember everything, Night shouted through its connection with Noah's mind. You destroyed most of my memories. You can't expect me to be an expert about this place. I didn't even explore the surface due to this damned light. Night and Snore were supporting Noah as much as they could. The Blood Companion was the perfect meat shield, and its dark beam often managed to carve holes in the assailant. The pterodactyl remained hidden and came out only to attack any creature that was about to reach him. Noah didn't limit himself to escape. He released massive black blades whenever he slashed with his demonic sword. He wasn't using all his power, but his attacks weren't weak either. There was one issue with Noah's level. The mortal lands didn't give him the chance to enlarge his Danteon, so he would end up drained if he used his strongest attacks. He had the dark matter, but that alone wasn't enough to express his full power. The 9 magical beasts struggled to find an opening in his defense even if Noah wasn't going all out. They were weaker than him, and their innate abilities were often unable to pierce his tough skin. The same went for their physical prowess. Noah was stronger than all of them, and he could often deal with 3 of them at the same time without relying on the demonic sword. That was quite surprising for a newly ascended cultivator. But those magical beasts didn't grow scared of his power and continued to assault him. Give me anything! Noah continued to shout through his connection with the pterodactyl. This should be one of the so-called landing zones, Night replied once it managed to reconstruct some of its shattered memories. All newly ascended existences will arrive in these kinds of territories. Couldn't you tell me this before I crossed the damned fissure? Noah conveyed. I couldn't remember this before. Night replied. Do I have to remind you who made me so forgetful? Noah didn't answer anymore and focused completely on the battle. His opponents weren't at their peak. His slashes and his companions had managed to inflict many severe injuries on a few of them, but they never stopped attacking. The resilience of magical beasts in the divine rank was immense. Some of them would remain alive even if Noah managed to cut their heads. "I can kill them slowly," Noah thought as he kept dodging the attacks flying in his direction. "No point exposing myself so soon." Noah recalled what it was to live in a dangerous and unknown environment. He wouldn't allow himself to deplete his energy in that battle due to the threats that could be lying in wait. Moreover, he was the same as those creatures. Actually, his body was even more resilient than theirs. The constant assault of 9 rank 7 magical beasts would exhaust him quickly, but he had a considerable advantage in that battle. Noah could easily hurt those beasts. Instead, the creatures could barely manage to hit him. Their attacks also struggled to pierce his skin, so he could dispose of them slowly and safely. Dark beams, tall swords, fiery waves, gales, lightning bolts, and much more shone in the azure environment. Those attacks gave birth to a multicolored battlefield that often saw blood falling on the ground. Noah slowly deprived those creatures of their offensive tools. The deer, the snake, and the eagle had already suffered injuries before, but similar wounds appeared on the other beasts as the battle continued. The chance to inflict a fatal blow almost appeared in Noah's vision, but a series of cries forced him to diverge his attention. His consciousness could sense that 10 more rank 7 magical beasts had reached the area and were planning to join the battlefield. "There is no end to them," Noah cursed in his mind when he heard the other magical beasts. "I will become an easy target if I escape in the sky," Noah thought as he tried to plan his next move. "The world's structure is also quite sturdy here. I don't think I can use my movement technique without modifying it first." Many of the magical beasts attacking Noah had long-range attacks that could reach him if he decided to escape in the air. Some of them could even follow him, and a few were flying creatures. "I guess I can't hold back anymore," Noah concluded as he prepared himself to use his darkness. The 2 cultivators in the sky had continued to observe Noah's battle. They let out surprised gasps from time to time, and they had even developed an interest in Noah's companions. Zach had been in that position multiple times before. It was his job to oversee that landing zone and take care of all the newly ascended existences. His job didn't require him to kill the newbies, but that happened whenever he found existences unwilling to swear the oath. He didn't even need to attack them most times. He could let the tide of magical beasts handle them. However, Noah had shown his incredible battle prowess in that battle. He rarely let his opponent's abilities hit him, and many of them couldn't even manage to pierce his skin. Moreover, his attacks always managed to hurt his opponents. It didn't take much before injuries appeared on the entire group of magical beasts. "Didn't you say that no one can overcome the tide without external help?" Miss Canson asked as a curious smile appeared on her face. "Only 9 beasts can't form a tide," Zach replied, and 10 different roars soon resounded in the environment. 10 magical beasts left their lairs and reached the battlefield to join the injured creatures in their assault at Noah. They were still unable to gain the upper hand in the fight, but their attacks finally inflicted some deep wound on his body. Noah's body was incredible, but it couldn't withstand the innate abilities of almost 20 rank 7 magical beasts. That number of creatures could fill the gap that separated them from Noah. "We should prepare," Zach said when he saw that Noah had begun to suffer from that difference in numbers. "The beasts will defeat him soon." Miss Canson nodded and took out a white sword that was hard to see among the whiteness radiated by the sky. However, as soon as the duo began to descend, the entire area went dark for an instant. When the light returned to the world, Miss Canson saw that Zach had moved in front of her and had taken out a yellow sheet that had a series of intricate runes drawn on its surface. Zach had prioritized defending Miss Canson during that strange event. In his long life, he had never seen the light of the sky vanishing so abruptly, but it didn't take him much to understand the cause behind that phenomenon. The duo remained stunned when they looked toward the ground. A blinding silver halo hovered in the area, and a wave of black flames covered the entire battlefield. A fiendish figure had replaced Noah, and a black cloud soon covered him as it spread in the environment. The The duo couldn't ignore the danger they felt when they looked at that scene, but the reactions of the beasts surprised them even more. The 19-rank 7 magical beasts had retreated and looked at the black smoke while wearing scared expressions. Zack and Miss Canson could understand the dangerousness of that gas by the fear that those creatures exuded. Other magical beasts had begun to move toward Noah while the battle raged, but the arrival of the black smoke made them retreat in fear. They had understood that Noah wasn't an opponent that they should face at their current level. A shadow then came out of the cloud to reach the nearest beast. The yellow snake had been the slowest to retreat, and it couldn't escape from Noah due to the many injuries that filled its body. Noah didn't waste time. He waved his sword at the creature, and its head separated from the rest of its body. The snake remained alive even after that injury. Still, a hole immediately appeared at the center of its skull and killed it once and for all. Zack and Miss Canson's surprise intensified when they saw the corpse disappearing from the battlefield. It was rare for a newly ascended existence to have a storage item capable of containing divine creatures, but Noah clearly was one of the few exceptions. "You should remain behind," Zack whispered when he realized that Noah wasn't even close to average newly ascended cultivators in terms of power. He had already accepted that Noah was quite strong, but that sudden show of power forced him to review his idea about Noah. Once he understood that, he couldn't let Miss Canson come even close to the battlefield. Miss Canson wanted to complain, but another shocking event happened. The magical beasts had begun to escape once they witnessed the snake's death. But Noah gave voice to a deafening roar that forced some of them to remain still. Only the weaker creatures in the group didn't manage to reject Noah's orders, but that was enough to prove his superiority. Miss Canson didn't know much about hybrids, but Zack knew that they could command other creatures when their power surpassed theirs. It wasn't a surprise that Noah could use it. Yet, the magical beasts that his roar could submit gave Zack an idea of his target's power, and he didn't like what he understood. Noah killed the beasts that didn't manage to ignore his order and stored their corpses in the separate space. He then dispersed the demonic form and finished absorbing the lumps of flames that were flying toward him. His injuries had healed in an instant, so he almost returned at his peak. He even had a small amount of darkness left, so he didn't feel the need to rest just yet. Zack's expression became cold when he saw Noah studying the area, and he gestured to Miss Canson to remain hidden in the sky while he took care of the matter. She limited herself to nod, but her eyes couldn't leave the newly ascended warrior that had managed to fend off the threatening tide of beasts. Noah wanted to cultivate right away, but he didn't feel safe in that place. Night had only hinted to the landing zones, but he could vaguely guess what it meant with those words. The tunnel scene in the lower plane made him feel quite sure about his theory. Unless the white passages for the immortal lands moved, they would force the cultivators to land on specific areas. The whole scene from the outside of the white sky were another hint that supported his theory. Cultivators and other divine existences could only pass through them to enter the immortal lands, which would easily lead to the creation of hunting areas. Noah was picking a direction when he sensed the arrival of another existence. That event made him worried since the cultivator had appeared out of nowhere, but he slightly relaxed when he didn't feel any killing intent coming from that cultivator. When he turned, Zack performed a polite bow to greet him. How can he fly so easily? Noah wondered when he saw Zack floating above him. Zack didn't seem bothered about his position, and Noah found that feature quite strange since the cultivator was in the gaseous stage. Noah guessed that Zack had an item or a technique that allowed him to ignore the white light. Noah and Zack's minds slowly touched after they made sure that they had no evil intentions. The two consciousnesses took care of selecting the language to use for the incoming conversation, and they separated immediately after that. "I must say," Zack began to speak, "I'm quite impressed by your battle prowess. It's a pity that your kind can't join us." Noah didn't answer, and his face didn't reveal any emotion at those words. Yet, his mind grew colder when he understood that Zack knew about his hybrid status. "He must have observed my battle," Noah concluded in his mind, and that thought made him quite worried. If his hypothesis was on point, then everyone knew that the area was a landing zone. Zack would surely see that he had just ascended from a lower plane, and that would reveal that Noah's centers of power were only at the beginning of the 7th rank. Of course, that wasn't exactly correct when it came to Noah. His mind and Dantian were basically at the beginning of the 7th rank, but his body had begun to improve. Also, he had the black hole, which could be his trump card in that situation. I don't want to cause any trouble, Zack continued as he took a white tablet from his space ring. My name is Zack Fordal. I'm part of the Crystal City, and it's my job to make sure that newly ascended existences won't become a threat to the human army. I need you to swear that you won't cause any damage to our side. Noah remained silent as he continued to inspect the cultivator. He continued to suppress his emotions, but the coldness that seeped out of his figure became more intense when he heard those words. Zack didn't speak anymore either. He had said his piece, so everything was up to Noah now. Zack wouldn't spend other words for an existence that couldn't join his side. Or, Noah eventually asked, and Zack immediately understood what he meant with his question. I can't let a potential threat roam freely, Zack answered as traces of killing intent began to seep out of his figure. I guess this Crystal City must be nearby for you to be so thorough, Noah said as he tried to focus on the horizon. Noah couldn't see any structure nearby, but Zack's eyes had sharpened for an instant when he heard those words. That was enough to reveal that Noah's guess was close to the truth. There is no need to fight over such a small matter. Zack resumed his speech after he exchanged glances with Noah for a while. This oath is harmless. It won't affect your journey. I will even share a report concerning the last known location of some hybrids with you if you swear it. Noah memorized his words, but he didn't give him any answer. His attention had shifted during Zack's speech. Noah had begun to sense a peculiar aura coming out of him when his killing intent spread in the environment. That aura wasn't strange enough to arouse Noah's suspicion, but he felt that something was off when he sensed that it came from multiple directions. One source of that aura came from Zack, while the other flowed out of a seemingly random spot in the sky. Noah turned toward that spot, and Zack's expression paled when he understood where Noah was looking. Miss Canson was in that area, but it seemed that Noah couldn't see her. How can you fend off the pressure of the sky? Noah asked without moving his gaze from that seemingly random spot. Zack felt slightly threatened when he observed Noah's actions. His power was enough to match that newly ascended monster, but he couldn't risk Miss Canson's life during the mission. Moreover, Zack was unaware of Noah's assets and mindset. He didn't know if Noah would abruptly attack that spot out of curiosity or if he would ignore it. We use special items, Zack replied in an attempt to bring Noah's attention back on him. They are quite common among humans. You can't miss them if you even reach a market. Weren't those of my kind unwelcomed by humans? Noah asked. The Crystal City is the most radical about this issue, Zack answered. Other societies don't care about your species as long as you don't cause any trouble. Zack knew what was happening. He wasn't revealing those pieces of information because Noah had managed to trick him. That was a pure show of goodwill that he hoped would lead to Noah swearing the oath. However, Zack had failed to understand Noah's mindset. He couldn't possibly know that Noah had spent a long part of his life cursing the restrictions applied by his world's political system. Noah saw the immortal lands as a place where divine existences could ignore any form of organization and strive to touch the sky with their power. He wouldn't let anyone put limits on his freedom as soon as he reached the higher plane. You aren't alone, are you? Noah asked, and Zack's eyes widened when he heard those words. An intense killing intent began to flow out of his figure at that point. Zack couldn't hold back anymore when he understood that Miss Canson could be in danger. He had to show Noah that he would kill him if he didn't swear the oath. The scenery in Noah's eyes slowly changed as his superior senses became used to that peculiar aura. Dark matter flowed out of his black hole and entered his eyes to enhance his view. Black vessels appeared on his sclera as his reptilian pupils sharpened. Miss Canson's enchanting figure slowly appeared in his vision, and Noah couldn't help but wear a cold smile when he saw the worried expression on her face. I can kill her before your attack reaches me, Noah said at some point. You know that you can't stop me. You have seen my battle. Zack had no words to express how he felt about Noah. Not even a day had passed since his landing, but Noah had already succeeded in two almost impossible feats. Noah had defeated the tide of beasts waiting in the landing zone and had managed to look past the technique developed in the Crystal City. Part of Zack wanted to kill Noah on the spot, but he had to prioritize Miss Canson's well-being, so he couldn't attack. Yet, Noah soon proposed something that he couldn't ignore. "It's too soon to make enemies," Noah announced. "Let's forget about this discussion. You two let me go, and I'll leave without causing a mess. It seems pretty fair to me." "You have no idea who you are threatening," Zack said, but his killing intent lost some intensity when he heard Noah's offer. "I don't really care," Noah said as he shrugged his shoulders. "We have a deal, right?" Zack hesitated for a second before nodding, and Noah waved his hand before turning to leave. Noah had been honest. He had no intention of making enemies without learning more about the Immortal Lands. After all, the higher plane was an environment that could contain rank 8 and 9 existences. Yet he wasn't delusional. He knew how extremist organizations worked. Zack had let him go, but Noah was aware that the cultivator would report his arrival to the Crystal City. "We failed the mission because of me," Miss Canson said once Noah disappeared from her sight. "I will make sure that my mother understands this. You would have taken care of him if you didn't have to protect me." Miss Canson appeared quite broken about that outcome. She cared about Zack, and she didn't want to see him punished due to her weakness. Moreover, meeting Noah had shown her the difference between an ascended and a divine existence that didn't overcome similar trials. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Zack replied without moving his gaze from the direction where Noah had left. "Hybrids are hard to deal with, and this one has been ready to fight during the entire conversation. He didn't want a battle, but he didn't fear it either." "Do you think he had a chance against you?" Miss Canson asked as surprise appeared on her face. Her mother had chosen Zack as her protector because he was strong and had a lot of experience dealing with Ascended. However, his words conveyed his hesitation about the whole matter. "I can't be sure of that," Zack replied. He shouldn't have much experience in battles in the divine ranks, but he managed to defeat the tide without relying on his individuality. That alone speaks for his power. Noah left the area as fast as he could. He didn't try to use his movement technique in his current condition, but his physical strength made him capable of great speed anyway. The magical beasts in the area didn't attack him. Noah could sense them, but he also saw that they ignored him for no apparent reason. "Did I get approved or something?" Noah wondered as he ran past that crowded land. The creatures in the area hadn't hesitated to attack him when he landed in the Immortal Lands, but they were ignoring him now. It was as if they had no interest in fighting someone that had survived the tide. Moreover, they also ignored each other. That area featured multiple layers, but those powerful magical beasts didn't bother to fight for the ownership of that region. It was as if they had agreed to attack only the newly ascended existences, and Noah couldn't even begin to understand how they had decided that. His extensive knowledge in the magical beasts field didn't cover that behavior. Noah didn't stop to inspect the environment, but he still memorized the lands he crossed as he tried to leave the landing zone. The area was full of life and had an uneven layout. Short mountains filled with magical plants covered that azure land. Various magical beasts had created lairs in that environment, but their influence didn't manage to affect the laws in the matter around them. Noah could sense divine auras filling the entire area. The magical beasts, some plants, and the terrain radiated their influence in the environment and covered it with a thick halo. The pressure radiated by the white sky fused with that halo and created a shining environment. Noah couldn't linger in the area for too long, but that sight left him mesmerized. He didn't need to unfold his consciousness to sense the difference with the lower plane. Every brim of matter in the Immortal Lands carried an intense vitality and appeared as the most valuable material in the entire world. The piece of Immortal Lands that had fallen in the lower plane was no match for the actual higher world. The amount of energy in that environment was on a superior league, and Noah couldn't wait to feed on it. Anxiety that only a dangerous environment could cause filled Noah's mind. His arrival in the Immortal Lands had been quite messy, but he had learnt a lot about the higher plane during those events. The Immortal Lands didn't have a shortage of living beings. Countless magical plants filled every inch of the landing zone, and many divine creatures inhabited those areas. Moreover, he had confirmed the presence of cultivators. The two gods had also disclosed the existence of organizations and societies that had different beliefs. I wonder if the Crystal City has a cultivator in the 8th rank, Noah thought as he ran through the uneven terrain. Noah crossed countless mountains and ran for entire weeks before the scenery in his eyes started to change. A large river appeared on his path and marked the entrance to a different environment. The uneven terrain filled with short mountains and chaotic vegetation stopped before the river. Noah could see a tall forest on the other side of that large stream, and the aura that surrounded that zone triggered his survival instincts. Trees more than 400 meters tall filled his view. They had large azure leaves, and their thick brown trunks hid the insides of that region. Also, a dense aura covered the entire area and made Noah's instincts rage in fear. Something powerful had taken the forest as its lair. Noah felt glad that his knowledge of the magical beast's field revealed itself useful in that situation, but he couldn't be happy about what he understood. Maybe the landing zone is one of the exceptions of the Immortal lands, Noah thought as he stopped before reaching the river. This region follows the same patterns that I've learnt to recognize in the lower plane. Hypotheses amassed in Noah's mind. The arrival in the Immortal lands had filled him with questions that he couldn't answer due to his poor knowledge about that environment. Noah turned to look behind him. He believed that cultivators from the Crystal City would eventually come for him, so he couldn't remain in the landing zone. It was better to hide among magical beasts that would defend their territory rather than among uncaring creatures. Noah would be able to use his expertise in the forest, and the leader of that area could work as a deterrent against eventual pursuers. I should hide here until I understand how the Immortal lands work, Noah concluded as he jumped the river to land among the tall trees. I'm quite curious to see if they will follow me in this environment. Noah ventured inside the forest, but he didn't dare to run toward its central areas. He remained in its peripheral parts and changed direction whenever the danger felt by his instincts became more intense. The forest seemed endless, and it was thick enough to cover part of the white light radiated by the sky. The pressure on Noah's mind weakened in that region, so he didn't mind running for a few more weeks before deciding to settle. Noah used the demonic sword to dig a cave in the tough azure terrain and sealed it to hide inside that dangerous environment. He had to test a few things before he could resume his exploration of the higher plane. The battle against the tide had brought a few benefits. Noah had managed to test his battle prowess properly and had confirmed that he was quite powerful for a newly ascended existence. Even Zach Fordal had remained wary of him during their conversation. That proved that his power was worthy of respect. Noah had seized the corpses of 5 divine beasts after the battle against the tide, so he could feed himself for a while. He expected his body to improve quickly in the Immortal lands, and he didn't mind using it as the foundation of his power. His spherical rune required primary energy, and Noah only needed to unfold his aura to create it. However, he preferred to prioritize another aspect of his power before approaching that matter. He had to see if he could enlarge his dantian. Noah's body didn't have any special requirements. It only needed energy to improve. The same went for his mind. He would use the spherical rune for that center of power until he created a better training method. Yet, dantians could be tricky to enlarge. Their level depended on the cultivator's individuality, and the lower plane didn't offer any knowledge of the divine realms. Noah didn't know what he had to strive for at that point in his cultivation journey. He had obtained some clues during his Earth tribulation, but he had yet to understand them completely. How should I aim to become a world? Noah wondered as the sensations felt after he ate Earth resurfaced in his mind. The meaning of that word was quite vague, but Noah couldn't translate those sensations in any other way. He could only see how cultivating in the Immortal lands felt and progress from that point. Noah had already cultivated with his dantian in the 7th rank, but he didn't aim to enlarge it during those periods. He had only needed to refill his darkness to stabilize his dark matter. The lower plane couldn't suffice enough fuel for the task, and Noah didn't dare to try it. Still, it was now time to test how the Immortal lands reacted to his training. The demonic sword flew out of his chest to land in Noah's grasp. His cultivation technique evolved together with the living weapon and the rune on his low waist, so he knew that he met the requirements for that procedure. Noah placed the back of the sword on his waist and began to cultivate. True meanings flowed into the blade, became primary energy inside it, and transformed once they reached the rune. His dantian absorbed that energy and began to enlarge. Noah didn't notice any issue during the process, so he continued to cultivate. Nothing strange happened even after 2 weeks passed. Maybe my individuality has already met certain requirements, Noah guessed after he interrupted his training. I can only hope that it continues to be like this. Noah was sure that advancing through the divine ranks wouldn't always be so easy. The higher levels of power had different requirements, but he had yet to understand them. He felt something different during the enlargement. Almost everything around him carried a divine aura, so the laws he absorbed provided him with immense energy. His lack of knowledge about the higher ranks bothered him, but Noah wouldn't complain about his situation. He wanted to understand the path that his existence was treading, but the absence of hindrances appeased his annoyance. After Noah confirmed that his dantian could improve, he unfolded his aura to cover a wide underground area. He didn't dare to cause troubles on the surface for fear of attracting the attention of the leader of the forest. His aura seeped inside the immortal land's sturdy terrain and slowly turned it into primary energy that flew toward Noah. He then absorbed it inside his mind to fill his spherical rune. The internal pressure became more intense and pressed on his mental walls. His sea of consciousness finally began to enlarge at a decent speed, and Noah continued to stuff the spherical rune with energy until the first drawbacks appeared. Noah couldn't let his training affect his awareness, so he had to stop stuffing energy before headaches and similar drawbacks arrived. He even interrupted the absorption before those limits to prevent issues related to the white sky and sudden mental attacks. Once Noah took care of his mind, he could focus on his dantian and body. He had many preys to eat, and he wanted to store a decent amount of darkness before resuming his exploration. His lack of darkness couldn't be an issue in that environment. Noah couldn't live with the fear that his stash of energy would run out. It was pointless to be a divine existence if he couldn't express that power for more than a few attacks. Months passed as Noah focused on improving his foundation. His level steadily rose as he solidified his position as a divine existence. It felt good to be in an environment that could sustain his growth. His centers of power felt at home in the immortal lands. The laws were abundant, and the matter around remained intact even after he absorbed its energy multiple times. Noah would normally cultivate until the growth of his centers of power showed signs of slowing down, but the events with Zach and Miss Canson compelled him to leave the area. He would have hunted all the beasts in the landing zone otherwise. I wonder where the next landing zone is, Noah thought as he unfolded his consciousness to inspect the surface. I want to see if those areas have some restriction that forces those magical beasts to attack only the newly ascended existences. The forest didn't change in those months. The heavy pressure was still there, but Noah ignored it to continue exploring the peripheral areas. Noah didn't want to meet the leader of the forest. That creature was ignoring his presence, and he desired to keep things in that way. That environment was far less crowded than the landing zone. Noah could sense some powerful magical beasts among the heavy aura, but he never understood their exact power since he always avoided them. Creating chaos in a foreign environment ruled by a creature that could cover it with its aura wasn't ideal. Noah wanted to leave the forest quickly to avoid remaining in that dangerous situation. Yet, his guess about the Crystal City ended up being on point. Zach had warned his organization about the events with Noah, and a hunting party soon caught up with him during the months that he spent in seclusion. A few weeks before Noah came out of his cave, for rank 7 cultivators gathered above the river next to the forest. Zach was among them, and he wore a hesitant expression as he stared at the tall trees. The 4 cultivators wore white robes with long sleeves. A few purple designs covered the edges of their clothes, but they all had different styles. Zach also wore those robes, and his purple designs depicted a series of different weapons. Gil, are you sure that he went in the forest? Zack asked as he turned toward a tall cultivator with long black hair and dark eyes. His purple designs depicted a series of wolf-like creatures. I'm certain that he entered the forest more than a month ago, Gil replied. This region belongs to the 12-legged queen, one of the two women among the group added. She was short and extremely overweight. Long blonde hair covered her face, and her robe's designs depicted a series of bubbles of various sizes. Bertha is right, the second woman in the group continued. Madame Canson has made a deal with her. She will notice me if I were to enter the forest. The woman had short brown hair and a pair of shining blue eyes. Her robe's designs depicted waves, and she was the only cultivator in the liquid stage among the group. You can be at ease, Lady Lena, Zack replied. The three of us are enough to take care of him. I'm glad that our weakness can be useful to the city. Lady Lena nodded at his words. The 12-legged queen would react to any invader that wasn't at the bottom of the 7th rank. So only her three companions in the gaseous stage could continue the chase. Make the Crystal City proud, Lady Lena said as she gestured to her companions to proceed. Remember, humans are a perfect species. Don't let the physical strength of the hybrids affect your belief. After her words, her three companions crossed the river and entered the forest. Noah was unaware that 3 cultivators from the Crystal City had followed him into the forest. He had predicted that Zack and his organization wouldn't leave him alone, but he didn't expect them to catch up with him so soon. After all, Noah had plenty of experience covering his tracks, and he didn't stop running for entire weeks before settling to cultivate. Noah continued to avoid every powerful being sensed by his consciousness as he ran through the forest. Some of those presences belonged to magical plants, but he never had the chance to study them as he did his best to leave the area under Crystal City's jurisdiction. His travel through the forest went smoothly. He didn't meet any problem during his exploration, but the scenery in his vision didn't change even after a few more months passed. The forest seemed endless. It made sense for the Immortal Land's environments to be wider, but he didn't expect that a single region could take entire months to cross. Still, Noah never stopped moving. The heavy aura that covered the environment stirred his black hole to work faster and redirect most of its energy toward his body. Noah was moving quickly. Ordinary rank 7 cultivators in the gaseous stage wouldn't match his speed unless they used movement techniques, but Noah guessed that they couldn't release much energy in that environment. Yet, his belief shattered when he sensed a series of presences entering the range of his consciousness. Surprise filled Noah's mind when he sensed those presences. They vanished after a second, but he could understand their nature during that time. They weren't living beings. They radiated the unmistakable aura of a spell. Did they find me? Noah immediately guessed as he accelerated. The chance that other cultivators lived in that environment was relatively low, and the likelihood that they had used spells when surrounded by the heavy aura was even lower. The cultivator who had cast that spell was looking for something, and it was too coincidental that the technique vanished once it touched Noah's consciousness. Noah ran at full speed. His black hole poured even more energy into his body and filled his dark vessels with dark matter. He became even faster due to that empowerment, but he still failed in shaking off his pursuers. A series of ghostly wolves appeared in front of him at some point. Those creatures were identical to each other, but a horizontal black line cut them in half before they could howl at Noah. The demonic sword had landed in Noah's hand as soon as the creatures appeared, and Noah didn't hesitate to slash at them. His attack also landed on some trees, but it didn't manage to sever their thick trunks. The ghostly wolves began to disperse, but Noah jumped past them without even observing their end. He couldn't study his opponent's ability with the heavy aura being a constant threat in that environment. Noah continued to run until the ground morphed in front of his eyes. Tall weapons came out of the terrain and tried to stab him. Dodging them made Noah slow down, but he persevered in his escape. They must be nearby, Noah thought as he sensed that peculiar aura again. The attacks that had appeared in front of him exuded the power of the gaseous stage. Noah knew that his pursuers had to be inside the range of his consciousness. However, he couldn't pinpoint their exact location due to their concealing method. Transparent bubbles fell from the trees at some point. They shone with an azure light when the sky illuminated them, but they appeared empty. Yet, Noah could sense that they contained an immense amount of energy. Noah tried to dodge the bubbles, but they released intense waves of energy when they exploded on the terrain. He couldn't escape those shock waves, but his body managed to endure them without suffering grave injuries. His priority remained to escape, but his mind began to analyze those attacks and their influence on the environment. There was something off in that situation. He couldn't explain how his pursuers could ignore the aura of the leader of the forest. If his pursuers came from the Crystal City, they had to know the forest and had an idea about its dangerousness. The fact that they launched attacks so uncaringly hinted that the leader of the area wouldn't bother to intervene in those battles. They might also be complete idiots, Noah thought as he continued to dodge attacks and wave his blade to press forward. Underestimating opponents was a deadly flaw, but overestimating them could lead to similar awful outcomes. Noah respected those who had managed to reach the divine ranks, but the immortal lands had already shown him that he couldn't apply his values in that world. Noah had understood that when he threatened Miss Canson. She was at his same level, but she appeared less experienced than all the powerhouses met in his life. The natives of the immortal lands would have an easier path toward the higher ranks, especially if they had powerful backings. They would never suffer from a lack of knowledge about the ranks, and the environment around them was a paradise for cultivators. Those favorable conditions often gave birth to idiots, but Noah couldn't bet on that just yet. He continued to run through the forest and waited for something to change. 3 different abilities converged on his position at some point. Ghostly wolves appeared in the distance and started to run toward him. Various weapons came out of the ground and tried to pierce him with their sharp side. Bubbles fell from the trees and released shockwaves that destabilized him. Noah was ready to slash his way through those spells, but more of them appeared in his vision before he could perform his martial art. A single attack wouldn't be able to pierce them, so Noah felt forced to stop to take care of them. Black lines flew under the trees' crowns as Noah attacked those abilities. The wolves and weapons weren't a problem since his sharpness could cut them, but the bubbles exploded even if he destroyed them before they touched the ground. Shockwaves swept Noah and made blood accumulate in his mouth. He had suffered a few light internal injuries during the escape, and he immediately identified the cultivator behind that ability as the main threat. 3 figures appeared above him after he stopped. Noah could sense the peculiar aura again, but that concealing method couldn't hide his opponents from his awareness when they were so close. Noah recognized Zack among the trio, and his eyes sharpened when he inspected his companions. The purple designs on their white robes revealed who was behind those abilities, and Noah immediately fixed his on the overweight woman. "We meet again," Zack announced as he gazed toward Noah. "How did you find me so soon?" Noah asked as he prepared for the imminent battle. "How can you not fear the leader of the forest?" The 3 cultivators revealed a cold smile when they heard his questions. Their reactions told Noah that he wouldn't receive any answer, but he didn't feel surprised about that. He wanted to gain a few more pieces of information before going all out, but it seemed that those cultivators had no intention to speak. Noah had yet to become completely used to his divine powers, but he could rely on his instincts to understand how dangerous the situation was. When he inspected the 3 cultivators, he felt sure that they could defeat him if they worked together. It wasn't only a matter of power. Noah's opponents had a vast battle experience, and they were already aware of the physical advantages of a hybrid. "I wonder if they know about the higher energy in the immortal lands," Noah wondered as corrosive smoke came out of his skin. Noah didn't hesitate to activate the complete demonic form, but he held back from using his higher energy. He only filled his black vessels with dark matter once the fiendish armor covered his figure. There was something strange about the whole situation. Noah didn't know how the trio had managed to catch up with him so soon, but he felt more surprised about their lack of worry. The forest was a danger zone ruled by a powerful being, but the trio didn't hold back. The 3 cultivators didn't show any fear when they launched their attacks. What are they hiding? Noah wondered as the corrosive cloud spread in the area. The black smoke consumed the trees and ground as it expanded. Even those divine materials couldn't do anything against the might of the demonic form. Zack, Gil, and Bertha revealed some concern when they studied the corrosive smoke. Zack had already seen that spell when Noah fought the tide, but he could realize how dangerous it was only now that it threatened to engulf him. Gil summoned his ghostly wolves, and they shot inside the corrosive smoke. However, an unsightly expression appeared on his face when he lost contact with them. His companions saw his reaction and accepted that they had to avoid Noah's spell. Yet, they didn't back out of that fight and summoned their techniques to deal with the threat. Giant weapons came out of the ground. Zack summoned huge spears and swords made of black metal. They created a tall wall that tried to stop the expansion of the corrosive smoke. Bertha's belly shrunk as multiple azure bubbles came out of her mouth. They descended toward the expanding cloud and exploded once they touched the corrosive smoke. The shock waves that followed the explosions pushed the cloud back and revealed its insides. Half on Noah's corrosive smoke vanished when that surge of energy spread, but he was nowhere to be seen. Gil closed his eyes and crossed his legs as he sat in the sky. An army of ghostly wolves materialized next to him and opened their mouths as they pointed at the black cloud. No sound came out of the wolves, but silent tremors swept the area after their gesture. Noah didn't manage to notice it before, but he could sense the matter shaking now that he was inside his corrosive smoke. That answers one of my questions, Noah thought when he saw weapons coming out of the ground under him. Zack had managed to target him after those tremors swept the area. Gil had to be the reason why the trio had managed to reach Noah so quickly. Noah kicked the weapons rising toward him. The corrosive smoke had forced them to deplete part of their power, so his attack easily crushed the spell. However, a series of azure bubbles converged in the part of the cloud above him and exploded, releasing shockwaves that destroyed the smoke and revealing him. The trio could finally see their opponent again, and their eyes sharpened at the sight of his fiendish armor. A helmet that resembled the head of a dragon covered his head, and two long fangs came out of his pointy mouth. Scales covered the entirety of his body, and a long tail came out of his back. Claws replaced the fingers of both hands and feet, but the corrosive smoke soon covered his figure again. The cloud reformed while the trio studied Noah's spell. Since they don't fear the leader of the forest, Noah thought as he raised the demonic sword above his head, I don't see why I should hold back. The demonic sword trembled, and Noah waved it as soon as it amassed enough dark matter. A storm of black lines came out of the corrosive cloud and flew toward the three cultivators. Zack, Gil, and Bertha promptly performed evasive maneuvers to dodge the slashes, but they felt forced to stop themselves when sharp black lines appeared on their path. The entire area was in the range of Noah's consciousness, so he could make his sharpness explode anywhere he wanted. He didn't need to slash to launch his threatening attacks. Black smoke spread from his slashes and created a second cloud. The three cultivators weren't able to dodge it, but they quickly deployed their defensive measures as they continued to retreat. Zack, Gil, and Bertha separated as they escaped the corrosive smoke. Their white robes began to radiate a faint light that covered their figures and fended off Noah's spell, but that defense didn't manage to block the demonic form in time. The corrosive smoke had managed to touch them before they could activate their inscribed robes, and bloodied injuries had replaced their skin in those spots. Moreover, black marks surrounded those wounds and expanded through their bodies. Bertha didn't hesitate to cut away her infected tissues. A piece of her cheek separated from her body and released a violent shockwave when the energy that it contained spread in the environment. The corrosive smoke had hit Zack on his arm, but the skin on that spot transformed into a black metal that stopped the poison. Gil had been the slowest to react to Noah's spell. The corrosive smoke had consumed half of his left thigh and had infected what remained of it. The poison was even spreading toward his calf and waist, but he quickly acted to save his leg. Some of his ghostly wolves flew toward him and ran through his leg. They took away part of the poison every time they crossed his limb, but they died after it spread inside them. Noah didn't remain still while the trio dealt with the infection. He had initially decided to kill Bertha first due to the dangerousness of her attacks, but Gil became his main priority after he learnt about his tracking abilities. Gil was still in the middle of saving his leg when he saw a shadow coming out of the second cloud. A large cut opened on his chest before he could even understand what had attacked him, and a dangerous sensation filled his mind when he sensed Noah's sharpness filling the air around him. A black line materialized and threatened to cleave Gil in half, but a deafening howl suddenly came out of his body and destroyed the incoming attack. Noah lowered his blade when he saw Gil's aura spreading in the environment. He could see the true meaning that it carried. The cultivator had activated the effects of his law. Resonance, Noah thought when he saw Gil's law. He couldn't find a better word to translate Gil's true meaning, but its effects soon became clear. The howl released by his body spread through the area and became more intense as the matter began to echo that sound. Noah couldn't escape from that attack. The sound wave engulfed him and forced his tissues to tremble according to its rhythm. Noah saw his fiendish armor falling apart when the sound wave engulfed him. His skin also trembled according to that rhythm, and blood amassed in his mouth as internal injuries accumulated. The echo of the howl shook Noah's insides and forced him to spit mouthfuls of blood. He didn't even charge at the cultivator, but the power of his individuality forced him to retreat. That was the strength of a god. An individuality could affect the matter in the area and change its functions. Simple spells couldn't defend against that type of power. Noah felt naked in front of that ability. So that's how it is, Noah thought as his black hole sent dark matter toward his injuries. Noah had brought his dantian on a decent level after his seclusion. In theory, he didn't have any weakness. Yet, his inexperience in battles in the divine ranks didn't allow him to express his real power. Instead, Gil knew what it meant to be a rank 7 cultivator. He knew how effective his individuality was, so he didn't hesitate to deploy it when Noah was about to kill him. Zack and Bertha imitated Gil when they saw Noah's armor shake. Their auras surged, and their laws spread in the environment as they affected the matter. Zack's individuality allowed him to transform anything into a weapon. Spears and blades grew from the air, the ground, and the trees and shot toward Noah. His true meaning was hard to translate into words, but Noah could sense the smell of a battlefield when his aura reached him. That individuality tasted like blood, sweat, death. Bertha's belly shrunk as her aura spread in the environment. Pieces in the matter around her absorbed her energy and transformed into multicolored spheres that flew toward Noah. They were proper bombs that threatened to release the dense energy contained in their fabric. Noah felt tinges of admiration surging inside him when he sensed how her aura affected the environment. The might of her attacks was something that he had to respect as a fellow destroyer. Weapons and shockwaves flew toward Noah while he dealt with Gil's individuality. Most blades and spears crumbled due to the corrosive properties of his fiendish armor. Still, some of them managed to land on his skin anyway. Also, his spell couldn't stop the surges of energy. Screeching noises echoed in the area as the black weapons landed on his skin. The spears and blades had lost a lot of power when they crossed the corrosive smoke, so they could only slide on Noah's body when they reached it. As for the shockwaves, they joined Gil's howl in their assault at Noah's insides. Those individualities found it had to work together, so they depleted each other's power while affecting Noah's internal organs. It has been so long, Noah thought as he bathed in the pain that filled his mind. Noah had overcome many struggles in his life, but it had been a long time since cultivators on his level could even attempt to damage him. However, those opponents could succeed in that task without relying on their teamwork. There was a limit to the risk that he could feel when he ventured through danger zones. Noah always accepted their threats when he decided to explore specific areas. Yet, the danger felt against opponents on his same level stirred his instincts in ways that environments couldn't match. The threat caused by the leader of the forest couldn't equal the drive that filled his mind in front of powerful enemies. How can I even decide to hold back in front of this power? Noah thought as internal injuries continued to open inside him. Why would I disrespect such valiant warriors? Zack, Gil, and Bertha began to cast their next attack after they revealed their individuality. Their auras fused with their mental waves to give birth to powerful spells, but they felt forced to stop when they sensed a fourth law invading the area. Noah roared, and his cry carried pure happiness. That battle made him feel at home. He recalled his early days as a lone cultivator and rejoiced when he sensed emotions that he had long forgotten. Enemies that could threaten his life tried to block his path, and he didn't have any backup or safe area where he could retreat. Noah felt utterly cornered, and that made him ecstatic. He could finally feel drives that he had forgotten in the lower plane. He could sense his survival instincts stirring him to bring out every bit of his power. A defeat meant death. That simple but pure feeling filled his mind and made him reveal the power of his ambition. Zack, Gil, and Bertha had altered the matter in the area with their individuality, but they suddenly lost control of Noah's surroundings when his aura surged. The matter around Noah began to evolve when his ambition altered its laws and forced them to transform into their best version. Some of the trees that his corrosive smoke had consumed also regrew in seconds as his aura spread. Part of the shattered ground condensed and took the form of a sturdy terrain that exuded metallic properties. Noah's ambition forced everything affected by his law to evolve. Still, the changes in the environment were only a consequence of his individuality. His law mostly affected his cultivation level, which rose until it crossed the halfway mark of the gaseous stage. His body also improved as his true meaning filled his tissues. Noah continued to roar as that empowerment pushed his centers of power toward a superior level. The world even went dark for an instant when black flames came out of his mouth. Dark matter was filling Noah's black vessels, so his flames came out far stronger than his actual level. The advantage given by his fourth center of power began to show its effects when he used both his innate abilities simultaneously. The flames fused with the corrosive smoke released by his fiendish armor and fended off the shockwaves released by Bertha's law. The same happened to Gil's rhythm. His howl didn't manage to affect Noah's surroundings anymore after he revealed his ambition. Only Zack's weapons managed to continue their flight toward Noah, but they found themselves unable to pierce his skin. The empowerment given by his ambition made his innate defense unbeatable by a single ability. The trio remained focused on Noah and fended off his flames while his ambition spread in the environment. But shadows never stopped moving through the clouds during those moments. Pure terror engulfed Gil's mind when Snore pointed its open mouth toward him. The blood companion had used the corrosive smoke of the second cloud to get close to the cultivator and prepare its innate ability in secret. Bertha felt a similar sensation while she defended against the black flames. Cuts opened on her large belly when a shadow flew past her. She didn't even understand what had attacked her, but she sensed that her life was in danger. Zack could only remain speechless when he saw that his companions were in danger. Tinges of anger also formed inside him since Noah had preferred to attack them instead of him. Noah didn't underestimate Zack, but Gil and Bertha's abilities were far more annoying in that situation. Gil could track him down even after months passed, and Bertha's attacks carried a massive amount of power. It was a simple matter of necessity. Dealing with Zack's abilities wasn't a priority in that situation, but that still made him feel underestimated. Zack's aura became more intense. The smell of blood became more intense in the area, and more parts of the environment transformed into weapons that flew toward Noah. Pieces of his skin also separated from his body to take the shape of dark red spears that joined the offensive. Gil was sure that he would die if he remained in that position. A different howl came out of his body and made his figure disappear. A dark beam engulfed his position at that point, but Gil reappeared high in the sky and stared at that violent energy. Pure fear filled his expression. He had managed to teleport away at the last second, but he couldn't shake off the terror caused by Snore's innate ability. Divine cultivators were extremely hard to kill, especially those that had a vast battle experience. However, Gil knew that the dark beam could kill him in an instant, and that shook the core of his confidence. His current power had no value if a newly ascended existence could overcome him so easily. Bertha felt something similar while night attacked her, but her situation wasn't as tragic as Gil's. The pterodactyl couldn't cut past her layers of fat because they contained a massive amount of energy, so she could react to its assault. Intense waves of energy came out of her injuries whenever night managed to damage her. Her explosive power allowed her to counterattack even if the pterodactyl was assaulting her, and Bertha could disregard that immediate threat to help Zack's offensive. Her blood flowed out of her injuries and transformed into scarlet bubbles that flew behind Zack's weapons. Noah could only raise his demonic sword and fill it with as much dark matter as possible before slashing to fend off that offensive. A storm of dark matter came out of his figure. A giant blade made of sharp higher energy flew out of the cloud that surrounded him and clashed with the enemy's offensive. The array of weapons crumbled when it faced Noah's attacks, but it managed to deplete most of its power. When the scarlet bubbles touched the dark matter and exploded, a dense wave of energy reached Noah and flung him on the ground. The demonic form broke when Bertha's attacks reached him. Noah found himself spitting mouthfuls of blood as he slid on the tough ground, but the energy transferred by his dark flames soon converged toward his black hole and healed him in an instant. Can I defeat them with the dark world? Noah wondered as he stopped and deployed the demonic form again. The dark world was one of his most powerful skills against cultivators due to its ability to suppress unwanted laws. Still, Noah didn't know how strong that technique would be in the immortal lands. He didn't want to reveal all his abilities either. He knew how important it was to keep trump cards hidden, especially when they couldn't lead to a certain victory. Noah wasn't sure that the dark world could make him win that battle. Even with his many advantages, he couldn't overcome 3 rank 7 cultivators without sacrificing something. The trio also came from a supposedly powerful organization in the immortal lands. After all, the Crystal City seemed to control an entire landing zone, and that showed how strong it was. The inscribed robes were another proof of its power. Noah didn't know how rare divine items were in the immortal lands, but the Crystal City could provide personalized versions to its underlings. Noah had noticed how the purple designs hinted at the individualities of the trio. The Crystal City had to own experienced inscription masters to complete that task, and Noah couldn't predict whether the trio had other inscribed items with them. If the dark world failed, Noah would have revealed all his abilities for nothing. Only death would wait for him afterward. That realization forced him to plan a different approach to the battle. He had already confirmed that his attacks could threaten the lives of his opponents. The only problem was that their numerical advantage forced him to divide his offensive. I can win in a 1 versus 1, Noah concluded as he launched a series of slashes to slow down the arrival of the next offensive. I need a few instants to isolate one of them. The divine deduction technique activated on its own while Noah pondered about the issue. The trio launched more attacks that clashed with his slashes and overcame them. Snore and Night did their best to mitigate the power of the blows that eventually landed on his body, but Noah still suffered some damage during those exchanges. He couldn't defeat the attacks of 3 rank 7 cultivators, especially while he tried not to use the dark world. Noah analyzed his possibilities in an instant. The tongues of black flames allowed him to remain at his peak while countless thoughts ran through his mind and gave birth to a wicked plan that he couldn't wait to deploy. I guess I will satisfy my curiosity. Noah revealed a cold smile as his armor reformed and depicted a devilish grin on its helmet. Zack, Gil, and Bertha never stopped launching attacks fueled by their laws, but fear filled their minds when they heard Noah giving voice to a deafening roar. His cry spread through the forest and flew toward its center. Noah had conveyed a simple message with his roar. He had expressed his desire to challenge the leader of that area. A strange silence covered the area after the echoes of his roar dispersed. The trio and Noah continued to exchange attacks, but the sounds that they released seemed fainter when they spread in the environment. It was as if something had forced their abilities to make less noise. A powerful creature had decided to join that battlefield after Noah's roar, and its simple decision caused their attacks to be more silent. Earthquakes began to fill the forest. The battle between Noah and the trio had been unable to cause those reactions in the environment, so the 4 of them stopped fighting when they witnessed that event. Trees fell in the distance. Those massive and resilient plants disappeared as a giant shadow neared the battlefield. That figure was as tall as the brown trunks, and it was as large as 40 of them. Fear appeared on the trio's faces, and Zack couldn't help but turn toward Noah to shout words that sounded like a curse. What did you do? Still, Zack could only see that Noah's figure had disappeared. His cloud had even stopped expanding, which confirmed that he had left the area. Zack cursed in his mind and began to leave, but a heavy pressure fell on the area and forced him to remain still. The same when for his companion. who could only observe the creature that had appeared near them in fear. A giant spider had appeared next to them. The beast had 12 hairy legs and a massive body covered in dark brown fur. 10 black eyes covered its face, and 2 pincers came out from the sides of its mouth. The creature released a low screech accompanied by human words once it stopped near the trio. "Who dares to challenge me?" Noah didn't leave the area. He had run away from the corrosive cloud and deployed his dark matter to hide behind the nearest tree. His higher energy took the shape of a fiendish armor while he observed the catastrophe that he had caused. His instincts screamed in fear when he saw the massive spider. Every cell in his body stirred him to escape as far as possible, but his eyes seemed glued to that majestic creature. The 12-legged queen's aura was one with the forest. At first, it would appear that the creature's existence had fused with the environment, but the divine deduction technique made Noah understand the truth behind that scene. The beast's aura didn't copy the environment. The spider had given the laws that it carried to the forest. That area was part of its being, and the creature could bend the matter around it as much as it wanted. Noah was speechless. Magical beasts would elevate their existence as they grew through the ranks, but they didn't have individualities. The massive spider could generate those effects with its sole passive influence. The forest was the representation of the 12-legged queen's aura. Even the resilient matter of the immortal lands couldn't escape from its influence. Noah didn't doubt his instincts. He knew what had appeared in front of him. The spider was a proper rank 8 magical beast. It was an existence that had grown past the simple state of a divine being. It's a world born from its existence, Noah thought as countless pieces of information ran in his mind. The 12-legged queen was a living representation of the path past the 7th rank. It showed him what he had to strive for if he wanted to progress through the cultivation journey. The effects of its aura were different from his dark world. Noah's technique relied on his higher energy to occupy an existing space and transform it according to his will. However, the beast didn't need any tool to generate superior results. The alterations caused by the spider's aura weren't a temporary phenomenon. The matter of the forest would continue to belong to its existence unless a stronger law conquered it. The changes in the matter showed some flaws in their structure. Its laws still strive to enter heaven and earth system, but Noah linked that to the 12-legged queen's level and species. Cultivator would generate even stronger effects with their individuality. The same would apply to creatures on a higher level, but even those fainter alterations were enough to give Noah an idea of the path in front of him. My existence needs to become a world of its own, Noah concluded as he deactivated the divine deduction technique. A single law flying through an array of true meanings is not enough. My individuality must become as powerful as the higher plane. That was his path. His law had to reach the point when it could generate an entire world without the help of techniques and tricks. Those effects also had to be permanent. The empowerment that his ambition was currently capable of was still too lacking to compare to that power. The rank 8 beast's aura tried to suppress him and make him helpless, but his many methods had granted him the ability to move. The dark matter weakened the natural influence radiated by the spider, and his black hole managed to salvage his body's freedom. The trio also distracted the 12-legged queen, so most of its aura was converging on them. Only the leftovers of the spider's aura reached Noah, but he had to deploy all his methods to fend it off. His body felt sluggish anyway, but he was glad that he could still move. "Why did you challenge me?" the 12-legged queen said as low screeches accompanied its human words. Its voice generated shockwaves that seeped through the fiendish armor and made Noah's insides churn. He felt as if hammers were striking his organs and didn't want to stop anytime soon. Rivers of blood flew out of Noah's mouth as he forced himself to remain silent. The dark matter around him was hiding his presence, but he didn't dare to underestimate the awareness of a magical beast in the 8th rank. The 12-legged queen was in the lower tier, but that didn't give Noah the chance to take the matter lightly. Instead, he had one more reckless action to perform before he could run away. Simply gaining an escape route wasn't enough for Noah. Gil would track him as soon as he left, and he couldn't deal with the trio when they worked together. Moreover, his knowledge was still too shallow when it came to the immortal lands, but he planned to solve all his problems with his next move. "We didn't," Zack stammered an answer and closed his eyes as he struggled to finish his line. "Your Majesty." Even the members of an extremist faction had to show their respect towards such a powerful magical beast. Beliefs didn't matter anymore when their opponent could reduce them into a pulp with the sole intensity of its aura. "I heard the challenge," the 12-legged queen continued. "Magical beasts don't lie. Are you comparing me to humans?" Those words seeped deep inside the trio's beliefs, but they could only play along in that situation. It didn't matter that Madame Canson had sealed an agreement with that creature. The spider could still kill them if they made it angry. "I wouldn't dare, Your Majesty," Zack continued. "There is a fourth dashed." Zack didn't manage to complete his line because dark matter engulfed the area and suppressed his words. The sudden appearance of the dark world surprised even the spider, but the aura innately radiated by its body destroyed the higher energy before it could reach it. The 12-legged queen didn't feel anything when it saw the dark matter filling the area. It didn't sense any danger coming from that almost liquid substance. Actually, that higher energy carried properties similar to its forest. Noah had altered the aura of the dark world to make it resemble the forest. His imitation appeared poorly executed, but it managed to make him gain a few instants. The spider understood that something was off when it saw ice spreading on the edges of the dark world. A rocky layer also formed on top of the expanding frost, and the black cloud shrunk to transform into a giant snake. Snore engulfed the area with its huge body, but the spider didn't hesitate to throw one of its legs toward the beast. However, when its limb touched the rocky layer, the blood companion's figure opened and dispersed into a storm of dark matter. The spider believed that a unique magical beast had chosen to attack its lair, but had retreated once it sensed the forest leader's power. The 12-legged queen then unfolded its aura to search for the invader, but it focused back on the cultivators after it didn't find anything. Still, the creature noticed that something had happened during the previous events. The trio was a duo now. Bertha had disappeared. Noah ran faster than he had ever done before. Trees appeared and vanished in his vision as he tried to leave that dangerous forest. The area still trembled. Every inch of that environment radiated the 12-legged queen's aura and increased the range of its senses. Yet, they never managed to notice Noah since the dark matter was covering him. Also, he was less than a speck of dust lost inside an ocean. Noah had never been too good at hiding himself, but the spider couldn't tell the difference between him and one of the magical plants in the environment while he was inside the armor of dark matter. "Why am I even forced to go through this as soon as I reach the immortal lands?" Noah cursed in his mind as he kept his emission of energy to the minimum. Cries and tremors ran through the forest during his escape. The 12-legged queen continued interrogating Zack and Gil, but Noah had no intention to see how long that decoy would last. He had to leave. He would die if the rank 8 magical beast found him and deployed its abilities to hunt him down. Noah's vast knowledge and unique techniques would be useless once the creature decided to use its power against him. Noah ran for entire months, and his black hole made him go faster when he sensed that the forest didn't shake anymore. The 12-legged queen had stopped dealing with the duo, so he had to give everything on his last sprint. The end of the forest eventually appeared in his eyes. Noah saw a giant lake unfolding past the last array of trees, and he didn't hesitate to fly above it. The white sky began to apply the entirety of its pressure on his mind once Noah left the safe area created by the tree's azure crowns, but he didn't dare to slow down. Noah didn't care if he depleted all his mental energy during his escape. His only priority was to put as many kilometers as he could between him and the forest. Everything else could wait for when he stopped. The lake radiated a dangerous area, but Noah didn't study it. He flew for more months and eventually reached one of the bordering regions. A gray mountain chain appeared in his vision, and Noah landed in one of its valleys to find a decent hiding spot. Noah let his instincts pick the place where he would dig a cave. Dangerous auras came out from all the mountains, but he settled in the safest areas that he could find. The location for his cave ended up being a valley between two short mountains. Noah dug in its terrain and built a temporary home that he reinforced with his dark matter. Once the dark matter began to radiate the same aura as the environment, Noah called back his fiendish armor and began to assess his condition. He had suffered multiple injuries during the battle against the 3 cultivators, but his dark flames had always managed to fix them. At the moment, Noah only suffered from a lack of energy, especially when it came to his sea of consciousness. His body was still full of energy, and Noah didn't use his darkness during his escape. His dantian was far from full, but refilling it wasn't a priority. The same went for the black hole. Noah had mostly used dark matter in that situation because it could keep him hidden from the rank 8 creature's aura. But his 4th center of power seemed to have an endless stash of energy. I can rest for a while, Noah thought as his spherical rune appeared in his palm. I will move as soon as I learn how to leave the area of influence of the Crystal City. Noah had stopped training his mind during his escape due to the white sky, but he would reactivate it as soon as his mental sea reformed. He wouldn't neglect his training, even with pursuers after him. The demonic sword came out of his separate space once his mind recovered and began to expand again. Noah cultivated and refilled his dantian before focusing on what he had gained in the forest. Most of his thoughts analyzed Noah's sensations when he saw the rank 8 magical beast. The insights about the path past the 7th rank filled his mind and allowed him to understand what his law had to become to advance. Plans about his current situation also formed in his mind. He didn't have a method to fend off Gil's tracking abilities, but he could counter them by reaching a place where the Crystal City couldn't follow him. When Noah sensed that the pieces of information in his possessions weren't enough to create a solid plan, he took out something from his separate space. Bertha fell on the ground of his cave. She had a series of threads made of dark matter wrapped around her large body, but she wasn't awake, so those restraints were only a precaution. The cultivator was unconscious, and one of Noah's spells was the reason behind her condition. Tiny dark blades ran under Bertha's skin from time to time and reinforced the blockades placed around her centers of power. It had been a long time since Noah used the Shadow Sword spell. Most of the original technique had disappeared after the many modifications that happened when Noah was in the 6th and 7th rank. Yet, it now was a diagram that suited the entirety of his existence, and that could express divine power. Noah could restrain a cultivator's centers of power by creating a series of mental blades that carried specks of dark matter inside their shape. The spell was tricky to activate in an actual battle, but the appearance of the 12-legged queen had given him the chance to act. The expansion of the dark world and the appearance of Snor's figure had the sole purpose of deceiving the rank 8 creature. Noah had managed to seize one of his opponents and run during those valuable instants. My problems would be over if I managed to capture the howling guy, Noah thought as he pressed his hand on Bertha's forehead to check the state of his spell. A pity that he was too far away. Well, she was the strongest in the group, so she might have more to say about the Crystal City. Once Noah checked that the Shadow Sword spell was still in place, he decided to relieve Bertha's mind of some pressure and called back part of the restraints that kept her unconscious. She would be able to wake up after Noah reabsorbed some of those blades, but it would be impossible to cast spells in that condition. Bertha slowly woke up and tried to release a warning cry when she realized where she was. However, no sound came out of her open mouth, so she soon felt forced to turn toward her warden. Noah inspected her with cold eyes. He had already decided to kill her in his mind. He would only learn as much as he could from her before that. A rank 7 cultivator with tight connections with the Crystal City was a valuable loot. Noah couldn't wait to learn more about the Immortal lands from Bertha. Bertha tried to scream and curse Noah while the Shadow Sword spell suppressed her voice, but he didn't lower the restrictions until she became tired of that process. I will let you speak now, Noah said as he placed his hand on her forehead. You must have understood by now that you can't escape from my spell. Don't try anything funny. Some of the small dark blades flowing under her sky left her throat and reinforced the blockades on her centers of power. Bertha found herself able to speak again, and her first words were a threat sent to her warden. You will die of a horrible death once the Crystal City gets its hands on you, Bertha said as she gnashed her teeth in anger. Your mind will suffer so many tortures that you will end up begging us to kill you. You wanted to kill me already? Noah replied as the demonic sword came out of his separate space. This threat is pointless. You made me your enemy after our first meeting. Dark matter flowed out of his black hole and covered Bertha's belly. The demonic sword then cut a piece of her flesh while the higher energy suppressed the energy that it contained. Noah analyzed Bertha's tissues right in front of her eyes. He could see the immense energy they contained, and he couldn't help but feel interested in her individuality. Your body is really unique, Noah commented once he understood how her law worked. Your organization believes in the superiority of the human race, but you try to imitate magical beasts with your techniques. It's a pity that you didn't manage to keep your dantian and body separated. This method only allows you to store energy, but it doesn't give you any real empowerment. Bertha's eyes widened when she heard his words. She couldn't hide the nature of her true meaning in her condition, but she felt surprised that Noah had managed to grasp so many details about her law with one quick inspection. She had initially believed that Noah was a valiant warrior with rich battle experience, but his last feat altered her idea about him. Noah wasn't only a brute. He was a true master in fields that she had yet to define. Accumulation, Noah announced. A simple true meaning. Your body is the catalyst for your individuality, and it lets you stuff it with energy that you can release at will. The complexity of a law usually depends on its power, but you manage to reach similar results by accumulating more breadth. That second explanation wasn't as surprising as the first for Bertha. After all, her law was right in front of his eyes. Discerning how she had reached that point had been the hard part. The Crystal City doesn't answer to threats, Bertha said when she saw that Noah remained silent. Its members are true believers. It will be an honor to sacrifice my life to slow down one of its enemies. Death isn't the issue here, Noah replied. I will definitely kill you. Nothing can change my mind about that. You only have to decide for how long you want to suffer. What do you mean? Bertha replied. She could understand what Noah meant, but she wanted to gain as many instants as possible. Bertha hoped that her companions would find her, and only time could make her chance of survival higher. I understand fanatics, Noah answered. I know that your faith isn't something that you can trade. I need to make you desire death to obtain the answers that I want. Killing you will be the reward of this process. Noah spoke heartless words, and Bertha could sense that he had experienced dealing with his enemies in that way. Some fear built inside her when she felt the coldness carried by his voice, but her resolve remained firm. Your friends won't come for you, Noah said at some point. That giant spider has remained with them for months. I can't imagine what it did with them. The Crystal City and the 12-legged queen have an agreement, Bertha replied as pride filled her expression. This is the power that you have chosen to oppose. We can influence entire regions of the immortal lands. Your boss must be a rank 8 cultivator then, Noah added. A magical beast on that level would never deal with weaker beings, and it wouldn't be alive if your leader were stronger than that creature. Bertha knew that she had revealed something with her words, but that didn't slip out of her accidentally. She had purposely told Noah how strong the Crystal City was in an attempt to scare him away. However, Noah had dealt with existences stronger than him throughout his entire life. Those threats were nothing more than empty words in his ears. Bertha's line didn't even manage to break his calm. I need to know how far the influence of the Crystal City spreads. Noah began to list his questions. I need to understand where I am and what I need to search for. I also want a complete overview of the forces nearby. Noah's requests were simple and covered his most impelling doubts. He would ask about the divine inscribed items only after Bertha decided to give up. You are wasting your time, Bertha said as a cold smile appeared on her face. I know, Noah replied as the demonic sword cut another piece of her belly. The demonic sword continued to cut Bertha's belly, but she didn't show any reaction at that event. She didn't seem to care about her body at all. The blades of the shadow sword's spell lowered part of the restrictions applied on her dantian. Her individuality began to affect the environment at that point, and energy accumulated on her belly to heal her injuries. Noah then controlled his spell again to restore the restrictions on her dantian. The demonic sword also began to cut her belly, but it dug a bit deeper at that time. Bertha understood what was happening once Noah stopped attacking her again to give her Danteon the chance to heal her injuries. Noah was testing her resistance to pain to see how long it would take to shatter her resolve. Noah cut her and let her Danteon activate its healing properties. He repeated that process countless times, and he always severed a bit more of her body as he continued that torture. Bertha's resolve was incredible, but her determination began to waver once she saw her body regrowing for the 1,000th time in a row. There was still no sign of her allies, and Noah was relentless in his torture. Worry mounted inside her, and something forced her to accept death as the only possible outcome. Bertha had started to respect Noah's relentlessness, which made her understand that he didn't bluff before. Noah tortured Bertha until she began to spill a few pieces of information. A map slowly formed in his mind as he learnt about the layout of that part of the Immortal lands. The following topic of their conversations revolved around weapons and inscriptions. Noah had an intense interest in the tools that allowed those cultivators to ignore the pressure radiated by the white sky. In the end, Noah killed Bertha. He seized her Danteon and let the energy contained in her body flow inside his tissues. He had learnt enough. It was time to move again. Torturing Bertha brought multiple advantages to Noah. His body improved by leaps and bounds due to her Danteon and body. Still, his greatest gains came from her knowledge. Noah learnt a lot from her. Those pieces of information didn't involve only the layout of the Immortal lands. He also understood how far the influence of the Crystal City spread. According to Bertha, the higher plane was a messy place filled with organizations. Most regions in the Immortal lands were lawless regions filled with various magical beasts and simple groups of cultivators. Yet, some of them were under the control of forces that weaker beings had to respect. The Crystal City was one of those forces. Madame Canson was a rank 8 cultivator, and that gave her the power to build an organization around her. The population of the Immortal lands valued existences in the 8th rank a lot. Bertha spoke of them as a privileged class in the higher plane. It seemed that rank 8 beings were celebrities in that world, and any organization would treat them with the respect they deserved. Even the Crystal City treated the 12-legged queen with respect. It didn't matter if that existence was a magical beast. As long as a being reached the 8th rank, it would become an esteemed guest in any organization of the Immortal lands. Noah had obviously asked about rank 9 beings when he questioned Bertha, but she couldn't give him any valuable information. According to her, there were rank 9 existences in the Immortal lands, but they never involved themselves with the rest of the world. The reports that involved rank 9 existences were mostly vague or unrealistic. Even cultivators in the 8th rank couldn't be sure about the power wielded by beings on a higher level, so they never dared to confirm those rumors. The information that involved the Immortal lands layout gave Noah an idea of how he had to move to avoid troubles. The area of influence of the Crystal City was only a small part of the higher plane, and it even bordered the lands belonging to intelligent magical beasts. Noah had many possibilities at hand. Most divine beings would avoid organizations anyway, so he could easily live without remaining stuck in any of them. The Crystal City marks the end of the human area, Noah thought as he sorted the knowledge obtained from Bertha. I should meet more human settlements as I march past these danger zones. Finding useful items shouldn't be a problem at that point. Noah's interrogation had focused on the inscribed items after he learnt about the general layout of the Immortal lands. According to Bertha, storage items were a valuable resource in the higher plane, and most rank 7 cultivators had to rely on external organizations to take care of their materials. It wasn't a surprise that cultivators couldn't gain access to divine items. The inscription methods of the lower plane often relied on imitating heaven and earth's laws, but that process had clear limits. Wills also had a hard time affecting the matter in the higher world, so those capable of performing inscriptions were an elite class in that place. Noah had yet to test how his elemental forging method would perform in the Immortal lands, but he expected the matter of the higher world to resist his wills when they tried to alter its fabric. The creation of storage items was also a niche of the inscription field, so it wasn't a surprise that only a few masters could perform it in the Immortal lands. Noah was an exception due to the dark world, but most cultivators would have to swear specific oaths to obtain those tools. Cultivators like Bertha were an exception due to their backing. Still, that didn't apply to every organization in the Immortal Lands. Noah knew that his next destination would give him a clearer idea of the situation in that world. I wonder if I can turn the separate space into a sellable divine item, Noah thought as he left his cave to resume his journey. Now that I think about it, I don't even know which currency they use here. The matter concerning the storage items was the reason why Noah couldn't seize anything valuable from Bertha. She couldn't give her resources to him due to the restrictions applied by Madame Canson. Noah couldn't obtain the item that fended off the radiations of the white sky nor anything that could stop Gil's individuality. He was back a square one with a stronger body and a vaster knowledge about his new world. The forest, the large sea, and that mountain chain were still peripheral areas of the human domain, and Noah had no interest in reaching smaller cities. Moreover, he wanted to get far away from the Crystal City, so he picked a famous town in the Immortal Lands as his next destination. Vagona City is one of the biggest human settlements in the entire higher plane, Noah thought as he reviewed the pieces of information obtained from Bertha. I should find something valuable there. Noah had picked a destination, but the journey was long. Bertha didn't dare to be vague during her explanation, and she described the many lands that he had to cross to reach that place. Rich cultivators had access to sophisticated transports, but Noah didn't even know how to summon them. He would have to make the journey on foot, but he didn't dislike the idea too much since it allowed him to learn more about the Immortal Lands. There was a limit to how much an organization made of pure humans could understand the regions inhabited by magical beasts. Noah felt strange that creatures could rule over entire lands in an area under the control of cultivators, but he suspected that stronger beings had taken secret agreements to settle those matters. Still, he wanted to see those lands with his own eyes and memorize all the emotions that the environment sent to him. He wanted to see how being an existence that surpassed the hybrid realm affected his understanding of the whole higher plane. Noah set off and traveled through the mountain chain. His destination lay after many regions, which translated into multiple years of march in the complete wilderness. It would take him an entire decade spent traveling to reach the first small settlement, but Noah planned to avoid it. That city was a branch of the Crystal City, so he preferred the wilderness over certain problems. Of course, Noah wouldn't spend entire decades focused only on traveling. His priority was to reach the stars beyond the sky, and he had to increase his cultivation level to do that. Noah had already planned that he would spend many years cultivating inside improvised training areas and hunting every potential prey he found. His current cultivation level almost represented the bare minimum of the Immortal Lands, and Noah had no intention to remain at that stage for long. The fact that his actual power didn't reflect the average might of a rank 7 cultivator in the gaseous stage wasn't enough to make him satisfied with his current battle prowess. Improving was the key to gaining access to more opportunities, and Noah planned to solidify his divine foundation before reaching Vagona City. He wanted to be the best newly ascended cultivator by the time he reached his destination. Noah had to explore multiple wild regions during his voyage toward Vagona City. Magical beasts occupied many large lands even if the area belonged to the humans, and Noah preferred to travel through them rather than risking encountering members of the Crystal City. The Immortal Lands weren't free of the curse of the magical beasts. Those creatures were too resilient and advantaged in the cultivation journey. Even areas inhabited by mighty rank 8 cultivators couldn't avoid them. Through Bertha's explanation, Noah had understood that the human area was nothing more than a series of cities filled with danger zones. Those settlements would have large safe environments around their borders, but no amount of clearing operations could prevent the arrival of magical beasts in their domain. The breath was to blame for that outcome. That miraculous energy favored simpler living beings, which gave birth to a constant stream of magical beasts and plants. Most magical plants in the areas inhabited by humans were harmless, but the same didn't apply to the violent magical beasts. Those creatures lived by their hunger even in the divine ranks. They were only more careful about their behavior. Noah crossed marvelous regions as he marched toward Vagona City. He had already seen the forest inhabited by the 12-legged queen and the vast lake, but he explored far more incredible lands during the years that followed his clash with the Crystal City. The Immortal Lands were immense, and the same applied to their regions. Noah saw prairies as vast as the new continent, mountains that merged with the whiteness of the sky, and mountain chains that would take centuries to explore. None of those lands was in decline. They were full of life, and many magical beasts had taken them as their home due to their richness. Noah hunted freely during his voyage. He held back only when he sensed auras on the same level as the 12-legged queen filling the regions. Also, he often created training areas when he felt the need to cultivate. He felt completely free in the wilderness. Noah had experienced the life of a magical beast already in the lower plane, and he didn't hesitate to enjoy the same lifestyle in those lawless lands. There was simple happiness in the lack of political struggles. Noah could hunt and cultivate as much as he desired, and his cultivation level benefited from that environment. However, he also met the unavoidable limits given by his peculiar species. Noah wasn't a magical beast. The individualities were tricky powers to improve, and he soon had to face their limits. His dantian suddenly stopped improving during his voyage, and he didn't appear able to solve the issue at his current level. Noah tried everything after that problem arrived. He threw himself into crowded packs of rank 7 magical beasts in the lower tier. He stuffed his body with as many nutrients as possible. He spent entire years immersed in meditations empowered by his divine deduction technique. Nothing seemed able to overcome the bottleneck met by his dantian. Noah found himself unable to enlarge his organ, and he couldn't find a solution to that issue no matter how hard he tried. The freedom felt in that slow exploration of the higher plane abandoned Noah's mind once his dantian stopped growing. Anxiety replaced that sensation. Noah couldn't enjoy the wilderness anymore after he faced a bottleneck that he couldn't overcome. Noah could understand that his growth had to require far more than a simple accumulation of energy. Having access to an environment packed with laws wasn't enough to push his level toward the higher ranks now that he was a god. However, he lacked guidelines about the journey ahead. Noah had vaguely understood what he had to strive for, but he didn't know how to approach that path. His voyage through the wilderness became more hurried after his dantian met that bottleneck. Noah understood that he couldn't find the solution to his problems in an environment ruled by magical beasts, so he did his best to reach his destination more quickly. Noah didn't stop his hunts, but he didn't waste time in pointless meditations anymore. He wouldn't neglect his body, but he wouldn't hope in a miracle either. He had to learn more about the divine realms, and he couldn't acquire that knowledge from the magical beasts. He had to see cultivators on a higher level to understand how his journey had to proceed. After crossing endless regions and multiple environments, Noah eventually reached a green plain placed in the middle of an immense mountain chain. Green grass covered that land and filled the area with its radiance. A few trees also grew in the region, but the most striking aspect was the immense series of structures at its center. A series of large buildings occupied the central part of the plan. Crystal-like materials filled the white metal that acted as their core item. Those structures resembled large mansions rather than simple buildings, but Noah could see that they had different purposes even before entering the city. The city didn't have any defensive wall, but Noah could sense that the entirety of the plain lacked magical beasts. The reason behind that phenomenon was the intense aura radiated by that immense array of structures. Noah had to stop his march to suppress his instincts once he sensed that aura. 5 powerful individualities filled the plain and scared away any existence that had ill intentions. Vagona City was the home to 5 rank 8 cultivators. A white city where peace is mandatory, Noah thought as he calmed down. Just like Bertha has said. Bertha's knowledge ended there. She only knew the regions near the Crystal City and the path toward Vagona City, meaning that Noah had to gather information again now. Still, Vagona City was outside of the area of influence of the Crystal City. The humans there didn't follow those fanatics' beliefs, and they accepted every intelligent being as long as they didn't cause any trouble. Noah didn't hesitate to march toward the city once he stabilized his condition. Crowded streets and different individualities soon entered in the range of his consciousness, and many eyes turned in his direction. Vagona City didn't have a main gate. Anyone could enter. Yet, it was customary to suppress the seas of consciousness in that area out of respect for the weaker beings inhabiting those streets. Noah didn't take much to understand that feature. He had seen that rank 5 and 6 cultivators were the majority of Vagona City's population while his mental waves spread in the area. But he recalled his consciousness when they began to suffer due to the innate pressure radiated by his mind. A few annoyed comments resounded through the streets after his gesture. Most of those heroic cultivators complained about Noah's lack of manners, but he ignored them to focus on the city. Noah didn't dare to stir any trouble with the 5 rank 8 auras covering the whole city. He was in a foreign environment, so he had to study his surroundings to avoid incurring the wrath of some powerful existence. Vagona City was immense. Humans of various ranks filled its streets, but all of them wore robes and armors made out of divine materials. Large mansion-like buildings illuminated the area with the whiteness radiated by their metal. Those radiances obtained different shades after they passed through the crystals embedded in their surface. So the city's halo didn't disappear in the light of the sky. White metal and crystals also filled the streets. Everything structure in Vagona City appeared perfectly polished and devoid of any stain. It was a divine scenery, an environment that no lower plane could offer. Still, the presence of heroic cultivators left Noah confused. The invasion of the eternal snakes had confirmed the presence of heroic existences in the immortal lands, but Noah didn't know how that process worked for cultivators. They weren't magical beasts that could live off of the breath in the environment. They needed to overcome real-life struggles to build their individualities and push them through the heroic realms. Noah didn't even know how newborn humans survived the pressure of the higher plane. There had to be some specific procedure to allow the birth of those weaklings, and he guessed that only wealthy cultivators could build families in that environment. "There is too much that I don't know about this place," Noah concluded as he studied the scene. The buildings on the peripheral areas of the city had large labels that described their functions. Runes and images shone on their surface and radiated ideas that made anyone understand which activities happened inside. Noah didn't recognize the language used on the labels, and there seemed to be different ones according to the owners of those buildings. Yet, those runes, letters, and signs exuded true meanings that translated them into a message that he could understand. Blacksmiths, libraries, inscription halls, and other types of shops filled the outer circle of Vagona City. There were even a few restaurants among them, and multiple customers waited in line for their turn to enter them. Noah found himself lost in that flourishing environment. He had gone from the complete wilderness to that crowded scenery, and that sight left him speechless. "I can only explore and see," Noah concluded in his mind as he ventured through the large streets of Vagona City. Noah didn't unfold his consciousness, but his superior awareness allowed him to hear the many topics spoken by the crowds that surrounded him. The heroic cultivators mostly spoke about trivial matters. They named famous chefs and designers that only involved the style of certain inscribed items. Instead, the cultivators in the 7th rank were mostly silent bystanders who didn't interact with anyone and became lively only once they entered the buildings. Noah couldn't hear what anyone said once they entered the buildings. A barrier prevented sounds and auras from seeping out of those structures, so he couldn't overhear any valuable information. Still, he could see how the crowds of weaker cultivators showed respect for the existences in the 7th rank. They opened the path for anyone capable of divine might, and the same happened to Noah when he walked through the streets. Noah saw crowds opening at his passage. The cultivators in the heroic ranks didn't dare to stand in his way even if they had suffered from the expansion of his consciousness. They revealed pure respect at his sight, and they felt no anger when they moved to let him pass. It was needless to say that Noah felt wary when he saw that behavior. His lack of knowledge of the customs of that place made him worried about eventual repercussions to that generosity. However, he could only accept it for the time being. Noah could only hope that he wouldn't have to compensate anyone for that type of respect. There was a limit to how appealing the various shops appeared to Noah. He found some interest in the robes made of divine materials, but he barely browsed through the items shown in the open before moving forward. His abilities had always gone against armors of any kind. Noah could consider them now that his spells didn't destroy his clothes anymore, but the sturdiness of his skin made him ignore those pieces of equipment. Noah had yet to learn about the type of currency used in the immortal lands, so he didn't want to focus his study on such ignorable items. His main focus remained his centers of power. He had to understand why his dantian had stopped growing before thinking about inscribed weapons. The library was the most appealing structure in his eyes, and Noah didn't hesitate to walk toward the biggest one once he gained a general understanding of that area of the city. The structure had tall walls around its perimeter and a large gate that featured a group of guards wearing light yellow robes. Those cultivators were all rank 7 existences, and a few of them went past the gaseous stage. A series of thick books that radiated the word knowledge occupied the label of that library. Noah also saw a peculiar rune that didn't exude any specific meaning there, but he didn't fail to notice the same design draped on the robes of the guards placed on the entrance. This building must belong to a specific organization, Noah guessed as he neared the library. The line opened when he walked toward the structure. The heroic cultivators waiting for their turn to enter let Noah pass, and some divine existences did the same after they inspected his cultivation level. Noah didn't know why he was receiving such respect, but he put everything in the back of his mind as he waited to enter the library. He knew that he would eventually find the answers to his questions, and his focus remained on the structure that could provide them. A group made of 5 cultivators gathered on the gate when it was Noah's turn to enter. 4 of them were in the gaseous stage, while the last radiated the aura of an existence in the liquid stage. "Do you have any affiliation with the Sailbird family?" the liquid stage guard asked Noah when he reached the entrance of the library. The cultivator was a tall woman with short black hair and shining green eyes. She wore a light yellow armor that carried more details compared to her underlings, but her aura lacked any individuality. Noah could sense the power radiated from her figure, but he couldn't feel any individuality inside it. The liquid stage woman could contain the entirety of her law while her aura spread through the sky. It seemed that the control of her true meaning surpassed what Noah was able to comprehend. "No," Noah replied. He didn't dare to lie in that situation, but the woman didn't seem satisfied with his answer and continued questioning him about his political affiliations. "Do you have a special status given by the 5 lords?" The woman asked only to receive a negative answer. "Do you own a series of buildings in Vagona City?" The woman continued, but Noah shook his head. "Are you part of some minor organization?" the liquid stage cultivator asked, but Noah shook his head again. The surprise on the woman's expression increased every time he gave her negative answers. Noah was trying his best to remain honest until he understood how things worked in the immortal lands, but it was clear that those inhabiting the higher plane had values that he had yet to grasp. The woman's name was Chief Ash. Noah had learnt a bit about her during her questioning. She was a member of a guild that served the Sailbird family and provided its structures with guards. Noah wanted to ask more about those organizations, but Chief Ash never gave him the chance to question her. The line behind him also grew annoyed with his negative answers, so he preferred to cut the conversation short to enter the building. "Since you have no affiliation whatsoever," Chief Ash announced once her interrogation ended, "I need you to pay the entire fee to enter the library. 100 soul stones will grant you access to most structures belonging to the Sailbird family for a whole year, but you can pay 5 of them if you desire a simple visit." Noah had no idea what she was talking about. The cultivators before him didn't pay to enter the library, so the currency of the immortal lands was something that he had yet to see. Chief Ash could see the confusion in Noah's face, and she seemed to understand something when he didn't give her an answer. She bent toward him and isolated the 2 of them with her aura before questioning him again. "Is this your first time in a human settlement?" Chief Ash asked, and Noah couldn't help but nod at her question. Noah could guess that his inexperience in those matters had exposed his newly ascended status, but he didn't mind that. Chief Ash revealed a newfound interest in him after she learnt about that feature, and Noah saw a chance to understand more about the immortal lands when she asked him to talk in private. The 4 gaseous stage cultivators took charge of handling the line while Chief Ash led Noah in a large area near the defensive walls. A table and 2 chairs appeared on the white floor when she stopped, and Noah didn't hesitate to sit to talk with that expert. "I guess you spent a millennium in the wilderness after leaving the landing zone," Chief Ash announced once she sat on the opposite side of the table. "A few centuries," Noah rectified to study her reaction. Only a few decades had passed after Noah's ascension, but he didn't want to reveal too much about himself. He preferred to lie to see how Chief Ash reacted to his claims. Centuries. Chief Ash asked again while surprise flashed on her face. She tried to suppress her emotions, but Noah didn't fail to notice that slight change on her face. His answer had been too sudden, so Chief Ash didn't manage to hide her real thoughts about his situation. It's not rare for newly ascended cultivators to spend some time alone before approaching organizations. Chief Ash revealed when she saw that Noah had noticed her expressions. Still, they often fail to grow on their own. Talents like you are an exception. You must have many stories about your life in the lower plane. Chief Ash had understood that Noah was new to the environment of the immortal lands quickly. She had seen many of them through her long life, and she usually needed only a few details to identify which existence had just reached the higher plane. I will be blunt, Chief Ash continued. You have the potential to reach the liquid stage. You can choose to join my guild and gain access to the knowledge you were hoping to find in this library or continue in your solitary training. I won't suggest the latter, but you are still too young to understand how hard the path ahead can be. My invitation will remain open for as long as you need. Chief Ash gave Noah a metal card that had a peculiar rune drawn on its surface. That symbol was different from those on the guard's robes, but Noah decided to take it when his instincts confirmed its harmlessness. Chief Ash's eyes widened when she saw Noah storing her card. Storage items were a rare resource in the immortal lands, so she couldn't fathom how Noah had access to one of them. Inheritances usually explained that, but Noah didn't seem the type of cultivator to rely on resources obtained from other experts. His claim about his growth speed already placed him above the average divine experts in the immortal lands, so it was probable that his expertise surpassed most of the other gaseous stage gods. I'm willing to give you some information as a show of goodwill, Chief Ash announced after she saw Noah storing her card. Her approach had changed, and Noah could recognize that as his chance to learn more about the immortal lands. He knew that Chief Ash would hold something back, but he didn't mind that behavior as long as he obtained something valuable. Do cultivators aim to become a world in the 8th rank? Noah asked, but Chief Ash's face didn't show any reaction to his words. Noah had taken her by surprise the first time, but she had been ready for her questions now. His words had surprised her, but she didn't reveal any emotion. She only shook her head to express the secrecy of that information. How do you grow through the stages of the 7th rank? Noah asked, but Chief Ash shook her head again. She wouldn't reveal anything to him since that topic involved many branches of studies that belonged to the Sailbird family. Chief Ash wouldn't be able to push Noah toward her guild if she revealed such important information. Soul stones, Noah eventually said. Talk to me about them. You can find them in many forms, Chief Ash explained. They are the only possible currency in the immortal lands since they contain raw laws, and cultivators can absorb their energy to improve their level. Are you knowledgeable about raw laws? Noah's nod made Chief Ash continue. Most of the mines of raw laws are under the control of powerful organizations, so you will always find them in the same shape in the cities. Yet, no one will refuse them if you find soul stones of peculiar shapes. The explanation had been quite extensive at that time, but Noah wanted to learn more about them. Raw laws had their limits when it came to the cultivation level, but Noah wouldn't disregard them now that his Danteon had stopped improving. You asked me 100 soul stones to enter the library, Noah asked. Is that normal for this place? Chief Ash hesitated a bit at his words, but she eventually gave Noah an idea of how the economy in the immortal lands worked. Cultivators belonging to powerful organizations or who had completed jobs with them gained access to heavy discounts that made the access to those structures almost free. The fee of 100 soul stones would go down to 5 for any cultivator who had helped those organizations, and the price could go further down for those who still belonged to them. The initial price seemed meant to force lone cultivators to join organizations. Noah did not doubt that Chief Ash and similar platoon leaders did their best to recruit promising cultivators. However, Noah desired to remain alone, so he soon refused her offer and walked out of the structure to decide on his next move. Chief Ash held back from revealing anything valuable even after realizing that Noah was above average newly ascended cultivators in terms of talent. Of course, Noah didn't reveal the truth about his growth speed either. Her reactions had told him that his talent was a currency he could use once he found a suitable environment. Yet, her lack of cooperation had eventually forced him to leave the library. Noah didn't want to remain entangled in organizations. He would consider them only after learning more about the environment of the immortal lands, but he would rather avoid them at all if he had the chance. Still, it became clear that he needed money to obtain the information he needed to decide how to behave in the higher plane. Earning soul stones seemed hard for cultivators that didn't belong to organizations, but he had a few ideas on how to solve that issue already. Noah had obtained many valuable materials during his voyage toward Vagona City. He didn't eat the entirety of the prey hunted through his journey, so he could trade some of them for that currency. All the shops in the city required divine materials. Noah guessed that they had specific suppliers aware of their needs, but he predicted that he could sell his resources without joining any organization. Noah expected the shops to lower his materials' price due to his lack of backing, but he didn't mind it as long as he could access the city's shops. Another idea involved the inscription hall seen as he walked through the city. They always had large crowds of cultivators in the heroic and divine ranks staring at the gardens that encircled their main buildings. Experts performed inscriptions there, but Noah had ignored them before during his first exploration. Still, his second exploration revealed that anyone could enter the inscription halls and show his expertise. The cultivators waiting outside could then place an offer for any finished product, and the inscription hall itself could take an interest in the experts involved in those procedures. Noah had yet to understand if he could perform inscriptions in the immortal lands. He had completed a few quick tests during his voyage, but he had never attempted to create a proper inscribed weapon since his training had occupied most of his time. However, the inscription halls could give him the chance to test his ability and compare it to other divine experts. He could even gain something out of it if he managed to build a stable product. As for the experts belonging to the inscription hall, Noah didn't even consider the possibility of attracting their attention. The items in Vagona City had gone through multiple polishing, and the messy products of the elemental forging method didn't fit that haughty environment. It's better to avoid crowded inscription halls, Noah thought as he walked through the white streets. Fewer customers would give him fewer chances to sell his products, but Noah was still too wary of his surroundings to jump into proper competitions. Moreover, he didn't want to interact with the population of Vagona City, too much due to his lack of knowledge about its political system. Noah tried to study some of the inscription masters performing in the most crowded halls, but he soon discovered that he had to pay one soul stone to be part of the audience. The barriers around the structures also blocked most of his mental waves, so he couldn't even see which inscription methods the experts inside them used. The idea to learn about his competition waned before even forming, but Noah used that discovery to approach the second phase of his plan more quickly. Noah walked until he found a smaller inscription hall that didn't have any picture on its label. It only had a few runes that conveyed the function of that building. A few old-looking rank 7 cultivators sat in front of the entrance and observed the single expert performing inscriptions on the other side of the short defensive walls. Noah could see what the master was doing, but he didn't dare to force the barrier to spy on the area. 3 soul stones to join the auction, a rank 7 cultivator in the gaseous stage said as he placed himself between Noah and the entrance to the inscription hall. "I'm not a buyer," Noah replied as he tried to sound as polite as possible. "I'm here to perform inscriptions." Noah's words stirred the curiosity of the guard who inspected him from head to toe. It was hard for cultivators to recognize Noah's peculiar status when he didn't show his physical strength. But the gaseous stage expert didn't look for those features. "This inscription hall is quite famous," the guard said when he understood that Noah was a newbie of the immortal lands. "We can offer you only a day free of charge. You will need to pay afterward." Noah could only nod at those words. He didn't even want to ask about the price to join the insides of the inscription hall, but he didn't mind it for now. One day was more than enough to understand if he could perform inscriptions, and he could always change building if that inscription hall were to refuse him at some point. The guard sighed and let him pass after his positive answer. Noah lost contact with the outside world once he crossed the structure's barrier, but its insides became apparent when he stepped into the large garden around the central building. Noah could finally see the expert performing inscriptions in one corner of the garden. He was a rank 7 cultivator in the gaseous stage with long white hair and a youthful appearance. The man had gray eyes and wore a gray robe with a large black rune drawn on its chest. The man ignored Noah and remained focused on his inscription method. An azure gas flowed out of his head and fused with the crystals in his palms, slowly altering their shape and aura. The process resembled the inscription method of the natives of the other world, but Noah could sense that the azure gas didn't carry simple meanings. It seemed to exude something more complicated, but a loud voice suddenly resounded in his mind and forced him to stop his analysis. Don't try to copy others' inscription methods. An ancient voice resounded inside Noah's head. It's a crime to steal ideas from other masters. This will be your last warning. They always understand that I'm not from the place. Noah thought as he diverted his gaze from the other inscription master and sat near the entrance to focus on his creation. Noah didn't need to create a blueprint or invent a new product. The materials inside the separate space were too different from what he had used in the lower plane. Also, he already had the perfect idea for that procedure. There was one inscribed weapon that had accompanied Noah since the events inside the Nation. His bombs only required one material and his saber-shaped runes, making them the cheapest item in Noah's knowledge. That made them perfect for his current situation. Noah could attempt to complete them without wasting too many materials. At worst, they could threaten to explode before stabilizing, but the separate space could cover for that feature. The gaseous stage guard let out a surprised gasp when he saw Noah's taking out pieces of skin belonging to a divine magical beast from his chest. Still, he soon covered his mouth to preserve the tranquility of the inscription hall. It wasn't hard to discern that Noah was a newly ascended existence. His robes and behavior made it impossible for him to appear as a citizen of the immortal lands. His gaze exuded his curiosity toward everything in Vagona City, and his clothes were nothing more than rags in that world. Even heroic cultivators wore robes made of divine items. Only a newbie would still lack such common defenses. Still, the fact that Noah had a storage item changed the guard's idea about him. He suddenly became curious about that newly ascended cultivator. The guards of the inscription halls could watch the masters in action, but they couldn't escape the barrier's restrictions. The experts in the inscription fields had to feel safe in those structures, so no one could memorize their methods while they performed. The ancient voice and the white-haired inscription master's calmness made Noah feel safe to inscribe in that place. He could fully focus on his procedure and strive to create a stable item. Dark matter flew out of Noah's chest and seeped inside the magical beast's skin in his hands. The higher energy followed Noah's instructions and shaped the material according to his needs. Those piles of tissues soon transformed into a sphere that began to absorb his darkness. Noah let the incomplete instability amass darkness until it grew unstable. The item was about to explode, but he promptly stored it inside his separate space and used the dark matter to isolate it. No one in the area heard anything, but they could see how gray smoke came out of Noah's mouth after the instability exploded. The barrier's restrictions didn't allow them to understand if that was part of his inscription method. Still, they began to grow wary of that peculiar expert. My wills are too shallow, Noah thought as he focused again. These materials are too resilient. I need to change approach. Dark matter flowed out of Noah's chest and created a minute version of the dark world between his palms. Then, another piece of magical beast skin exited the separate space and entered his technique. Noah suppressed the law inside the material as dark matter modified its structure and fused it with his wills. The instabilities were simple inscribed weapons, so he only had to make them able to contain his darkness. The dark world benefited the forging, but the incomplete instability grew unstable after Noah began to fuse his saber-shaped runes on its surface. He soon found himself forced to store the item inside the separate space and suppress its detonation again. The audience understood that something was off when they saw gray smoke blowing out of Noah's mouth again. That hinted at a failure in the process, but their interest grew when Noah took more divine materials out of his separate space. It wasn't hard to find divine materials in the immortal lands, but Noah was alone. The audience didn't know if he had friends outside of Vagona City. Still, they began to respect his ability. That inscription hall didn't have many cultivators among the spectators, but they had some relevance inside Vagona City. Some of them began to consider hiring Noah to gather divine materials for their shops, but neither dared to interrupt his performance. The dark world can weaken the innate defenses of the material, Noah thought as he deployed his technique again, but my wills can't replace its laws. The dark matter can't be the core energy in the forging with items at this level. Noah sighed when he understood that. The dark matter had allowed him to create wonders out of common materials, but it was too impersonal when it came to dealing with laws. Noah could still fuse it with the material structure, but he couldn't use it to carry his wills, not if he wanted to succeed in the forging at least. Only his individuality could create laws capable of transforming those items, so he had to use the energy that reflected the entirety of his existence. A peculiar aura started to come out of Noah's figure once. He prepared the minute dark world and more magical beast skin. He tried to contain the radiations of his individuality, but his ambition still affected the air around him while he focused on creating wills. Black lines appeared on the air around his figure as his cultivation level grew. Noah became stronger right in front of everyone, and even the white-haired inscription master stopped his performance to focus on him. Is he using a secret art to succeed in the inscription? One of the old-looking cultivators among the audience asked. It's not completely foolish, another cultivator in the audience answered. The masters of the inscription hall might recruit him if he succeeds. Injuries to the centers of power are easy to heal once you have their backing. He is willing to sacrifice his potential to join them. Noah couldn't hear the conversations spoken among the audience, but his focus wouldn't allow him to do it even if the barrier didn't exist. He had decided to reveal part of his individuality during the procedure, so he couldn't falter for even an instant. Darkness flowed inside his mind and transformed as it fused with his wills. The waters of his mental sea surged and crashed on his mental walls as his ambition fueled ideas of explosions and violent energy. Those ideas entered the darkness before Noah used that energy to modify the magical beast skin contained in the dark world between his hands. His technique would suppress the material's law, but it wouldn't interfere with the actual forging. The darkness imbued with Noah's wills altered the material structure and transformed it into a black sphere. Saber-shaped runes also came out of his mind and fused with the instability's surface to create its spikes. Dark matter then seeped inside its structure and fixed any flaw that it found. The higher energy also improved the overall quality of the disposable weapon and filled it with power. The darkness helped in that process too. The instability would be threatening as long as it contained enough energy, so it didn't matter which one Noah used. The instability's destructive power would eventually rely on the primary energy once Noah perfected the creation of that weapon. He only wanted to see if he could complete the item now, so he used energies that were easier to control. The dark world slowly flowed back inside Noah's chest. A spiked black sphere that radiated metallic properties became visible to everyone once the dark matter left the area between his palms. Lower tier, Noah thought as a tinge of disappointment filled his mind. The instability was a rank 7 weapon, but it didn't carry the power to match the spell of a gaseous stage cultivator. It was almost a waste of materials since it barely met the standards of the divine realms. Did you complete it? The ancient voice resounded in Noah's head again. It's quite weak for a disposable weapon, Noah conveyed through his mental waves. I should be able to make it match a spell if I perfect the procedure. After Noah replied to the ancient voice, he dived back in his experiments, unaware that his recent success in creating the instability had already given birth to an auction. The rules of the inscription halls were quite simple. There could be special ones depending on the structure's owners, but most of them followed the same guidelines. They allowed inscription masters to show their expertise for a set amount of time freely, and the audience watching them could decide to make offers about their complete products. The same applied to the owners. They could place offers and bid against the audience for the purchase of the inscribed items. The owners would have an advantage in the auctions since they were partially unaffected by the barriers. They could study the complete product's power better than the cultivators outside the inscription halls, but everyone knew about that feature. Actually, The fact that the owners decided to bid on certain inscribed items usually made the audience more set on purchasing them. It showed that the product had some value. Of course, the masters that had created the inscribed item could refuse to sell after they heard the price, but that was a rare outcome. Most experts entered the inscription halls intending to gain fame and money, so they would usually accept any form of compensation for their work. The first instability created by Noah had attracted the attention of some of the owners. An ancient voice had resounded among the audience and had placed a bidding price of 5 soul stones. That number of soul stones was nothing unusual for the citizens of the immortal lands, but it showed the owners' interest in Noah's product. A series of bids followed that, but they stopped when they saw Noah's completing a second instability. Noah didn't stop after his first success. He was unaware of what was happening around him since he remained focused on perfecting the procedure. The divine deduction technique also activated on its own due to how concentrated he was. The second complete instability came out as a rank 7 disposable weapon near the lower tier's halfway mark. Noah studied it for a while before storing it inside the separate space and taking out more pieces of skin to resume his forgings. Noah didn't feel satisfied with those instabilities. Normal inscribed items could fall short in terms of power since cultivators would pair them with their abilities, but the same didn't apply to disposable weapons. Even if the instabilities didn't require many materials, Noah still lost pieces of skin in the divine ranks during the forging. It wasn't hard for him to gather more of them, but he would rather eat them if he couldn't create anything decent. Disposable weapons needed to be as powerful as spells or more to justify their consumption of materials. That was an unwritten rule among cultivators. No one would decide to use weak items when they had access to stronger abilities. They must be in the upper part of the lower tier to have any use among gaseous stage cultivators, Noah thought as he dived back into the elemental forging method. His ambition continued to alter the matter around him and fuel the wills that fused with his darkness. His individuality was the key behind the success of his inscriptions, so he couldn't turn it off for now. Noah wasn't going all out. His ambition wasn't pushing his centers of power beyond his structural limits. He was using his individuality only to strengthen his wills and create an energy that could replace the laws inside the skin structure. The drawbacks would be mild after that procedure, but Noah expected to experience a slight headache after he suppressed his individuality. He had to pay the price for his current power, but his centers of power wouldn't suffer since his ambition had mostly flowed inside his wills. The third instability appeared in the open, and Noah stored it inside the separate space. The disposable weapon had bordered the halfway mark of the lower tier again, so he decided to change approach. Noah began to use the primary energy to stuff the instabilities with power after his third complete product. He had to polish the procedure to obtain better results, and he took that chance to perfect the new blueprint for those disposable weapons. No failures followed his change of approach. Noah had gained enough experience with the divine materials during his previous forging, so the resilience of their laws didn't hinder his inscriptions anymore. Moreover, the primary energy had a few advantages. It was lighter than the darkness and the dark matter, so the instabilities could contain far more of it. The weapons would also grow unstable more rarely due to those features. Noah lost track of the passage of time, and a day eventually passed while he remained immersed in his creations. However, no one stopped him. The owners of the inscription hall even instructed the guards to leave him be. The cultivators among the audience could hear those directives, and their excitement rose when they understood that the owners were publicly recognizing Noah. Rumors soon spread among Vagona City. The customers of the various inscription halls had tight connections, so it didn't take much for a crowd to form around the structure where Noah was performing inscriptions. "He sure looks young," one of the cultivators in the audience exclaimed once he managed to see Noah. "He has created more than 10 inscribed items, and their power keeps growing," another cultivator said to reply to the previous exclamation. "How many materials does he even have?" a third cultivator asked. "Maybe he belongs to the inscription hall of another city," someone else guessed. "This structure belongs to the Balro family," one of the original customers said to correct the rumors. "The Money family owns the most popular inscription halls in Vagona City, but its competitors are on the same level." The price for Noah's instabilities continued to increase as the crowd around the inscription hall grew. More wealthy cultivators placed their bids and challenged the Balro family in the auction. Noah slowly perfected the procedure. He was about to run out of materials after he completed his 30th instability. Still, his creation's power was steadily striving toward the lower tier's peak after his many tests. The next one should be almost perfect, Noah thought as he continued to forge. Creating inscribed weapons filled him with a strange sensation now that he worked with divine materials. Noah felt his individuality growing as he used it to alter the laws inside the matter. He felt as if he could finally cross the bottleneck that had forced him to leave the wilderness. The 31st instability couldn't reach the peak of the lower tier either, but Noah didn't feel discouraged by that event. Perfection required many tests, and he had just begun to learn how to handle divine materials. Yet, Noah had now depleted all his materials, and that made him curse in his mind. His desire to complete the procedure had taken over his initial intentions. Noah saw a crowd of cultivators staring at him from the other side of the entrance. He initially turned to see if someone else was behind him, but he soon accepted that their gazes were for him. The white-haired cultivator had also stopped inscribing to stare at him. The exhaustion of his materials didn't seem the main issue anymore in that situation. "Why did you stop?" The ancient voice resounded again, but Noah could hear that it came from an old-looking cultivator that had materialized in front of him. The cultivator was a bald man who had a thin white beard that reached his belly. He wore a luxurious green robe, but burns filled his sleeves and ruined those otherwise spending clothes. He kept his eyes closed, so Noah couldn't see their color for now. Still, the detail that caught Noah's attention the most was his cultivation level. The expert was a rank 7 cultivator in the solid stage, but no laws leaked out of his figure. "I'm out of materials," Noah honestly replied. The cultivator nodded and rubbed his beard as he waved his free hand. After his gesture, a series of barrels materialized next to him, and Noah could see how they contained different rank 7 materials in the lower tier. "You can use them," the cultivator said. "Don't worry, I'm giving them for free." Noah understood that something had happened while he had remained immersed in the elemental forging method. The audience, the other inscription master's reaction, and the solid stage cultivator's words told him that his creations had attracted some attention. However, Noah couldn't trust him so easily. He didn't forget where he was, so he had to be careful about those offers. "Why would you offer me free materials?" Noah asked without suppressing his interest in those materials. The barrels contained strange metals and peculiar tissues that Noah wanted to study, but he didn't take them even if he let his interest leak out of his figure. Noah had plenty of experience in being a lone cultivator. He knew how he had to act to preserve some advantage in a foreign environment. It was clear that his inscriptions had attracted some interest, but he didn't want to appear as the canny cultivator that he was. He would rather pretend to be a clueless genius in the inscription field while he studied his surroundings. "I'm willing to pay to see you in action," the cultivator said while wearing an expressionless face. Noah pretended to feel concerned about his words. His eyes widened as he put his hands behind his back and began to stand up. "The barrier outside the structure prevents the creation of memories about the inscription methods seen here," the cultivator said when he saw Noah's reaction. "Do you recall anything about Master J's technique?" The cultivator pointed at the white-haired expert during his question. Noah began to think about his brief inspection of that expert's inscription method, but he soon discovered that he couldn't remember anything about it. No memories about his previous analysis existed in his mind. Noah recalled that he had tried to study the white-haired expert, but he couldn't remember even the faintest image when he thought about that. "I wonder where is the limit to this feature," Noah thought as he inspected the barrier. Noah didn't know how strong a cultivator needed to be to avoid those effects, but his simple inspection couldn't reveal anything useful. Yet, the solid-stage cultivator understood his thoughts and didn't hesitate to reassure him. "I only remember a small cloud when it comes to your inscription method," the cultivator said. "I will forget about that too in a few days. Most of the barriers and restrictions in Vagona City have to go through the leader's inspection. They make sure that every shop works in complete fairness. Noah didn't need to ask who the levers were. The 5-rank 8 auras that covered Vagona City were enough to answer those doubts. I don't want to join any organization, Noah announced as he moved his eyes between the materials and the bald cultivator. That's normal for newly ascended cultivators, the cultivator said. I won't hide my disappointment, but we have long lives. I'm sure you will consider the inscription halls of the Balro family in the future. Noah didn't hesitate to question the cultivator about some aspects of the immortal lands, since he appeared inclined to solve his doubts. It was clear that he wanted to gain Noah's favor, and he wouldn't miss that chance. The cultivator's name was Saul Balro. He didn't originally belong to the Balro family, but his talent in the inscription field had given him the chance to join that organization and hone his skills. He had also managed to improve after he didn't have to worry about resources anymore. Saul gave Noah a general overview of Vagona City. A few powerful families owned most of the shops, and they also had branches in other human settlements. The 5-rank 8 cultivator didn't belong to any of them, but they had organizations that handled other aspects of the city. Noah finally gained a general idea of the political structure of the human side of the immortal lands. Cultivators divided themselves into organizations that had various purposes, and the most powerful of them had rank 8 existences as their leaders. The most populated cities on the human side had multiple leaders from different organizations that enforced peace together. That didn't apply to the smallest ones that ended up being lawless zones where cultivators could act as they desired. Saul stressed how beneficial the city's life was, but Noah didn't want to remain entangled with political issues after his ascension. Once the elderly cultivator finished his explanation, Noah changed the topic of their conversation. How much did you offer for my items? Noah asked before pointing at the audience across the entrance. How much did they? Noah wasn't completely unaware of the environment of the immortal lands. He knew the rules about the inscription hall, so he could guess that his instabilities had earned a decent success. Saul's expressionless face flickered for an instant at those words, but he didn't hold anything from Noah. Still, he needed to ask a few questions before giving his weapons a final price. How do your items work? Saul asked, and Noah saw the audience growing silent after his words. Those cultivators wanted to see the effects of Noah's items to adjust their bids, but most of them felt somewhat discouraged. They knew how much the owners were willing to offer, so they thought they stood no chance in that auction. The Balro family is willing to give you 10 soul stones for each item, Saul said. I know that your initial products were still incomplete, but we want to purchase them anyway at full price. Do they want to rope me in? Noah wondered, but he soon understood that Saul's offer was quite close to the audience's best ones. A few wealthy cultivators had offered similar numbers, but they weren't willing to purchase the incomplete products. Only the inscription hall could find even the weaker items useful. 310 soul stones. Noah did the math in his head. Are they even a decent number? Noah's lack of knowledge about the prices in that place was starting to annoy him, but he was about to fix that weakness. 310 it is, Noah said as he took out 31 instabilities and placed them next to him. I can reach 1,000 if you attach a description of your inscription method, Saul continued. I can also offer you 10,000 to learn more about your storage item. The rest isn't for sale, Noah replied before shooting a cold glance toward Saul and continued. For now, at least. Saul showed his first smile since the beginning of their conversation and nodded at his reply. He didn't feel bad about that rejection. He had seen many cultivators like Noah desiring to remain alone for the entirety of their divine journey, but they always joined organizations at some point. A pile of gray rocks covered by white lines fell from Saul's space ring and accumulated in front of him. Noah could sense the presence of raw laws in those items, and he couldn't wait to get his hands on them. Noah took out 31 instabilities from his separate space and stored the soul stones. The inscription hall had lost its appeal after that transaction, so he left the structure after exchanging a few more words with Saul. Use this card if you want to contact a member of an inscription hall under the control of the Balro family, Saul said as he handed Noah a small card made of green metal. Give me your name. I will inform all the branches that you are welcome in our inscription halls. The green card had a simple rune on its surface, the same mark embroidered on Saul's green robe. The item expressed the acknowledgement of the Balro family. Saul had basically accepted Noah as a fellow inscription master. The audience, the guards, and Master J gasped at that sight. It was rare for a cultivator to obtain that token during his first visit to an inscription hall. The card wouldn't only allow Noah to enter every inscription hall of the Balro family freely. It would also give him some recognition in similar structures belonging to other families. Noah didn't fail to notice the reaction of the cultivators around him. He understood that the card was an important item, so he didn't hesitate to store it after he inspected it with his mental waves. He wants a name, Noah thought while Saul kept smiling at him. Noah could tell Saul his real name and leave, but he had the chance to express his affiliation with some powerful existence now. Cultivators also used titles often, so he didn't mind saying one that could lead him to potential allies. Noah didn't want to join any organization, but he wouldn't discard the chance to create backup plans. He already had a powerful enemy. Paving the path for the arrival of potential allies seemed necessary in his situation. Defying Demon, Noah said, and one of Saul's eyebrows arched when he heard that name. Hearing that name had triggered something inside Saul's mind that made him break his peaceful expression. However, Noah could only memorize that detail and leave the inscription hall for the moment. Noah didn't know if Saul had any connection with Divine Demon. Still, he could confirm that his decision to reveal his title didn't endanger his relationship with the Balro family when he sensed the green card changing. A few symbols appeared on the card. Noah couldn't read that language, but he could hear the name Defying Demon when he inspected them with his mental waves. The Balro family had officially accepted him as a welcomed guest. I have finally made some progress, Noah thought as the effects of his ambition waned. The crowd in front of the inscription hall opened at his passage and stared at him from afar after he left. Noah didn't want them to see his cultivation level falling, but they respected him enough to leave him alone. His performance had placed his name among the promising newly ascended existences. Many cultivators among the Crow expected Noah to become an important member of an inscription hall in the future. Noah didn't have the same expectations. There was a crucial aspect of his existence that placed him in a different realm from the human world. He couldn't even begin to imagine what problems his species could cause. Still, he now had enough money to solve some of his doubts about the immortal lands. 310 soulstones wouldn't grant him access to all the structures in Vagona City, but they were enough to make him visit the library. Moreover, his recent experience with the elemental forging method had unlocked something inside him. Noah felt that he had crossed the bottleneck and that he could increase his cultivation level again. Yet, he decided to delay his training to gather information about the higher plane. A slight headache filled his mind after his centers of power returned to their real level. Noah didn't use his ambition to empower himself during his forgings, so the drawback ended up being relatively easy to endure. The sensations felt while his ambition affected the laws around him were vivid inside his mind, and Noah did his best to memorize them. Those feelings contained the reason behind the unlocking of his cultivation level, and he would do anything to keep them alive. Noah returned to the big library and found Chief Ash smiling at him. She kept her arms crossed in front of her chest as she stared at his figure nearing the building belonging to the Sailbird family. "I told you that you had potential," Chief Ash said. "You made a name for yourself already. Still, I didn't expect you to be an inscription master." "I can pay the fee for the library now," Noah said as he ignored her comment. News run fast in Vagona City. Chief Ash didn't let the topic go. "Almost every weaker existence is aware of your arrival after your performance in the inscription hall. I only want to read a few books," Noah said as he continued to ignore her. "Inscription masters are a valuable resource in the higher plane," Chief Ash kept going. "You have lost your anonymity defying demon. I wouldn't be surprised if smaller organizations were to kidnap you now that you have revealed your talents." Chief Ash's words sounded like a threat, but Noah didn't give them much weight. Her intentions were clear. She wanted Noah to join her guild now that he was still somewhat unknown. It would be too late if Noah continued to reveal his value. Simple guilds would lose any hope to obtain him since the big families would step in. I'm sure the sophisticated citizens of Vagona City won't resort to such methods, Noah replied as a cold smile appeared on his face. Noah stopped in front of Chief Ash and kept his reptilian eyes fixed on her. She couldn't discern his hybrid status only from that feature, but she didn't seem interested in the secrets he carried. Chief Ash only wanted to recruit Noah. Her desire seeped out of her figure and began to fuse with the environment. Still, the arrival of her underlings forced her to retract those strands of aura. Noah took out 5 soul stones from his separate space when the other guards arrived, but Chief Ash shook her head and opened a path for him. "Take this as proof of my goodwill," Chief Ash said as she pointed at the entrance of the library. "You can stay there for 3 months and have complete access to the first level. You will need to pay for specific tomes or information with great value." Noah's eyes went on the entrance before darting again on the liquid stage expert. Chief Ash was offering him a free visit to the library, but Noah's instincts told him not to trust her. Still, that didn't involve the actual visit, so Noah limited himself to nod before walking toward the entrance. Chief Ash's suspicious behavior couldn't worry him with the 5-rank 8 existences watching over the entire city. "Are you sure, Chief?" one of the weaker guards asked once Noah entered the library. "My contact in the inscription hall said that he created 31 inscribed weapons in a row. Also, he might have some connection with that other troublemaker." "This is Vagona City, a reign of peace," Chief Ash replied to her underling. "We will confirm if he knows anything about that arrogant bastard once he leaves." "He appears used to a life in the wilderness," the guard argued. "We might be unable to keep up with him once he leaves unless you were to join the chase." "There will be no need for a chase," Chief Ash said as a confident smile appeared on her face. "I know exactly where he will go after his visit to the library. Every newly ascended cultivator wants to see the land of the fallen after learning about its existence." The brightness of the library filled Noah's vision. The structure resembled an immense palace on the outside, but its insides appeared far bigger. Something stretched the space inside the structure and made it far bigger than it could be. Bookshelves filled the hundreds of meters large main hall, and a large staircase circled the walls and led to the upper floors. Noah could see more bookshelves from the few balconies on the upper floors. Cultivators browsed them while sitting on luxurious sofas, and the scenery wasn't much different in the main hall. Multiple reading areas divided the many bookshelves. Some of them had specific purposes, and a few even held a series of cultivators discussing specific topics. Experts could even create groups there before venturing outside of Vagona City. The areas that held discussions or groups of cultivators didn't let any sound escape from their edges. Complete silence filled the library, and some runes placed on its walls even absorbed the noise made by the turning of pages. There were even catalogs that listed the services offered by the library. A series of waiters occupied every reading area and advised any cultivator in need. Noah felt utterly lost in that environment, but a waiter quickly noticed his confusion and led him toward a white screen after exchanging a few polite lines. The screen had an interactive list that reacted to the mental waves. Noah only needed to think about what he desired to read, and a series of names would appear on the device. The waiter confirmed that Noah could read anything in the main hall of the library for free. That structure only featured an entrance fee and a payment to enter the upper floors. Noah could also purchase wine and other goods to accompany his reading, but he wouldn't waste money before obtaining a general idea of how the immortal lands worked. "This is even better than I expected," Noah thought as more names appeared on the screen. "Can I even read all of them in 3 months?" Noah had seen thousands of names flashing in his vision as his mental waves interacted with the device. He had so many questions that the list on the screen never stopped changing. "This will take too long if I don't do it properly," Noah concluded before calling one of the waiters. The waiter was a tall man in the gaseous stage. He wore a tight pale blue robe just like the other cultivators working inside the structure, and he didn't hesitate to help Noah with his issue. Of course, Noah had to pay for that service. 10 of his soul stones disappeared from his separate space as he questioned the waiter about his many doubts. The library was simply too big, and it contained multiple versions of the same books. Experts would also create essays on some of those tomes, so Noah had no idea which one would be best for him. Instead, the waiter advised him to read specific tomes and scrolls after hearing about his needs. Noah ended up with more than 100 books even after that skimming process, but he couldn't reduce their number any more than that. The waiter took care of bringing all the books to the reading area chosen by Noah, and he even carried some cheap wine to complete his service. For Noah, that cheap wine was the best he had ever tasted. He could sense the divine materials used in its creation, and he felt strange when his mind calmed down. That beverage could affect his divine mind, and it was the cheapest on the catalog. Noah couldn't even imagine what the most expensive would do to his sea of consciousness. Noah dived into the books after the waiter completed his task. Many of them spoke about the layout of the immortal lands, while others told legends and pieces of history of that place. The immortal lands were too vast to create complete maps. Noah could only learn about the general position of some important places. He would have to go to the upper floors to obtain detailed and updated descriptions of certain territories. That study still helped him learn more about the immortal lands, but that place was so vast that it had any kind of region. Immense mountain chains, lakes as vast as seas, endless plains. The higher plane had everything. Moreover, it was unclear whether the immortal lands had an end. Many experts had tried to understand how large the higher plane actually was, but they couldn't find an exact measure to describe it. The immortal lands transformed often. They even enlarged through a process that no book in the main hall could describe. Noah could only guess that heaven and earth continued to expand their domain and annex more territories to the higher plane. That process was the reason behind multiple unexplored regions. The constant expansion of the immortal lands made every map inexact and forced the cultivators to focus on many important areas rather than on the entirety of the plane. The political situation of the immortal lands was even messier than their layout. Magical beasts and humans had precise borders that they never crossed due to agreements sealed among powerful existences. As for the hybrids, they were hard to track, and many suggested that their home was the unexplored part of the plane. That division made it relatively easy for Noah. He could easily travel between one side and the other depending on his needs. His discovery made him quite pleased, but his mood soon turned sour after he studied more books. The two sides had multiple leaders and even more underlings. The humans had also divided themselves into countless organizations, and the magical beasts had done something similar with their packs. The library couldn't teach him about the various alliances among those forces. Noah would need to resort to specific services of the library to obtain those updates, but he didn't have enough money to purchase them. I guess I need to memorize the political alliances once I see them, Noah concluded once he stopped studying the families and the various organizations that filled the human side. Noah studied tomes that spoke about the cultivation journey in the divine ranks. Those teachings weren't detailed, and they were mostly guesses of cultivators that had managed to advance in the past. Their experience was enough to confirm the idea that had brewed in his mind after the events in the inscription hall. He was already on the right path according to those books. Divine cultivators needed to evolve through their individuality, and that involved affecting the world with their law. Their true meaning had to suppress the rules of the world around them and turn it into their domain. It was similar to the effects of the dark world, but cultivators had to apply them without relying on techniques and spells. So, I need to use my ambition to force my cultivation level to improve, Noah summarized in his mind, but I can avoid using my individuality if I train more on affecting the world around me. I guess this process changes depending on the true meaning. After learning about the immortal land's layout, obtaining a vague understanding of their political divisions, and studying how to advance through the divine ranks, Noah could focus on his path ahead. A peculiar aspect of the immortal lands was that most of their population didn't come from a lower plane. Most newly ascended existence struggled to survive the change of environment, and the rank 7 heaven tribulation was a difficult hurdle to overcome in the mortal lands. Instead, the natives of the higher plane could rely on their backing and powerful divine tools to overcome that hurdle. Becoming a god in the immortal lands wasn't hard. It was a simple matter of resources. The soul stones that Noah had obtained by selling his instabilities were the reason behind that feature. That currency contained raw laws that cultivators could absorb to improve, so anyone could hope to reach the 7th rank as long as they had money. That made the mines of soul stones quite valuable for the population of the Immortal lands. Most of those locations belonged to important families, and Noah could memorize them as he studied inside the library. Those locations became off-limits once a powerful family occupied them, but even those organizations couldn't control all of them. New mines of soul stones would appear every decade, and many explorers lived to find them. Noah read about mining guilds and famous explorers who had managed to find those locations and seize them before the arrival of powerful organizations. The library couldn't offer him detailed reports about those mines, but it taught him why they formed. Mines of soul stones would often appear after large battles occurred. The Immortal lands would reabsorb the corpses of divine existences and generate those locations after a set amount of time. Even the death of many rank 7 magical beasts could create those locations. The soul stones had a chance of forming as long as a massive amount of energy flowed back into the ground. Noah didn't care about those mines for now, but studying them led him toward the type of knowledge he desired. The Immortal lands had witnessed countless experts rise and fall. An endless number of battles had happened on their surface and sky. Soulstone's mines had been the reason behind some fights, but they weren't the only resource that divine cultivators sought. Every existence strived to reach the higher ranks. Magical beasts could eat anything containing energy to improve, but cultivators and hybrids needed more than that. However, gaining access to resources that could make them improve wasn't easy. Obtaining mines of soulstones required luck and long years of research, and the same went for unique resources that could benefit their training. Still, specific locations could contain far more than simple resources, and it was hard to keep them a secret from the population of the Immortal lands. Powerful organizations would try to hide them, but they always became famous if those forces failed to seize them quickly. How many inheritances the higher plane even has? Noah exclaimed in his mind when he read the reports about those locations. Due to the presence of countless divine experts, the Immortal lands had a large number of inheritances. The library had recorded thousands of them, and only a few of them had found worthy heirs. Most inheritances still lacked an owner, and some were so hard to seize that the organizations controlling those areas had turned them into a popular attraction for hopeful cultivators. The most famous known inheritance was the Land of the Fallen. Its location bordered the magical beast side, and its story was a legend that every cultivator had heard. The peace between the humans and the magical beasts was only a temporary phase reached after countless battles. Those sides were unable to live together, so the clashes always resumed at some point. Many famous wars had happened on the borders between the two sides, and the humans had often lost them. The endless tide of magical beasts was something that they couldn't restrain for too long. The breath suited those creatures too much. That led to a constant shrinking of the territories of the human sides. Many powerful organizations would band together to fend off the magical beasts every time the peace crumbled, but their efforts could only delay the inevitable. The magical beast side was too powerful, and it hid dangers that the human forces didn't want to awaken. Even mighty rank 8 cultivators would limit themselves to reconquer only a few regions when they had the chance. They didn't want to anger the living calamities in the depths of the creature's domain. Many powerful existences had died on the borders between the two sides. Those regions were rich, and the death of so many cultivators had given birth to a peculiar phenomenon after countless years of war. Divine cultivators weren't just a mass of energy. They had powerful seas of consciousness that could affect the laws of the world. Upon their death, their mental waves could alter the environment and give birth to improvised inheritances that respected their last wishes. To this day, Noah read through the reports. The many powerful forces of the human side have confirmed the presence of 237 inheritances on the border with the magical beast's domain. Learning about that sheer number of inheritances almost made Noah go crazy. His greed threatened to leak out of his figure, but he promptly suppressed it to continue his study. This number only considers the inheritances near the human domain, Noah read. Regions that have seen even bigger wars are now deep into the magical beast's domain, which makes them hard to seize. The library has recorded those great battles' locations, but it doesn't have more details. Noah put down the book in his hands after he read that part. Sword Saint's inheritance had taught him about the presence of those places in the immortal lands, but he didn't believe that there could be so many of them. Famous organizations also controlled some of those inheritances. Noah read about names that he had heard during his short stay in Vagona City. Every force with a rank 8 existence in its ranks controlled at least one of them. The last wishes of dying cultivators are so powerful, Noah thought as greed built inside his mind. Wonderful! Noah found it hard to contain his excitement. Differently from the other cultivators, he didn't have to limit his exploration to the human domain. He didn't care if his actions broke the peace between the two sides, and his species made him perfect for that task. Noah called the waiter and paid him again to search every piece of information related to the land of the fallen. He even purchased reports and books stored on the higher floors of the library. His slim finances became slimmer, but Noah didn't even bother to keep track of them as he studied those reports. It wasn't a problem for him to generate money if he had enough materials, and he couldn't think of a better way to spend it anyway. 3 months quickly passed while he amassed knowledge about the land of the fallen. Noah left the library after that period ended, and he didn't even glance at Chief Ash as he exited the structure. Noah finally had a target, and nothing could distract him from it. The land of the fallen was the perfect target for an existence like Noah. His experience in the magical beasts field and his prowess allowed him to move freely between the two domains and gave him the chance to inspect multiple battlefields. The main issue was that he had to return to the area of influence of the Crystal City to reach the first battlefield. The belief of their members made them the perfect first line of defense against those creatures. That was the reason why the human side didn't complain about their fanatism. I can't be unprepared anymore, Noah thought as he walked through Vagona City. Noah had learnt how easy it was to make enemies in the immortal lands after the events with Zack and the group from the Crystal City. He had also gained some fame in Vagona City, so he suspected that more troubles would appear on his path. That forced him to make some preparations. Noah wasn't a clueless member of the immortal lands anymore. He had studied enough to learn how to improve his survivability and voyages, so he didn't mind spending more time in Vagona City to obtain everything he needed. His research in the library had cost him almost half of his soul stones, but Noah could easily obtain more of them. Yet, he had to visit a few shops before understanding how expensive his needs were. I need to buy clothes, Noah concluded after he reviewed everything learnt in the library. Noah had always ignored defensive items because of his body inscription spell and powerful body. His skin was sturdier than most materials, so he found it pointless to waste time creating or purchasing armors. His battle style was also quite reckless, and clothes would only stand his way. However, that inscription field was quite famous in the immortal lands. The higher planes environment provided an abundance of divine materials, so the experts there could specialize in difficult creations. They could build light clothes capable of fending off divine spells. That wasn't everything. The inscribed robes could have a multitude of effects depending on the needs of the customers. Some even had regenerative properties. The cultivator's physical defense had always been poor, but the experts in the immortal lands could make up for that weakness by purchasing rank 7 inscribed robes. I don't need more protections, Noah thought as he walked toward one of the most famous shops in the city. But having something that can hide my presence might be useful. Noah had learnt which forces handled the creation of inscribed robes. Most inscription halls had a few experts in charge of that field, but only a few of those masters could enter the Money family and earn a fortune by building clothes. That was the reason why the Money family was more famous than the Balro family in Vagona City. Its population was quite rich, so it could invest more money in those expensive inscribed items. The Money family obviously had shops connected to their inscription halls. It had built a business out of the creation of those valuable items. Noah entered the biggest shop that he found and paid 30 soul stones to reach the higher floors of the structure. He did not need the cheaper robes. He needed to find a master and ask for clothes with specific features. A waiter led him through the long staircase coiled around a huge pillar placed in the middle of the main hall and left him in a large room once they reached the last floor. Other waiters brought a series of delicacies and beverages to enjoy while Noah explained his needs. Different masters had different specializations, even if they belonged to the same inscription field. The shop had to hear about his requests to offer a suitable service. The waiters also gave Noah a catalog that listed all the features available. Some robes could even empower a cultivator's individuality if the expert managed to understand it. Moreover, the masters had a tier that stated their ability. A robe made by a Tier 1 master can cost up to 100,000 soul stones, with price depending on the level of the robe. Noah read through the catalog. That price was obviously out of his reach, so he had to settle for a meeting with a Tier 4 master specialized in cloaking robes equipped with regenerative properties. A stern woman arrived in the room after a while. She was a rank 7 cultivator in the gaseous stage with short black hair and dark eyes. The master sized Noah in silence, but she soon shook her head. "I can't create what you need," the master said before explaining further. "I don't have the power to build something that can hide your existence. Only Tier 3 masters and above can inscribe what you need." That answer left Noah dumbfounded. The robes created by Tier 3 cultivators could cost up to 1,000 soul stones, and he didn't know if he could accumulate that sum by selling instabilities. The value of his inscribed weapons would decrease if he started to mass-produce them. He would also need to kill multiple divine magical beasts to accumulate the materials required for their creation. Still, he was about to venture for a long journey. The knowledge accumulated in the library didn't prepare for everything that he could encounter in the wild regions. He also desired something that could allow him to escape in case the situation required it. "Call a Tier 3 master then," Noah said as he began to plan a hunting route while he waited for the new expert to arrive. It took a while for the Tier 3 master to arrive. Noah had to wait a few hours before a gloomy short woman with no hair and white eyes entered his room. Noah felt slightly worried when her aura spread in the room. Her presence was far more intense than the other master, and her cultivation level was also on a higher level. She was a rank 7 cultivator in the liquid stage, and Noah felt naked in front of her aloof gaze. Her eyes seemed to hide some secret, but Noah didn't have the power to uncover it. "Do you have any affiliation or special status?" the woman asked after she finished her inspection. Noah took out his green card, and the master nodded after seeing the name engraved on its surface. Then, she gave voice to a series of instructions. "I'm Thea Money," the master said. "I accept your request and will start working on it as soon as you leave a deposit. The item will cost between 1,000 and 2,000 soul stones depending on its final state." "Is 100 soul stones enough for the deposit?" Noah asked. "No," Thea replied bluntly. "But I will make an exception since the Balro family is trying to rope you in." Noah felt glad that the events inside the inscription hall ended up bringing him some benefits. He hastily took out the soul stones and waited for the master to give him further instruction. "I only need to see your individuality properly now," Thea said after she stored the soul stones and sat on the couch in front of Noah. Noah left the shop after he completed Thea's requests. He wasn't worried that she could leak the details of his individuality. Every inscription master had to swear oaths that protected the customers, so he only needed to accumulate soul stones now. The inscription hall of the Balro family would probably give him a job if he asked, but Noah didn't want to waste time in Vagona City anymore. He had even decided to abandon the idea of mass-producing instabilities since that would take a while. The instabilities were cheap to make. One magical beast could give Noah enough materials to forge even 40 of them if it were big enough. However, he would rather create a single valuable item than use so many nutrients for something that he had to sell. The robe could cost up to 2,000 soul stones, and Noah had the vague feeling that he would require all of them to purchase it. Thea had to build an item in line with his individuality, so his ambition could play its part in the process. Moreover, Noah needed to buy something that could allow him to fly freely. He had vaguely understood how expensive that would be, so he had to sell a masterpiece to accumulate enough money. What should I even build? Noah wondered as he left Vagona City and shot toward one of the mountains around that plain. Noah had a few ideas, but he would create a blueprint only after completing his hunts. He had to adapt to the materials that he found. Leaving the city made Noah feel refreshed. The pressure radiated by the 5 rank 8 existences had always weighed on his mind in the past months. His instincts had never stopped sensing threats during his stay. The pressure of the white sky soon replaced those powerful auras. Vagona City fended off those radiations, but they came back as soon as Noah returned in the wilderness. Maybe I can do something about this blinding sky, Noah wondered as he let his senses guide him toward the nearest lair. It is the most hateful thing in the whole world, Night exclaimed in his mind when it heard his thoughts. I need to destroy it. Don't you dare to use your weakness to hold me back. Night had become used to the fact that the light couldn't kill it anymore, but it couldn't forget the experience of its first ascension. It hated the whiteness that filled the immortal lands with everything it had. Its feelings were so intense that they even affected Noah's emotions. I need to destroy it to reach the stars anyway, Noah replied through the connection with the pterodactyl. We only need to go through the various steps of the human world. It's not my first time climbing to the apex of the food chain. I only need to do it again. Night became silent after it heard those thoughts. It knew that Noah wasn't lying, and it trusted him to succeed. Its vague memories about its first ascension made it aware that its master was the strongest newly ascended existence in the world. His growth would be exponential once he seized what he needed. Noah ran through the flourishing mountain chain until he arrived in front of a large cave that radiated a dangerous area. His superior awareness told him that a series of rank 7 magical beasts hid in its depths, and his instincts confirmed that he could handle the hunt as long as he was careful. Yet, while Noah was about to enter the cave, his superior awareness warned him about the presence of multiple threats behind him. His instincts also told him that those auras didn't belong to magical beasts. Some cultivators were trying to encircle him. It should be impossible for the Crystal City to be already here, Noah thought. This only makes me desire the cloaking device more. Noah heaved a sigh while he entered the cave. A lair of magical beasts was the perfect place to counter an ambush. He could rely on his hybrid features to make up for the numerical disadvantage. The pursuers didn't stop running in his direction even after using their mental waves to inspect the cave. Ordinary cultivators couldn't sense the magical beasts as well as him, but that lair had enough creatures to make their presence impossible to miss. They aren't stopping, Noah thought as dark matter flowed out of his chest and took the shape of a massive snake that engulfed his figure. The events with the 12-legged queen had revealed part of his abilities to the Crystal City, so Noah found it hard to believe that its members would follow him in a lair. However, he was almost sure that he didn't offend anyone inside Vagona City. If his pursuers didn't come from the Crystal City, they were probably after his abilities as an inscription master. I would have agreed to talk inside Vagona City, Noah thought as a cold expression appeared on his face. But we are in the wilderness now. Noah always had a reason to kill other cultivators. It didn't matter if they wanted him alive. Their dantions were resources that he wouldn't dare to miss. He even had the chance to seize their storage spaces now. It had been impossible to force Bertha's item due to the restrictions of the Crystal City, but Noah believed that he wouldn't have problems against weaker forces. 7 rank 7 cultivators in the gaseous stage entered the cave after confirming that Noah was inside it. They wore black robes, and tight hoods covered their faces. We need him alive, one of those hooded cultivators said as the group walked through the rocky environment. This defying demon shouldn't have many resources, so his only value is in his abilities as an inscription master. The other members of the group nodded at those words, but they soon hesitated to proceed when they lost track of Noah's aura. The 7 then exchanged a glance before dispersing through the various branches of the cave. Noah seemed to have completely disappeared, but those cultivators had already confirmed that the cave didn't have an exit. He had to be inside. It was only a matter of finding him now. Soft steps echoed through the silent cave. Low snores resounded from the deeper parts of the lair and made the cultivators wary of the creatures resting inside that place. Noah's disappearance had already messed up with their plans, but they weren't willing to give up on obtaining an inscription master just yet. The value of those experts was immense, especially for small organizations. I don't recognize those clothes, Noah thought as he stared at the group from a peculiar hiding spot. Some of those auras feel familiar, but I can't put a face on them. They must have been among the crowd in front of the inscription hall. Noah was inside Snore. The blood companion managed to suppress his aura, and a layer of dark rocks disguised the creature as part of the environment. Noah stared at the group's movements while he remained hidden, and he decided to act only when one cultivator neared his position. The expert walked slowly, but dark energy suddenly began to gather on the cave's ceiling. Snore launched its dark beam before the existence could even understand what was happening. I need to sacrifice some of them to gain the upper hand, Noah thought as he watched Snore's dark beam engulfing the cultivator and creating a hole in the ground underneath. That attack alarmed all the existences inside the cave. The other 6 cultivators and the magical beasts in the lair converged toward the dark beam when they sensed that surge of energy. Screeches and tremors filled the cave as the magical beasts left the depths to reach Noah's position. The cultivators were closer to that area, so they managed to see the massive snake closing its mouth and diving deeper into the lair. Noah had no intention to face the cultivators head-on. He would rather pretend to be a giant snake and observe their fights to see if he could understand something about their origin. Even while inside Snore, Noah was faster than his pursuers. The dark matter created with rank 7 darkness gave the blood companion immense power and made it almost stronger than any magical beast in the lower tier. Those cultivators would have to use movement techniques to catch up with him. Still, deploying them while magical beasts charged toward them would only cause problems, especially since they had yet to locate Noah. A series of giant scorpions appeared in Noah's view at some point. They were almost 11 meters long, and their exoskeleton radiated a dark gray shade as they ran through the shining cave. 6 thick legs, 2 massive claws, and a tail bigger than the rest of their bodies gave them a threatening appearance, but they could only show some hesitation when they saw Noah. 8 magical beasts in the lower tier, Noah thought as his aura spread in the environment. His ambition seeped inside the immortal land's fabric and gave birth to black lines that reinforced the cave's overall structure. The air thickened as his individuality forced it to reach superior states of existence. Noah's greed accompanied his ambition as he unfolded his aura. Intense aggression reached the scorpions and the cultivators and made them feel pure terror. The cultivators and the magical beasts understood that Noah was stronger than them as soon as his greed filled their minds. They had no chances in a 1-versus-1 battle. The pursuers didn't let that feature scare them away. Cultivators could deploy tactics and make use of inscribed items to overcome a difference in power. They also wouldn't dare to split after seeing the instant death of their companion. The magical beasts were different. They wouldn't mind banding together to defeat stronger opponents, especially when they invaded their lair. However, Noah's pressure compelled them to avoid him. That wouldn't usually be enough to stop the always hungry magical beasts, but Noah released a roar during their instance of hesitation. His deafening cry spread through the entirety of the cave and gave those creatures a third option. "Let's focus on the humans," Noah said through his roars. Some rank 7 magical beasts weren't capable of generating complicated thoughts, but Noah's message was simple. It stirred their innate sense of belonging to a faction that saw the cultivators as enemies. The scorpions shot toward the 6 cultivators as soon as Noah's cry reached their minds. They saw him as a powerful ally willing to fight together to take care of the most annoying threat. Refusing him would be stupid. The cultivators had understood that Noah was hiding inside the giant snake after he unfolded his aura. They were already preparing strategies to avoid the scorpions and corner him, but the arrival of the draconic roar made their expressions pale. The immortal lands were immense, and their citizens had deployed a countless number of unique techniques. Those living in the higher plane had seen so many strange abilities that they didn't even question the reason behind Noah's reptilian eyes. Yet, the roar made the 6 cultivators feel a danger that only a powerful magical beast could generate. An obvious conclusion appeared in their minds as the cry echoed through the cave. Defying demon wasn't a cultivator. That discovery forced them to reconsider their approach. Capturing a hybrid was a complicated matter to handle. The group's preparations lacked tools that could make them suppress such a powerful creature. The cultivators decided to retreat simultaneously. They stopped their charge and turned to avoid the incoming scorpions, but their instincts made them stop as soon as they began to escape. In the instant after they stopped, a series of black lines formed in front of them and shattered the air. Even the sturdy azure rocks of the cave couldn't survive that attack. A large chunk of the ceiling fell and blocked that tunnel. Some of the bravest cultivators among the group disregarded the sharpness in the area and charged through the falling boulders. Yet, deep cuts opened on their bodies when they touched Noah's aura. Their effort to prevent remaining stuck in the cave only brought them large injuries. The boulders sealed that path before any of them could reach the safe area. The scorpions reached them at that point, and the two groups started a violent fight. The cultivators had already given up on completing their mission, so they only wanted to buy enough time to create a passage through the boulders. Instead, the scorpions radiated pure hunger. Magical beasts on their level rarely had the chance to feed on cultivators, so they didn't hold back in their attempts to tear their flesh apart. Noah kept his eyes closed as he remained inside Snore. The demonic sword was on his forehead, ready to unleash slashes whenever one of the cultivators was about to attack the boulders. He wouldn't let anyone escape the cave. Even in that dire situation, the cultivators managed to gain the upper hand in the battle. The superiority of their species wasn't something that magical beasts could overcome so easily. Noah had to help the scorpions a bit more. Black lines severed the air in the battlefield and created holes in every distracted cultivator. He let his pursuers hurt the beasts, but he didn't allow them to have hope. The cultivators slowly began to die. A few instants of hesitation and the multiple injuries accumulated on their bodies gave Noah and the scorpions many openings that they could exploit. Still, their deaths made the beasts' instincts go wild. Noah had to launch some of his slashes toward the scorpions and roar again to make them focus. He told them that they had to divide the prey together, and the scorpions could only follow his orders for the time being. They would turn on him after that battle was over, and they knew that he would do the same. "Wait!" one of the hooded cultivators shouted. "We can talk about this." The robe partially masked the cultivator's voice, but it couldn't hide much in its tattered state. Noah could hear the desperation in that man's tone, but he didn't slow down his offensive. More cultivators died, and the man who had spoken before eventually remained alone against the 8 injured scorpions. His life was about to end, and only Noah could save him in that situation. "Please, I will tell you everything," the man shouted again. "I will serve you. I will give you everything I have. I will also let you take my companion's belongings." Noah felt interested in that offer, but he could sense that the cultivator was still holding something back. A blinding red light suddenly came out of his body and covered a large area with an intense fire. 2 scorpions died after that attack, but it seemed that the item couldn't affect inanimate matters with its destructive might. The fire didn't open a path through the boulders, and the man soon had to face the assault of the angry beasts again. His desperation reached its peak at that point, and he decided to reveal everything to appeal to Noah's mercy. "I come from a secret organization," the man shouted. "I can tell you everything you need. I can give you access to pieces of information that no library has. I can dash dot." The man couldn't finish his line since a cry of pain reached his ears, and green blood rained on his head. When he raised his eyes, he saw that the massive snake had bitten off half of a scorpion's body. Noah was interested in the resources carried by his pursuers. He was also quite curious about what the man had to say since the library couldn't give him access to every valuable report. However, his curiosity wouldn't lead him to spare the life of someone that had tried to ambush him. The appeal of valuable resources wouldn't hold back his blade either. The man had to offer Noah something more valuable than that, and his words had centered the mark when he spoke about the secret organization. There was a limit to what Noah could learn inside a library, and his lack of affiliations put him in a tough spot when it came to knowing what mattered in the Immortal lands. The land of the fallen, the other inheritances, and the names of the various organizations were only a small part of what the higher plane held. Noah knew that every political environment had a dark side, an underground world that ordinary cultivators and reports didn't consider. His experiences in the lower plane had proven that he belonged to that secret part, and he couldn't wait to dive into it. The 5 remaining scorpions turned toward Snore when they saw the snake tearing one of their companions in half. They weren't among the smartest species of magical beasts, but they could realize when one of their allies betrayed them. Loud screeches filled the cave as the scorpions ignored the hooded man and turned their attention towards Snore. They simultaneously decided that they would take care of the snake before moving back to the cultivator. But the blood companion exploded into a storm of dark matter. Noah expanded the dark world and reappeared on top of the nearest scorpion. The center of power that had improved the most since his arrival in the Immortal lands was his body, so he could finally show his superiority against those creatures. The dark world had surprised the scorpions, so Noah's target couldn't react in time to dodge his attack. His sword rose and descended before it could even realize what was happening. Noah jumped off the scorpion to reach the next target. Behind him, a fissure opened on the creature and divided its body into two halves. One slash had been enough to kill it. The dark world could suppress part of the creature's senses at its current level. Noah's technique had improved after his dark matter evolved, and it had become quite efficient against weak magical beasts. The scorpions needed time to get used to that strange environment. Their instincts could still sense imminent dangers, but they were slower than Noah. Being aware of his attacks didn't make them able to dodge them. Noah reappeared above the next scorpion, and the demonic sword descended again. Snore also formed in a different spot of the dark world and launched its innate ability toward another creature. Two scorpions died at the same time, and Noah didn't hesitate to make a move toward the remaining three creatures. Snore coordinated with him to finish that battle as soon as possible. The hooded man was completely blind. The dark world suppressed his power and senses. It didn't even allow him to hear any sound coming from the battles unfolding around him. He felt frail under the suppression of Noah's technique. He couldn't summon his individuality, and even controlling his breath had become hard. His mental waves even crumbled as soon as they left his mind. The hooded man had never been in a similar situation. Disbelief filled his mind when he understood that a single existence had been able to put him in that state. Noah was on his level. His hybrid status gave him more power than any ordinary cultivator, but that could only influence the physical aspect of his prowess. Yet, the difference of power shown in that battle was immense. The hooded man couldn't even understand how a gaseous stage cultivator could gain access to such strength. His hopelessness made him feel as if he was fighting against an existence in the liquid stage. Of course, Noah was no match for actual liquid stage cultivators. His higher energy made him far stronger than existences on his same level, but he couldn't cover the difference between the stages yet. The dark matter flowed back inside Noah's chest at some point. The hooded man regained his ability to see after the dark world dispersed, and the scene that appeared in his vision left him completely dumbfounded. Noah had deployed the dark world for almost a minute. 6 hungry magical beasts in the lower tier had been alive before his techniques, but they all died among that darkness. The hooded man's eyes darted from one corpse to another. They all featured injuries that pierced them from side to side. Noah had access to attacks that could ignore those creatures' innate defenses and kill them in seconds. That discovery made him even more desperate about his situation. Noah had just become an unbeatable monster in his eyes, and he would do anything to please him. Noah landed on the ground, but he didn't call Snore back as he walked toward the hooded man. The blood companion slithered behind him and kept its dark eyes fixed on the cultivator. The man didn't dare to move under that pressure. He let Noah place a finger on his forehead and inject a series of shadow swords into his body. He didn't even react when he sensed the spell closing on his centers of power. "You might want to talk now," Noah said as roars mixed with his chilling human voice. Snore encircled the two, and Noah sat on its body as he waited for the cultivator to speak. The dark matter that made the blood companion also morphed to create a large armchair that grew under him. Noah's mental waves expanded and reached the corpses of the scorpions. Those heavy body parts flew toward him and disappeared inside his separate space, except for a single claw that remained in his grasp. Noah bit on the claw and started munching its tough tissues without moving his eyes from the cultivator. Green blood fell from the corners of his mouth under the man's skeptical gaze. The hooded man felt only terror at that point. Noah had performed that act to show the difference between their species, and he had obtained the desired effects. The cultivator wouldn't ever try to lie to him after witnessing that scene. We have received the order to capture you," the man began. "Your performance in the inscription hall has attracted a lot of attention." Noah continued to eat the claw, but the coldness radiated by his figure became more intense after he heard those words. That explanation couldn't satisfy him. "I can unlock the space rings of my companions for you," the man continued. "I will also give you everything I own." The man hoped that he could please Noah with those words, but the coldness in the area became more intense again. Noah didn't want small pieces of information. He desired everything. "Where do I need to start?" the man eventually asked. "The beginning of this secret organization," Noah casually replied. "Don't forget any detail. I want to hear everything you know." The hooded man didn't know much. He was only one of the weakest henchmen in a large organization that dealt with multiple aspects of the Immortal Lands. According to his words, that secret force even had a few rank 8 existences in its ranks. The man's name was Fergie, and he had a fire aptitude. He had short black hair and red eyes. A series of scars filled his body, and he appeared unable to remove them even with his divine status. The item that had instantly killed 2 scorpions before came from the division leader seated in Vagona City. It was something given to him after he completed multiple missions, but it was nothing more than a disposable weapon capable of great power. Fergie had never met the leader of his division. He only had a special inscribed notebook that allowed him to communicate with the secret organization's higher-ups. He didn't even know the name of that force. He was only aware of its existence and that it was one of its members. The secret organizations had members in every part of the Immortal Lands, according to Fergie's knowledge. It mostly dealt with rare items and specific political missions in Vagona City, but there didn't seem to be a limit to the types of jobs it could complete. Moreover, it didn't have any competitors in its field. Fergie claimed that his organization was the only secret force in the entirety of the Immortal Lands. The most incredible fact about that force was that most cultivators were unaware of its existence. The higher-ups of the other organizations and families ensured that it remained a secret from the ordinary citizens, and they even provided fees to keep it active. This isn't a simple group of rebels or mercenaries, Noah thought as he listened to Fergie's explanation. This organization has deep roots in the very structure of the Immortal Lands. I'm surprised something like this even exists in this place. Noah knew a lot about secret organizations. He had been the patriarch of a former underground sect, and he had witnessed multiple revolutions. The fact that something so big could survive among other powerful forces made him sure that its leaders couldn't be simple rank 8 existences. "I don't know anything else," Fergie said. "This kind of knowledge is easy to obtain once you are inside the organization, but you won't find anything about it if you use normal methods. You can only trust my words. You are nothing more than the last wheel of a power that you don't understand," Noah coldly replied as he massaged his temples. The situation had instantly become more complicated. Noah didn't expect to face repercussions for his actions in the cave, but he now knew that the Immortal Lands were hiding a lot from him. Taking into consideration the many families and famous forces was easy. Remaining wary of a secret organization that could influence the entire human domain was a stressful matter. Noah also wanted to use that knowledge to his advantage, but he didn't know how far he could push his luck in that situation. "I can set up a meeting with the division leader," Fergie proposed. "Inscription masters are a rare resource in the higher plane. I'm sure the organization will give you special benefits, especially after it learns about your species." "Why would anyone willing meet stronger existences?" Noah asked in a rhetorical tone. Meeting important figures inside the secret organization was out of the question. Noah couldn't ensure his safety in front of those existences. It would be perfect if he could seize benefits from afar, but he didn't know if that was possible in his condition. "Give me everything contained in your space rings for now," Noah eventually said as deep thoughts surged inside his mind. Fergie began to gather his companion's resources while Noah continued to evaluate his situation. He had a few options at hand, but he didn't know which one could benefit him the most. Becoming an external ally to the secret organization was the best option, but the other party could label him as a threat and hunt him down. The risk of creating more enemies was something that Noah had to consider thoroughly. Instead, ignoring everything learnt from Fergie was a waste. Noah could kill him to remove the last witness of those events. No one would be able to warn the secret organization about his knowledge at that point, but he would also lose his only contact with that force. I need to use him, Noah concluded in his mind. He couldn't find a perfect solution, but Fergie gave him the chance to approach the secret force without exposing himself. The only problem was how freely he could control him. Do they check your memories? Noah asked when Fergie neared him to deliver the goods. They won't unless I reach higher places inside the organization, Fergie replied. I have been forced to join after I offended a member of the Sailbird family. I need to work for it until I repay my debt, which will probably never happen. Noah concluded Fergie's line. A series of items fell in front of him. His pursuers didn't have much. They only owned a few soul stones and some valuable material. They didn't have any technique with them, but Noah could finally obtain the items capable of fending off the sky's pressure. A little more than 600 soul stones and materials that I can't sell here, Noah thought as he inspected the special items. Maybe commissioning a robe to a Tier 3 master has been too much at my current level. Why are inscription masters so rare here? Noah asked as he played with 6 black bracelets. Noah had been able to gain 310 soul stones in a few days, but those cultivators were poorer than him even if they belonged to the secret organization. He suspected that the library had failed to teach him some crucial aspects of the immortal lands. It's hard for us natives to develop inscription methods, Fergie answered. We don't live through the human ranks, and the divine materials of the higher plane prevent us from gaining experience in those fields. Only wealthy families can nurture talents since the heroic ranks. That was another piece of knowledge that the library had failed to give him. Noah knew that divine magical beasts could give birth to heroic creatures, but he had no idea if the same applied to humans. No cultivator in the human ranks could survive the immortal lands environment, but there weren't many ascended experts in the entire higher plane. Still, Fergie quickly solved his doubts. Humans use artificial environments, Fergie replied. Most families have special separate dimensions that nourish their children until they reach the heroic ranks. They pay good money to the libraries to keep the reports about them outside of their structures. Dark matter seeped inside the bracelets and confirmed that they were harmless. Noah wore one of them and sensed some pressure leaving his mind. He could finally fly freely under the white light of the sky. He had obtained one of the items needed before the journey toward the land of the fallen. Tell the organization that I used my hybrid status to win against your group, Noah said after he decided how to use Fergie. Tell them that I managed to run after killing the others, and mention that you want to move in the land of the fallen. I want to review every mission you receive from now on. Noah let Fergie go back to Vagona City to report the failure of his mission. He had left a large amount of dark matter inside his body to keep the shadow swords active, so he didn't need to control him directly. Fergie's dead companions also had inscribed notebooks that Noah could seize, so contacting him wasn't a problem. The shadow swords made the cultivator Noah's servant, but the two had to remain separated to avoid unwanted attention. Noah's plan didn't change after learning about the existence of the secret organization. His main focus would always remain on his power, and the land of the fallen could offer him more opportunities than any other place in the immortal lands. Still, he wanted to remain informed about other opportunities. Fergie could keep him updated about them. Noah planned to precede every group sent by the secret organization if he learnt about something interesting. Noah could put the matter about the secret organization in the back of his mind after Fergie left. He still needed more than 1,000 soul stones for his robe, and he didn't dare to begin his journey without that item. His recent discovery had only reinforced the belief that he needed something capable of masking his presence. He couldn't allow anyone to follow him, especially since threatening existences hid in every organization of the immortal lands. Noah still needed to decide which item he would forge to obtain that sum, but he had gathered some materials. The cultivators and the scorpions had given him various resources that he could use to create something valuable. His options quickly moved toward the weapons. Noah didn't know what the market of the higher plane needed now, but items that anyone could use were always a valuable resource. Do I just create the biggest bomb that I can make? Noah wondered as he sized his materials. He had enough materials to create something huge, but the actual value of a giant bomb would go down if he didn't add any important feature. The instabilities were strong, but they were also easy to defend against. If Noah created a bigger version of those disposable weapons, he risked forging something that could endanger the caster. I guess it's time to create living weapons, Noah concluded as he left the cave and set off to find other magical beasts. Noah had usually needed 37's help during the creation of living weapons. The automaton had immense knowledge, and it was the expert behind the birth of the modified body inscription spell. That spell was necessary to isolate a magical beast's will and place it inside a core, but Noah was a god now. He could use his mental waves to replicate similar effects and obtain what he needed. He would also resume using the innate properties of his mental energy. It was a waste not to eat the wills of his prey, but his mental sphere was still too fragile for that type of training. Noah needed to find a beast with an ability worthy of copying, and the scorpions didn't have it. Most of the creatures inhabiting the mountains near Vagona City were the same. They lacked valuable innate skills. A large crackling eagle eventually entered the range of his consciousness and aroused his interest. That creature wasn't too powerful, but it had a good movement technique that Noah could replicate. Working with materials of the lightning element made him think about June, but the many adventures that waited for him on his journey made him ignore the longing that he felt. His divine status and dark matter allowed Noah to simplify many procedures during the creation of that living weapon. He had to use the divine deduction technique and fail a few times to polish the process, but he eventually obtained something worth selling in an inscription hall. "The leader accepted to transfer me in the land of the fallen," Fergie said through the inscribed notebook. "I will set off in a few months after joining a new group. You shouldn't come back to Vagona City until we leave." Noah could understand the reasons behind Fergie's worry, but he had matters to complete in Vagona City. He couldn't leave just yet. He would deal with everything that appeared on his path after he obtained what he needed. Noah quickly returned to Vagona City after he completed his weapon, and he didn't hesitate to walk back to the inscription hall belonging to the Balro family. Saul came out of the main structure once he saw him, and a small crowd formed in front of the inscription hall after they noticed his arrival. Those cultivators believed that Noah would create many inscribed items again, but they soon felt disappointed. "Do you have any cultivator with a lightning aptitude that can test these?" Noah asked as he revealed a simple-looking pair of shoes. Noah didn't use many materials to create those shoes. The crackling eagle had provided resources with an innate resistance to lightning, and the scorpions had given him a large amount of sturdy skin. Saul inspected the shoes, but an eagle's cry resounded through the inscription hall when his mental waves touched the weapon. That sudden event startled him, but an intense interest soon filled his min. The expert had never seen anything similar. The Immortal lands had many unique techniques and weapons, but Saul had only interacted with prototypes when it came to living items. Instead, those shoes didn't show the slightest flaw. They were a proper life form that Noah had built to serve cultivators. Needless to say, Saul had already decided that he would purchase that item. It didn't matter if he couldn't use it. Studying that single living weapon could unlock many inscription methods that had failed to progress for years. Saul eventually found a cultivator with a lightning aptitude and summoned her in the inscription hall to test the shoes. The will inside the core tried to oppose its new master, but it soon agreed to comply with her demands. The woman tested the shoes and remained speechless in front of their power. Even Saul had to admit that the effects shown by that item surpassed his expectations. The shoes allowed the cultivator to release lightning bolts to accelerate. She had instantly gained a movement technique that didn't deplete much energy. She didn't even need to train to perfect it. 1,900 soul stones, Saul said after the woman returned and left the shoes on a pedestal. Noah's eyes sharpened when he heard that number. Saul had kept track of him and knew exactly how much he had to pay for his commissioned robe. "Don't even think about it," Noah replied. 6,000. "Even items in the liquid stage don't cost that much," Saul continued. This is the best available item for cultivators in the gaseous stage, Noah replied again. I bet you have a line of rich customers willing to pay far more than that. Saul smiled when he heard that remark, and the two eventually agreed to value the item 4,500 soul stones. Noah acceded to sell it right away after he heard that price, and he directly left to reach the shop where he had commissioned his robe. A waiter calmly led him toward the shop's upper floors, and Thea quickly joined him in his room. Still, her expression showed a mixture of emotions that Noah couldn't decipher. Did something happen during the inscription? Noah asked. No, nothing that tragic, Thea replied. It's actually the opposite. Your robe has come out as a rank 7 item in the middle tier. What? Noah exclaimed when he heard Thea's words. He couldn't hide his surprise. He had guessed that his ambition would influence the creation of the robe, but he didn't expect it to reach the middle tier. After all, Thea wasn't an ordinary expert. She was a Tier 3 inscription master in the liquid stage. Her power and expertise put her far above regular rank 7 cultivators. Her backing also made her a privileged existence in the Immortal lands. Noah was sure that she didn't commit any mistake during her inscription. Masters at her level would be meticulous about the number and power of the materials used during the procedure. The reason behind that surprising outcome had to come from outside her ability. Still, Vagona City had rules that every shop had to respect, and many of them revolved around inscriptions. Noah had commissioned an item, and Thea had asked a maximum of 2,000 soul stones. The law was on his side in that transaction. Something like this has never happened to me, Thea said. The expenses for the new materials will be on me. I only ask you to wait a bit longer for your commission. Can't you give me the robe in the middle tier? Noah asked. You don't understand, Thea answered. Our robes are so powerful because they perfectly match the individualities of our customers. They link themselves to their existence. Having something far stronger than you risks to suppress rather than empower. There was an issue with the overlapping of individualities. Noah would probably face similar problems if the demonic sword were to surpass his level. The weapon would become the core of his existence instead of being one of its branches. Noah had questioned Thea because he was unaware of the features of those robes. Yet, he became interested in her creation after he had learnt about them. What if you sold it to me anyway? Noah asked, and Thea showed pure confusion at his question. The rules of Vagona City forced her to recreate the robe at her expense. That included purchasing materials and the time required to perform the inscription. Also, it would waste her first creation since it could only suit Noah. Choosing to buy the robe in the middle tier was simply stupid in her eyes. Noah suddenly sounded like an idiot to her. She suspected that he underestimated the dangerousness that could accompany a divine item. Of course, Noah didn't underestimate anything. He was betting that he could control the middle-tier robe with his current power. If the task happened to be impossible, he would commission a new item. This is a rank 7 item in the middle tier, Thea said as her tone grew calmer. Its abilities reflect that level of power, and even its innate defense is quite high. Thea had changed approach after she saw Noah's reaction. She wouldn't complain about his alleged idiocy as long as it could solve her issue. Yet, she couldn't sell an item in the middle tier at the same price as a weaker one. The laws of Vagona City are clear, Noah replied as a cold smile appeared on his face. You have told me that 2,000 soul stones were enough for your robe, and I won't spend more than that. The choice is yours. Either throw this item away and inscribe a new one or sell it at the established price. Thea felt surprised for the second time in that conversation. She didn't expect Noah to know the rules so well, and he had even instantly understood how to exploit that situation to his advantage. No one would ever buy a robe inscribed for someone else. The clash between the individualities would lower its power, making it express weaker features. Thea would have to sell that item at a far lower price or directly throw it away. She could contain her losses and even gain something out of her work only if she completed the transaction with Noah. Noah came out of the shop a few hours later. Thea had almost instantly accepted to sell him the robe for 2,000 soul stones, and she had used the time after the transaction to explain to him how the item worked. The shop had even given him a storage item that could contain the robe. It was a crystal-shaped black pendant with less than a few meters of space, so it was relatively cheap in the current market. Noah entered a random restaurant and ordered some wine while he contacted Fergie. The cultivator had warned him not to return to Vagona City, so Noah wanted to understand how the secret organization had taken that news. "You are in the clear," Fergie's voice resounded in Noah's mind as he held his inscribed notebook. "The division leader has lost interest in you after learning about your hybrid state." Noah had to wait a few hours to receive that answer, but he felt happy to hear it. He could now leave and take his time in the wilderness without worrying about other sudden ambushes. "I need to leave soon," Noah thought as he felt gazes landing on him. "I have become quite famous already." The cultivators passing in front of the restaurant and those sitting on the tables near him couldn't help themselves. They would stare at Noah as soon as they recognized him. That wasn't a surprising reaction from the citizens of Vagona City. Noah had gone from completely unknown to one of the most promising inscription masters in the gaseous stage. Selling the living weapon to the inscription hall had made his fame skyrocket, and his many interactions with the best shops had helped in that matter. The name Defying Demon was now quite known, and many powerful families had already made plans to recruit him. Noah could guess that powerful cultivators would look for him in the next period, and he didn't want to go through that. He feared that he would meet someone who could force him to join an organization. Those were the dangers of being at the bottom of the food chain. Noah had been lucky with his encounters, but any cultivator in the liquid stage or above had the power to force him to join an organization. Chief Ash, Thea, and Saul had no intention to use violent methods, and Noah wanted to leave before he met someone that would. His acquaintances could also change their minds if he stuck around for too long, so he couldn't hesitate anymore. Noah left the restaurant in a hurry after he heard Fergie's answer. Vagona City couldn't offer him anything else for now, so he set off as soon as he reached its borders. He had planned the route to the Land of the Fallen, but he didn't want to travel just yet. Noah had to solve the issue with the robe before diving deep into the wilderness, and only a long period of training could increase his chances to succeed in handling that item. The middle tier was slightly weaker than the liquid stage but quite stronger than the gaseous stage. That would put Noah in a tough spot if he were a simple cultivator, but his hybrid status gave him some hope in the matter. Also, he had overcome his bottleneck, so he had the chance to increase his power again before testing how hard it was to control the robe. Noah had learnt how he had to advance through the divine ranks. Rank 7 cultivators needed to expand their individualities and made them able to affect the laws around them. Their existences had to become complete worlds that could interact with the higher plane. That belief came from the sum of his clues and understanding. Earth and his experiences in the inscription hall had taught him what a cultivator had to strive for in the divine ranks, but his knowledge about the matter was still vague. Different ranks usually represented different stages in the cultivation journey. Noah knew that he would be a world at the peak of the divine ranks, but he wasn't aware of the various steps he had to follow to reach that destination. He could only guess them for the time being. Still, the first step appeared quite obvious now. His individuality had to learn how to take control of the laws around him. It was the same effect of the dark world, but Noah had to obtain it with the sole force of his existence. His instincts told him that he would reach the 8th rank only when his individuality managed to create a personal domain right in the middle of those divine lands. His guess seemed to work while he cultivated inside an improvised cave in the mountain chain around Vagona City. Noah sensed the arrival of bottlenecks from time to time, but he could overcome them by training on influencing the world with his individuality. The cave and the rocky terrain around him had transformed after he spent a few years immersed in his cultivation. Thick black lines ran on the azure surfaces of his habitation, and part of the mountain around him had also turned black after his extensive training sessions. Noah was growing at an incredible pace, and he was vaguely aware of that. The matter affected by his individuality would still return to its original state after some time, but he was slowly learning how to make those changes eternal. The reason behind his success in his cultivation came from his experience in that process. The dark world had already shown how to handle a personal domain, and the pride inherited from the magical beast's world allowed him to affect the laws more easily. His hybrid status was helping his cultivation, and the same went for his fourth center of power. Features that would generally affect different aspects of his power improved his situation in ways that other cultivators could only envy. Noah felt that the divine ranks were pushing his existence to reach a complete state that didn't see any difference among his centers of power. He guessed that growing as a god would make him more similar to his demonic sword since the blade had 4 centers of power fused into a simple form. It's time. Noah thought once he felt that his existence had reached a superior level of completeness. Spending unending years in seclusions had never been his main approach to the cultivation journey. Noah wanted adventures, so he didn't hesitate to take out his pendant once he felt that his power had risen to a decent level. Snore, the demonic sword, and Night came out of his chest and waited for him to wear the robe. They would attack the item if something went wrong and limit the damages. Noah activated the divine deduction technique, and the black hole in his chest spun faster to empower the resilience of his mind. He needed the best out of his mental capabilities to succeed in his task. The pendant radiated a dark light that became more intense when Noah touched it. A long strand of a black cloth came out of the storage item, and a powerful aura spread in the environment when it landed on the ground. That cloth didn't have the form of a robe. It was nothing more than a polished strand of a soft material. Still, Thea had told Noah how to activate its properties, so the item's shape didn't surprise him. Noah undressed and took a deep breath before touching the cloth. The item began to move at that point, and an intense ambition came out of it to fuse with Noah's existence. A violent surge of energy invaded Noah's mind once the two ambitions met. He felt as if a foreign existence wanted to take control of his thoughts and rule his actions. Something similar happened to his other centers of power. His black hole slowed down its rotation, his dantian started to leak darkness, and his body felt clunky to move. The cloth saw its ambition as the core of Noah's existence, and his individuality seemed to agree with that. Noah felt the ownership of his power slowly move toward the item as he remained in contact with it. Snore and the demonic sword gave voice to hisses and roars when they saw Noah in that condition, but he refused their help through his mind. Noah felt that he could tame that item. He was stronger than ever. The events with Fergie's group had benefited his body, and his dantian had grown well in the last years. He was far past the bottom of the gaseous stage. His ambition surged while the cloth tried to take control of every aspect of his existence. Pride, aggression, greed, sharpness, destruction, creation, and everything fueled by his individuality came out of his figure and interacted with the item's aura. The demonic sword resonated with Noah's individuality. The weapon roared as it unfolded its aura and helped his existence fend back the power of the cloth. Noah felt through the influence that reached his mind that he was still far away from that level of power. However, he was against a piece of cloth that carried an echo of his existence. He had an immense advantage in that battle. The cloth's aura slowly submitted to Noah's existence after the demonic sword helped in the battle. The fabric began to wrap itself around his arm and continued until it covered most of his body. Once the process ended, Noah felt naked. He was wearing a black robe, but he didn't sense its weight. He couldn't even tell where the aura from before had gone. A true piece of art, Noah thought. That superficial feature had already proven that an expert had created that robe. Noah could sense that his new clothes' black fabric was as sturdy as his skin even if it wasn't its main quality. But he didn't feel the weight of its power. Let's try to activate its effects, Noah thought as he poured darkness inside the robe. The consumption of breath of an item in the middle tier was incredible, so Noah had to use a lot of his darkness to see the effects of his new clothes. The robe morphed as energy flowed through its fabric. Strands of cloth came out of it to cover every exposed piece of skin. The robe didn't even spare Noah's fingers. Only a small part of his face remained uncovered, but the hood and scarf that had appeared after that process ended could keep Noah anonymous anyway. Noah quickly controlled the robe to free his fingers of its cloth, and the fabric followed his orders. A rank 7 inscribed item in the middle tier was following his directives. He had succeeded in subduing something more powerful than him. Noah performed a few tests with the robe before calling back its power and turning it into its original form. He had to understand for how long he could use its cloaking ability, and the result satisfied him. The robe required a lot of darkness to activate its power, but its consumption was almost non-existent once it fully transformed. That discovery eased Noah's worries since he could now treat the item as one of his spells. The robe style was quite simple in its normal form. It was tight and battle-oriented. It lacked any sign and pattern. It was nothing more than black cloth piled together to create elegant but plain clothes. I can finally move toward the land of the fallen, Noah thought after he spent a few more months cultivating in his cave. Fergie had told him that he had already left Vagona City to fly toward the land of the fallen with his new team. They were ahead of Noah, but the journey to reach that place was quite long, so he had the time to catch up with them. The dark matter in Fergie's body could fuel the Shadow Sword spell for a few decades, and Noah needed to refill it if he wanted to keep the cultivator under his control. Still, there would be time to meet along the journey, and he could always sense how long his restrictions would last. Noah wouldn't give up on his spy so easily. He had managed to place a mole inside that mysterious secret organization, and the benefits that it could bring made Fergie quite valuable in his mind. Noah wasn't even after political recognition, so he could avoid arousing suspects easily. He only wanted to use Fergie to seize valuable resources and reach important areas before they became too famous. The long journey started with Noah leaving his cave and flying in a straight line toward his destination. The bracelets seized from Fergie's last team would eventually stop functioning, but they could help him ignore the radiations of the white sky for now. Noah would purchase a better version of those items at some point, but he didn't want to waste soul stones for now. That currency could help him overcome a few bottlenecks since it contained raw laws, so he wished to accumulate them until he found something necessary for his journey. The knowledge obtained in the library gave Noah a complete image of the lands that he had to cross. The wilderness followed specific patterns in the human domain, and that made his hunt straightforward. Every environment had a single leader in control of a predominant species. The regions of the immortal lands were immense, so their fauna didn't lack diversity. Yet, they all had certain creatures at the top of the food chain. When Noah knew their features, hunting down suitable prey was almost a child's play for a hunter like him. He could make full use of his superiority and exploit the innate weaknesses of those creatures to kill them quickly. His robe also kept him safe from the strongest beasts in the regions that he crossed. The item could hide his presence even from creatures in the middle tier, so he had nothing to worry about as long as he continued to be careful. Noah's stash of materials grew as he flew through those lands and explored their environments. Majestic sceneries always filled his vision, and the pure aura of the immortal lands always accompanied his travel. Still, Noah noticed how the magical beasts in those regions became more violent as he neared the end of the human domain. Their behavior didn't come from the scarce influence of the cultivators. Its cause was the intense aggression that flowed out of the lands in the distance. That aggression managed to affect Noah too. He had distanced himself from the magical beasts' world after his existence evolved into something that surpassed the hybrids, but that aura was too intense even for him. Noah didn't notice that feature after his ascension because the events that had followed it had been quite messy. He had also marched toward calm lands back then, so his senses never truly experienced the difference in the atmosphere. Yet, he now experienced that aggression in its entirety. The violence that filled the air made him jumpy and paranoid, and it forced him to take breaks more often to calm himself. Noah became sure that the magical beast's domain hid threats that he couldn't quite conceive. He had experienced too little of the immortal lands to know the long-lasting effects of rank 8 creatures, but he knew that the lingering aggression had to come from something stronger. A horde of monsters that hide living catastrophes, Noah concluded during his travel. Those were the only words that he could use to describe his feelings toward the magical beast's domain. His superior awareness worked against him in that situation since it made him sense that aggression more vividly, but Noah didn't let it scare him away. That aura caused his instincts to go wild, but it also stirred his ambition to grow. Part of him couldn't wait to obtain enough power to explore those lands and uncover their secrets. As the years passed, Noah eventually felt forced to contact Fergie again. He had to refill his body with dark matter, and he wanted to see if the secret organization had informed him about exciting issues. Fergie didn't answer at the beginning. Noah waited for days that his spy listened to his mental message, but he lost his patience after more than 2 weeks passed without a reply. Noah gave a quick command to the Shadow Swords at that point. He only needed to focus on his mental connection with that spell to activate a part of their power. Of course, he didn't order anything that could expose Fergie, but he wanted to remind him who controlled his life. Noah didn't mind threatening him if that improved his results. Fergie replied a few hours after Noah activated his spell. The cultivator was livid about the whole matter, but Noah gave voice to a series of threats that made him fear for his life. The sole idea that the secret organization could become aware of his betrayal made Fergie shake in fear. Even exposing Noah wouldn't save him from endless tortures once his companions learnt about his status as a spy. Fergie even agreed to meet Noah after his threats. The two had to travel for 3 months to reach a region that allowed Fergie to split from his group and encounter his master without arousing any suspect. "I was in the middle of a hunt," Fergie complained when he met Noah. "I can't show any weakness if I want to keep my privileged status among gaseous stage cultivators. You should also care about this." "I do care about the value of my precious spy," Noah said as he filled Fergie's body with dark matter. "But I suspect that he wants freedom." "Not at all," Fergie exclaimed as he lowered his head. "I swore to serve you. I will never dream about betraying my merciful master." Noah ignored those words to question him about important matters. He had already traveled for some years since his departure from Vagona City, but Fergie didn't give him anything valuable in that period. "Teams don't usually receive new missions before meeting their new leader," Fergie explained. "That can happen when something rare appears out of nowhere. The Immortal lands can be unpredictable, but you can't expect to meet new opportunities every decade." "What about the old ones?" Noah asked. "Is there something worth exploring in these areas that you have failed to mention while you were busy hunting?" A chill ran down Fergie's spine when he heard those words, and he fell silent for a few seconds as he thought about an answer that could satisfy his jumpy master. Then he seemed to recall something. "There is an old inheritance ground at a few months of travel from here," Fergie explained. "It belongs to the Balro family, and it has already rewarded a few cultivators. Yet, it should still have many rewards too difficult to obtain.